The girl asked to meet up every time, but her online boyfriend always claimed to be a monster in a horror game. But what kind of monster would act cute, ask for kisses, and video call her every day to help her sleep? Until one day, the girl was chosen to enter the horror game. The terrifying and perverted big boss pinned her down. Darling, do you believe me now? The boyfriend shut off his phone again. Every now and then, he would turn off his phone and she couldn't reach him. On the first day of school, the girl couldn't take it anymore. Boyfriend, every time you go missing for days, is there someone else out there, wanting to break up with me? No, I absolutely will not break up with my baby. Hearing the voice on the phone that sounded like she wanted to cry, the man panicked and said, "It's all my fault, making my baby angry. Don't cry, don't cry. My baby can hit me and scold me if you want." Shangnan rubbed her eyes red. "Okay, then come find me now and let me hit you and scold you." As soon as meeting up was mentioned, there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, he hesitated and said, "Baby, it's not that I don't want to see you, it's just that I can't, right?" Shangnan had heard this excuse many times and didn't want to hear it again. "I don't want a boyfriend I can't see or touch." Shangnan hung up the phone, turned her head, stubbornly wiped away the tears in her eyes. At that moment, a piercing brake sound came. The next second, the school bus, as if to avoid something, uncontrollably crashed towards the roadside. Shangnan was held back by the seatbelt, preventing her from being thrown out. Amidst the huge explosion, she thought she was about to die. In the second before consciousness disappeared, an invisible hand appeared in the void, holding her slender waist, gently lifting her from the seat, and embracing her. A familiar whisper sounded in her ear, "Baby, I've come to find you." As consciousness returned, a cold system voice echoed in Shangnan's mind. "Welcome players to enter the instance of Rose Castle. Clearance conditions: survive for 7 days or complete the tasks of the client." Shangnan, who shivered, saw where she was. The school bus and classmates were nowhere to be seen, and she was sitting at a long dining table with a group of strangers. The candles on the table flickered, casting an unflattering light on everyone's faces. No one dared to speak, and Shangnan wondered how she had suddenly appeared here. But the strange atmosphere made her hesitant to ask. After a long time, the man sitting near the main seat pushed his glasses and said, "You mean your father was murdered? His head is missing, and you hope we can help you find it, right?" "Yes," a crisp child's voice came from the main seat. Shangnan then noticed the boy in a neatly tailored suit. "Both my parents were killed. In order to let their souls rest in peace, we absolutely cannot bury them without the complete body. You are the detectives I hired, so finding the head should be no problem, right?" The boy's eyes under his curly golden hair were sky blue, and he sounded particularly cute when speaking. However, the words he spoke inexplicably chilled the air around him by several degrees. No problem." The man with glasses didn't have time to stop it, and a tall, thin man sitting across from him responded. Seeing this, the man with glasses frowned. "In horror games, you can't just agree because the NPCs aren't scary. If you trigger the death mechanism, you won't even know how you died. Then I'll trouble everyone." The young boy smiled, showing 2 dimples, then turned to instruct the butler behind him. "Have the kitchen serve the food. We must entertain our esteemed guests tonight." Whether it was an illusion or not, for a moment, Shangnan saw that the young boy's teeth were serrated, the kind that could crush bones, which made her heart tremble. Soon, several chefs brought the dishes to the players one by one. Before Shangnan could see what was on the plates, she heard a sound of vomiting nearby. "So disgusting. What is this? Can we really eat it?" In the plate, red chunks of meat were still moving, the stench suffocating. The wine glasses on the side were filled with bright red liquid. "Not like wine." The young boy seemed quite satisfied with how they were scared, his expression turning somewhat malicious. "Don't you like it? Hurry up and eat. No leftovers allowed." What happens if we don't finish eating?" a brave girl asked. The little boy tilted his head and looked at her. "Those who waste food are bad kids. They should be punished and turned into food for everyone to eat." The girl shuddered all over, gritted her teeth, picked up the knife and fork, and swallowed the meat chunks in a gulp, then cried with a mournful face, "I'm done eating." At this moment, the little boy with big eyes looked at Shangnan. "Aren't you going to eat?" Shangnan took a deep breath and slowly cut with a knife. "I'm eating." Just as she finished speaking, Shangnan suddenly found something moving inside the meat, and an eye popped out from it, staring closely at Shangnan. Startled, she dropped the knife and fork in her hand, making a crisp sound as they fell to the ground. The little boy seemed to have found the wrong place, excitedly rubbing his hands and looking at Shangnan. "You are very beautiful, and it must be super delicious to eat." Shangnan watched as the gloomy butler walked towards her step by step. Just as she hesitated whether she could survive by running out of here, there were a few abrupt knocks on the door outside. "Who?" The boy's interest was disturbed. frowning as he looked over. The steward who was 2 steps away from Shang Nan turned around and opened the door. The next second, as if he had seen something terrifying, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he turned around. "Young master, your uncle is here." "When do I have an uncle?" The boy Oral hesitated for a moment, his face twisted, and he stiffly changed his mind. "Oh, I have an uncle. Please let him in." "Uncle?" Lin Chong, the man with glasses, furrowed his brow tightly. Didn't this copy say that there was only one boss? Where did Oriel get her uncle? And could this inexplicably appearing NPC not be a new boss? Lin Chang's face was grave. A double boss copy can be more difficult than just C rank, and the mortality rate will be greatly increased. The shiny leather shoes stepped into the villa unhurriedly. The man with the upright and superior posture soon reflected into the player's eyes, and everyone's eyes flashed a trace of surprise after seeing him. If the little boy Oriel's appearance was considered delicate and cute, then this NPC's looks were simply unrivaled and handsome. The man's paint-like eyes narrowed lightly, and after surveying the people in the restaurant, his gaze landed on Yunfu's body, and after staring for a few seconds, a suspicious reddish blush surfaced on his face. Yunfu's fingertips curled, her raven-feathered eyelashes trembling lightly as her eyes looked behind the man, where there was nothing, no shadow of what a man should be. As if sensing something, Sirius frowned in chagrin as a strand of black silk emerged from the soles of his feet and shifted to form a slant of shadow. Chapter 02 Rosebud Castle 02. Yunfu thought she was seeing things. When he closed his eyes and looked over again, the shadow behind the man was staying quietly on the ground. She breathed a slow sigh of relief. Reassure yourself that you must have been too mentally strained to create such an illusion. But the next moment, the breath that hadn't been relieved was lifted anew as she looked up and accidentally met the man's eyes. What a scary look. It was as if they were going to eat her alive. He's still watching. Yunfu's heart was beating like thunder, and she scrambled to misplace her eyes, bending down to pick up her knife and fork to hide her nervousness. Calm down. She can't die here. I've worked my ass off to get into college and I haven't even studied yet, so if I really die, I'll be an illiterate ghost. Also, her online boyfriend hadn't even met her, and although she'd mentioned breaking up, it was all in anger, and she had to be alive to go back to him and set the record straight. Seeing the man looking at Yunfu and not letting go, all the players felt that it was because Yunfu didn't eat the meat, and while sweating for her, they were very glad that they acted fast, or else it would be them who would be staring death in the face at this moment. No one noticed the dark aura flashing wildly and obsessively under the man's eyes. Cloudfur finished picking up his knife and fork and the eyeballs on his plate wide-eyed. In just a short while, her heart's capacity had doubled. "Uncle!" Oriel lost the stubbornness of a moment ago and shouted obediently. "You sit in the main seat," even a little ingratiating. The butler had the extreme good sense to come forward and change the cutlery. "No need." Sirius took off his suit jacket and slung it over the crook of his arm as he lifted his step to the seat next to Yunfu, his long slender knuckles tapping the back of the chair. "I'll sit here." The players in his chosen spot were busy getting up to make room for him. Glancing at the food on his plate, he said slowly, "Serve me one just like hers. Cloudfur, if you like it so much, why don't you eat this one of hers? She doesn't want to eat it anyway. If you don't eat it, you'll die, and if you eat it, you won't necessarily live." Sighing in resignation, Yunfu sliced off a piece of meat and opened her mouth lifelessly, next to the ghostly eyes locked on her pink lips. The meat that was about to be in the mouth was subjected to the whoosh of cool wind that blew, suddenly struggled off the fork as if conscious, jumped back to the table as if fleeing for its life, and slipped along the tablecloth to the ground to hide. Even the eyeballs on the plate were nowhere to be seen. With an "ah-oh" bite, Cloudfur bit down. Warm lips touched cool fingertips. Yunfu was confused and twisted her head with round almond eyes. The man's face was hostile. There was something churning in the bottom of his cold eyes, and his whole ghost aura became dangerous. Looking pissed off and about to explode into fury. Startled, Cloudfur slowly loosened his teeth to spit his finger out. She wiped her mouth and ducked back timidly, afraid the man would strangle her alive. Sirius didn't take much of a shine to her and put his hand back as if nothing had happened. He lowered his eyes, stroking the shallow teeth marks bitten out on his fingertips under the cover of the tablecloth, and without a moment's control, the human fingers suddenly turned into black mycelium, which fluttered excitedly, wanting to get close to Yunfu's drifting towards her. Sirius' brow furrowed as he stopped the mycelium, warning it with a look. The mycelium reluctantly transformed back into a finger, and Sirius wrenched it hard enough to pinch off the tooth-marked section. "Then tuck it in your pocket and keep it." Oh. After dinner it was time for room assignments. The players are 6 men and 6 women in total. There were many empty rooms in the villa, but it was dangerous to sleep alone, so it was unanimously decided that 2 people would live in one room and take care of each other. "I don't want to be in the same room as her," Li Qian, the girl who was assigned to a room with Yunfu, said. "Don't misunderstand me. I don't mean anything else. It's just that you're a new player and you've already been targeted by the NPCs for your performance at the dinner table, and I haven't been in the game much, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect you, and it's only right that you should look for a more powerful one to live with. Li Qian's words are watertight, but the smart person's heart is like a mirror. She is not afraid of not being able to protect Yunfu but is afraid of being implicated herself. That's okay. Yunfu wasn't stupid, and she wouldn't rush up to make everyone uncomfortable when she was rejected. I can live on my own. Lin Chong gave Yunfu a deep look and didn't say anything. Girls stay on the left, boys on the right. Swatting at the leather ball for fun, Oriel led them up to the 3rd floor. He pointed to the room with a flourish. Are you guys really going to stay together? It's so much more comfortable to sleep alone. Thanks, but we like to hustle. Vaguely, the spectacled man, Lin Chong, became the leader of the playhouse. That's a shame. The sound of the ball slapping on the ground was dull. Oriel softly smacked her lips with a small face. Remind you a word. This side of the villa is sparsely populated. At night there may be small animals running in. After 12 o'clock you'd better lock the door of your room tightly and don't come out, so as not to bump into what shouldn't be bumped into. And then there's the fact that you don't want to go to the 2nd floor. My brother's health is not good and needs to recuperate, so you mustn't disturb him. After explaining what needed to be explained, Oriel tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Then please find my father's head soon. If it's too late, I'll have to find a new one for him to put on. After the explanation, Oriel patted the ball and bounced up the stairs, and when he reached the corner of the stairs, the ball suddenly rolled out of his hand and all the way to the player's side. He ought and said sincerely, "Can you pick it up for me?" "Sure." Before anyone could react, the tall, thin man bent down and picked up the ball, looking attentive, trying to make a good impression so as not to be the first to die. "That's very kind of you. God bless you." Oriel took the ball and went up the stairs happily. Without the presence of the NPCs, the players instantly loosened up, and several of the first-time players couldn't wait to learn more about the game. Talking a bit noisily, Lin Chong pressed his brow. "Alright, let's split up into rooms first, and then we'll gather together when we're cleaned up, and I'll tell you the rules of the game." Lin Chong has an elegant temperament, and what he says is inexplicably convincing. "Xiao Chang Zhou Yu has a room, Du Ziting Zhao Wei has a room, and you have a room with me." Lin Chong pointed at the tall and thin man. "Sun Yu." The 5 men nodded without objection, but the girls' side made a mistake. Lin Chong couldn't really let Yunfu live alone. Oriel clearly said that there would be danger at night, and if Yunfu was alone, she would probably be the first to die tonight. "I'm staying with Cloudfur." A woman named Wintermere opened her mouth. Yunfu looked at her in surprise. Everyone had decided that something would happen to her. Being with her was bound to be a crisis. Tumai smiled very gently. "By the looks of you, you've only just started college. I have a sister about the same age as you. Flower-like." "Then it's decided." Lin Chong nodded. "Come to my room when you're all cleaned up." Li Qian and her roommate took the lead in choosing the innermost room, and the other 2 girls occupied the center of the room, leaving only the room near the stairs. Don't you blame them? Everyone protects themselves in places like this, and there's no excuse for what they do. Tumai pushed the door open and guffawed. "But you don't have to be too kind when it comes to danger. You can just as easily abandon those who abandon you." Cloudfern blinked. "I thought you would advise me to be kind. Kind people die the fastest." Leaving that behind, Tommy went into the bathroom, making sure that nothing weird was going to come out of it, and she propped herself up against the toilet and threw up. Chapter 03 Rosebud Castle 03. When Tumai finished throwing up and came out of the bathroom, Yunfu handed her a towel. "Are you okay? Can't die." He hadn't noticed it before, but now that he was alone, Yunfu noticed that Dongmai seemed to have a slight limp in his left leg. Winter Wheat didn't feel offended, and said greatly, "Polio? I've had many surgeries on my legs with unsatisfactory results, but after entering the horror game, I can exchange my points for health, and now at this level, I'm already satisfied." Yunfu keenly caught the meaning in her words. "Sister Dongmai, have you been in a copy many times?" "5 times. Dongmai nodded. "I'm not going to lie. I came in here because I was healing my leg." "You should have received the initial points. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange them for anything. It's just a difference in the level of difficulty. And the points can also be exchanged for money if you're short of money." Cloudflare did receive points. That system says she has 300 points now. But what surprised her was that Wintermere had actually come in of his own accord. If points could really be exchanged for everything, then could she also exchange them if she wanted to see her boyfriend? "Are you going to wash up?" Tommy pointed to the bathroom. Yunfu shook her head. "No. I'm not washing either. Who knows what might come out of the shower." Tumai stood up. "Let's go. Go find Lin Chong and the others and ask for information." "Good." Yunfu responded and walked with her towards the outside. noticing with her remaining light that the window was not closed tightly, so she slowed her feet a beat to close it. Outside the sky is very dark, flooded with a layer of fog. The villa yard lights pulled hideous. Not far away from a tree is like a fine tall ghost stand in it. See people heart Harry. The yard was planted with roses that climbed all over the walls, and a few poked through the windows. Yunfu pushed the flowers out and was about to close the window when a single eye opened in the stamen. Dark eyes gazing up and down at Yunfu, the branches of the flowers trembling with excitement. What's wrong? Toma asked, leaning against the door. It's fine. Ignoring the eyes, Yunfu lowered her eyes and locked the window tightly before heading out the door. The rosebuds scrambled against the glass as they pushed their way into the window cracks, and when they realized they couldn't get in, one of them drooped wanly. It looked inexplicably aggravated. Everyone quickly gathered in Lin Chong and Sun Yu's room. Lin Chong asked, "Let's start by telling us who all of you are new." Aside from Li Qian and Dong Mai, the remaining 9 people all raised their hands. So many? Li Qian was a bit annoyed. Then won't we be screwed? A copy quest with a lot of newcomers won't be too difficult. Winter Wheat said lightly. This copy is only C rank. Besides, who hasn't come from a newcomer? Be more tolerant. Lin Chong agreed with her. Yeah, copies with lots of newcomers are mostly easy, as long as you don't die. Sun Yu weakly voiced out. That, I would like to ask, what exactly is a horror game? You can think of it as a break-in type of horror plot. Lin Chong didn't get impatient as he calmly said. Those who are pulled into the horror game will keep entering different copies to complete the tasks, and the completion of the tasks will result in points and props accordingly. And if they die in the copies, they will also be killed in reality. That means as long as we complete the mission, we can get out alive, right? Xiao Chang pumped himself up. Doesn't the pass condition for this copy say that surviving for 7 days is fine? We shouldn't have a problem finding the little boy's father's head, right? There will be a lot of ghosts to stop us. Du Ziting didn't feel the same way. Everything here can't be explained by science and is not protected by the law. Didn't you listen to Oriel? If we can't find a head, he'll find a new one for his father. We're the only living people here. Guess where he'll find a head from? Cloudfur scowled. She's female, not a big problem. We can't just sit around and wait. It's better to find the head as much as possible. Suing, the girl who shared a room with Li Qian, said. Gui Jiajiao, the girl sitting next to Yunfu, suddenly looked nervous as she stumbled over her words. Was it less than 10 o'clock when we came over just now? Yunfu subconsciously went to look at the clock on the wall. Yes, I remember it was 9:53. This moment, her words snapped. It's 11:56. Did they talk for so long? Lin Chong quickly realized the problem and began to rush people. The time flow here is not right. You can't go out after 12. You guys need to go back to your rooms quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the clock minute hand jumped another 2 small frames. It's 11:58. It was too late to say more, and everyone rushed to their rooms in terror. Yunfu stepped through the door of her room with one foot, and felt something trip her in the back, and Dong Mai tugged on her just in time, bamming the door shut and turning off the lights in the process. Yunfu vaguely saw that it was 12 in the morning. Outside the door, strands of black mycelium oozed out of the ceiling cracks and gathered in the hallway, gradually assembling into a figure. Get some sleep and recover your strength for tomorrow. There was only one queen-sized bed in the room, and Tommy chose a side to lie down on. Yunfu fumbled to the other side, sitting on the edge of the bed. She took her shoes off and felt the ankle that had just been wrapped around it. It wasn't hurt, but it seemed to have been licked by something. I thought it would be hard to fall asleep in this kind of environment, but Yunfu fell asleep before she even touched the pillow, and even had a dream. In her dream she dreamed of a number and woke up adding her friend. She and the other person talked to each other, and even without having met there was a thumping of the heart, so they fell in love as a matter of course. Her boyfriend was very good to her, and if Yunfu had anything she wanted to eat or wanted, no matter how expensive or difficult it was to buy, as long as she told him, it wouldn't take long for someone to deliver it to her. Yunfu's family of origin wasn't happy, and she rarely had birthdays or anyone to celebrate them for her. But on that day, her boyfriend wrapped up a huge fireworks show for her, and the whole sky was aglow with splendor for her. However, her boyfriend refused to see her, and threatening to break up didn't help. Yunfu didn't want to break up. She sobbed lowly. The black shadow that stood beside her bed gave a start. The hand that wanted to touch her was overwhelmed and retracted. The black shadow leaned down with a coaxing meaning and kissed the corner of her moist eyes. The small face half buried in the quilt was white and warm, and the dark shadow couldn't control his joy as he squeezed it a few times, and the differentiated mycelium took the opportunity to probe into the quilt. Feeling the air around him turn cold, Toma lifted an eyelid warily. She looked around and reclosed her eyes again without noticing anything. The black shadow that had regrouped into human form seemed to resent her being in the way, and with one hand of the knife, he slashed Tomai unconscious. Then contentedly, He burrowed under the covers and wrapped Cloudfur in his arms with a tidal wave of mycelium. The myceliums were very restless. They were very new to touching east and west on Yunfu's body with their tentacles, causing the person in her arms to call out. The dark shadow became even more excited. He put his head to Yunfu's lips and kissed them. The black mycelium instantly turned pink with excitement. Amazed face. As the shimmering light filtered through the rosebud branches into the window, Cloudfur snapped out of her dream. She sat up and took a big gulp of fresh air. The covers slid off her and Cloudfur looked down. Her expression froze for a few seconds. Last night, did she undress when she went to bed? Also, what about these red marks on the arms and legs? Chapter 0 for the Rosebud Castle 04. Yunfu thought she was attacked by a ghost last night, but she was just too deep in sleep to notice. But the ghost actually didn't kill her. Yunfu lamented her life while getting dressed and going to the bathroom to wash up. It wasn't until she looked in the mirror and saw a few red marks on her neck as well that Yunfu reacted with the afterthought that it wasn't that. How do these marks look more and more like they were kissed? Yunfu's cheeks exploded red, and her entire body looked like a ripe peach. Also, she was sore, like she'd been held and confined for a whole night's sleep. Could have been made by Sister Winter Wheat? The sound of getting up came from outside, and Yunfu quickly shuffled through and pulled her collar up again, opening the bathroom door. Morning. Tommy saw her and greeted her as she moved her neck. I don't know what's going on. It feels like I've been hit and it's hard on my neck. Sister Dongmai, did you sleepwalk last night? Yunfu asked. Sister Dongmai was actually uncomfortable, too, so it was hard to believe that it was really what she thought it was. Li Qian is afraid of danger and doesn't dare to share a room with her. But Sister Dongmai is extraordinarily friendly and protective of her. So her liking for herself is that kind of liking? No, I'm an honest sleeper and never move. Dongmai didn't know what big drama was going on in Yunfu's head. Seeing her face red, she was concerned. You're not feeling well either? Sister Winter Wheat, I have a boyfriend. Yunfu stirred her fingers, not daring to look at Winter Wheat. Toma? Pretty good. She nodded. I have a boyfriend too. The kind that's getting married soon. Let's friend each other when we get out alive and I'll send you an invitation then. Cloudfern? Did she misunderstand? After realizing what stupid thing she had thought, Yunfu's face turned even redder, and she knocked her head to remind herself not to be too self-absorbed. But who else could it be if it wasn't Sister Dongmai kissing her? The sound of a mirror breaking came from the bathroom. Dongmai, who had gone in to wash up, came out with a taut face. Yunfu, did you see anything in the mirror just now? No. Cloudfur's heart thumped as she looked toward the bathroom, but she couldn't see the mirror from the angle she was standing. Dongmai sighed in relief. It's good that I didn't see it. There was something dirty in the mirror. I broke it. In the future, it's better not to lock the door when going to the bathroom. In case something happens, it's easy to be trapped. Yunfu nodded obediently like a good baby. Tumai's footsteps lurched. Noticing something, her expression became meaningful, and then she smiled gently. Little Af, were you just trying to trap me? She took a few steps in front of Yunfu and picked up Yunfu's chin. First you ask me if I sleepwalk, then you emphatically say that you like guys, and you don't think you suspect that this hickey on your neck was kissed by me, do you? Yunfu's little secret in her heart was poked and prodded in front of her. She was a bit groundless and pitifully admitted her mistake. I was wrong. Looks like there's more than one ghost in this villa. There's a colorful ghost. Tumai raised an eyebrow. The pervert's aesthetics are quite high. Knowing to pick the prettiest kiss, Yunfu was on the verge of tears, trembling her voice. Is it really a ghost that kissed me? She also knew that it was unlikely that Tumai-san would kiss her, but she'd rather think that than admit that there really was a ghost. After all, Toma had only seen the ones on her neck, not realizing that she had them on her body as well. Something must have come in the room last night. Dongmai felt that his neck pain was also the work of a ghost. It seems that we didn't trigger the death condition, and the ghost didn't have the means to do anything to kill us. But you do get ghosted. Tumai's words had only just dropped when a scream suddenly came from outside. Surprised face. The doorway to Lin Chong and Sun Yu's room was filled with people. Seeing Dongmai and Yunfu come over, the round and fat Du Ziteng made way. He lowered his voice. It was Wang Tongtong who called. Last night they left the window in their room open. The Rosebuds attacked Wang Tongtong, and she came to look for Lin Chong, and it turned out that she found it. Du Ziteng sucked in his breath and lowered his voice even more. It was found out that Sun Woshi is dead. Sun Yu is dead? Who was that tall, thin man standing in the room? Lin Chong covered Wang Tongtong's mouth in death as he pulled out a smile. She's talking nonsense? Sun Yu, you shouldn't believe it. Only when Sun Yu turned around did Yunfu see the situation clearly. The tall, thin man was indeed Sun Yu, but his head was separated from his body, having been stitched back together again with thread, and the stitching was so rough that it caused the stitches to be askew, looking like an ugly centipede lying on his neck. Sun Yu's shirt front was covered in blood. His eyes rolled up. The exposed part of his eyes was only the whites of his eyes. He manually pivoted his eyes and looked stiffly at Wang Tongtong, who had fallen to the ground. A ho-ho sound came out of his throat. Why did you say that I'm not a human being? Blood spurted out from the stitches and dripped all over Wang Tongtong's face. He doesn't realize he's dead yet, and he must be convinced that he's human, or he's afraid he'll go on a killing spree. Seeing Yunfu's face, Dongmai held her back. Don't look. Wang Tongtong shivered at Lin Chang's reminder and spoke. I'm sorry, brother Sun. I didn't wake up in the morning and talked in my sleep. In that case, I forgive you. Sun Yu went to rattle the other eye again. This time he directly gouged out the eyeball and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. I'm so hungry. When are we going to have breakfast? Lin Chang's face was unchanged. You go first. We'll stay and educate Wang Tongtong so that she doesn't make any more jokes. And then we'll go find you right away. Okay, then you guys hurry up. Sun Yu opened the door and went out with a step. Lin Chong was relieved and gently patted Wang Tongtong's back. Cry. Wang Tongtong howled in his arms. Tumai cleaned up the blood in the room very sharply and inquired. What's going on? Sun Yu must have touched the death condition. Lin Chong sighed. I intentionally got in a room with him last night to try and save him, but I didn't even see how he died. The ending wasn't changed. Death conditions? Toma pursued. Lin Chong speculated. Agreeing to Oriel's demands or touching the leather. Li Qian had a deep look on her face. That must be it. Sun Yu was too eager to show himself. Oriel probably thought he would be a powerful helper and killed him. But how could he, a little boy, manage to kill Sun Yu, who was so much taller and stronger than him, without making a single move? Cloudfur raised his question. Li Chen didn't have the good sense to skim her lips. Oriel is a ghost. How can you understand him with a normal human mind? Haven't you ever seen a ghost movie? It's often this kind of little ghost that's the hardest to deal with. Yunfu could sense that Li Chen didn't like her, but she didn't care much. The most important thing now is to find a way to survive. The ghosts have already started killing people, and who knows if they will be next. Chapter 05 Rosebud Castle 05. There's some truth to Atha's guess. Wintermere opened his mouth. What do you mean? Li Qian frowned in displeasure. This is not the time to be on good terms with anyone and speak for them. Do you know that a wrong deduction could very well get everyone killed? Tumai swept her a quiet glance. I didn't speak for Fu. Don't you guys think that Sun Yu's death was special? Special how? Du Ziting was afraid that they would quarrel, so he hastened to speak out. Sun Yu was beheaded, and our mission is to find Oriel's father's head. There are similarities between the two events to a certain extent. Tumai calmly said. Why can't we say that Oriel's father killed Sun Yu? Do you mean to say that besides the kid ghosts in this villa, his father has also become a ghost? Zhao Hui, who shared a room with Du Ziting, rubbed his arms. Big sister, don't scare me. Has anyone seen Oriel's father? Li Chen decided that Dongmai was deliberately singing against herself in order to help Yunfu out. She grunted. I think you're just being forceful. Brother Lin has already introduced the conditions of death. No matter which one is true, it has nothing to do with Oriel's dad, right? Wintermere shrugged. Whatever you want. After calming Wang Tongtong and treating the wounds on her hands from the rosebud bites, Lin Chong stood up. He took the idea. Then split up. The chances of something happening during the day are very small. We'll investigate together on both sides much faster. But we must be careful. Don't agree to Oriel's request again nor touch his leather ball. In addition, moreover, don't let Sun Yu notice the matter that he's no longer a human being. Who are you with? Big brother Lin? Li Qian asked. Lin Chong glanced at Dongmai. I'll join you. He was referring to Li Qian. Li Qian was happy in her heart. Lin Chong was very powerful. Having him on her side would be a lot safer. And at the same time, did it also prove that Lin Chong believed in her? And that her idea was correct? Li Qian grunted at Dongmai again. I'm also with Li Qian. Li Qian's roommate Suing followed. Us too. Xiao Chang and Zhou Yu, who had been silent, stood next to Lin Chong. Du Ziting looked at Dongmai and Yunfu and hesitated. Why don't I join you guys? He turned his head and asked Zhao Hui. What about you? Zhao Hui wanted to live and he chose Li Qian. Dongmai looked at Wang Tongtong and Gui Jiaojiao. Wang Tongtong's state is not too stable. I suggest that you two go back to your room and stay there after dinner. The mirror in the room is a bit dangerous. You can find something to cover it or smash it. Good. Gui Jiaojiao couldn't wait to not attend, and she was 100 times willing to let her stay and take care of Wang Tongtong. Yunfu was defaulted to Wintermere's side. She hadn't said anything, always feeling as if there was something in the whole thing that they had missed. What the hell is it? There were too few clues for her to make sense of it now. Go downstairs and eat, or the butler will be looking for you. Lin Chong took the lead out the door and everyone followed. Yunfu was reviewing the events of the night in her head, trying to find clues to what had been forgotten, and her footsteps slowed everyone down a step to the very back. When she walked to the corner of the stairs, Yunfu only paid attention to her feet. and coldly, she collided with the person beside her. Right or wrong, an icy cold hand helped her for a moment. And for a moment, Yunfu felt so cold that her blood was about to freeze. She turned her head sharply, her figure reflected in the bottom of Sirius' abyssal eyes. The hand that clutched her was exerting force. Yunfu's wrist bones were raw. She frowned but didn't dare to tell the other party to let go. After a stalemate of what must have been more than 10 seconds, Dongmai in front noticed that Yunfu wasn't following her. She turned around, froze for a moment when she saw Sirius, then smiled gently and said, "Mr. Sirius, are you going downstairs to dine as well?" With her wrist saved, Yunfu gave Dongmai a grateful look. "You're scared of me," Sirius said to Cloudfur. There was a strong look of disbelief in his eyes. Yunfu laughed dryly. "Mr. Sirius, what makes you think so?" "Crap. She doesn't even know if he's a human or a ghost, so it's weird that she's not afraid." "Don't call me that." Sirius lifted his angular jaw. "You're going to call me darling." Cloudfern? Was he molesting himself? Yunfu's feet slipped and she nearly fell down the stairs. Does this man know what darling means? How can you be so frivolous? Yunfu's eyes darkened. She had only ever called her boyfriend darling, and now that she was living or dying, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to call him that in the future. It was an intimate term of endearment between her and her boyfriend, and it wasn't going to cheapen the inhumanity. Mai, who was waiting for Yunfu, was slightly stunned and surveyed Sirius thoughtfully. She seriously suspected that the lecherous man who stole a kiss from Yunfu last night was him. Yunfu pretended not to hear and lifted her leg to chase after winter wheat, and in his afterglow, the way Sirius looked at her seemed to have more than a hint of sultriness in his eyes. Is he this, in aggravation? Without walking a few steps, Yunfu's neck was pinched like a chicken cub, and the tall and leggy Sirius crossed the steps to walk side by side with her. "You're indifferent to me." Yunfu gritted her teeth. "Don't you dare let go of her neck and say that again." She was threatened. "Stay by my side." Sirius let go of his hand and turned to hold Yunfu's hand, his large hand wrapping around her small hand forcefully, not giving Yunfu any chance to escape. The crowd's expressions froze when they saw Yunfu and Sirius coming down together, especially the two holding hands together. It was too ambiguous. Although it is not certain that Sirius is a ghost, but he is indeed an NPC in the copy. Yunfu was also too big in courage. How dare he talk to an NPC about love? Li Qian's expression was disdainful, but her eyes were on fire with jealousy. Sirius was 100 times better looking than a top-stream male celebrity. So what if he was an NPC? It was simply a woman's ultimate dream to have something with him. If Yunfu could, why couldn't he himself? Thinking so, Li Qian's eyes lingered as she looked at Sirius. Everyone's eyes were too obvious. It was hard for Yunfu to read them even if she wanted to, but there was no way for her to explain, so she could only sit down with a bitter smile. The moment the dirty gaze landed on his own, Sirius glared back in disgust. A strange and grotesque terror emanates from him, and for a moment, Li Qian looks as if she is being strangled, her eyes oozing with red blood as she can't catch her breath, and the coldness that rushes straight to her forehead makes her shudder. With countless ghosts whispering in her ears, trying to claim her life, Li Qian was scared. She looked at Sirius in desperation and begged for mercy, but the man was unmoved, and the aura he revealed all over his body signaled that killing her was as easy as crushing an ant. The temperature in the restaurant plummeted, and Yunfu shivered with cold. She took a quiet look at the man next to her who was cold as ice and scooted her chair to get away from him for fear that she would be frozen into a frozen lump. Noticing her small movement, the terror released was withdrawn as much as possible, and as the temperature of the restaurant returned to normal, Li Qian slumped on the table and coughed furiously with tears streaming down her face. Sirius took a hold of Cloudfur's chair and effortlessly yanked her back to his side. He wrapped his arms around her waist and easily sat her on his lap. Chapter 06 The Rose Castle 06. Sitting face to face on the man's lap, Yunfu blushed and reddened the tips of her ears. She didn't dare look at him, struggling to get down. "Let go of me." Sirius imprisoned her waist, his lips cutting into Yunfu's ear if anything. "Stay by my side and don't make me say it a third time." Why does it always have to run? Did it break her legs so she would listen to herself? The light of Sirius' deep eyes fell on Cloudfur's leg, and one hand took hold of her ankle. Yunfu felt the killing intent on his body. Her expression stiffened and she sensibly stopped moving. I'll just stay by your side. Don't be angry." Breakfast was spaghetti. The thick red sauce was made of who knows what and didn't taste great, but it was much better than the meat that would have throbbed last night, and Cloudfur finished eating it sitting on Sirius' lap the entire time. When he finished eating, the man picked up his napkin and naturally wiped the corner of her lips. Yunfu inexplicably had the feeling that he had made himself a pet. As previously agreed, it was time for Cloudfur to follow Wintermere to find clues to Oriel's father, but Sirius had no intention of letting go of her. Cloudfur negotiated with him kindly. "Mr. Sirius, My partner and I have something to do. Could we leave you for a while? Sirius was extremely reluctant, but there was some sort of restriction in the way that he had to let go of her. Aha! His face stinks. Oriole, sitting in the main seat, shrank back from looking at him. Getting free, Yunfu pulled Dongmai out of the restaurant without looking back, and Du Zitong followed them. The villa was beautiful in the daytime. The vibrant rosebuds no longer quaint and in delicate bloom. I'll say, Du Zitong had a gossipy face? What's up with that NPC? He seems to be clinging to you. Yunfu was speechless. You didn't see that he wanted to kill me? Du Zitong smiled cheerfully. With my manly intuition, he'd rather be in a relationship with you. Yunfu wondered what he was thinking, and silenced. I have a boyfriend. Dongmai snickered and pinched Yunfu's face. Fu looks pretty. If I were a guy I would also want to be friends with you. Yunfu begged. Don't make fun of me. Let's look for clues. Du Zitong straightened up and said in relief. It doesn't matter even if our clues are wrong. Brother Lin is a very responsible person. He won't just watch us get killed. Tommy smiled. Yunfu hesitated for a moment and asked a question she had wanted to ask for a long time. Sister Dongmai, do you and Lin Chong know each other? See? Tumai looked at Yunfu appreciatively. Actually, I didn't intend to hide it. He and I are friends in reality. Du Zitong was surprised. Then how come he chose Li Qian and not you? Why did you pick me? Wintermere was unimpressed. The conditions of death need to be verified and Oriole's father has to be investigated. There simply isn't enough time. The ghost kills at night. It won't let us live long enough for 7 days. Du Zitong opened his mouth and didn't say anything. New players with no experience need to rely on veteran players. They should only be scornful if Dongmai really acted with Lin Chong. After all, newcomers knew very little about duplicates, and veteran players were perfectly capable of lulling them into acting as meat shields and waiting out a living path with their deaths. But neither Tumai nor Lin Chong did that, and they were trying their best to protect everyone from surviving. Hard work, Du Zitong sincerely said to Dongmai. Tumai nodded. Let's go and see if the villa can get out. While the three of them were trying to find clues, the players on the other side ran into big trouble. Oriole blocked them in the dining room. You guys are going to play games with me. What's the game? Lin Chong wanted to verify the conditions of death. He didn't reject Oriole's request outright. What's good to play? Oriole meditated. His turquoise blue eyes lit up. Ah, there. How about playing eagle catch chick? I'll be the eagle and catch you chicks. With that, he opened his 5 fingers with both hands and made the shape of a claw. Everyone looked at each other, and very cautiously didn't dare to respond to Oriole's words. When an eagle catches a chicken, does the caught chicken die? Li Chen voiced out. Why don't you find Yunfu and the 3 of them to play? How can 3 people have fun? Oriole grew impatient. You're more fun in numbers. So stop dawdling and hurry up and follow me to the courtyard or I'll make sure you'll get your asses handed to you. Li Chen fails to backstab Yunfu and suffocates in her heart. If I had known, I wouldn't have let so many people follow. Instead of being useful, they became a burden. Without giving them a chance to refuse, the group arrived at the courtyard. Oriole pointed a finger at Suing. You'll be the old hen. Me? Suing whitened her face and cowered, not daring to go forward. But Zhao Hui was the first to tug on her shirt and stand behind her. When the eagle catches the chick standing at the end of the line is the easiest to catch, and the chick hiding behind the hen is the safest. Suing screamed. Zhao Hui, what are you doing? Zhao Hui said ruthlessly. Do what needs to be done. Li Chen also stood behind Zhao Hui as she advised Suing. Ing, you won't be caught by an eagle when you're a hen. You're safe. When Suing heard this, she was half convinced. Is that so? Yes, that's right. Li Chen affirmed. I have experience, you trust me. Oriole waited, smiling deeply as she watched them hook up. If the hen is really safe, why doesn't Li Qian become one herself? It's just that Suing didn't turn the corner and believed it. Xiao Chang and Zhou Yu live in a room. The two of them made up their minds to listen to Lin Chong, did not directly go forward, waiting for Lin Chong to arrange. Lin Chong nodded. I'll take the rear. They both then stood over. Game on. Oriole gave a nasty grin. Can't get out. Looking at the iron gate that was entwined with flower branches, Du Zitong said, it seems that Oriole's father's head can only be inside the villa. We're pressed to know what Oriole's father looked like, and we need to find a picture of him from his life to do that. As Yunfu's words fell, she tripped over something at her feet. Something was reflecting in the dark gray dirt. Tumai bent down and dug it out as she gave a smile. Little laugh, are you the reincarnation of a koi carp? Say what you will. Reflecting the light is framed glass, which is cobwebbed and shattered, behind which sits a family photo. Wintermere carefully keyed out the photo and they got a good look at Oriole's parents and brother. Yunfu, their family of 4 looks alike. Du Zitong looks at foreigners face blind. Don't all foreigners look alike? Toma frowned. Indeed, it's normal for 2 children to resemble each other. So why do the couple look so much alike as well? Don't they say that couples look more and more alike when they've been married for a long time? Du Ziting scratched his head. I'm a single dog. I'm not sure if that's the right way to put it. Yunfu looked at the photo and had an idea in her mind. Chapter 07 The Rosebud Castle 07. What comes to mind? Seeing Yunfu in deep thought, Dong Mai asked. Cloudfern shook his head. I think we'll have to meet Oriel's brother for that. Du Ziting reminded. Isn't it not possible to go to the second floor? The more places you can't go, the more secrets you have. Tommy put the photo away ready to put it in her pocket. The next second, the photo suddenly spontaneously combusted in her hand. Tumai quickly shook her hand away. It looks like this won't be brought into the house. Yunfu sensed something and jerked her head around to look at the villa. A room on the second floor swished closed its curtains as she looked over. Yunfu saw it. It's a brooding teenager in a wheelchair. There was also a tall figure on the fourth floor. Sirius was holding a teacup and was leaning over the balcony railing staring at Yunfu without blinking. When he saw Yunfu looking at him, he raised his cup in a gesture. See what? Tumai was a step behind Yunfu, and she only saw the swaying curtains. Cloudfur retracted her eyes. It's Oriel's brother. He's in a wheelchair. Du Ziting remembered that his brother in the photo was healthy and sound. Frustrated face, time flows fast. It was already time for lunch as Yunfu made their way back and forth. Sirius didn't come down for lunch, which was a relief to Cloudfur. Sun Yu looked like he couldn't get enough to eat, and stayed in the dining room all morning eating non-stop. And when he saw them come back, he gathered the dinner plate into his arms, afraid of being robbed. Vaguely, the thread sewn around his neck was about to come apart with food. The other team looked bad. It was Oriel who was particularly pleased, as he sliced the meat with his knife and fork. Today's game was so much fun. You four will continue to play with me well tomorrow. 4. Yunfu didn't understand. What game did they play with Oriel? If there weren't 6 of us, how come there are 4? Li Qian tried desperately to stay calm, but her body's instincts kept her shivering. Xiao Chang and Zhou Yu were also desperate. Suing is a hen that can't be caught. Except for Zhao Hui. Oriel caught all 4 of them. By saying that now, was he implying to them that 2 of the 4 of them would die tonight? Death is scary, and when it starts to have a teaser, the scary level climbs even higher. After a meal, it was actually dark outside. The housekeeper brought another meal up, and Yunfu ate it nearly to the point of vomiting. Without much delay, everyone went upstairs. Yunfu and Donmai took turns hugging the toilet and puking, and when they were done, they went to gather in Lin Chang's room. Du Ziting came early and had already told the clues they had found. Lin Chong spoke succinctly about their experience. Oriel asked us to play eagle catching chickens with him, and except for Suing and Zhao Hui, all 4 of us were caught. Xiao Chang, a big man, broke down and choked. Am I going to die tonight? I don't want to die. Suing, on the other hand, was glad she had become a hen, and she wasn't worried at all that she would die. Zhao Hui on the side was also calm. Zhou Yu, Ringo, can we sleep in your room tonight? Sun Yu didn't follow and kept eating down there. No. Winterwheat said bluntly, in a situation like this where you live in separate rooms, it's best for everyone to stay in their own rooms all the time. The rooms will only protect the people who originally live in them, and living in a string of rooms will disrupt the room's original protection mechanism, and I'm afraid that you'll all be even more dead by then. Xiao Chang and Zhou Yu froze, and the 2 of them hugged and cried. Suing patted Li Qian's shoulder. Qian, don't worry, if it's you who dies tonight, I will definitely save you, and it's also a way to thank you for your reminder at that time. If it wasn't for Li Qian's reminder, maybe she wouldn't have become a mother hen. Then she would have been one of the ones who would have collapsed by now. Li Qian waved away her hand and said coldly, how lonely it is for me to die alone. Ying, don't worry, if it's really me, I'll take you with me. Su Ying's flaunting face stiffened. Soon the time came to 11:30. Sun Yu screwed open the door and walked in. He hiccuped and looked at the room full of people. Aren't you going back to your rooms to sleep? I'm sleepy. Move over. Xiao Chang and Zhou Yu, who originally wanted to live with Lin Chong, saw him come back and completely died of staying. Going back to their own rooms is not necessarily dead, but staying here will definitely happen. Yunfu was the last to go. She took 2 steps and then turned back. Something to say to me? Lin Chong walked to the door. Lin Chonga. Yunfu didn't know if she was thinking right, but she felt the need to warn, and she lowered her voice to a whisper. You'd better find something to reinforce Sun Yu's neck. She couldn't be a Madonna's heart to stay, but she couldn't be seen to be dead either. There was only so much she could do. Lin Chong patted her shoulder. Good. You stay close to Dong Mai. It's 11:53. Yunfu didn't dare to stay long and hurried into the room. Dong Mai went to Wang Tongtong and Gui Jiajiao's room to take a look, and also went back to the house at the right time. 12 o'clock sharp. Tommy turned off the lights. Outside, flowery branches shivered and dense ice pressed against the windows to peer in. Af, which one do you think the death condition is? Toma asked. Fear gripped them, and they hadn't had time to discuss it just now. Cloudfur thought for a moment. Pickleball. According to Lin Chango, they were forced to play the game not counting it as a promise to Oriel, but Oriel said that 2 would die tonight, and they most likely unintentionally touched a new death condition in the game. Tumai thought it was a piece de resistance. 2, but the new death condition she hadn't expected. Oriel caught 4 people. Why does it say that only 2 will die? Are these 2 hardly random, depending on who is unlucky? Wintermere didn't believe it. Since there's a death condition, the ghost can only kill if the condition is met. But none of the 4 people caught in the game are acting weird. Tommy's heart stuttered. What if the 4 that were caught weren't touched and the ones that were touched were Suing and Zhao Wei who weren't caught? They were all misled by Oriel. It's Suing and Zhao Wei. Cloudfur also responded, her voice muffled and, not being caught is a death condition. Suing was careless. Those who are hens will never be caught by eagles. Her identity is a dead giveaway. And Zhao Hui is smart but not smart. Tommy lifted the covers to get out of bed. She wanted to tell them through the door. But then there was the sound of heavy footsteps outside the door and the harsh scrape of something metallic being dragged along. Tumai's body lurched and fainted without warning. Endless drowsiness struck Yunfu. Tears welled up in the bottom of her eyes. She was inexplicably sleepy. Like a voice was constantly tempting her to sleep. This situation is not right. Yunfu pinched her palm dead center to keep herself from falling asleep. She bit the tip of her tongue. The pain exchanged for a flash of clarity. It also showed her the scene inside the house. There was a subtle moonlight coming through the window. Yunfu couldn't put into words what she saw. It was an unnameable blackness, and he stood so abruptly in the doorway that just looking at him made one fall into hell. And there was not a single bone in one's body that was not frantically trying to escape. He is getting closer and closer. Stopped at the end of the bed. Chapter 08 Rosebud Castle 08. Cloudfur's eyelids fluttered. She tried to slow her breathing, creating the illusion that she too had fainted. It's weird. Obviously she was scared to death. But Yunfu felt that at this moment she was calm like never before. And there was even a hint of excitement hidden in her calmness. She wanted to see what he was going to do. The black shadow that had coalesced into a humanoid shape moved. And he raised his right hand. His 5 fingers gradually lengthening and flexing into the appearance of silk threads. The silk thread was wrapped around Wintermere's neck in a loop. Titan. The fainted Dongmai was like a dead fish on a plate. At the mercy of others. Are you going to stand by and do nothing? Cloudfur thought for half a second. She didn't think the dark shadow would let herself go after killing Tumai, and instead of lying down and waiting to die, she should take the initiative. Let her go. Yunfu's eyes opened, and the object clutched in her hand jabbed toward the silk thread. The black shadow didn't expect her to be awake, and her figure obviously gave a start, which also allowed Yunfu to seize the opportunity, and the glass shards in her hand managed to chop off the silk threads that were shackling Dongmai. The glass shards were from the picture frame. Yunfu secretly hid a piece for defense, and didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. She followed the inertia of her rise with another kick, stomping hard on the dark figure's jaw. If he were a human, he would have already had his jaw dislocated by Yunfu's kick at this moment. But the black aura merely took a step back and didn't even wobble. Cloudfur rolled to the ground and stood 2 meters away from him, maintaining a fighting stance. The black shadow did not counterattack, dazed and confused, first touching his jawbone in disbelief, then twisting his head in a daze to look at the mycelium that fell to the ground and kept twisting. A layer of resentment enveloped him with the naked eye. The face without features stared towards Yunfu's hand. The shards of glass were sharp, and Yunfu's hand was cut with a small gash. A trickle of blood flowed out, and a faint odor of blood wafted through the room. Cloudfern didn't care, watching out for him, squeezing the glass tighter. Just when Yunfu thought he was going to attack her, the black shadow suddenly dispersed from before her eyes, and the room looked like a layer of thick black fog had risen, and she couldn't reach out. Cloudfern was startled, and then something stuck to the back of her neck, lifting her and slamming her toward the ceiling. Bang! The imagined pain did not come. Cloudfur fell hard onto a large, soft bed and bounced twice. Where is she? Being taken? Yunfu looked around and realized that she was still inside the villa. The furnishings in this room were not quite the same as the one they stayed in, but the structure was the same. The room was large, ornately furnished in vintage, and Yunfu got off the large, silver-leafed, finely carved European-style bed when she heard the sound of clattering water coming from the bathroom. Is that black goo? She carefully picked up a vase of flowers and pressed her footsteps closer. Before he could put his ear to the door, it was opened from the inside. Yunfu didn't brake the car and fell headlong into the outgoing man's arms. A pair of sturdy arms held her shoulders, and the side of Yunfu's face rested against his watery pecs. Yunfu lowered her eyes, clearly seeing the wall-to-wall abs and the white bath towel wrapped around her waist. Why are you in my room? A low voice came from above his head. It's Cyrus. Yunfu slowly raised her head. She tugged at the corner of her lips. That's a question I'd like to know too. I'm not. Snap. Droplets of water from the man's hair dripped onto the tip of her nose. A nice touch of gardenia refreshing her. Cloudfern drifted off for a moment. She loves gardenias. And there were 2 gardenia trees in the small yard of her old home where she used to live, which bloomed into a big ball of flowers every year. And her avatars on her social accounts were all gardenias. I didn't realize that Sirius' tastes were actually the same as hers. You've seen me naked. Sirius snatched the vase away from Yunfu's hand. His brows sullen. How do you intend to take responsibility? No. Later. The plot shifted so fast that Yunfu was a bit unable to keep up. She ran through her reasoning. First of all, I wasn't the one who wanted to see it. And second of all, it was because there was a bad guy who looked black and ugly who tried to kill me. And I fought with him but didn't win. And then right after that I appeared here. Can you understand that? Silia's face went completely black. Questioned. I'm dark and ugly? Cloudfern blinked. I mean the bad guy who killed me. If you want someone to hold you accountable, you should go to him. Cloudfur is ready to slip away. No problem, I'm leaving. Late. Ah. What are you doing? The view suddenly switched, and Yunfu was carried on her shoulder. Silius persisted. I only see you. So this is relying on her? Cloudfur was 2 heads in one. She pushed against Silius' chest to get him to put himself down, dumbfounded by what she felt in her hand. There's no heartbeat. Before she was sure that Sirius was a ghost, Yunfu only treated him as an ordinary character in this copy. She had asked Sister Dongmai. The copy would arrange some NPCs without self-awareness to fill out the plot in order to maximize logic, and she assumed that Sirius was the same. But now, he has no heartbeat, and he's consciously masquerading as a human being. He's a ghost that kills people, and may even be the scary boss in this copy. Yunfu didn't move a muscle, not daring to think for a second about how badly he would die if he pissed him off. She suddenly remembered what Lin Changda had said. Don't let the ghost notice that he's not human or he'll go on a killing spree. So on the flip side, wouldn't it be a greater probability of surviving by not letting the ghost know that he knows he's not human? Why don't you move? Sirius stopped in his tracks as he raised his hand and patted Cloudfur a few times. Yunfu's cheeks reddened with shame for a moment. Chapter 09 Rosebud Castle 09. Don't you shoot. Yunfu hung onto him, too angry to take it out. Oh. Sirius stopped shooting, and he threw Cloudfur back on the bed. Yunfu sunk into the quilt, a small white face written with trepidation. She tried to crawl away, but she was dragged back to him by her ankles. Without a word, Silius made a move to undress her. No! Yunfu held his hand to stop him. What are you doing? Sleep. Sirius knelt on one knee beside the bed. His lowered eyes held a deep emotion that Yunfu couldn't understand, and the corners of his lips seemed to curl up as his eyes fell on the 2 men's clasped hands. He unfolded his hand to sew and interlocked his fingers with Cloudfur's. Yunfu couldn't care about these details. She swallowed. Men and women are not related. How can we sleep together? Sirius didn't look like he was about to kill her, but who knew if he was next? So Cloudfur was careful. No kiss? Silius looked confused. Right. Seeing that he was moved by his words, Yunfu struck while the iron was hot. I have to go back to my room to sleep. Boo. Silius lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. Now kiss and go to sleep. He said it with a straight face. Yunfu froze. It took several seconds to realize what had happened, and her eyes flushed red for a moment as she raised her hand and slapped Silius. It was her first kiss. I can't believe I was taken advantage of by a ghost. She's not clean anymore. How can she go back alive to see her boyfriend? Yunfu took a deep breath as she closed her eyes. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Silius' face was deflected, but he didn't miss the deep disgust in Yunfu's eyes. She hated him. The air was terribly still. Sirius kept his sideways posture unmoving. The mycelium that intertwined into shadows behind him twisted uneasily, a few floating up to touch Cloudfur but not daring to do so, just guarding around her in a wan and ingratiating manner. 1 minute, 2 minutes, a few minutes passed, and Cloudfur tried to lift an eyelet. Why isn't she dead? The mycelium returned obediently to its original position the moment she opened her eyes, and as soon as Yunfu looked down, she saw Sirius kneeling at her heels. Yunfu was startled. Is this a mystical ritual before killing her? Just also pretty special. I'm telling you. Yunfu sniffled. She aggravated. I do have a boyfriend. I love him. Very, very much. No one can shake my feelings for him. Although you are also very good looking but certainly not as good as 1/10,000th of my boyfriend. No matter what kind of bad thoughts you have, die of this heart. Silius moved. A sparkling light erupted from the bottom of his fallen eyes. He snapped his head up to look at Yunfu and asked in a sharp tone, how much do you love your boyfriend? Super unbeatable love. Yunfu raised her head and answered dryly. I love my boyfriend, not you. Why are you so excited? Yunfu couldn't figure out what was going on with the burning in the bottom of Sirius' eyes. Sirius licked the corners of his dry lips. Am I excited? After a few more moments of silence, Cloudfur opened her mouth. I'm going to my room. You can't go back. Sirius stood up. He patted the non-existent dust from his towel and sat down next to Cloudfur. It's dangerous out there at this time of night. You'll be safe by my side. Cloudfur didn't feel safe. He was looking at her with even more desire to eat her up than before. Is your boyfriend he really as good as you say he is? Sirius asked. Talking about her boyfriend, Yunfu came to her senses. She was gushing over here. Sirius has a honeypot face over there. As they chatted, Yunfu fell asleep with her eyelids fighting as she couldn't hold on. Sirius pulled the covers over her before he dared to show his infatuation, looking lovingly and tenderly at the person in his arms. At the thought, he looked sad again. The light of day dawned and Yunfu awoke from her dream. Hiss. Wintermere got up from the floor. Why did I sleep on the floor last night? It's not Sirius' room. Cloudfur sat up with a start. She checked her body and was relieved that there were no marks. And this neck of mine. It hurts worse than last night. Yunfu looked at the circle of bruise marks on Dongmai's neck. Sister Dongmai. Something got into our room again last night. It's Oriel's father? No. Cloudfern shook his head. He tried to strangle you to death, which doesn't fit with what we deduced earlier about Oriel's father's murderous methods. Tumai gently touched the wound on his neck and frowned. Are you okay? He carried me against the ceiling. Yunfu's face was complicated, but then it was fine. There was no point in talking about the latter, and Yunfu hid it away. A great disaster is a blessing. Tumai moved his stiff body. Let's go. Go out and see what happened last night. They opened the door and met Xiao Chang Zhouyu, who opened the door and came out. Xiao Chang, nothing happened to me and Zhouyu. Then last night, his eyes looked worriedly towards Lin Chang's room. Lin Chong is fine. The ones in trouble are Suing and Zhao Wei. Dongmai knocked on the door of Li Qian's room where they were. Zhouyu was puzzled. How could it be them? Yunfu also went to knock on Du Ziting's room door. Du Ziting opened the door with a sleepless face. So early? Zhouyu gave a short yelp as he took in his appearance. Du Ziting, you're covered in blood. Du Ziting's movement of rubbing his eyes lurched. He looked down, and his face went white all of a sudden. Li Qian also opened the door. She pursed her lips. Suing is dead. Cloudfern looked across her to the house. Su Ying's eyes were wide in the bed, and there was a knife stuck in her chest. Chapter 10 Rosebud Castle 10. How did she die the way she did? Yunfu was busy looking at Zhao Hui's death again. Also died from a stabbing in the chest. Du Ziting was lying too close to him, and that's why he was splattered with blood. I didn't feel anything. Du Ziting rubbed his eyes so much that he rubbed a face full of blood, and when he thought that when Zhao Hui died last night, he slept next to him, and the ghost could kill him as well with a single movement of his mind. He was so weak in his legs that he almost couldn't stand still. The room is so strange, and I get sleepy when I turn off the lights. Xiao Chang and Zhouyu also nodded. Yes, who can sleep with a big heart in such a horrible place? But not once it's past 12. How do you explain it this time? Li Qian looked at Dongmai and Yunfu and sneered. Didn't you say that Oriel's father kills people by chopping off their heads? But Suing and Zhao Hui's heads are both properly grown on their bodies. Your deduction is completely wrong. All of them were killed by Oriel. Tumai, none of us wanted this. It was you guys who touched the new death conditions while playing the game. Toma went to knock on Lin Chong's door. Come in. Lin Chong didn't open the door. He just shouted. Tommy pushed her way in. We need to make a trip to the second floor. Lin Chong and she spoke in unison. I suspect there's more than one ghost. Lin Chong sat on the body of Sun Yu, who was tied up as a dumpling. He started attacking me last night as soon as the lights were turned off. And then, as if something appeared that made him very afraid, I was able to get my hands on him and subdue him. And the other ghost is presumably Oriel's mother. Brother Lin, are you saying that it was Oriel's mother who killed Suing and Zhao Wei? Li Qian changed her attitude and said politely. I actually thought of it that way. Since both parents were killed, it doesn't make sense that only the father turned into a ghost. And since the husband ghost is so afraid of the wife ghost, it must be the wife who killed the husband. Yunfu found her comment problematic. Why jump to the conclusion that the female killed the male before there was any evidence? There's no need to argue with Li Qian about all this. We'll naturally know the truth when it's over. I suggest the three older players go to the second floor together. Cloudfur spoke up. I know the new death conditions to avoid Oriel's game. Why should I go too? Li Qian was unconvinced. Isn't Dongmai great? She'll have no problem going alone. It's best not to go. Dongmai faintly said. It saves us from having to save you. A burden. When the time comes. Who are you calling a liability? Who shall say who? Alright, don't argue. Lin Chong took off his glasses and pinched his brow. Li Qian, you're coming with us. I'll do my best to protect everyone to get out alive. But isn't it a bit of a stretch to be the one who has the ability but not contribute? Yunfu can totally tell me about the new death conditions and I'll go lead the game. Li Qian said. Xiao Chang picked up. I want to talk to Yunfu. Zhou Yu nodded. I'm also with Yunfu. Li Qian, how you fooled Su Ying. We all know. Li Qian was so angry that her face was like a pig's liver, and she was afraid that Lin Chong would no longer care about her, so she had to agree to go to the second floor. Go downstairs and eat. Yunfu went and called Wang Tongtong and Gui Jiaozhou. The two of them were going to play the game together today as well. After dinner, Dong Mai lied that his stomach was not feeling well and went upstairs, and Lin Chong made an excuse to follow him. Li Chen grumbled for a long time before she moved her butt off the stool. 1, 2, 3. Also 6 people now. Oriel couldn't wait to jump down from the chair. We still play eagle catching chickens today. You guys eat and hurry out. Don't let me rush you. He bounced out the door. Xiao Chang's legs and stomach turned. Yunfu, is the death condition not to be caught? Before Su Ying and Zhao Hui died, they both thought they would die if they were captured. But the ones who weren't captured died, and the conditions of death were already easy to see. Yes and no. Cloudfur put down her knife and fork and wiped her mouth. Zhou Yu's brow twisted into a chuan. Wouldn't a person who was a hen be obliged to die? Do you believe me? Yunfu's eyes were firm and sincere. No one will die in this game. How come you're the hen? Oriel saw Cloudfur standing first. His turquoise blue eyes were annoyed. You go to the back. Why do you want me to go in the back? Yunfu wasn't afraid of him and rubbed Oriel's head a bit like a neighboring sister with curved eyes. I'm going to be an eagle if you keep asking so much. Oriel. His blonde curly hair was rubbed into a messy chicken nest by Yunfu, and his tender little face was ravaged into various shapes in Yunfu's hands. Yunfu sighed. A little kid's skin is just watery. Come on, let sisters see your lotus root arms again. Heart-stopping crowd. Ancestor, a boss is still a boss even if it's small. Is it really appropriate for you to rua like that? As Yunfu's demonic claws reached out again, Oriel hurriedly announced the start of the game in order to save her arm. Soon, Du Ziting at the end of the line was caught, and he did as Yunfu told him to do, exclaiming exaggeratedly, Oriel, you're great. To catch me so quickly, I simply adore you. The corner of Oriel's mouth twitched. What the hell are these guys playing at? As he tried to go for the second one, Yunfu pulled him back with a smirk. Now I don't want to be a hen. Let him be. Yunfu pointed at the captured Du Zitung. It's time for me to be a chickadee. Chapter 11, The Rosebud Castle 11. No. Oriel refused Yunfu's request. Caught by me, it's considered out. He can't play anymore, he can only go to the side and watch. So, Cloudfur was lost. But he's only been playing for less than 2 minutes and wants to keep playing with us. Du Ziting matched her nod and said sadly, I want to play with you guys. Yunfu looked at Oriel with clear eyes. Oriel, are you trying to isolate him? A good boy would never do such a thing. If his mother knew about it, he would definitely be educated. And if his mother knew about it as well, she'd probably come to trouble you and complain to your mother. Wow. Du Ziting sat on the ground with his stomach in his hands and closed his eyes to dryly howl. Oriel is bullying me. I'm going to tell my mom. The scene was comical for a while, but Oriel hesitated. Do you really want to be a hen? I want to. Seeing that there was a chance, Du Ziting was afraid of missing the chance of life and hurriedly said. Who knew that Oriel's words had changed, and she said forcefully, that won't work either. It's simply breaking the rules of the game. Humph. Think that's going to make him let them off the hook? No way. He's the hard-hearted Lord Orel. Oh, Oriel is right. Xiao Chang stumbled over his words. But maybe we can create a new game. His expression was stiff, his movements unnatural, and he spoke exactly as if he were reading lines. No better than Du Ziting's exaggerated acting. Yunfu cupped the comic relief on the line. Oh my god. Oriel, how are you so great? Actually created a brand new game. In the future we call this game as Oriel Game. Okay? When she finished, the few remaining people applauded in quick succession, not giving Oriel a chance to react. Oriel, is he that good? Okay, then you pawn it. Oriel pursed her little lips in relief. Du Ziting immediately climbed up and switched places with Yunfu. It's true. No matter how old you are, whether you're a human or a ghost, you like to be complimented. For the rest of the game, every time they played, they switched to a different person to be the hen, making sure that everyone would be caught by Oriel, and even, Yunfu snubbed Oriel to be the hen once as well. Yunfu, who succeeded in becoming an eagle. Oriel, you are so tightly defended. I can't catch a single chicklet. You can play eagle as well as hen. Unlike me who can't do anything. Oriel was blushing and sweating from playing. He laughed crisply. You're so stupid. So I'll just put some water on you. When the game was over, Yunfu conjured up a little red flower from somewhere. Oriel was good and great today. We all enjoyed playing with you. Oriel's little face was as red as an apple as he took the little red flower in embarrassment. Really? You guys like playing with me? Of course it's true. Du Ziteng patted his chest. I'll still play with you tomorrow. If this wasn't a horror copy, and if Oriel was just a regular little kid in kindergarten, he'd get a lot of love. Yes. A strand of dorky blonde hair cocked on Oriel's head fluttered in the wind. We'll play 7 apiece tomorrow. Everyone was relieved to hear him say that it was 7, and that he hadn't left any of them behind. Another grateful glance toward Yunfu. It's lunchtime. Playing up a sweat, Oriel went upstairs to take a shower. Yunfu and the others went slowly towards the restaurant. I can finally not have to die today. Wang Tongtong smiled coyly. Zhouyu, it's all because of Yunfu. Cloudfur was walking away. She was looking at the location of the second floor. It was reasonable to say that by this time Dongmai and the others should have already gone in. How could there be no movement at all? Worrying about Sister Dongmai and the others? Du Ziteng said. Several of them are experienced veteran players. They are definitely more capable than us. Yunfu returned to her senses and gave a clear smile. Although the game's death conditions escaped, we still need to be careful tonight. Wei Jiaojiao tensed up. What's going to happen tonight? The ghost drawn out by the death condition of the minigame is Oriel's mother. The child's emotions touch the mother's joy and sorrow. She thinks we didn't let Oriel have fun and that's why we killed him. And today Oriel loved us and specified that he wanted all 6 of us to spend time with him tomorrow. So his mother won't kill anyone today. Cloudfern lurched. If she doesn't kill someone, the father of the night should be out. Is it the ghost that chopped off Sun Yu's head? Wei Jiaojiao clutched her hand. But none of us touched the ball. She had just finished speaking when she saw Oriel coming down the stairs holding a pickup ball. Li Chen and Dongmai rushed down the stairs in a very sorry state. Both men were covered in color. Lin Chong at the back of the hall wasn't doing too well either. With a few scratches on his right arm, something was chasing them from behind. It didn't take long for the butler with the scythe in his hand to appear. His expression grim and sinister, only to step down the steps as if the recovery button had been pressed. The scythe disappeared, and he changed back to his deadpan appearance in a suit. Why isn't the food being served yet? Oriel prodded. The butler bent down. Young master, your meal will be served soon. I just found a few stinky rats and it took some time to strangle them. Oriel nodded. Well, don't get the floor dirty. The butler's shadowy gaze swept over the 3 of them and Tumai before turning to the kitchen. Tumai shook her head at Yunfu. With the butler turned monster around, they didn't make it into Brother Oriel's room. Looks like we'll just have to find another way. Nightfall. The players gathered in Lin Chang's room. What about him? Du Ziteng glanced at Sun Yu with his eyes. Sun Yu's blackened mouth was flowing with dark red pus. His body had begun to grow corpse spots, and he spoke word for word. You, how did you tie me up? I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Lin Chang's eyes darkened. Sun Yu is no longer human. Turned into a ghost, he will go on a killing spree against the players after 12 a.m. Keeping him is too much of a threat. Give him a hard time. Dongmai's eyes hung down as she conjured a pill out of thin air. This is the 100 Ghosts Blight that can be redeemed by players of Class C, Level 2 or above, and it only takes effect against player ghosts. The level of the player is divided into A, B, C, D 4 major categories, under which will be subdivided into 3 more levels. C3 levels below the player is not eligible to redeem props, can only rely on their own ability to pass the copy. Li Qian was a Ding level 2, so she couldn't exchange her points for props. New players are not rated until after they pass the first copy. What are you talking about? Sun Yu's eyes covered in a layer of gray couldn't turn. He stiffly turned his neck to try to look at Tumai. I'm a player like everyone else. Wang Tongtong, who had an emotional nature, lay down in Guo Jiaojiao's arms and sobbed in a low voice. Lin Chong took the medicine and whispered good riddance to Sun Yu before shoving it into his mouth. Chapter 12 Rosebud Castle 12. Under the effect of the drug, Sun Yu's eyes gradually became clear. He knew he was dying and tried to pull a smile out of his face. I'm sorry. Trouble for everyone. A touch of wetness slipped from the corner of his eyes, and as it dripped onto the ground with a snap, Sun Yu's figure disappeared a little from everyone's sight, and in the end, only a section of the blood-stained bedsheet that had bound him fell to the ground, proving that he had once existed. The atmosphere is in a slump. Even if you've already witnessed your partner being brutalized, it's not easy for anyone to watch a living human being just disappear. Cheer up. It's not the time to be upset. Lin Chong looked at the time. It's almost 12. We're going out tonight to meet the ghosts in the hallway. Going out? Li Qian's jaw dropped. The mutated housekeeper ghost during the day had scared her guts out of her, and she just wanted to stay well hidden in her room to spend the night safely. Lin Chong had lived long enough to want to go out and die on his own accord. There's no way to get close to Brother Oriel's room during the day. We must try at night as well. Lin Chong explained. Du Ziteng gritted his teeth. Brother Lin, how do you need us to cooperate with you? You guys just have to help lure the ghosts away so that Tumei and I can find our way downstairs. Lin Chong patted him on the shoulder. If anyone is scared, they can go without. I'm not going, Li Chen said offhandedly. Dong Mai looked at everyone. Li Qian cannot go. Those who don't want to go back to their rooms to rest. Li Qian walked to the door. See, other people do not want to go, meaning she more or less some face to pull. But face is not as important as life. Li Qian screwed open the door. Stride back to their own rooms. Unlock the door of the housing. You guys can go back too. Lin Chong said to Wang Tongtong and Gui Jiajiao. Wang Tongtong shook her head. Everyone is taking good care of me. My hands are fine and I can help. Yes, we're going to stay and help. Gui Jiajiao nodded her head. Soon, 12 a.m. arrived. At the moment the pins and the clock dial were aligned, the incandescent lamps flickered violently. The light in the room dimmed for a moment, and the sound of dull, shuffling footsteps came faintly from outside the door. Yunfu and Dongmai were in their room, the two of them holding their breath as they waited for a signal from Lin Chang's side. The sound of metal scraping against the floor drew closer, and a foul, fishy odor filled the doorway. Cloudfur twisted her thighs to keep from passing out. At the sound of a loud thud coming from the room, she and Tommy exchanged glances and opened the door to the room. A sharp axe chopped on the door. The sturdy door shock suddenly was chopped out a few cuts. Between the wood shavings flying, the ghost's figure loomed. Xiao Chang and Zhou Yu were white with fear, but they didn't flinch and stood on one side of Lin Chong with the unloaded foot of the bed in their hands. Roar! A shoe slammed into the ghost's back, and the ghost, enraged, let out an explosive roar. Dog mongrel! Auntie I opened the door. Come after me if you can. Dong Mai crossed her arms and cursed. Yunfu followed her example and smashed a shoe over as well. Come over here. The ghost pulled the axe off the door and turned around. At this moment, Yunfu also got a good look at the ghost. The headless ghost was covered in blood. His rotting flesh was crawling with wriggling maggots, and the bloody mouth at his chest revealed a mouthful of sharp fangs, which made people go crazy and drop their CN values just by looking at it. Run! The ghosts are coming toward them. Tumai tugged on Yunfu, and the two of them quickly ran backwards. Cloudfur was so focused on running that she didn't notice that the moment she left the doorway, a strand of black mycelium oozed and fell from the ceiling and wrapped itself around her right wrist, with them luring the ghosts away. Lin Chang's three men came out of the room without any problems. Lin Chong dodged back to his room, and the ghosts turned around to kill Xiao Chang and Zhou Yu. Xiao Chang's legs were shaking and he frantically wanted to hide back in his room, but not yet. He had to wait for the ghost to get closer. His eyes were tightly closed and he waved the wooden stick in his hand as if he were dying. I'll fight you. The ghost is close. A few steps short of reaching them. The axe was held aloft. Roar! There was another ghostly roar, and a puff of white smoke rose up in a stabbing puff as the ghost was struck, unwillingly taking a few steps back. It's done! Du Zitung, who opened a crack in the door, was delighted, and he and Wang Tongtong Gui Jiajiao on the opposite side pulled a thin thread in their hands, which was Lin Chang's life preservation props, given to them to use. The axe was thrown and embedded into the wall with a thud, just 2 centimeters away from Xiao Chang's head. Xiao Chang's adrenaline soared, gritting his teeth and pulling Zhou Yu back into the room. Du Ziteng and Wang Tongtong Gui Jiajiao also closed the door. Dong Mai and Lin Chong took advantage of this opening to go downstairs. Now as long as Yunfu could successfully return to her room, their plan would be complete. Yunfu moved quickly. She followed the ghost back when it went to attack Xiao Chang Zhou Yu, and now she was already standing at the door of the room. Just open the door, go in, and close it again so the ghost can't get at her. Yunfu twisted the door hard, but found that she couldn't open it. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and the ghost heard her moving. The bloody mouth opened morosely at her, and the ghost didn't even take the axe, looking like it was going to come over and directly rip Yunfu's head off. Open the door. Yunfu kept trying to open the door, and the door that was jammed due to vandalism never opened. Who did this? Yunfu snapped her head up to look at Li Qian's room. Li Qian was poking her head out to admire her masterpiece, her expression smug and grim as she wordlessly made a gag to Yunfu. Go to hell. Li Qian's previous targeting at every turn. Yunfu can ignore her, but Li Qian is now trying to cause her death. Yunfu can't figure out how she offended her even if she thinks about it. Yunfu's eyes reddened with anger. She stopped trying to open the door, turned around and ran, but it was still a step too late, and the ghost pulled her hair. Cloudfur's scalp went numb and he fell on his back. Roar! Dry! Ghostly hands grabbed at her. Yunfu couldn't get up in time and subconsciously raised her arm to block it. In the next second, a wisp of black shadow sprang out from her wrist and slapped the ghost hard, sending it reeling. Yunfu was stunned. Oh, she didn't have time to think about what it was, as long as it didn't hurt her. Yunfu climbed up and prepared to go down the stairs. When she reached the stairway, her footsteps stopped and she turned around with a sullen face and ran back. The ghost seemed to be very afraid of the black shadow on her body and didn't dare to come close for a while. Yunfu put all her strength into it and bam kicked the door of Li Qian's room open. Don't blame me for being unrighteous if you're unkind. Li Chen, who was lying on the bed ready to rest beautifully. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you crazy? Help yourself. People were good. And Cloudfur never boasted of her kindness. Especially when someone wanted her dead. She shall return the favor. Glancing at the ghost that was following her, Yunfu ran deeper into the corridor and waited for the ghost to enter Li Qian's room before she pulled her legs up and ran for the stairs. Ah! The screams resounded through the corridor. Not knowing how the situation on the second floor was, Yunfu pondered slightly and took a step up to the fourth floor. Chapter 13, Rosebud Castle 13. Cloudfern remembered that the last time she had been in Sirius' bedroom, she had seen a small study that might contain clues. She couldn't go back to her room right now, and there was no way she could go to the unknown second floor alone. So Yunfu decided to take her chances with him. Even though Sirius was a ghost, he at least understood human speech and wouldn't come up here and yell at her, which would be relatively safe for the third floor. There were no lights in the hallway, only the bleak whiteness of the bleak moonlight coming through. Everything was awfully quiet. The only sound was Yunfu's own footsteps, like a solo in the thick night. Cloudfern studied her right wrist as she walked, trying to get the wisp of darkness to scurry out again. But the smooth white skin was not at all different at the moment. She was a little confused. Wasn't the Black Shadow's previous stance to kill himself? How could he step in and save himself at the critical moment? It's hard not to. Is he afraid that he, the prey, will be killed by other ghosts before him? At that time, when the Black Shadow carried her and hit the ceiling, she appeared in Sirius's room as soon as she opened her eyes. And it was so strange that Yunfu suspected that there was some kind of connection between them. Either the Black Shadow was afraid of Sirius, or the Black Shadow is Sirius. What was Sirius trying to do to himself? Cloudfur stood still at the door of his room and raised his hand ready to knock. Suddenly, another footstep sounded in the hallway. Ghosts catching up? Yunfu's brain went blank in her hand, then fell as a sharp knock sounded on the door. Mr. Sirius, are you there? The young girl's voice was warm, soft and sweet, with a hint of fearful trembling and uneasy helplessness, like a kitten that had gotten into trouble pouting and seeking refuge from its master. It's hard to listen to people who are tickled to death. Who? Sirius' low, husky voice rang out slowly, and he didn't open the door, just inquired. It's me, Detective Cloudfur, hired by your young nephew Oriel. Yunfu sucked in her breath, fearing that he wouldn't open the door, and softened her voice a bit while keeping an eye out for the ghosts that were chasing after her. Miss Yun is not resting in her room this late. What is she doing here looking for me? Sirius's voice was so close that he seemed to be standing behind the door as he said without a hitch. Didn't Miss Yun say last time that men and women are not related? And now that it's too late, I don't think it's appropriate for me to open the door for you. Cloudfern? She slowly clenched her fists. Why are you standing behind the door? At this time, was he saying such things on purpose to pin her down? Cloudfur was tempted to have the will to turn around and leave. But the ghost is behind. In case I open the door, it wouldn't be good if Miss Yun backtracked and said I had ulterior motives. Sirius gave a short laugh. Yunfu could already imagine how bad his expression was. She resisted the urge to punch him. Why yes, Mr. Sirius is a gentleman. Surely he won't watch me sleep in the hallway tonight, right? The blood you can smell is getting worse. Yunfu couldn't help but look back. The headless ghost was approaching her step by step. Several severed human fingers stuck on the axe held in his hand, leaving a blood-red footprint on the ground with every step. Sirius, Cloudfur retracted her eyes and rapped on the door, her tone urgent. Let me in, or I'll die. It's not impossible to let you in, but you have to promise me one thing. Sirius was calm and said things rather like taking advantage of the fire. Promise. I promise. When it's time to be soft, Yunfu will never try to be strong, as long as it's within my ability. Sirius, MS. Cloud. It is you who must do it. The headless ghost stood still 5 meters away from Yunfu. It raised the axe high and threw it at Yunfu's head, the axe carrying a ghostly whistling fury that cut through the silent night. Yes. The shadow of the axe gradually enlarged in his plummeting pupils, and Yunfu felt the scent of death. Bang! In the nick of time, a hand reached out from the inner open door and wrapped around Yunfu's waist. The axe grazed the tip of Cloudfur's nose and smashed into the ground, chipping off a few strands of hair that fluttered in the air. The door closed. Cloudfur was pressed against the door panel. She looked unblinkingly at the man in front of her with a deep brow, half gasping for breath. Should she not say that this image of a hero saving a woman's life was indeed very easy on the heart? It was just that Yunfu always felt that this scene was familiar. She vaguely remembers the same hand holding her when the school bus had an accident. Something else seemed to have been whispered in her ear, but she couldn't recall. The position was ambiguous. Sirius' chest almost pressed against hers, and Yunfu's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she turned her head sideways. You can let go of me now. The nice gardenia scent in the house relaxes the tense nerves. For a moment Cloudfur couldn't help thinking, a boyfriend would be great if he looked like Sirius. both in looks and body, all perfectly stepping on her fetish. Yunfu remembered that there were a few chats where her boyfriend had asked her sideways about what type of boy she liked, and she had described it as being similar to what Sirius was now, and because it was her boyfriend, she liked whatever she looked like. In a way, the ghost of Sirius was practically made for her. Yunfu knocked her head. She must have spent too much time in this hellhole to have developed the feeling that her boyfriend and Sirius were the same person, while the fact that her boyfriend wouldn't see her was weird. How could he be a ghost when he was a living, breathing human being that he could talk to on his cell phone? The thought flickered, and was squashed again by Cloudfur's feeling of absurdity. What are you doing over there all by yourself? Shaking your head and thinking? Sirius sat back down on the bed, holding a book in his hands and flipping through it. I didn't think of anything. Yunfu returned to her senses, her cheeks reddening from weakness. By the way, what was your request? She was not one to go back on her word, and since Sirius had saved her, she would do what he asked. Sirius raised his head. His deep, dark eyes looked like ancient stars in the dim light, hiding endless secrets. He didn't know what to think of. He hung his head and continued to flip through the book. I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Cloudfern wondered if she had been dazzled by the light, and for a few seconds, Sirius looked at her as if he was distracted. No, why would he be vain? What is he vain about? Cloudfur scooted over and sat on the couch, resting her hands on her knees as she waited for Sirius to go to sleep. It was convenient for her to slip into the study after he fell asleep. Sirius finished a book and flipped it back to the first page to reread it when Cloudfur thought he was going to sleep. Yunfu stared round eyes, saw something, and said in a word, "You have the book backwards." The long, slender fingers cupping the book gave a start, and Sirius lifted his eyes to look over. Yunfu made a mouth zipper motion. Look at it. I won't bother. What a cheapskate. You're not allowed to be corrected if you're wrong. Chapter 14 Rosebud Castle 14. Sirius looked at Cloudfur for a moment, and after setting the book aside, he lifted the covers. How long are you going to sit on the couch? Yunfu's eyes lit up. Are you going to rest? I won't make a sound to disturb you. The thought of doing something bad in secret while he was asleep was written all over his face. Sirius twisted his head around and covered himself as he lay back down. Well, I'm resting. Yes. Cloudfur almost stood up in excitement. She covered her mouth to stop making a sound and waited in silence for 10 minutes or so before probing to see if Sirius was asleep. The man's sleeping face was exquisite, and his sleep was so gentle that he thought ghosts didn't need to sleep, but he didn't realize that Sirius was really asleep. Mr. Sirius? Yunfu reached out and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Seeing no movement, she then turned around and tiptoed closer to the study. The study door was locked and could not be opened without a key. Cloudfern looked around the room for a week and noticed something pressed underneath Sirius' book. She had to walk back to the bed. The book was on the inside of the pillow, and Cloudfur had to bend down if she wanted to reach it. She carefully braced one hand on the edge of the bed and reached out to touch it with the other, half of her body poking out above Sirius. The book was pushed open a little by slender fingers, revealing an ancient key. Getting the key so easily, Yunfu arched her eyebrows, but he didn't notice that the corner of the lips of the person underneath him pursed gently. Mycelium silently circled around behind Cloudfur, and as she prepared to get up, gave a push. Cloudfur missed his footing and planted himself on top of Sirius. Her eyes widened in horror before a sideways glance coincidentally kissed Sirius on the chin. The man felt uncomfortable and let out a muffled grunt. Yunfu froze in his arms for a long time and didn't dare to move, making sure that he didn't wake up and tried to get up, only to move a little bit. A hand hooked around her waist and pressed her under her long legs even with the quilt rolled around her. Wrapped into a chrysalis, Yunfu was confused. She was just taking a key. How did things get to this point? Yunfu was not willing to do so. Yunfu tried everything he could to climb out. The mayfly chrysalis was a long time in coming, but she finally burrowed her head out, and it took all her strength to move the legs that were pressed against her again. Cloudfur was panting with exhaustion, and when she slowed down she climbed out of bed to open the door to the study. The display in the den is simple. A desk, a waste paper basket plus a whole wall of bookcases. Cloudfur quickly went through the books on the bookcase, then shifted her gaze to the desk, which had a few open books on it that looked like they were the ones Sirius had been reading recently. The font on it was very complicated, like some kind of particularly old writing that Yunfu didn't recognize. She casually flipped a few times and went back to open the drawer, and finally found an old newspaper in the bottom one. The front page of an old newspaper carried a mind-boggling story. Yunfu read it in one glance, and was unable to return to her senses for a long time. Her face was grim as she folded the paper and put it in her pocket. This was something that had to be told. It might be the key to them getting out of here. It's been an extraordinarily long night. There wasn't a hint of light in the sky outside, which meant the ghost on the third floor was still there. Cloudfur sat back down on the couch, intending to hold out until dawn and go straight downstairs. I don't know how long it took. She fell asleep in a daze. A chill invaded her body. The temperature around her was slowly dropping. Yunfu shivered and was inexplicably woken up by the freeze. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and vaguely saw ice flowers on the window. How does it feel like it's winter all of a sudden when it's obviously 27 or 28 degrees? There's nothing to cover the couch with. And at this rate, I'll catch a cold if I don't freeze to death. Yunfu's eyes couldn't help but look at the bed. Sirius' bed was huge, and he only took up one side by himself, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to go up and lightly rub the other side, then leave before he woke up, right? Cloudfern hauled a breath into her palm and stood up, unable to resist. Obviously the weather has been normal for the last few days, so why the sudden change tonight? When she burrowed into the soft quilt, Yunfu cozily rubbed her cheek on the pillow. It was true that it was still comfortable to fall asleep on the bed. She didn't dare grab the covers, shrinking herself into the corner furthest from Sirius and closing her eyes. Not long after she closed her eyes, the man who was originally lying flat on his back turned on his side. A pair of long narrow eyes were infatuated with fervent fascination. He raised his hand and lifted up a strand of Yunfu's hair and placed it under his nose to sniff lightly. The corner of his lips curved up into a pleasurable arc. Cloud fur. Well, Yunfu was in a daze of sleep when she felt a heat source beside her and subconsciously hugged over, gazing down at the person who took the initiative to burrow into his arms. Sirius was satisfied. He lowered his head and kissed Yunfu on the forehead. His hoarse voice was hard to restrain. What a good baby. The night belongs to him. The sleeping man belonged to him, too. The mycelium wrapped itself hyperactively around Yunfu's calf, kissing and groping it with its tentacles, wreaking havoc. Early the next morning, Yunfu slept extraordinarily well this time, soothed to the point of forgetting where she was. She was startled when she opened her eyes to meet Sirius. Remembering her behavior of rubbing herself out of bed last night, Yunfu awkwardly pulled a smile. Good morning, Mr. Sirius. Well, good morning. Sirius spoke. So, how long does Ms. Cloud plan on hugging me? It was only then that Cloudfur saw that he was on his hands and knees on top of Sirius. She panicked and let go. Incoherent. No, I don't. I don't know why this is happening. She's obviously always been an honest, bored sleeper. Oh, Sirius raised an eyebrow lightly. Do you mean to say that I hugged you? Yunfu wanted to find a crack in the ground. Last night, Ms. Yun clearly slept on the sofa, but early this morning she appeared in my arms, for which I am also puzzled. Sirius tightened the slightly open neckline of his pajamas with a serious expression. Ms. Yun had better give me an explanation. Yunfu blushed. You take me for a female hooligan? You're not? Sirius asked rhetorically, lifting a finger to point to the red mark on one of his cheeks. Besides, Ms. Cloud probably kissed me pretty hard as if I were your boyfriend. Yunfu. She tried to weasel her way out of it, but the hickey on Sirius' face was too obvious for her to argue. After all, there was no third person in the room, and if she hadn't done it, it couldn't have been Sirius himself, could it? Sirius smirked. Ms. Yun, you don't have a boyfriend at all. You're just trying to get me to let my guard down so you can use it to get close to me, right? Yunfu opened her mouth. She couldn't explain it now even if she had 100 mouths. I'm not trying to get to you. Throwing down these words, Yunfu covered her face and ran away. Instead of rushing to catch up, Sirius shuffled down the stairs slowly, after shuffling and snapping the red mark more conspicuously. Chapter 15 Rosebud Castle 15. Third floor. It's like last night's tragedy never happened. Everything that had been destroyed by the headless ghost was restored to its original state as the sunlight poured down. Du Ziteng was the first to open the door. He poked his head around and looked around to make sure it was safe, then walked out and knocked on Yunfu's door. Cloudfur? With Dong Mai and Lin Chong out of the picture, the one Du Ziteng trusted the most out of these people was Yunfu. Are you awake? Cloudover, are you there? After shouting several times in a row without getting a response, Du Ziteng's heart panicked. Yunfu, don't scare me. Open the door quickly. If you don't open it again I'll have to force my way in. He kept knocking on the door to make noise. Even if Yunfu had slept deeply, she should have been woken up by him at this moment. However, there was never a sound in the house. Realizing that something has happened, Du Ziteng's face became extremely ugly. He lowered his head to screw the door. Only then did he notice the severely deformed lock core. The lock core was damaged, except for non-violent kicking. Otherwise it is impossible to get in and out. Du Ziteng's heart thumped. Didn't Winfrey go to his room last night? Could she have been ghosted? Blah blah blah. Du Ziteng pumped his own mouth. Just thinking about unlucky things. Yunfu, she's definitely fine. The uneasiness in his heart was magnifying. Du Ziteng, what are you doing? Two men came up the stairway. After seeing that it was Dong Mai and Lin Chong, Du Ziteng looked like he had found his backbone and said in an urgent voice, I came to look for Yunfu, but the door to your room won't open for Sister Dong Mai. and no one answered when I called her. Tumai's face sank. What? She took 3 or 2 steps to the door and pushed past Duzitin tapping on it. AV opened the door. I'm home. The sound of knocking on the door was so loud that it startled Wang Tongtong and Gui Jiaojiao next door. Xiao Chang and Zhou Yu also came out, and a group of people surrounded the doorway and shouted at Yunfu, all get out of the way. Lin Chong took a few steps back and built up his strength to kick the door open. The door opened and the house was empty. What's going on? Wintermere wrinkled his nose. Did Yunfu not make it back to her room last night after we went downstairs? I think I heard a scream last night. Wang Tongtong's face was white as she recalled. After we stopped the ghost, Xiao Chang and Zhou Yu managed to go back to the room, and Yunfu stood at the door of the room. So by all rights, she should have gone inside. The door lock is broken. Someone doesn't want Yunfu to return to the house. Du Ziting took a deep breath. Where is Li Qian? How come I haven't seen her? Xiao Chang was close to the door and he went to Li Qian's room to call out. In a few seconds, Xiao Chang ran back with a face of fear, pointing behind him and gasping for air, his throat unable to speak as if he had been choked. Soon, everyone knew the reason for his appearance. Li Qian is dead, in the same condition as Sun Yu's, but she doesn't know she's dead herself, so when she hears Xiao Chang calling out to her, she follows him. Ho, ye seek me? Li Qian's hair was covered in dried blood, half of her face was plastered over, and the other half was ghostly. Her stiff eyeballs scanned everyone, her coarse voice letting out a strange laugh. Why haven't we seen Yunfu? Is she dead? Tumai clenched his fists. Did you do the lock on the door? Right. Li Qian grinned. The stitches on her neck clattered and bled. I've long been looking at her. Can't I just get her killed? You. Du Ziting was furious, but he was forced to keep his mouth shut because Li Qian was a ghost and he was afraid of causing trouble for everyone. While Sun Yu, Zhao Hui and Suing died under the rules of the game, Yunfu was killed by one of her own. Sometimes the heart may not be as scary as the ghost. Dongmai, Yunfu is dead. Li Qian, do you think you are alive? What do you mean? Li Qian spoke word for word. You want to kill me? Tumai shook his head. No, didn't you realize your neck was broken? You'd be dead already. My neck? With a puzzled look on her face, Li Qian reached out to touch her neck, and after feeling a circle of stitches, she froze. I'm dead? Yes, she was killed last night. The skin on Li Qian's face fell off extensively, revealing bright red flesh and blood, and she let out a ghostly whine as she lunged resentfully towards Dong Mai. Lin Chong blocked in front of Dong Mai. He pinched Li Qian's neck with one hand. His other hand held down her head and twisted it so hard that the threads collapsed and Li Qian's head and body separated. Tumai didn't want to waste her 100 ghosts of blight. She lowered her eyes. It's kind of a revenge for Fu. Du Ziting's eyes reddened. Wang Tongtong and Gui Jiaojiao also shed tears, although they have not spent much time with Yunfu. But in the game of Oriel, Yunfu saved them. They have not had time to repay Yunfu. Why are you all crying? A soft female voice asked suspiciously. Who said I cried? Du Ziting muffled his voice and wiped his face. I didn't. His words trailed off and he jerked his head around to look at the door. Yunfu leaned on the doorframe and smiled lightly. Your eyes are red and you still say you haven't cried. Cloudfur? Thinking he was blind, Du Ziting exclaimed. You're not dead? The others all turned their heads in unison. Yunfu blinked. You guys aren't crying because you think I'm dead, are you? Yunfu didn't have stitches on her neck. It couldn't be a ghost. Dongmai sighed in relief and walked over to pinch her face with some anger. Where did you go last night, Sister Dongmai? Yunfu's eyes darkened. Li Qian broke the door lock of our room. I can't get in, so I can only think of another way. Dongmai sighed and wrapped an arm around Yunfu, patting her back. It's good that it's okay. Wang Tongtong and Gui Jiaojiao also looked at Yunfu with delight. Yunfu saw Li Qian's head. She's dead? It was Li Qian who deliberately destroyed the door lock. Du Ziting explained. I know, Cloudfern said lightly. That's why I kicked in her door. Everyone looked at each other and didn't say anything. Lin Chong patted Yunfu's shoulder. Don't feel pressured. It was Li Qian who tried to harm you first. Xiao Chang chimed in. She's to blame. Yunfu gave a light I found a clue. Let's go downstairs to eat first, and we can also discuss a plan together after eating. Yunfu's words were only finished when the butler appeared at the door. Everyone had to go downstairs. When he came down, Sirius was sitting in the living room drinking tea. He was dressed in casual clothes with an upright back. He raised his head when he heard the commotion, and his eyes met on Yunfu's body. He put down his teacup and his long fingers undid the 2 buttons of his blouse, then deliberately turned his face sideways. As soon as Yunfu raised her eyes, she saw the red marks on his face. Was he reminding her of something? Noticing this oddity, Wang Tongtong came over to Dongmai and Yunfu and whispered, He's an NPC, isn't he? Is he giving us clues? Tommy stared thoughtfully at the mark on Celia's face. She suddenly asked Yunfu, Did you get your clue from him? Aha. Yunfu hated to admit it. because that would also sidestep the fact that she had been with Sirius all night. Chapter 16 The Rosebud Castle 16. So you stayed in his room last night? Wintermere held a smile. Cloudfur's cheeks heated up and she nodded her head. Wang Tongtong was shocked. So that's why this is the more dangerous place. The safer it is? Tumai bumped Yunfu with her shoulder and whispered. Looks like he likes you quite a bit. Sister Dongmai. What are you talking about? Yunfu quickly descended the stairs, ignoring the look Cyrus gave her, and headed straight for the dining room. A copy that has been cleared can be reopened multiple times. It's not impossible if you want to fall in love with him. Tumai scoped out. Although this kind of thing sounds far-fetched, it's not without precedent. There was a predecessor before. Cloudfur. Cloudfur didn't manage to dodge it, and Sirius called out to her. Go on. Seeing Yunfu standing still, Dongmai smiled and pushed her. She could tell that this copy of the inexplicably extra terrifying boss had no intention of killing anyone, and with all the behaviors he was doing, it seemed that he was only doing it to pester Yunfu. Horror bosses sometimes string copies together, just as humans string together. But such bosses are bound by the power of the copy and cannot take the head of the original boss unless the two have entered into a cooperation to kill together. Or maybe the awesome boss is so powerful that it breaks through the constraints of the copy and wants to annex the weaker boss as a way to strengthen its copy. This is rare. Though, horror bosses have a strong sense of boundaries with each other and don't clash easily. Rosy Castle was only a C-rank difficulty copy, and Tumai subconsciously assumed that Sirius was only a minor boss as well. A boss is still a boss even if it's small, and being able to strike a good relationship with Sirius might allow Yunfu to dodge a bullet when she encounters danger in the future. Mr. Sirius, you wanted to see me? Yunfu pursed the corners of her lips, trying not to look at the red marks on his face. Or did you think of something you want me to agree to? Not yet. Sirius slightly bent down, oppressively close to Yunfu. His dark eyes lowered, his eyes fell on her humorous lips, and he couldn't help but lick the corners of his own lips again. I found a good book, and I would like to invite you to read it with me. Read a book? What kind of plot is this? Is there a clue in the book? Afraid of missing the clues, Cloudfur didn't refuse. Okay, but not until I'm done playing the game with Oriel. I'll wait. Sirius nodded and went up the stairs without staying any longer. After breakfast, Oriel can't wait to play the game. It's been 2 days of playing Eagle Catch Chicken. How about we change the game today? Yunfu asked. Oriel cocked his head. So what's the game? Let's play hide and seek. Lin Chong said. Hide and seek is also fun. Everyone hides. As long as you find us all you win. They need time to negotiate the clues. And hide and seek is perfect for that. Oriel thought briefly and nodded in agreement with the offer. Right. Before the game started, Yunfu asked him as if he didn't mean it. Where's your pickleball? Why don't I see you playing with it anymore? Oriel's fleshy little face was innocent and confused. What leather ball? I don't have a leather ball. Cloudfern? The puck is actually gone? The game is limited to the yard and the first floor. Oriel stood against the wall and covered her eyes. I'm going to start counting, so hide yourselves. 1. The players scattered in all directions in the shape of birds and beasts. Meet me under the grape arbor by the third flower bed in the backyard in a few minutes. Wintermere instructed as he ran. Be careful not to lure Oriel over there. Yunfu ran into the villa when Oriel counted to 15, and with her were Gui Jiaojiu and Zhouyu. The villa's living room and dining room are too large to hide in at a glance, except for a large decorative fireplace by the dining room, which has no fire burning in it. Zhouyu gritted his teeth. I'll drill in. After Zhouyu had hidden himself, Gui Jiaojiu said to Yunfu, the kitchen is empty at this moment. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. The sound of Oriel's counting stopped. Cloudfur glanced at the floor-to-ceiling curtains and dodged behind them. I'm coming for you. Oriel's playful voice came from far away. He didn't linger much in the yard and went straight into the villa. I've seen you. Come on out. Oriel stood in the doorway and squinted around the room. I don't know if he was startled by his words or not, but dust rustled down from the fireplace. Oriel smiled wryly. So good at finding places to hide. But I'm good at finding them too. Zhouyu hands and feet propped up on the fireplace wall to prevent himself from falling. Heard footsteps coming in his direction. He gritted his teeth and climbed up again. Soon a pair of small leather shoes appeared diagonally below the fireplace. Like a death wish, Zhouyu's nervous heart stopped. How come there's no one there? Oriel glanced briefly toward the fireplace and regretted. Looks like I was looking in the wrong place. He turned his head and walked away. Zhouyu then breathed a huge sigh of relief. A layer of cold sweat seeping from the corners of his forehead. Playing games with Oriel without dying is conditional on having a good time. Zhouyu wasn't sure if getting caught too quickly would touch the conditions, and he didn't dare take the risk. Where are all the people? Oriel circled the living room, and suddenly, he noticed that the curtains moved in the absence of wind. Found it again. Oriel came to the curtains with a crooked smile. For the person in the fireplace, He could turn a blind eye and pretend he hadn't noticed. After all, they were hiding with all their heart. They were playing the game very seriously. But what was the point of hiding behind the curtains? It's too perfunctory for him. 2. The corners of Oriel's mouth pulled flat. Dare to perfume him and wait for death. He jerked his hand up to yank open the curtains. Behind the curtains was empty. Nothing. Oriel froze. This couldn't be possible. He was absolutely right. There had to be someone hiding here just now. Oriel's face grimaced as he gazed over to the window that was open a crack, as if he realized what was going on. He grunted triumphantly. Don't think that I won't be able to spot you that way. You won't be able to get away. Swish. Oriel tiptoed and pushed the window open. Outside the window, the sun is shining. Not far away there was the sound of birds chirping and twittering. No one again? Oriel looked the window up and down and left and right and was furious when he couldn't find anyone. Cloudfur stuck under the dark green European vintage-style couch and listened quietly as Oriel went elsewhere. She didn't rush out and waited another 2 minutes before climbing out. It wasn't safe behind the curtains, so Yunfu switched places in the last few seconds, then opened the window a crack, breaking a rosebush branch to gently prop it up, and when the branch couldn't hold it up it would hit the curtains, creating the feeling that someone was there. That's when Oriel fell for it. Cho-yu, Cloudfern whimpered. Oriel's gone. We need to get out of here. She came to the fireplace while keeping an eye out for movement, worried that Cho-yu wouldn't be able to get out on his own and intending to give him a hand. But just a little closer. A pungent burning odor came from. Chapter 17 Rosebud Castle 17. Yunfu's footsteps stalled, and her eyelids danced wildly for a few moments. She pinched herself and lowered her voice to call out to Cho-yu a few more times. The burning smell was getting stronger, mixed with some kind of grease that gave off a weird meaty aroma. Chow! Snap! A small section of bone fell out of the fireplace, clinging to a bit of unburned flesh and blood. Yunfu's shaky voice came to an abrupt end, and she covered her mouth tightly. The burning smell dominated the nose and ran down the chest cavity to the internal organs, and in an instant, Yunfu's stomach flipped in nausea and almost threw up. She blanched and forced herself to calm down. Wei Jiajiao is still there. Yes, we have to go find her. Zhou Yu is dead. Can't have another one. Yunfu turned around, ready to find Gui Jiajiao who had hidden in the kitchen, but at that moment, Oriel's voice came from the right corridor, and although the kitchen was on the left side, she would definitely be discovered if she went over there now. With no time to think more, Yunfu gritted her teeth and tiptoed out of the villa. Wei Jiajiao would not necessarily be discovered by Oriel. On the contrary, it was only if she went over now that she might cause the two to be in danger because the target was too big, and in order to save someone else she had to save herself first. Exiting the villa, Yunfu ran to the appointed place with heavy steps. When she arrived, Du Zitang and Wang Tongtong were already there. Cloudfur, here. Wang Tongtong beckoned. Where are Zhou Yu and Wei Jiajiao? Zhou Yu is dead. Yunfu's voice was muffled. She pinched the bridge of her nose. The pasty, burnt smell wouldn't dissipate. He hid in the fireplace, which was supposed to be decorative, but it caught fire. Wei Jiajiao is hiding in the kitchen. I didn't find a chance to join her. Du Zitang sighed as he alertly looked around. It's not easy for you to come here by yourself at a time like this. Don't think too much. After waiting for a while again, Lin Chongdongmai came, and Xiao Chang followed, but never saw Gui Jiajiao's figure. Wang Tongtong and Gui Jiajiao had a good relationship. She reddened her eyes. Jiajiao is afraid that it's going to be fatal. We can't wait any longer. We have to look for clues quickly. Dongmai shook Wang Tongtong's hand. Wang Tongtong wiped the corners of her eyes. I'll follow the arrangements. Wintermaid and I met Oriel's brother Ali on the second floor. Lin Chong opened his mouth to talk about what they had found last night. He glanced at Yunfu with intent. Ali isn't in a wheelchair. His legs are fine. I definitely didn't see it wrong. Yunfu's eyebrows furrowed, and her warm, soft voice said faintly, Ali was sitting in a wheelchair, and although his legs were covered with a blanket, his right side was sunk in and empty. Lin Chong, you're not wrong. Ali's legs should have been newly grown in the past few days. He's disguised himself well, but his walking posture betrays him. What do you mean new growth? Du Zitang felt incredulous. It's not like you're growing cabbage. Can you just grow it? Without answering him on that one, Tumai raised another suspicion. Oriel's parents were inbred, if not their entire family, and they seemed to be superstitious about the purity of their bloodline. Xiao Chang gulped. But aren't children born from consanguineous marriages more likely to have problems? That's why no one in their family lives long. Lin Chong said, knowing that something will happen but they keep doing it, there must be a greater good tempting them. Figure out the trick to this and what happened to Ali's leg and I think we'll be able to get through. I probably know why. Yunfu held out the newspaper. She unfolded the paper and placed it in the middle of the crowd, her fingertips pointing at the story that took up the most space. Decades ago, A local tycoon who was about to die suddenly regained his middle-aged appearance overnight, and when a reporter interviewed him, he said that he had found a way to live forever. Eternal life? Wang Tongtong listened in a cloudy manner. What does this have to do with our passage? Tommy's pupils constricted as a detail snapped to mind. Ollie's clothes. Clothes? Lin Chong didn't understand. Ollie's clothes don't fit. Tommy breathed in sharply. Both the blouse and the pants are all considerably larger. And I thought it was his habit. But now, AV, is he getting younger? Ollie wasn't that old in the first place. That's why he's not so easy to see when he gets smaller. Du Ziting was enlightened. Wouldn't that also explain why his legs grew back? Combined with the previous clues, I seriously doubt the way to immortality has anything to do with blood purity. Cloudfur closed her eyes. Do you guys remember when I asked Oriel where his Poke Ball went before the game started? Oriel said he didn't have a leather ball at all. Du Ziting was close enough that he heard it. How could he not have a leather ball? Sun Yu died because of it. He's lying. Cloudfern, he didn't lie. Everyone froze. Balls. Tommy looked to Cloudfur. Head? Yeah, I think that's Oriel's father's head. Cloudfur pursed her lips. But we were too late. And now the head is gone. Wang Tongtong and Xiao Chang's expressions were dumbfounded, not understanding how the ball had turned into a head. If that's true, wouldn't they be able to pass on the first night? Lin Chong pieced together the story. Is it possible that Ollie's legs were cut off by their father for the purpose of immortality? And their mother tried to stop it and was killed by a stab to the heart. And then Oriel killed his father back and cut off his head. Around and 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 around the head again. Lin Chong had a bold idea. He raised his eyes. Ollie ate his father's head so his legs could recover. Just cut open his stomach and take a look. Two mice said. Wang Tongtong and Xiao Chang, do bigwigs always speak and act so casually? It's hard. Mother and Oriel are protecting brother. Yunfu didn't object to Lin Chang's words, but she vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right about their speculations. Since there are clues, then we have to try. Stretching our heads and shrinking our heads is also a knife. We are not going to survive to the 7th day safely if we don't try. In the end, there is only one way to die. Dong Mai's expression was firm. Lin Chong squeezed her shoulder. You can try, but there is a way. They couldn't stay here for too long in case Oriel couldn't find anyone to get angry and drive the mother ghost to kill. So after chatting about the clues, the group resumed splitting up to find a place to hide. Yunfu wasn't going to enter the villa. She found a cleaner trash can and planned to go inside to hide for a while. It was only inside before the lid was closed when someone took hold of her wrist. Yunfu paused. She couldn't be so unlucky as to be found by Oriel. Brewing up her emotions and thinking about how she could compliment Oriel to her delight, Cloudfur lifted her eyes and met the slightly drooping dark pupils of Sirius' eyes. Dirty. Out. Sirius clutched her wrist and yanked it outward. Cloudfur was caught off guard by his hands wrapped around his cackle box and lifted him out. Chapter 18 The Rosebud Castle 18. I can walk by myself. Sirius didn't put Cloudfur on the ground after lifting her out of the trash can, but carried her in front of him all the way to the villa. The pure black shirt wrapped around the man's strong, lean and powerful arms, and the cuffs were pulled up to reveal a section of cold white sinewy wrist bones, ascetic and full of tension. Pressed too close, Yunfu could feel the outline of the chest and abdominal muscles of the person behind her, and she reddened her ears and fluttered her two thin legs, trying to get Sirius to let go of her. Don't move. Sirius' voice sank as he simply wrapped one arm around Yunfu's waist, his free other hand not so gently squeezing the back of Yunfu's neck. Yunfu had a jolt, and the redness spread from the roots of her ears to her entire body. The back of her neck was particularly sensitive, and now that it was covered by a large, rough palm, her entire body shuddered with uncontrollable wariness. Sirius sensed her difference and spared her another squeeze. Cloudfur. He wasn't a human being, he was a ghost, and he couldn't afford to annoy him even if he couldn't beat him himself. After reciting this several times in her heart, Yunfu was able to resist the urge to fight back, waiting for her to pass and leave. When the time came, she would have to retaliate back hard. Sirius took Cloudfur back to his room. Stand still and don't move. He put Yunfu down with some disgust, then turned to go to the bathroom. Cloudfern? What was that look in his eyes? Looking at her like she was something dirty. The bathroom door was left open and the sound of water being run into the tub came. Not a moment later, Sirius walked out, his shirt mostly wet and plastered to his body outlining tantalizing lines. Yunfu was busy averting her eyes. A long, bony hand reached out to her, making a move to unbutton her shirt. Yunfu was startled and was busy covering her chest, thumping back a few steps. What are you doing again? Sirius frowned. The trash can is dirty. You need to be cleaned. So the water in the bathtub was put out for her? No need. There's no garbage in the trash can. I'm not dirty. Yunfu refused. Sirius stepped closer as he leaned in close to sniff at Cloudfur. Dirty. I can smell it. You stink. Yunfu hesitated. She raised her hand and smelled the clothes. There was clearly no smell. Could it be that ghosts have a more sensitive sense of smell? But she really hadn't showered in a couple days either. After coming here, she never dared to stay in the bathroom for more than a few minutes for fear of encountering something dirty. And now when the matter of bathing was brought up, Yunfu felt uncomfortable all over, and was in desperate need of a hot bath to ease her mind. Sirius covered his nose. Yunfu blushed. She opened her mouth. Then I'll wash myself. You're not allowed to peek. Sirius shrugged his shoulders and said in all seriousness, I don't have a peeping Tom fetish, and letting you bathe was just a fear that you'd dirty my book when I read it later. Cloudfur. I want to beat him up. Unlocking the bathroom door. The pure white and clean surroundings made Yunfu's heart relax a lot. Oriel and the housekeeper were afraid of Sirius. She should be safe here now. After making sure that Sirius wasn't outside the door, Yunfu touched the temperature of the water and took off her jacket. The warmth of the water wrapped the whole body, and for a moment, Yunfu had the illusion of returning to the real world. She scooped up a handful of water and wiped her arms, her afterglow absently noticing a mushroom-style ornament facing her on the sink. Cloudfern blinked. Was this sitting there when she came in? How come she didn't see it at first? It was a pure black mushroom with a slender stalk and a lovely round cap. If not for the strange color, Yunfu would have liked it, but the black color showed that it was poisonous. Fortunately it was just a decoration, or else he would have to stay away from it. Yunfu sped up her shower, because after she found the mushroom ornament, she always felt like there were eyes in the room spying on her. Sticky and burning, making her uncomfortable. Click. When Yunfu got dressed and came out, Sirius was sitting on the couch with his eyes closed. Hearing the voice, he opened his eyes and surveyed Yunfu. The clothes fit. Sirius had prepared a new set of clothes for her, and Yunfu didn't make any pretense and directly changed into them. Only after she came out she noticed that something wasn't quite right. The dress seems to be the same couple's outfit that Sirius is wearing today? Come here. Sirius loosened his tie and the knot in his throat rolled. Going to start reading. He was sitting on a single couch. Cloudfur had to walk over to the side and sit on the large couch. She had her legs together, her thin white fingers resting on her knees in a good-natured and harmless manner. Sirius ruffled his eyes. You can read like that? Then where do I sit? Yunfu was confused. Why don't you sit over here? I like this position. Sirius patted the arm of the couch brutally. You can sit here. Yunfu's lips pursed flat. Mr. Sirius, do you have a girlfriend? Why the sudden question? An inexplicable light crossed the bottom of Sirius' eyes. Yunfu secretly rolled her eyes. Nothing. I just wanted to sympathize with your girlfriend for a few seconds. Being his girlfriend must be a real pain in the ass. What's the point of being handsome? He's a self-centered bigot. Yunfu thought to herself. If her boyfriend was like this, she would have kicked him out. But her kissing boyfriend was the nicest person in the world, and wouldn't be as rude as Sirius. Yunfu finished crickets in her mind and resigned herself to sitting over. There was no way. Good girls don't fight with male ghosts. Sirius opened the book. The words on it still unreadable to Cloudfur. Sirius translated it and read it to her. The story is simple. It's about a human girl who falls in love with a ghost. The girl doesn't know the identity of the Oni at first, but after learning about it, instead of resenting it, she resolutely turns into an Oni for her boyfriend as well. Cloudfur. She seriously doubted that the book told her any of this at all, and that Sirius had made it up to swindle her. Sirius closed the book, his eyes thick with infatuation. Yunfu, would you willingly turn into a ghost for your boyfriend? It won't. But Yunfu didn't dare to say it. It was in case it was a death condition, and if she didn't answer one correctly, Sirius would kill her. Ha! Yunfu laughed dryly. Why does it have to change? I think one person and one ghost is quite good. Nice head. A girl should say break up when she knows the other person is not a human being, preferably with a spell to exorcise the evil spirits. The world of humans and the world of ghosts and monsters are not connected, and girls have to die so they can be together forever. Sirius looked insistent. Cloudfur. Will you? At the end of his question, Yunfu suddenly felt something strangling her neck, depriving her of her breath in a little bit. Chapter 19 Rosebud Castle 19. Losing her breath. Yunfu's cheeks quickly reddened. She rolled her eyes with difficulty to look at Sirius, who had laid his hands on her at the drop of a hat. The man with the gold-rimmed frames on his tall nose was ascetic and gentlemanly. The bottom of his dark eyes half covered by his long eyelashes flashed with a dark aura of strange excitement, and his good-looking thin lips slowly hooked up during Yunfu's struggle. The low magnetic voice was dangerously charming. Don't be afraid. I'll move fast and won't let you hurt for long. Let go. Sirius' voice was like a demon's curse. Yunfu could hear the sound of bones clicking from her neck. Her hands grasped his arm with difficulty and slapped it, but even though she used all her strength it was like a kitten scratching an itch. It didn't shake the man in the slightest. Well, Yunfu was lifted up by her neck, and she saw a flash of white in front of her eyes, like she was seeing the end of death. Sirius towered over her dying expression as his hands continued to press harder. Good girl. In a minute, Yunfu disengaged, her hands dropping. She went limp in Sirius' palm like a delicate doll. Time was slowed down, like a rewind movie, and a scene from the past was replayed in Yunfu's mind. Some tiny, overlooked breaks became clear at this moment. Yunfu had always been skeptical of subliminal claims, so she had also heard about how you couldn't add the number you dreamed of in your dreams because the person on the other side was most likely not a human being. So, when she woke up and still remembered the number, Yunfu didn't search curiously, but the less she added the string of numbers the more it lingered in her mind. It ended up being even more quirky, leaping out at her as she typed something else. It was like something was manipulating her hand. Clicking add, clicking note boyfriend and then enticing her to eat the forbidden fruit of love. A crystal tear overflowed from the bottom of her eyes, blurring Yunfu's vision and causing the stern ghost in front of her to overlap with the words boyfriend for a moment. Probably a flashback, Cloudfur thought. She was so desperate to meet her boyfriend that she looked at anyone and thought it was her boyfriend. Yunfu closed her eyes. She stopped struggling and resigned herself to waiting for death. Babies don't cry. There were cold hands brushing against her cheeks, lovingly wiping away tears, kissing her at the ends of her eyes. Next, bang, bang, bang. A violent slamming of the door sounded. Dongmai's voice was anxious. Yunfu, are you in there? A harshness crossed the bottom of the disturbed Sirius' eyes as he held the person in his arms tighter in a possessive position and sulked. Get lost, Mr. Sirius. Dongmai outside the door didn't leave. She knocked on the door again. It's time for dinner. Everyone is waiting for Yunfu to have dinner. You don't want her to go hungry, do you? Winter Wheat is betting. Bet Cyrus is special to Cloudfur. He couldn't bear to see Yunfu suffer. There was a soft click and the door opened a crack. Wintermere sighed in relief. It seemed she had made the right bet. Inside the room is dim. Only the sofa has a trace of light. The figure of a man sitting in it, like a standing lofty mountain. His big palm gathered in the arms of the girl's body, both like a Rakshasa and like a guardian god. Cloudfur? Tumai didn't dare to grab the man directly and stood 2 paces away and shouted out. Cough, cough. The moment the fresh air rushed into her nostrils, Cloudfur's eyes snapped open, and she flopped down onto Sirius' arm, breathing greedily in large gulps, her tear-soaked eyes wet. She's not dead into it? The hand with long and slender finger bones patted Yunfu's back one by one, helping her to smooth out her breath. Cyrus had his other hand propped up on his head as he lazily lifted his eyelids with an irritated expression. Remember to come back later. Dongmai saw the pinch marks on Yunfu's neck. She lifted her heart and didn't move. Yunfu, everyone is waiting for you to eat. Hurry and come downstairs with me. Good. Knowing that Wintermere had come to her rescue, Yunfu got up from Sirius' arms on her hands and knees, and without a moment's hesitation, she took Wintermere's hand and opened the door to go out without looking back. What's going on? It was only after leaving from the 4th floor that Toma frowned in concern. It should have touched the death condition. Yunfu carefully touched the pinch mark on her neck and gratefully said, Luckily, Sister Dongmai, you came in time, otherwise I'm afraid I would have already died. Death conditions? Sirius was not a boss in the Rosebud Castle copy at all. He was bound by the power of the copy and could not just kill anyone. So how could there be a death condition? Yunfu didn't know this. She honestly said, Sirius told me a story and asked me if I would be willing to willingly turn into a ghost for my boyfriend like the heroine in the story. I didn't answer correctly and he moved. The corners of Tumai's mouth twitched. What's wrong? Did I misunderstand? Cloudfern blinked. It's okay. Tumai grinned. She wanted to swear so badly. She was able to tell that Sirius had a crush on Yunfu, but she didn't see that Sirius liked Yunfu so much that he actually liked her enough to want to get her killed so that he could keep Yunfu in the copy with him forever. Stay away from Sirius from now on. He's a good-looking guy but he's not a good ghost. Dongmai couldn't say it explicitly, but could only remind secretly, didn't you say you have a boyfriend? When you go out you'd better hurry up and get married. As long as Yunfu didn't die, then there would always be times when he ran into Sirius when he entered a copy in the future. And when he got married, he wouldn't be able to take someone else's wife by force and hog her. Would he? Marriage? Yunfu lost her smile. Sister Dongmai, I just started my freshman year of college, and I've never even met my boyfriend face to face. And even mentioned breaking up with him before coming in. Ouch. You can still get back together after a breakup. And don't you get extra credit for getting married in college? The two chatted as they walked toward the restaurant. 4th floor. Sirius sat unmoving on the couch, holding the same position he had when Cloudfur had left, coveting the warmth she had left in his arms. Wife won't die for me. The man curled up on the couch, his brow falling. A few strands of black mycelium spread through the air, scrambling to try to open the door and get out to chase the departing human. The owner of the mycelium had no time to care about them at this time. A sad and aggrieved expression appeared on his angular face, and with a flick of his slender fingers, a black cell phone appeared out of thin air in his palm, with only a contact person with a note for his wife on it. The last message sent to him was a breakup. Don't want to break up. Sirius covered his heart in pain. Is it true that my wife is abandoning me? I'll die without my wife's honor. The myceliums were stunned and looked at the doorway in dismay before running back to land on top of the man with a great deal of reluctance, jerking the phone away and making a concerted effort to give the hurt man a slap on the face. Crying, just crying. Useless man. It's fine if you don't have a wife. Why involve them? Sad face. Chapter 20 Rosebud Castle 20. Restaurant. Seeing that Dongmai had gotten Yunfu back, everyone was ecstatic. Since it was inconvenient for everyone to exchange information due to Oriel's presence, they all gathered in Lin Chang's room again after a quick meal. As he went upstairs, Du Ziting told Yunfu about the follow-up to the hide-and-seek game. We were all captured. Oriel wasn't angry when he heard you were taken by Sirius. Yunfu nodded. In fact, she was more concerned about Gui Jiaojiao. Gui Jiaojiao didn't have an accident. Everyone just entered the room. She announced with a serious face that she had something to say. I saw the body of Oriel's father. Lin Chong squared his shoulders and said, tell me the specifics. I hid in the kitchen alone after I separated from Yunfu Choyu. The experience of these days let Gui Jiaojiao strong a lot, although she is still very afraid but looks calm a lot. There is an old ventilation duct in the kitchen. I had thought of hiding inside the first round to go to find everyone to meet, but did not expect. She paused, her fingers whitening as she squeezed the corner of her coat. But I didn't expect to see the butler pushing out a body from the basement. And Oriel, who was carrying Zhou Yu's head in his hand. Wang Tongtong covered her mouth as she listened. Gui Jiaojiao continued. They sewed Zhou Yu's head onto that corpse, mouthing things like they were going to feed Ali. It's all connected, Du Ziting exclaimed. Gui Jiaojiao didn't know about the other clue, and Wang Tongtong was explaining it to her. Zhou Yu's head was sewn onto Oriel's father's corpse, and in a sense, Zhou Yu's head became Oriel's father's head. Lin Chong didn't look too good. Aside from Sun Yu, I seriously doubt that several other people's heads have been sewn on as well. Wintermere continued. So there's more than one head in Ali's stomach, and we have to find the real one out of it. Yunfu glanced at the time. Without delay, I suggest we do it tonight. None of them had touched Oriel's death condition today, but as time passed, the power of the copy boss would grow stronger and stronger, and it was highly likely that a big messy kill would unfold. But Yunfu always had a question in the back of her mind. So far, they've seen Oriel's parents kill people, and have been chased by Butler ghosts, and even Yunfu was almost killed by Sirius, but just no one has seen Oriel. Who is the boss? Do anything about it? Is Oriel really a ghost? There was no time for Cloudfur to think about it. There wasn't much time left until 12 in the morning. Time is short. Lin Chong pushed up his glasses, his voice inexplicably reassuring. Someone needs to lure away the headless ghosts in a while. Dong Mai and I are veteran players. The two of us will go and dissect the heads. Why don't I go along too? Du Ziting clenched his hand and made up his mind. Isn't there a ghost to protect Ali? You guys are afraid that you won't be able to free your hands if there's a fight, so me following along can help a bit. Of the remaining people, only he and Xiao Chang were male. Something dangerous couldn't have them hiding in the back. Instead they let the girls go charging into battle. I'll go too. Xiao Chang couldn't wipe his face and said. You stay. Du Ziting patted his shoulder. Headless Ghost's side isn't safe either. You protect the girls. After the plan was arranged, Yunfu and a few others went to Xiao Chang's room. Except for Dongmai Lin Chong and Du Ziting who stayed in their own rooms. The headless ghosts would attack people who weren't in their rooms, and Lin Chong and the others could take this opportunity to go downstairs. The clock on the wall gave a soft gingle. It's 12 in the morning. Xiao Chang stared at the doorway and let out a bitter laugh. My wife and I have only been engaged for a short while, and we plan to get married before the new year. And I don't know what kind of tears my wife will cry if I die here tonight. The atmosphere is low. Guo Jiaojiao choked her voice. I am the only daughter of the family. Just finished graduate school this year. Saved some money ready to go home to take my parents who have worked hard for me all my life to travel and see the great mountains and rivers of the motherland. Yunfu lowered her eyelashes. She didn't have any family that she missed. The only grandma that loved her left last year. As for her dad and stepmom sisters, they probably couldn't wait for her to die sooner. Wang Tongtong forced a smile. I'm an orphan. No father, no mother, no ties. When the headless ghost comes, I'll be the first to rush out. You all hide behind me. Don't say anything stupid. We'll all get out of here alive. Yunfu fought for air. No sooner had her words fallen than the ear-splitting sound of an axe rubbing against the ground and the footsteps of a headless ghost resounded abruptly from outside. All stand back. Xiao Chang was full of vigilance as he held the removed bed legs in his hand to block the girls. Bang! The axe struck the door. And the fragile wooden door was too much to handle. And a crack immediately appeared. Roar! The headless ghost's strength rose greatly. He kicked the door directly over. Xiao Chang, who was close to the door, was too late to defend himself, and was smashed in the shoulder by the fallen door, and hard chipped off a large piece of flesh. Xiao Chang dropped the stick in his hand and covered the wound with a cold sweat from the pain. Wang Tongtong bent down and picked up the stick with quick eyes and fought to smash the headless ghost's arm when the headless ghost raised the axe to Xiao Chang. This strike did not cause any substantial damage to the headless ghost. Instead, it shocked Wang Tongtong, who staggered back a few steps herself. She raised her head in disbelief as she was sent flying by the headless ghost's kick. Wang Tongtong's back slammed into the wall and her entire body fell to her knees, violently spitting out a large mouthful of blood. I'll fight you. Wu Jiujiao's eyes were red and she wanted to go over and die with her bare hands. Don't be impulsive. Yunfu hugged her. The few of us combined are no match for it. We can only rely on outsmarting it. Meanwhile, Yunfu noticed the new stitch marks on the headless ghost's neck. If headless ghosts had a weakness, it would have to be the neck. Hey, aren't you looking for your head? Yunfu took a deep breath and shouted at the headless ghost, who was about to lay his hands on Xiao Chang again. Come over and kill me if you can. Just kill me and you'll have a head. No. Dong Mai did a woeful backflip to dodge the dagger that was swung towards her, and in the cold light of the blade, she suddenly realized something. Lin Chong, we've all been tricked. The boss of this copy is not Oriel at all, but Ali. In the darkness, the neatly dressed teenager in a suit cocked his head with a smile. Guessed it? Too bad you guys realized it too late. It's their preconceived notions that the story centers on Oriel killing his father to save his brother, and they rightly think of Oriel as a ghost. Otherwise he couldn't have killed his father, who was stronger than him. Oriel is actually alive? Toma quickly organized her thoughts. It wasn't difficult to clear a C-ranked copy. It was just that this copy of Rosebud Castle had been set up as a blindfold, and if they had known from the start that Ali was the boss, then it would have been perfectly possible to get the head while he was weak. But now, Ali regrew his legs, and with the addition of many heads, he regained his strength power surge, while having his ghost mom as a support for him. Even if the two old players, Dong Mai and Lin Chong, were there, they couldn't cope with it. Knowing what Wintermere was thinking, Ali's expression clouded over. Don't even think about it. There's a butler watching over Oriel. With what you guys have, you want to blackmail me with my brother? Dream on. Dong Mai and Lin Chong had always thought that there was only one ghost on the second floor, so they dared to take a bold shot at it. But now that they were trapped by the boss, even if they knew the truth, there was no way for them to get the message out, and Yunfu and the others were dealing with the headless ghosts. So instead, it would be safer on Oriel's side. For the first time, Tumai felt despair. Are they really all going to die in a C-rank copy today? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yunfu managed to dodge the headless ghost's blow, and she sought an opportunity to dash out of the house. Xiao Chang followed her. Where are we going? Go to Oriel. Yunfu tone of determination. She all figured out. This copy of the key to pass in Ali can be coerced. Ali only Orel. The headless ghost was enraged and followed closely behind the two of them with an axe. Wang Tongtong and Gui Jiaojia took advantage of this gap to go back to their rooms. Chapter 21 Rosebud Castle 21. The headless ghost was in hot pursuit. Xiao Chang didn't understand Yunfu's intention and was shocked. Isn't going to Orel a death sentence? But they have no other choice now. There are ghosts in front of them, and there are also ghosts behind them. No matter which way they run, it's all a word of death. The difference only lies in the sooner or later of death. Oriel is not a ghost. He's human. Yunfu didn't have time to explain more to Xiao Chang. She quickened her pace. If you want the head in Ali's stomach, you have to hold Orel hostage. Their brotherly bond was strong, and Ali would never watch anything happen to Orel. Good. Xiao Chang didn't ask any more questions. He wasn't smart enough, so listening to a smart person was quasi-correct. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. The upward staircase finally came into view, and the headless ghost growled angrily as if guessing what they were going to do. One of Cloudfur's feet was already on the steps. The moment she stepped onto the steps, a cold, eerie wind met her face. Yunfu couldn't help but shiver, then smelled a wisp of gardenia fragrance mixed in the cold wind. Flowery? Is it Sirius? She took a step and looked up, searching. What's all the fuss about? Xiao Chang took 3 steps up the stairs, and when he saw Yunfu standing still, he pulled her. Yunfu returned to her senses, and only then did she notice that the headless ghosts behind her were not catching up. The stairway looked like it had an invisible boundary, isolating the furious headless ghosts from going up the stairs. But Yunfu remembered that when she ran for her life before, the ghost was able to catch up. So, Sirius could have stopped the ghost downstairs, but he purposely put it upstairs to scare her. and then took the opportunity to blackmail her so that she would owe him a demand? Xiao Chang also realized that the ghost couldn't come up. He panted and held the wall, his heart palpitating. What's the situation? Should be safe for now. Cloudfern glanced at the room at the end of the hallway. There wasn't a single light coming through there, and I didn't know if Sirius was asleep or not. Xiao Chang followed her gaze. By the way, this floor is occupied by Oriel's uncle. Sirius, is he a human or a ghost? Will he suddenly attack us? Aurel was protected by the butler, and if there was another ghost, they wouldn't be able to win, so they might as well just cut themselves down and die. At least it would be quicker. I'm not sure. Yunfu shook her head. Given Sirius' previous behavior of trying to get her killed, Yunfu didn't dare to guarantee anything more. She retracted her gaze. Let's go. There's still another level to go up. There were 5 floors in total in the Rosebud castle, and Oriel lived alone on the top floor. Xiao Chang tore off a piece of fabric from his own shirt to bandage the wound, and he walked in front to open the way, and for a while, the silence around them could only hear the two of their footsteps. I also wonder what's going on over there with Ringo and the others? The eerie silence creeped Xiao Chang out a bit, and he had no words to say. Did they know about threatening Ali with Oriel? Since Oriel is a human, he won't be the boss of this copy. Yunfu pursed her lips. The boss is Ali. Sister Dongmai and the others are in danger. We have to. Da. Beyond the footsteps of the two of them, a very soft voice suddenly sounded. Yunfu had sharp ears and heard it. She violently tugged Xiao Chang's sleeve. Crouched down. Xiao Chang was unsure, but his body instincts reacted one step ahead of his consciousness. The brightly shining scythe sliced past their heads, and a step later would have cut off half of their heads. The ghoulish butler stood behind them at some point, a smile grinning at the corners of his mouth to the back of his head. What are you doing up here at night if you're not resting in your rooms? Yunfu's heart was pounding. She knew that if they couldn't give a reasonable explanation, the butler would definitely kill them. We found a clue to the young master's father's head and would like to speak to the young master about the situation. Xiao Chang swallowed hard and tried to ignore the butler's eyes falling out of their sockets. Oh, the butler caught the eyeball and held it in his hand, playing with it. So, where's the head? In. Xiao Chang suddenly pushed Yunfu. He opened his arms and just blocked the butler, his face determined. Run. I'll stop him. You must definitely find Oriel. Xiao Chang used a lot of force, and Yunfu was pushed out several meters away from him. The butler Jijia sneered. Since you all know about it, it's all the more reason not to let you leave alive. Brother Xiao. Xiao Chang lunged over and hugged the butler's waist, and with the same stance against the butler's ghost slammed into one of the glass windows in the corridor. Yunfu wanted to go over to help, but she couldn't waste Xiao Chang's hard work. She gritted her teeth and turned her head to run towards Oriel's bedroom. The bedroom door was actually unlocked and opened at the push of a button. A small, dim light was lit on the wall of the house, adding a touch of warmth to the dead silence. Cloudford gently closed the door and looked around the room before shifting her gaze to the bulging on the bed. After guessing that Oriel was human, Yunfu didn't want to hurt him, but she had the lives of all the players on her now, so she had to have to commit Oriel for a while. Yunfu stepped forward and lifted the covers with one hand. The doll and the quilt rolled to the floor in response. Yunfu froze. Not Oriel? The doll lying on the ground on its back, the smile hooked at the corner of its mouth seemed to be laughing at Yunfu, laughing at them for thinking too naively, even if they guessed the truth. So what? As long as Oriel hides and is not found, when this night passes, the players are bound to all perish in the fountain of death. Cloudfur turned the house upside down and couldn't find Oriel. Where the hell is he hiding? Something rustled outside the window, and a blood-red rosebud poked through the crack of the unclosed window, the eyes in the stamens bony and sticky as they stared at Yunfu. Seeing that Yunfu had discovered it, the rosebud trembled with excitement, and then a single flower scrambled to burrow inside, pointing downwards in unison with its emerald green leaves. Yunfu was taken aback and didn't understand what it meant at first. After looking at it for a while, she said in a single word, "Are you guys helping me?" The rosebuds bobbed their flower heads up and down, a few so much that they shook their eyeballs into the house. The eyeballs excitedly wanted to get closer to Yunfu, but it was like they were afraid of something and didn't dare to get too close. They bounced on the floor, spelling out a few ancient words in crimson blood. Yunfu didn't recognize it, but looked at the words with familiarity, exactly the same as the words in the book Sirius was reading. So Oriel hid in Sirius' room? The eyeballs jumped back into the rosebud and the flower bobbed up and down again, looking smug. Thanks. The image was too ridiculous, and although he wasn't sure why they would help him, Yunfu politely thanked him. She didn't linger long, turned and walked out the door. Chapter 22 Rosebud Castle 22. The hallway was devoid of the butler's figure. Xiao Chang was nowhere to be seen, and the only thing that was left was the glass window that was broken wide open. Whistling in the thick night air and pouring a cool breeze inward, Cloudfur walked over with heavy feet and looked down and out. The shocking scene was reflected in her eyes. Xiao Chang fell from the 5th floor. His abdomen was penetrated by a flower branch. The whole person lying in a pool of blood kept convulsing. Yunfu's palms clenched at once. She remembered that Sister Dongmai had said that no matter how badly injured one was in the replica, as long as one could leave a breath to get out alive, the person would be restored to his or her original state. Xiao Chang can't die. He still has to go back and marry his beautiful bride. Yunfu scrambled down the stairs, falling in the meantime and not bothering to look at the rubbed palm. And before the man could stand still, he was already knocking on the door of Sirius' room. Sirius, I know you're not asleep. Open the door. Sitting on the couch, Oriel heard Cloudfur's voice, but he wasn't in the least bit afraid of it. This uncle of his had come from the highest level of horror copies, a boss of bosses. Holding down a human was as simple as crushing an ant, and even though he wasn't a boss, his brother Ali was, so uncle would definitely cover them as a kindred spirit and help him get rid of this human stinker. Sirius closed the book in his hand, his narrow eyes lifting to the doorway. Thinking he was annoyed, Oriel jumped off the couch and said solicitously, "My lord, the crude human outside the door is disturbing your rest, so we might as well kill him so he doesn't cause you any more trouble in the future." "You told me to kill her?" Sirius lifted his eyelids coolly, the mood of his deep-seated eyes uncertain. "Tens of thousands of humans must have died in your lord's copy. Not many more than her," Oriel said. Sirius grunted and lowered his head to continue reading. "Get the door." "Yes." Oriel took him as agreeing to his offer and went to open the door with glee. He could already imagine how gruesome Yunfu would die. Chopping off limbs and stuffing them in a vase. Peeling off skin and razor blades of flesh and blood or cracking bones all over the body. Oriel was especially looking forward to it. Door open. Oriel made a face at Cloudfur and quickly ran and hid behind Sirius as Cloudfur reached for him. "Slightly bitch, you won't catch me." Oriel was smug. A black and white cow pajamas with blonde curls. Living like a nasty little devil. Bears. The ghostly mother was protecting her brother Ali on the 2nd floor, and the headless ghosts were milling about on the 3rd, and the butler was nowhere to be seen. And now Oriel had almost nothing to fall back on, except the man sitting on the couch. Mr. Sirius. Yunfu didn't have time to beat around the bush here. She had to rush to successfully clear the copy before Xiao Chang gulped. She opened the door and said, "If I say I want Oriel, what conditions can I use to trade with you?" "Don't you dare." Oriel's milky voice drew up, her fleshy little face pouting. "My uncle is not going to oblige you. Children don't interrupt when adults are talking." Yunfu ignored him. The low curled eyelashes of his eyes reflected a small shadow in the bottom of Sirius' eyes. He moved like a statue, as if he was thinking about something. His dark eyes suddenly swooned with ripples, and he smiled lowly, his voice dark. "You want a child?" "Right. Oriel is indeed a child, and he's right to say so." "Well." The book was casually tossed aside, and Sirius rested one hand on his jaw, his eyes blazing and bright. "One could be born." "What? What's that?" Yunfu's brain went down, not quite understanding what he meant. "Who gives birth?" "You and me." The knot in Sirius' throat rolled. He licked the corner of his lips. "If you don't want to have one, you can let me have it. Pro-life children are the ones who are obedient, and the ones who aren't pro-life are easy to underraise. Most importantly, the pro-life will look like her as well as him." Yunfu's cheeks burst red. The ghost who tried to get her killed a few hours ago, and now a serious talk about giving her a baby? This world is really not normal. Having a boyfriend was not something Cloudfur wanted to explain all over again. She took a deep breath. "I'm not asking for a baby. I'm asking for an Oriel. It has to be an Oriel for that." Sirius blinked, understanding her words with a lack of interest. Oh, what does that mean?" Yunfu was anxious. "Sirius, then you must grant me one more request." "It's just a request. A debt is not as important as a life." "Good." Oriel's jaw dropped. "No, he was just sold?" "Uncle." Oriel was pushed back by Sirius, and before he could finish his sentence, Cloudfur grabbed him by the collar. "Sister." Oriel was wimpy and begged for mercy. "I'm just a cute baby." "Underpowered bears." Yunfu delivered an iron sand slap towards his ass. "Look out." Du Ziting was covered in blood. He was seriously out of stamina, but still blocked as he saw that Dongmai was going to suffer. Pust. It was the sound of a dagger piercing flesh and blood. Du Ziting didn't have a good place to put another bloody hole in his arm. Lin Chong was completely overwhelmed by Boss Ali. He and Dongmai were not responsible for fighting and killing in the organization, so it was a struggle to deal with the strong boss. But this is clearly just a C-level copy, and by definition it shouldn't be like this. Is it hard to upgrade the copy? Lin Chong wiped off the blood he coughed up and distracted himself with the situation over at Dongmai and Du Ziting. Du Ziting. Dongmai tried to catch Du Ziting, who was about to fall, but the weight of Du Ziting's chubby body was too great to hold him. Du Ziting was bruised and battered, with less air coming in than going out. I can't. You too. Try hard. Wintermere reddened at once. In a horror replica, the heart is wicked, and many times you need to beware of more than just ghosts and monsters, and good teammates can be hard to come by. Just hang in there. We'll figure out a way to get out. Du Ziting had taken the damage for her, and there was no reason for Dongmai to stand by and watch and die. Suddenly, Tumai noticed Ali's ghostly mother stop. She became cranky, as if something had curbed her weakness, and 2 lines of bloody tears left her hollow eyes. She gave up on attacking Dongmai and Du Ziting and turned around with her dagger to go out. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Duck duck duck. Sister Tumai, are you guys in there? It was Yunfu's voice. What's she doing over here? Don't come in. Dongmai was anxious. They were unable to protect themselves, and Yunfu coming over was a death sentence. Ali, you better come over here and open the door for me yourself. Cloudfur heard Wintermere's voice, which meant they were still alive, and she settled down and continued, or I'll break the door down with your brother Oriel's head. She said the hardest things in a warm, soft voice. Chapter 23 Rosebud Castle 23. Ali, who was attacking Lin Chong, looked like he was hardened when he heard Oriel's name, and his fist veered off and slammed viciously into a side wall. The splashing stones crashed all over Lin Chong, cutting out a bloody gash. But he didn't care about the pain and looked at the door with shocked eyes. It was expected that they would die in the copy this time. After all, no one knew that Ali was the final boss until they came to Ali, and no one knew that subduing Ali would require Aurel to do so. But now, Cloudfur had brought Oriel over. In other words, she gave them hope for life. Lin Chang's mind was complicated for a moment. His impression of Yunfu had always been that she was a dainty, soft little girl, the kind of little girl who needed someone else's protection and would hide behind someone else's back and cry in fear. But now, it's turned against them by the very people he thought he should be protecting. Lin Chong had to admit that he had seriously underestimated Yunfu's energy. There were a lot of surprises in Yunfu, and maybe when they got out, he and Tumai could make a guarantee and recommend Yunfu to join their organization. Mommy brother help me. Oriel wailed through the door. This stinking woman is horrible. She's really going to bang my head against the door. The ghost mom anxiously scratched at the door, trying to get out to save her young son. Ali didn't want to be threatened, but how could he tolerate bullying when he only had one brother? Spoiled and loved enough, literally his heart and soul. The shade under Ali's eyes grew even more as he darted over to open the door, vowing to pulverize whoever was outside. Brother! Oriel's mouth dropped, his big clear blue eyes tearing up as he cried out in aggravation. As soon as Ali came out, Yunfu felt a strong aura of coldness. She tightened her grip on Oriel's hand and pursed her lips. Release my teammates, or I will be rude to your brother. Bleeding blood and tears. The ghost mother's sanity was all but gone as her sharp nails and daggers stabbed at Yunfu. Mom, calm down. Ali stopped her and stared at Yunfu sorrowfully. I only have one brother, but you have 3 teammates. If you want me to release them you can. You can only choose one, or the 3 of you can fight and I'll let whoever wins go. Ali turned his head and gloated as he looked at the 3 men in the room, picking at them. Human feelings are the most unreliable. One moment can be life and death partners. The next second will be for the sake of interests in order to live alone to kill each other. There's always a price to pay for daring to threaten him. Even, to be fair, Ali offered Du Zitung, who was the most severely injured, a weapon as he tempted. Kill them both and you'll live. Lin Chong and Dongmai didn't say anything. Du Ziting slowly sat up. He covered his injury with one hand and picked up the weapon on the ground with the other. How can you guarantee that what you said is true? Seeing him take the bait, Ali grinned and waited for a good show. I swear, I'll do what I say. Don't. Yunfu was afraid that he would falter and quickly said, Du Zitung, the words of ghosts cannot be trusted. Du Ziting didn't reply to her. He had seen Ali's power, and when Ali said that only one could live, then the other 2 would surely die. Halftime. Du Ziting's gaze was firm as he stood up shakily and looked up at Dongmai and Lin Chong. Sorry about that. To my side. She didn't want to kill each other. But if someone made a move on her, she wasn't going to stand and take a beating, no matter how much that person had done her a favor. As Tumai assumed a welcoming stance, Du Ziting raised his blade as well. Only, the blade was pointed at himself. Dutton tried to kill himself. No, Tumai sensed his intention and stopped it. Du Ziting smiled ruefully. Friends, even if I can get out of this copy alive, there will be the next copy and the next waiting. I don't have such a strong sense of consciousness. Not to mention the overpowering ability to stay alive all the time, so die early and be reincarnated. Goodbye. He gave Ali a long, languid smile. Sorry, you won't be able to watch us kill each other. His smile fell on Ali's eyes with a certain degree of provocation. Ali's face was as gloomy as ink as he watched Du Ziting plunge the knife into his heart. Lifting his hand with a wave, The knife was sent flying and nailed into the wall. Dare to disobey me? It's not easy to die? I won't let you die painfully. Brother! Seeing that Ali was going to get Du Ziting killed, Yunfu pinched Aurel's face in a hurry and he cried out, "Brother, save me, it hurts." Cloudfur. She didn't even have to use much force, and the little brat didn't even blush. However, this superior crying skill of Aurel's was a big help to her, so Yunfu put on a vicious expression. Ali, if you dare to touch my teammates, I'll remove Aurel's arm, and I'll torture your brother however you torture my teammates. Ali was eating like a fish stuck with a thorn, trying to pull it out but hurting himself. His chest heaved violently and he gritted his teeth. Release Aurel and all will be well. Dongmai and Lin Chong stood beside Yunfu while one of them held up Du Ziting. The ghost mother wanted to make a move, but she was also concerned about her young son, so she could only use her sinister gaze to lock onto Yunfu, and as long as Yunfu let her guard down a little bit, she would come forward to snatch her. Brother Lin. Brother Xiaochang was seriously injured when he fell downstairs. Please go down and take a look. Lin Chong nodded. Okay, I'll go now. You guys be careful. Ali, I want the head in your belly. Your father's. After Lin Chong left, Yunfu began to talk about the conditions. Ali bent over in laughter as if he had heard an unbelievable joke. Damn human, do you really think you can sway me? With no time to waste, Cloudfur pursed her lips and pressed a glass sliver against Aurel's neck. I'm the dominant one now. You don't think I'm afraid to make a move, do you? Soon, bright red beads of blood oozed from Aurel's neck. Aurel is set to be human in the copy, but that doesn't mean he's really human. The copy opens multiple times, and after they leave, the next batch of players will enter, and Aurel, along with Ali and all the ghosts, will follow the set plot again. I'll give it to you. Ali, afraid that Cloudfur would cut Aurel's head off, took the knife and cut himself right open. Woohoo! Aurel cried out, her little face reddening. Brother, no! Yunfu instantly felt like she was the baddest of the bad. Her heart softened, but she forced herself to harden her heart again after meeting her ghost mother's leering, bloodshot eyes. Don't try to trick me. Ali's fingers stirred in his own stomach, pulling out a head a moment later, seeing that it wasn't and tucking it back in again. He laughed. A little too much food. I'll have to identify it. These heads aren't very tasty, especially my dad's assholes. Ali's gaze was calm. I didn't want to eat him, but he tried to eat me and my brother. If he had just eaten me then I would have been fine with that. His mistake was that he shouldn't have touched mom and my brother. Good people don't live long. Woes live 1,000 years, and a like him deserves eternal life? Dream on. Put. Ali pulled out another human head that had been mostly corroded away by the stomach juices. He exclaimed, it's this one. Chapter 24 Rosebud Castle 24. Listening to the headless ghost's movement outside, Wang Tongtong and Gui Jiaojiao huddled into a ball cowering in the corner of the room. Is something going to happen to everyone if they haven't come back in so long? Gui Jiaojiao was worried. It won't. Wang Tongtong comforted her as well as herself. Big brother Lin and the others are very powerful. Yunfu is also especially smart. We just need to be good and obedient and wait for them to come back and then we'll be able to pass and leave. No sooner had her words left her mouth than an icy system voice appeared in her head. Copies of Rosebud Castle were successfully cleared, and surviving players are about to be peeled off. Countdown in 10 seconds. X. 9. It worked? The unsympathetic systematic sound seemed extraordinarily kind at this moment. Guo Jiaojia covered her mouth and cried out in joy. We can leave now. Aha! Wang Tongtong gave a heavy nod as she burst into tears. Big brother Lin and Yunfu. They've succeeded. The moment Yunfu's hand touched the head, the system's voice rang in the minds of every living player. Ali hadn't lied to her, it was none other than their father's head. So the copy quest is complete and they can leave. Yunfu turned her head to look at Dongmai, who happened to be looking at her as well, and the two of them smiled at each other with a relieved expression. 3 seconds left on the countdown. Yunfu silently counted along in her mind. Du Ziting and Dongmai disappeared around her one after another, and she knew that they were back in the real world, and the hideous figures of Ali and Aurel and Ghost Mom were fading. As Cloudfur's surroundings gradually turned into the inside of a school bus, her heart raced, and she closed her eyes in anticipation of everything returning to the way it was once she opened them. The countdown is completely over. Yunfu's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. However, after taking in her surroundings, the smile on her face froze. The school bus is gone. In its place was a door. Cloudfern recognized it as the door to Sirius' room. In other words, instead of returning to the real world, she was now still in the horror copy. Everyone else had left, and Sirius had left her alone. Yunfu crumbled inside and laughed harder than she cried. She's done her job. So who is Sirius to abuse his personal power and trap her here? This devious, cunning, bad ghost. Yunfu was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and knocked on the door to get at him. Siri! Before the words were finished, the door suddenly opened from the inside, and a strand of black mycelium wrapped around Yunfu's waist, not giving her any chance to refuse, pulling her inside. As the door slammed shut, so did Cloudfur sit in Sirius' arms. She saw with her own eyes that the black hyphae turned into the man's strong arms and the long fingers that cupped her face. Sirius had made no secret of the fact that he was not human in front of her. Have you pinched enough? Yunfu's face was slack-jawed as she removed the man's wanton hand, glared roundly, and said angrily, I want to go back. Before she completed the quest, she was afraid that Sirius was a ghost and would kill her. But now that the quest was done and Sirius was no longer in a position to kill her, she didn't care what he was. Seeing her anger, Sirius grunted slowly, not allowing to pinch his face. He went to pinch the soft flesh on Yunfu's thin waist instead. You can leave. Really? Yunfu didn't believe it. But isn't Miss Cloud forgetting something? Cloudfur, I forgot to sh. Oh, yes, she did forget something. Forgetting the 2 requests she promised him. Yunfu touched the tip of her nose slightly sheepishly. I'm not someone who owes a favor and doesn't pay it back. So say what you want, as long as it's within my power. Not forgetting that Sirius had always wanted her dead, Cloudfur added. She was afraid that Sirius would make her kill herself. It's simple. Sirius slowly withdrew his hand and gazed at Yunfu's delicate lips in a good manner. First request. You give me a kiss. Oh, just kissing you. Yunfu was so focused on leaving that she waited until she came back to her senses to react to what an outrageous request Sirius had made, and she instantly refused. No way. Well, Sirius cupped Cloudfur's chin and kissed him directly. The softness of his touch mesmerized him, and he intended to touch away, but he couldn't let go and wanted more. The pink mist that rose from the tip of her ear instantly spread all over her body, being gathered by the man's tall body. Yunfu didn't have the slightest chance to resist. Her silhouette was reflected in the bottom of the dark eyes of Sirius that didn't close. The eyes brewed with burning emotions like a storm. Yunfu didn't read it. She was scalded and stared blankly, and Sirius took the opportunity to seize it, prying open her bejeweled teeth and deepening the kiss. A slap across the man's face. Teardrops pooled in Yunfu's eyes. How could he kiss her again? For the second time already. How can she go back to a relationship with her boyfriend? Yunfu looked so desperate that she hated to cut her mouth off and not have it. Excited, Sirius placed another kiss on Cloudfur's slightly swollen lips and offered to bring the other side of his face into her hands. Is this side going to fight too? Instead of humiliating him, it was enjoyable for him. Yunfu moved her fingers and said breathlessly, what about your second request? Kiss have kissed. She cannot go for this to seek death, or her previous efforts to live will be all in vain. Can only wait to go out and then give her boyfriend a good explanation. If he does not listen, really want to break up with their own. Yunfu also recognized, even if she really likes her boyfriend. But put yourself in her shoes. If her boyfriend was forcibly kissed by another woman, she couldn't accept it. Sirius was silent for a long time before he spoke up with his second request. He raised his hand and gently brushed away the wetness from the corner of Yunfu's eyes, his voice loving. The second request. Never, ever break up with your boyfriend. He loves you very much. Yunfu gasped and laughed. This ghost has a very wide pipe. He won't let himself break up with his boyfriend, but then he takes away his first kiss. Isn't that a contradiction? Yunfu raised her eyes, wanting to scold him, but after meeting the sentiment under the man's eyes, the words were blocked in her throat. It was hard for her to describe what kind of eyes they were. Unwillingness, deep love, heartache, resentment, attachment, complex emotions mixed together, giving Yunfu a great impact. It's like she had seen those eyes before, a long time ago. Go. Sirius withdrew his gaze. He stood up with a cold face and pushed Yunfu, forcefully pushing her to the door. You go. Don't. When you're gone. The corners of his lips quivered, a layer of silent loneliness enveloping his icy aura around him, and ultimately failing to utter the last two words. Sirius stubbornly turned and closed the door. Black mycelium spreads, trying to get out along the door. No go. She doesn't want me, and she won't want you. Mycelium pressed pitifully against the door, banging on it again and again, begging the girl at the door to stay. Yunfu's eyes snapped open. She was sitting comfortably in the last row of the school bus while it traveled smoothly toward the school, passing through the mouth road without incident. The side quest was successful, and naturally Yunfu didn't die. She returned to the real world. Sirius. Yunfu's brow furrowed as she clutched the cell phone in her hand and looked out the window. Why? Why was the necklace she had given her boyfriend around Sirius' neck? That necklace was handmade by her. One of a kind. There was no one of a kind. Chapter 25, His Name. The moment the door closed, she caught a clear glimpse of the necklace Sirius wore around his neck. Because the material and workmanship are special, Yunfu would never be wrong. That was her gift to her boyfriend. A terrible thought suddenly rose up in Yunfu's heart. Could the boyfriend have gotten into the horror game as well when he consistently refused to meet her? Nope. Yunfu frowned tightly, dismissing the speculation. Except for props, you can't bring in any personal items in the copy. And during this time she and her boyfriend had been chatting and calling every day, which meant that he had a cell phone with him. And what would that be because of? It couldn't be that her boyfriend was killed by Sirius and then the necklace was taken by Sirius, could it? The phone vibrated a few times and a message came in. Boyfriend transfers 52,000 to you. Boyfriend transfers 131,400 to you. Baby, I don't want to break up. Let's not break up, okay? Pitiful. JPG. Yunfu's comment about breaking up was supposed to be a gas. She was trying to force her boyfriend to come see her. Ridiculous thoughts flashed through her mind. Looking at the message sent, Yunfu pursed her lips. If her boyfriend had been killed a long time ago, then who would have sent her the message? Not replying to the message right away, Cloudfur stared at the chat screen for a moment. Remembering what she recalled when she was almost strangled by Sirius, she typed a question. Boyfriend, I don't seem to know your name. As she typed, Yunfu's fingertips were trembling. It's really ridiculous that after 2 months of being in a relationship, she likes him to the bone, but she doesn't know his name. This issue has been grotesquely ignored from the start. If it wasn't for the accident today, Yunfu was afraid that she wouldn't have thought to ask. Whatever my name is, I'm the baby's boyfriend. Is he being evasive? Not wanting to change the subject, Yunfu asked again. The opposite side shows up as being typed, but the message is delayed. Yunfu's heartbeat missed a beat. She had an almost weird intuition. It was hard to believe that her boyfriend's name was. The message popped up with a ding-dong sound. Not knowing when to hold her breath, Yunfu took a deep oxygen-deprived breath as she scanned the name in one lump. Not in 4 words, but in 2. The heart couldn't tell what it felt like, and Yunfu didn't feel the slightest bit of relief from relaxation. You Ashes. My name is You Ashes, not Silius. And what about the necklace? Did you lose the necklace I gave you? Take a picture and show me. Yunfu desperately wanted to know the truth. Soon after, the photos were sent. How could I lose what the baby gave me? I'm super attached to it. The necklace in the picture was identical to the one Cyrus wore around his neck, right down to the little nick that Yunfu had accidentally made when she missed. So, baby, can we make up now? Winky face. Yunfu's heart was in turmoil. Just at this time the school bus arrived at the school gate. She hurriedly returned a sentence, depending on your performance, and collected her cell phone to follow everyone down the car. She wasn't in a position to think calmly right now, so she might as well hang out for a while until she figured it out. Dizzy face, you're a new student, aren't you? There were a lot of people at the entrance of the school, and Yunfu had just gotten off the bus before she had a chance to go get her luggage before she was hard pushed out by the crowd. A hand behind her held her arm. The cheerful sunny boy in a white shirt hooked a smile. I'm the student council in charge of welcoming the new students. Are you in some kind of trouble? I can help you. Hello, Eucalyptus White Sr. Yunfu saw the work tag hanging on his chest and pointed to the school bus. I haven't gotten my bags off yet. Good point, I'll get it. As soon as Yunfu got off the bus, Eucalyptus saw her. The confused and clueless young girl in the crowd was beautiful like an elf. Just one glance could make people fall in awe. Eucalyptus was originally helping the other freshmen with their things, and when a few of the surrounding student council members saw Yunfu, they all stupidly wanted to come over to help, but he suppressed them. Schoolgirl, haven't said what your name is. Eucalyptus didn't give Yunfu his suitcase. He walked ahead to lead the way, leading Yunfu to the enrollment procedures. Cloudfur. Yunfu said. Senior bye. Why don't you give me the case? It's a bit heavy. Yunfu didn't want to bother anyone else when she could do it herself. Indeed a bit heavy. White Eucalyptus is not short. He should be 5 feet 8. He is very white looking, and there is a dimple on his left cheek when he smiles, so it's better for me to take it. It's just the right time to test the results of my fitness during this period of time. Yunfu was a bit social in front of people she didn't know well, and it was Eucalyptus who was looking for topics to talk about along the way. Where is schoolmate Yun's family from? And do you plan to live on campus? The enrollment registration is in the gymnasium. The line is very long. White Eucalyptus seems to be very good. He led Yunfu to the front. Directly in the familiar classmates took a form for Yunfu to fill out. Yunfu checked the box for living in school. My family is in Pingcheng, but my family is very busy, so it will be more convenient for me to live in school. After entering the information and paying the money, Eucalyptus led Yunfu to the dormitory again. There's a hill behind our school, so there are a few dorms that are on top of the slope. It just so happens that the 11th building you live in is it, but there's a second cafeteria next to it, which has great hot dry noodles and hot pot noodles. The boys couldn't get into the girls' dormitory, and it just so happened that there was a female classmate downstairs that Eucalyptus knew, and he entrusted Yunfu with it. Lin. This is one of my sisters. Please help her with her things. No, no, I can do it myself. Yunfu was embarrassed. It's fine. We can get extra credits for helping freshmen carry their luggage. Lin Lin was also in the student council. She teasingly glanced at Eucalyptus Bai and took Yunfu's luggage. Don't worry, Minister. I guarantee that I'll bring your good sister's luggage upstairs safely. Yunfu was not stupid, and could hear that Lin Lin should have misunderstood something, but Bai Eucalyptus had only just helped her, and rushing to explain in front of him was a bit of a loss of face for him. He could only say, "Thank you, senior sister, for your help. I'll treat you two to dinner some other day," as Eucalyptus Bai took out her cell phone and tried to add her friend. Yunfu pretended not to see it and pulled Lin Lin into the building. Eucalyptus Bai lost his smile as he watched Yunfu's fleeing figure. Was he so scary that he scared the little girl right off? Forget it. The coming days are long. Sister, it's not that schoolteacher is talkative. Lin Lin thought about it and felt the need to remind Yunfu. Brother Bai is very nice, handsome and good at studying and mild-tempered, but he has a crazy suitor. If you want to be with Brother Bai, that crazy woman will probably hurt you. No, no. Yunfu desperately shook her head. Senior Bai and I only met at the school gate, and I have a boyfriend. So, Lin Lin smiled. That's a shame. As far as I know, Bai has never been in love. This should be the first time he's ever sprung a romance. You know, people who are good at studying have a common problem, and that's that they are very persistent in what they do. Chapter 26, Hello, I'm Yunfu. Arrived. The dormitory where Yunfu lives is on the 6th floor. Lin Lin knocked on the door of 612, turned around and added, I also live in this building. It's in 317. In the future, if there's anything you need help with, you can come and find me. By the way, our dormitory has opened a commissary. If there's something you want to buy in your dormitory, come over at any time. Lin Lin took the opportunity to pull in business. Yunfu said thank you and added Lin Lin's friend. The door to the dormitory opened and a cute girl with a pill head poked her head out. Excuse me. Everyone else is out and I'm in the bathroom with some stomach discomfort. I didn't hear you knocking. Since there were other freshmen who needed help with their bags, Lin Lin said hello and left. Yunfu carried her luggage into the house. Her eyes curved as she held out her hand. Hello, I'm Yunfu. Hello. Sonia stared at her face, her eyes full of amazement, and only after a long time did she return to holding Yunfu's hand, somewhat shyly. My name is Sonia. Yeah. Yunfu's Yenran lips slightly hooked. Can I call you that from now on? Of course. Sonia nodded excitedly, pulling Yunfu's hand and not letting go. I'll call you Fu then. Fu, you're so beautiful. I've never seen someone as beautiful as you. Sonia is a straight shooter. Says what comes to mind and doesn't hide it. Yunfu was relieved in her heart. She was worried about dormitory relations before she came here, but now it seemed that her roommate was quite nice. Yaha, you look good too. We all do. Sonia touched her face in embarrassment, and went to carry over the bedding issued by the school. Afu, you live in the 4th bed, and the 3rd bed of Ming Xian students are the opposite bunk. Come early, Zhao Juni students have already helped everyone to clean up. I'll help you make the bed. During the time she was packing up her bed, Sonia sent messages to her other 2 roommates calling them back. It didn't take long for the 612 to gather. Zhao Juni stayed short hair looks very valiant. She is also tall. There is 1.75 m or so, wearing a black a pair of imperial appearance. And Ming Xian looks very good. A head of long flowing hair looks particularly quiet. When the 2 of them came in together, Yunfu almost thought Zhao Juni was Ming Xuan's boyfriend. It's almost time for dinner. Juni and I bought lunch and came back. This is considered the first time our dormitory has gotten together for dinner. I'm afraid that Afu is too tired to pack up her things after she just came here, so we'll go out to eat again in the evening. Ming Xian smiled sweetly. Zhao Juni opened 4 bottles of Coke. In the future, we are our own people. 4 years of college life, I cover you. Cheers. Cheers. The atmosphere was cordial. Yunfu drank a Coke and drank out of the wine, and after a meal, the 4 people thoroughly mingled. In the meantime, the 7th floor of the faculty office at Pinnacle University. Strange. I clearly saw Mr. Lin coming. Why didn't he open the door? A female teacher outside the door knocked suspiciously. Mr. Lin, are you in? Enter. Lin Chang's eyes snapped open. He had long since gotten used to the state of being out of a horror game, and his face was impassive as he lifted his glasses and looked toward the door. You're here, Mr. Lin. The female teacher who came in sounded annoyed. It made me knock for so long. My legs are tired from standing. Mr. Sun, looking for me? Lin Chang's tone was light, not picking up on her. Sun Jing beamed, somewhat dissatisfied with his insensitivity, and took a few steps to Lin Chang's side, resting her hand on the back of the chair and slightly bending down to place the papers on the table. Principal Song would like you. Mr. Lin, to speak as the outstanding teacher representative at the orientation meeting the day after tomorrow. Sun Jing was wearing a low-necked shirt, and when she bent over, the scenery was infinite. Lin Chong was well aware of her mind, but he didn't like this Sun Jing. He flipped through the papers without slanting his eyes. I'm very busy. I don't have time to go, so please tell Principal Song, and bother him to find someone else. How am I supposed to talk about something like that? Sun Jing leaned forward again, almost leaning on Lin Chang's arm. She was very interested in Lin Chong. She had released signals a long time ago, hoping that he would chase after her, but she didn't know whether Lin Chong was really stupid or pretending to be stupid, and never responded to her, so she had to come to the door. Teacher Lin, at least feel sorry for me. Principal Song is very fierce. If you don't say yes, he'll definitely think it's because I'm not doing a good job and will scold me to death. As soon as the soft touch touched his arm, Lin Chong electrically popped up. He woefully straightened his suit jacket. Mr. Sun, don't be like this. How am I doing? Sun Jing blinked innocently. Lin Chong took a deep breath. Okay, I'll go. He took the paper and signed his name to it, inadvertently flipping back and seeing one of the names among the student representatives. Mr. Lin, are you free tonight? There's a new very good restaurant nearby. Let's go and try it together. Sun Jing's voice was soft. Lin Chong stared at the name on the document and looked at it again and again. He suddenly picked up his cell phone and headed out. I don't have time. Please go back. Mr. Sun. The plan fell through. Sun Jing was very unhappy. She was so angry that she stomped her foot. What a guy. Sun Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered what exactly Lin Chong had seen on the document that would have refused her to go out in such a hurry. The only names on the document were those of a few teachers and students who were to speak. Could it be that someone had gotten there first and hooked up with Lin Chong before her? Winter wheat. Lin Chong called Dong Mai as he went downstairs. Yes, Yunfu actually attends Ping University. Okay, I'm going to find her and convince her to join us. By the time Lin Chong inquired about Yunfu's dormitory building, Yunfu had already left the school with her roommates and was wandering around the snack street. AV, I heard that Eucalyptus White Sr. helped you with your luggage? Ming Xian is well informed. Well, Eucalyptus White Sr. is very enthusiastic. Yunfu nodded her head. Ming Xian bit her lip. Fu, I advise you to deal less with by Eucalyptus Sr. in the future. The art college next door to us has a freshman this year. It seems like by Eucalyptus Sr. had tutored her before. That girl has been pestering by Eucalyptus Sr. ever since, often coming to school to harass him, and also warns the girls not to get too close to by Eucalyptus Sr., or else she'll do it. Ha! There's this? Sonya couldn't believe it. Senior Eucalyptus Bai is so miserable. Zhao Junyi disdain, Afu was not afraid. Sis has learned sparring. Who dares to hit you? I will help you fight back. Yunfu pursed her lips and smiled. No need. Senior Eucalyptus Bai and I won't cross paths in the future. You're the clear one, Ming Xian said, but some crazy people won't think so. She was worried that the matter of Bai Eucalyptus helping Yunfu today had spread to the next academy, and she was afraid that the girl would come to Yunfu's trouble. As they were talking, a shrill engine sound suddenly came from the road, and a flamboyant sports car came straight at Yunfu and the girls. There was no intention of slowing down even when he got closer, and he had the intention of knocking Yunfu off her feet. The Comer is not good. At that very moment, Yunfu felt something wrapped around her waist to protect her as if it were. She was busy looking down. Chapter 29, Stinking Rascal Ghost. The feeling was exactly the same as when he was wrapped in silk threads by Sirius in the Rose Castle replica. Obviously not seeing anything, Yunfu keenly smelled a touch of gardenia fragrance, but there are no gardenias at all in the vicinity of the University of Peace. A warm, moist touch licked against the tip of her ear, and something buried itself in Yunfu's neck, and she stiffened, visibly feeling herself being embraced in an embrace. A wide manly embrace. Who could it be? You Ashes. Or Sirius? Cool nostrils sprayed on her skin. Yunfu's eyelids fluttered lightly, and in the next second, a burning kiss forcefully kissed her neck, instinctively provoking a tingling itch. As Yunfu's shaking hands tried to grab the person behind her, there was an empty space behind her, and then the sports car that crashed towards her stopped as if it had run into some barrier, and the distance between it and Yunfu was only 1 meter. Holy, who's so arrogant to drive like that here? Don't want to die? Zhao Junyi rolled up his sleeves, gesturing to go forward to find the owner of the car theory. Yunfu's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat, her eyes drooping slightly, her sight falling on a shallow handprint on the front of the car. The door of the sports car opened, and a girl in a pink tutu arrogantly walked down, wearing a pair of brand-name sunglasses. Her red lips flared. Mingxian stopped Zhao Junyi and frowned. It's her. Who? Sonia was shocked and stunned by the stance she had just taken. The girl who chases after Senior Eucalyptus Bai. Feng Ruotang. Say it. Feng Ruotang took off her sunglasses. and her upturned eyeliner made her look extraordinarily bad. Which little ungrateful person let Brother White Eucalyptus help with the luggage today? If you can't take it yourself, I can chop your hand off for you. As she said so, her gaze was directly locked on Yunfu. Without any other reason, this girl was really pretty and gave her a strong sense of crisis. Aren't you? Yunfu returned to her senses. Before she could speak, Zhao Junyi blocked in front of her. Feng Ruotang, right? We don't care if you like white eucalyptus, but if you want to make things difficult for Afe, it's absolutely impossible. Junyi. Yunfu looked at Feng Ruotang, patted Zhao Junyi's arm to show her that she was fine, and then looked at Feng Ruotang again, saying without being condescending, "Does Mr. Feng know about this?" "What do you mean?" Feng Ruotang thought she was threatening herself and snorted, "Does my father know that he will be towards me? Who do you think you are? Cloud Fur." Yunfu didn't expect this scene to be the first time she met Feng's family. She said her name lightly. "Dare to steal Brother White Eucalyptus from me? I don't care what you call it." Feng Ruotang's brash and arrogant expression was stunned as she turned her words around. Her eyes filled with disgust. "You said your name is Yunfu? I have a country bumpkin sister also named Yunfu. It can't be you, right? It's me, Feng Ruotang, Yunfu's cheaper sister. If it wasn't for the fact that the Feng family's business was in Pingcheng and she had examined over here, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have crossed paths in this life." After all, Feng Jinyun didn't recognize her as his daughter at all. "Fu, are you really Feng Ruotang's sister? The daughter of Feng Zhengyun, a famous entrepreneur in Pingcheng?" Sonia asked cautiously. Yunfu smiled. "Well, but I've been living with my grandmother in the countryside of a neighboring province, and I've never met Feng Ruotang before. It wasn't an unspeakable secret," Yunfu said frankly. "Zhao Junyi, that means Feng Ruotang was born to a stepmother. If you don't have the surname Feng, are you following your mother's surname?" "I've never met my mom." Cloudfur pursed her lips. "And I don't know her last name, so I have a separate last name of my own." "Ha?" Sonia didn't look back and tried to follow up on the cause. "What is the point of talking about this? The food is here, quickly eat the food. In a while it will be cold, it should not be delicious." Afraid that this matter would cause Yunfu to be sad, Ming Xian promptly sidetracked the topic. Although they didn't continue, all three of them knew very well in their hearts that Yunfu's situation in the Feng family was very bad. "I'm afraid, Feng Jinyun, who is worth more than $100 million, always claimed to the public that he only had one only daughter, and no one knew about Yunfu's existence." After having dinner and playing in the arcade's game room for a while, Yunfu and the four of them went back to the dormitory. Almost as soon as she stepped through the door of the house, Yunfu's cell phone rang. "The baby is busy. Now is not the time to pay attention to me. Pitiful. JPG, I bought the baby anti-eating tablets and put them on your table. The baby ate too happily for dinner, and if he doesn't digest well, he will easily accumulate food and can't sleep." Yunfu raised her eyes to look. A box of elimination tablets lay peacefully on the table, spoken as if he was guarding her and watching her eat. And takeout couldn't be delivered to the school. The only people who had keys to their dorm rooms were the four of them and the hostess aunt, who hadn't warned her when she'd gone up the stairs a while ago that someone was delivering something to her. So, he's not pretending to be a human being? Deliberately using her psychic powers to change things and purposely showing her a break? Yunfu didn't reply to the message. She washed and cleaned up and then laid directly on the bed. After thinking about it, he searched for horror games and the name of Sirius on his tablet. Not finding any useful information, Yunfu described Cyrus black silk threads again to search again, and this time, one word jumped out at her. "Mycelium? Are those black silky things mycelium?" Cloudfern snapped to the mushroom she'd seen while bathing in Silius' bathroom. She thought it was for a pendulum. "It's not possible that that mushroom is the body of Silius. Is it? Mycelium? Mushrooms? Everything suddenly makes sense." Thinking about the scene at that time, Yunfu's face reddened at once, and she half stifled four words. "Stinking rogue ghost." She hated that she couldn't just ask Ashes if he was a ghost, but there was no point in asking. She didn't want to break up with him, but she couldn't accept that he wasn't human either. There's no way to talk to her roommates about the horror game, and Cloudfur is annoyed and desperate for someone to talk to. She tucked her head under the covers. "I miss Sister Winterwheat so much." Soon it was the day of the orientation. Yunfu as the outstanding student representative was arranged to speak on stage. She took the script to the backstage waiting for the scene. How could she not expect to meet acquaintances here? Ringo? Yunfu couldn't believe it. "So surprised?" Lin Chong smiled and walked towards her. "Well, I was actually surprised when I first realized that you were studying at Ping University. I went over to the dormitory to look for you before, and this time I also came specifically to wait for you." "Professor Lin." Yunfu saw the work tag on Lin Chong's chest. Lin Chong shrugged. "I teach here, in the physics department. What about Sister Dongmai?" Yunfu gleefully looked behind him. Winter week isn't here. Lin Chong looked at the time. I've asked for your leave. After you speak on stage, take you to her. Yes. Yunfu was especially happy, and had a feeling that she had found an organization. Ever since she came out of the copy, she had a feeling that she was not quite the same as a normal person. Not physically and physiologically different, but a drastic change in her worldview and outlook on life. After chatting with Lin Chong for a good 10 minutes or so, someone came in to call Yunfu. I'll wait for you in the parking lot next to a teaching, Lin Chong said. Because of the things hanging in her heart, the nervousness of going on stage was thrown to the back of her mind. Yunfu sent a message to Songya after she finished her speech, telling them not to wait for her to have lunch, and then hurriedly went to the parking lot. Sister Anna, what are you looking at? Sun Jing passed by the parking lot with her colleague holding a file and saw a girl getting into Lin Chang's car. Her face darkened. That seems to be Mr. Lin's car. Isn't his car always not carrying people? How come it looks like someone is on the passenger side? The colleague didn't notice Sun Jing's ugly face. The more he talked, it can't be his girlfriend, right? No way. Sun Jing pinched her palms and turned back with a sullen face. Hey, Anna sis, where are you going? Get the surveillance. She would like to see who would be the person who could make Lin Chong break his principles. The car drove out of the main city. It quickly drove into a village on the outskirts and finally stopped in front of a villa. Ringo. Yunfu followed Lin Chong into the house. There were a few boys sitting in the living room on the first floor of the villa. When they saw Lin Chong come in, they respectfully got up and greeted him. Lin Chong nodded and explained to Yunfu. Like you, they are all newcomers to the organization who have only entered a copy once. Organization? Yunfu's voice was dubious. Dongmai should be upstairs. Her boyfriend is almost out of his copy. I'll go get her to come down. She'll explain to you. Lin Chong smiled, took a cup of water and handed it to Yunfu. Sit down first. Yunfu took a sip of water and sat down not 2 minutes later. When Dongmai came down from upstairs, A.V. Tomai's leg looks a lot better than it did in the replica, so it looks like she's using her points. Noticing Yunfu's gaze, Tomai smiled. Try thinking about the points. Yunfu did as she was told, and soon her points situation appeared in her mind. Excluding the 300 initial points, a total of 650 points were added for completing the quest and finding the key clue rewards, and she now had a total of 950 points. The player level has also changed from unknown to Ding level 1. I got 3 levels in a row at once? Yunfu wasn't too sure about rank advancement. A.V. Tomai's face was serious. This isn't good. According to the rules you should be a Ding level 3 right now. The higher the player's level, the more dangerous the copies they enter, and the shorter the time between copies will be. So why? Yunfu sensed something was wrong. Rosebud Castle has been upgraded, and the C rank copy has become A rank. Lin Chong walked down at some point. That boss called Sirius is a terrifying existence of A rank or even higher. We underestimated his abilities. Toma held Yunfu's hand. A.V. Feel again when your next copy will open. 3 months later. Luckily it's normal. Wintermere sighed in relief. 3 months isn't long or short. We'll teach you as much as we can to stay alive. No, the numbers are decreasing. Yunfu fiercely gripped Dongmai's hand. The next time I enter a copy is. She didn't finish her words, and her whole body leaned softly into Tomai's arms, as if she had fallen asleep. Tomai and Lin Chang's breath caught. Cloud flare went into the copy? Splat. There was rain dripping on the head. Yunfu opened her eyes and entered a school in the morning mist. Welcome player Yunfu into the horror game. Current copy of Green Harvest High School. Chapter 30, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Welcome player Yunfu into the horror game. Current copy of Green Harvest High School. Copy difficulty, C. Game status, transfer student. Passing condition, successful survival for 10 days or excellent examination results. The rain has a tendency to come down harder. After one experience, Yunfu was much more calm this time. She raised her hands to cover her head and quickly ran to the front of the school to take shelter from the rain in front of the security office and waited a few minutes before a few more figures appeared in the rain. They saw her and ran this way. What the hell kind of place is this? I was obviously working at the company. How did I appear here in the blink of an eye? A skinny girl wiped the rainwater from her face and looked anxiously at Yunfu who had arrived before them. There wasn't enough shelter from the rain, so Yunfu stood inward, and as she observed the 6 men and 5 women without moving, she quickly came to a not-so-optimistic conclusion. They're all newbies. I'm afraid. Snort. What a horror game. Someone must be pretending to scare us. A tall boy with a disdainful face thought that System Voice was playing a prank, and thought himself smart. This is definitely the set of some variety show spoof, and the staff are all hiding behind the curtain waiting to see our jokes. But we're not actors. Another girl in a floral dress rubbed her arms in fear. And I don't even know you guys, and I wasn't with you before. The skinny girl kept her eyes on Yunfu, who seemed to be certain that Yunfu, who had appeared before them, would know more. Yunfu shook her head helplessly. I'm just a few minutes ahead of you guys, and again, I don't know anything. Ah! The girl in the floral dress somehow suddenly screamed, the blood color on her face instantly fading, her voice trembling. Someone touched me. The girl in the floral dress was called Lan Shi. The position she stood behind was just the window of the security room. The originally tightly closed window was opened a crack at some point. A withered and blackened hand stretched out from inside, and was resting on Lan Shi's shoulder. Bluebrook was too frightened to utter a single breath, and her entire body froze. You guys are the new transfer students, right? Wow. The window was opened completely, and a pitted human face peeked out, tugging at the corners of his mouth as if trying to give an amiable smile, but his expression grew more and more ghastly because of the appalling burns on his face. I'm the head teacher of this school, and I'm here specifically to wait for you. So come on in, all of you. I don't know if it's because of the rain. The atmosphere is inexplicably cold and silent. Looking at the open door of the house, no one dares to be the first to go in, as if it's not the school gate that you're entering, but purgatory. There seemed to be something squirming under the pitted face of the director of instruction. The taller boy saw it, his scalp went numb and he gulped. Where's your director? He wants us to cooperate with the variety show without even discussing the payroll with us. Stop it. Call the others out. Class, I can't understand what you're saying. The head instructor obsessively tried to give a kind smile, but couldn't manage it, so he manually tore at the corners of his mouth and adjusted the curve of his smile. There's not much time left. The first class is about to start, and if you're late, I can't guarantee what's going to happen next. Ghosts. As a boy in a blue shirt beside him was about to yell out of his mouth, Yunfu was quick to cover his mouth. The lesson from the last copy, not letting ghosts know you're a ghost, is not sure if it's useful in this copy, but it's always good to be cautious. Yunfu took the lead and was the first to enter the security room, stating, Director, we won't be late. The head teacher nodded in relief. A good student. What about you guys? The people standing outside were scared mad by the scene just now, fearing that the director of instruction would tear themselves apart, and all of them went inside with their heads, trying to hide behind Yunfu. Only the tall boy stood still. His body was honestly shivering, but his mouth was stubborn. By what right do you say enter me? Grandpa won't play with you guys. I'm leaving. With that, he turned and ran backwards. The scared and disoriented players then reacted. Yes, why did they have to go into the house? They could have obviously run. Just as they were foolishly trying to run out as well, the tall man who had run away suddenly let out a miserable scream, and immediately afterward, his body exploded into a bloody mist in full view of everyone. Not even his bones were left. Class, it's dangerous out there. Do you want to go out there too? The director of instruction has a caring tone. In return, there was a desperate shake of the head from the crowd. Good then. Let's start registering your personal information now. After that you can be divided into classes and dormitories. With a snap, the head teacher turned on the lights in the security room. The incandescent light was very bright. Yunfu blinked uncomfortably. There were a few pages of paper on the table. It should be for them to register. Only her eyes didn't linger on the paper much, but looked to a chair in the corner. There was a teenager lying there. He was dressed in a clean white coat and black pants, his head buried in the crook of his arm so that one could not see his face, only the rounded back of his head. Yunfu blinked her eyes, her heart thumping a few times for no reason. Yu-san, wake up. The head instructor walked over and patted the dark-haired teen. The transfers are here. I'll leave the rest to you. I have to go. The teenager moved slightly. Yunfu's breath slowed. His last name was Yu. Which Yu? Mr. Yuashes is a student of Class F. Until you all are reclassified according to your test scores, you all have to go to Class F first. The head teacher explained. Mr. Yu is a responsible and good student. You can ask him if you don't understand anything. My office is on the top floor of the teaching building, so feel free to come to me if you have any questions as well. Okay. The players were much better behaved, and although they weren't sure if the dark-haired teenager was a human being, they kept nodding their heads as soon as they heard that the head of instruction was leaving. At least the teenager looked svelte and not as intimidating as the head instructor who would rip his own face off. Yuashes. Heavy surnames are common, but even the first names are the same. Could it be him? As Yunfu's brows furrowed, the teenager slowly straightened up. Didn't see his face, saw the necklace first. The necklace, made by Yunfu herself, was worn around the teenager's neck. What a pain in the ass. The teenager opened his mouth with a cool voice. The broken hair in front of his forehead was a bit long, half covering his cold eyes, just the impatient breath around his body and the corners of his lips that were pulled flat. All of them did not show that he was in a bad mood right now. What are you looking at? His cold, sharp gaze turned to Yunfu. Chapter 31, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Yunfu blinked, her eyes moving upward, finally settling on the teenager's face. A particularly familiar face. Yu Hui's looks, apart from being a bit more childish and youthful than Cyrus, could not find any difference at all, especially those dark, bottomless, narrow eyes, which for a moment made Yunfu think that she was still in the Rosebud castle and hadn't come out. This was the moment she could finally be sure. Yuashes and Sirius are the same person. As much as she hated to admit it, her boyfriend really wasn't human. What's so mean? Yunfu looked at him, her tone harboring a hint of aggravation that she herself did not even notice. She's a little pissed off, obviously. The boyfriend chatting on the cell phone is so obedient to her, but when they meet in person, he is so fierce. It's like two different faces. She had the nerve to ask her not to break up in the last copy, and with that attitude, it's a wonder she didn't. The players hiding behind Yunfu were stunned. A few of them silently pulled away a bit from Yunfu, fearing that if the teenager got angry and tried to make a move, they would be implicated. However, instead of getting angry, the teenager touched the tip of his nose in a vain gesture and twisted his head away, as if he had done something wrong and didn't dare to meet Yunfu's eyes. The obscure darkness in the bottom of Yu Chen's eyes rolled over. Strange, obviously the one who should be angry is him. A mere human dares to talk back to him. With his strength, a single finger can rip her head off. But not only is he not angry, but in turn he finds angry humans adorable. The afterglow aggressively swept the human all over. Yu Chen's throat was suddenly a little dry. He really didn't dare to meet the human's eyes anymore. He was worried that he would go over and pinch her face if he didn't hold back. The human was long and beautiful, right down to the strands of hair that grew over his aesthetic. Maybe she can be fooled into giving her a girlfriend. Knock knock. The slender knuckles curved slightly, tapping on the table with a sound. Yuasha suppressed the thoughts in his heart and said with a light face, "What are you all standing there for? Come over and register." The players looked at each other in disbelief, and none of them dared to move. The skinny girl's name was Zhuang Tong, and she pushed Yunfu. "Why don't you go first? In case there were any traps, the first person would be cannon fodder." And in her opinion, Yunfu had already offended the teenager, so a little more would be nothing. If someone has to die, one death is better than two. Yunfu could see clearly just now that when she talked back to Yuashes, Zhuang Tong was the first person to avoid her. Zhuang Tong was very life-thirsty, and Yunfu wasn't stupid. In the last copy, except for a very few people, everyone was very nice, so Yunfu was willing to help each other out, but that didn't mean that she was soft-natured and wouldn't fight back if she was bullied. There were no leaders in this copy who could unite the army like Lin Chong and Dong Mai, so it seemed that they could only fight alone. So Yunfu took a step in the opposite direction, her attitude clearly indicating that she would not be the first to register. Zhuang Tong was a little upset when he saw that she didn't listen to him. "You what you?" A voice even more upset than hers rang out. Yuashes picked up the registration paper and threw it at Zhuang Tong. "Let's start with you. Fill in the wrong one and I'll chop off one of your fingers. Fill in the wrong two and your legs simply don't want them." Zhuang Tong's legs went limp and he nearly fell to his knees. The paper floated to the floor. She didn't even want to pick it up but couldn't control her hands. Zhuang Tong desperately shook his head, but his other hand automatically picked up the pen on the table, and the questions on the paper were lined up in order. The first thing to be filled in was the name, and towards the back was the gender and age and so on. Her pen was just about to drop to write her name when the questions suddenly all moved, all of them changing position so rapidly and dazzlingly that Zhuang Tong was unable to get started, because no matter how she fills it out, she fills it out wrong. Blue Brook, who was standing close, saw the scene and stared in shock. This teenager is definitely going to screw them all. But somehow, Lanchi inexplicably felt that this action of the teenager seemed to be avenging that pretty girl. Yuashes did have a personal agenda. What a thing, to dare to count the humans he had his eye on. He couldn't afford to make her more angry himself. Who was this dumbass? Yuashes raised an eyebrow in triumph and glanced sideways at the human to take credit. But in the next second, his face drooped and was so gloomy that it was about to drip ink. "Are you okay?" He Shang, the blue shirt boy who had his mouth covered by Yunfu, stood next to Yunfu at an unknown time. He was very shy, afraid that Yunfu would feel abrupt and embarrassed. "Thank you for helping me." Yunfu's face cleared up slightly as she shook her head. "It's fine." He Shang smiled a small tiger tooth. "My name is He Shang. I hope we can be assigned to a class so we can also take care of each other." He held out a hand. Cloudfur had no intention of shaking his hand, so he made his hand into a fist and touched it to his palm. "You, the second." Yuashes took 2 steps in front of He Shang and squeezed hard into the middle of the two people. He clutched He Shang's hand that he didn't have time to retract and rubbed his palm hard. It hurt so much that He Shang grimaced and almost thought that a layer of skin was going to be taken off his hand. Blue Creek, who happened to see the scene again, So ghosts in horror games are relationship brains? Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Yunfu. She seemed to have found a way to successfully leave the copy. Yunfu, who felt Lan Shi's burning gaze, when Yuashi's threw over a knife eye. Lan Shi was very sensible and lowered her head. TSK, overbearing very well, cannot even look at one more glance. While the players were filling out the forms, 3 more players came from outside the school, a man and 2 women. They looked calm, like veteran players, especially the man among them, who narrowed his eyes and sized up the crowd. His eyes were full of calculations, like a poisonous snake. Missy, my name is Blue Creek. Lan Shi took the registration paper and asked Yunfu, can we live in a dormitory? You're staying with me? Yunfu placed the completed form on the table. She didn't immediately agree to it. Wintermere had nearly been strangled by Sirius when he'd lived with her, and it really wasn't a good choice for Bluebrook to try to join her. Please. Pretending not to see the rejection under Yunfu's eyes, Lan Shi simply bowed, then swished and wrote the dormitory number Yunfu chose on a piece of paper. Yunfu, since you've thought about it, I welcome it. Bluestream flashed a cute smile. Fantastic. This thigh was sort of in her lap. It was raining non-stop outside, and there was no sign of it clearing up even after everyone had filled out their forms. There were a few umbrellas hanging on the wall of the security room, but they were not enough for 15 people to share, so they had to be squeezed in. Shang got an umbrella. He held it open and turned back to try to invite Yunfu. Bluebrook raised her hand to cover his vision. Don't look. I'm with you. One after another. Everyone headed out. The bell rang, and students could already be seen rushing towards the school building. The security room emptied out, and in the end, only Yunfu and Yu Embers were left. Yu Chen stood in the doorway with his umbrella. He didn't mean to call out to Yunfu, but he didn't leave either. The two are frozen in place. Chapter 32, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? After staring wide-eyed at him for a while, Yunfu pursed her lips, then walked around him and went into the rain without a word, looking at the slender back that was drenched into a soup chicken. Yuashi's frowned so much that he could pinch a fly. Half-heartedly, he rubbed his hair in annoyance and gave a low lean before chasing after him. He really couldn't understand what was going on in this human's head. It was raining so hard outside. Obviously, if she opened her mouth and begged and spoke softly and kindly to herself, she would help her. But she was good, and after glaring at him, she dashed off into the rain. Hello. Yuashi's had long legs and caught up with Yunfu in 2 or 3 steps, and he raised the umbrella above her head, his own shoulders wetting a large portion. You have an umbrella and you don't use it. Aren't you a cutie? Yunfu ignored him and called out to Shang and Lan Shi in front. You two wait for me. I'll join you. You're not allowed to go with him. Yuashi's pulled Yunfu's arm and forcefully pulled her into his arms. His brows sank and his voice was cold. Hiss. Yunfu was caught off guard. Her arm was pinched by him to the point of raw pain. She raised her head. It was impossible to tell if it was tears or rain under her eyes. Who are you to care about me so much? Yuashi's froze. What are you to me? Cloudfur blinked rapidly. Yuashi's was silent. His head hurt a little, and he couldn't seem to answer the question. But he just didn't want to see her close to anyone else. That's all. You don't want to share an umbrella with me, so here's the umbrella. Throwing the umbrella to Yunfu, Yu Embers fell away. He walked in the opposite direction, his figure quickly disappearing in the rain. Leaning against the wall, Yu Hui looked down at the mycelium emerging from his fingertips, and the moment he touched Yunfu, the mycelium looked like they had met something they liked extraordinarily well, and couldn't resist drilling out one after another. He closed his eyes in disgust and put the mycelium away. These myceliums normally refused to even listen to him, much less take pleasure in human contact. But now, the myceliums were being very double standard in favor of humans, who were like a stimulant for them. Cloud Flare, lips lightly opened. Her name was charmingly ambiguous between her teeth. Yuashi's hooked the corners of his mouth, and the bottom of his eyes were tinted with a morbid possessiveness. Green Harvest High School is not a high school nor a university. The teaching here seems to be very different. There are only 6 classes in total, from Class A to Class F. Each class is divided into 6 occupying an entire floor, and the topmost floor is the teacher's offices. Since Class F was on the first floor, the players didn't have to go upstairs. Yunfu observed carefully. The students walking towards the upper floors were holding something similar to a campus card in their hands, and would swipe it on a machine at the stairway as they went up the stairs. Is it hard to believe that students on lower floors can't go up to higher floors? Yunfu had a silent guess in her heart and planned to find a chance to try it out. Cloudfur, this way. Shang, who came in early, was in the same class as Yunfu, and after seeing that Yunfu's clothes were all wet, he took off his shirt and jacket and handed it over. You're prone to getting sick like this, put it on quickly. Bluebrook wasn't in the same class as them and could only go to the other side of the room with fondness. Gee whiz, Lickspittle, Zhuang Tong, who was standing on the sidelines, rolled his eyes. She was in a class with another boy named Xiong Zirwei who was also in the same class as he Shang Yunfu. 6 classes. 15 players. That is to say, each class can be divided into 2 people at the bottom. Yunfu has 4 on their side. I do not know if there is any unlucky person who is a class of his own. One person facing a room full of ghosts is creepy just thinking about it. Yunfu didn't take the clothes. She smiled. I have a good physique. I usually don't catch a cold. He Sheng sensed her detachment and resentfully withdrew his hand. The ringing of the bell stopped and one by one the students went inside. Only the players waiting at the door for the teacher to arrive. You guys see. Xiong Zirui's teeth chattered. Trembling, reaching out and pointing toward the house. They, gulp, are not. Before the word man could be uttered, the eyes of the room fell on him in unison. Kumazuri snapped his mouth shut and forgot to breathe. The students in the room were all ghosts. Their faces pale, their expressions numb, their empty eyes covered with a layer of heavy dead air, looking at people as if they could suck the living air out of them. Keep your head down. Afraid that he would be targeted by ghosts if he exposed his player identity, Yunfu held down Xiong Zirui's head, forcing him to look at the ground. Zhuangtong was so scared that she lost all 3 of her souls. She pinched her palms to death and looked at Yunfu with an extremely complicated look after she slowed down. Da. There were footsteps behind them and a tall woman stood behind them. You're the new transfer students, aren't you? So let's go inside since class is in session. The female teacher was wearing a competent suit dress pants. Her hair was pulled back meticulously behind her head. She held a book in one hand and raised her rimless glasses. You guys can just call me Teacher Gao. Teacher Gao's eyes circled from Xiong Zirui's body. She noticed his difference but ignored it and sidled into the house. Yunfu saw that Nemes. Gao's breath seemed to sink for a moment as she entered the room. And she was nervous. Nervous? Do ghosts get nervous? Teacher Gao wore makeup. Her face was painted white, but her lipstick was in a lighter shade, which at first glance looked like it was due to a weak body. Is it hard to believe that she's human? Was she made up like this on purpose so that the ghost students wouldn't find her? The thought that there were people existing in this copy besides the players. Yunfu was relieved. At least this way she could ask Mr. Gao for some information. Maybe Mr. Gao could help them at some point. Xiong Zirui recovered, and he gave Yunfu a grateful look. Thank you. Yunfu nodded calmly. It wasn't all to save you. They were transfer students who came together, and if Xiong Zirui was exposed, it was inevitable that the ghost students wouldn't suspect them. Yunfu was just trying to save herself. He Sheng pursed his lips. The little bit of expectation in his heart perished. He had thought that Yunfu was helping himself in the security room because he was a little special to himself, but now Yunfu said very clearly that she was worried that they would drag her down. You better wipe that lipstick off before entering the house, Yunfu reminded Zhuangtong. Zhuangtong didn't say anything as she obediently rubbed the pink lip glaze off her lips. Find yourself a seat. Mr. Cao glanced at them and continued to write the arithmetic on the blackboard. There weren't many students in the class, only about 2 dozen, but there were few empty seats and none at all separate, each seat having a ghostly deskmate. What's the choice? Kumazuri pinched his manhood, trying to stay awake. Yunfu picked one of the kinder-looking little girls in the center seat of the second row, and she walked over to sit down. Unexpectedly, the little girl scuffed up and stood up, taking several steps away from Yunfu as if she was hiding from something. Her numb face took on a vivid expression, covering her nose to repel Yunfu. Don't you sit here. This transfer student smells like demon. Chapter 33, Class President, do you know how to kiss? Yunfu didn't expect that she would cause such a reaction and was stunned, only to see that the few ghost students around her center all covered their mouths and noses, as if she had some particularly unpleasant odor. Yunfu lowered his head and smelled his clothes. In addition to being drenched, there is no smell. She looked up in disbelief and suddenly froze again. Why? Why were these ghost students looking at her with fear in their eyes? Is it hard to believe that there is a ghost in her? That's why they reacted so strongly. But she didn't feel any abnormality in her body. Yunfu's spine stiffened as she took a deep breath and prepared to sit in a different seat. But no matter where she went, the ghost students in the neighborhood would show the same expression. So much so that the other 3 had found seats and sat down. And Yunfu was still standing. He Sheng and Xiong Zirui were both a little worried about Yunfu, fearing that the teacher on the podium would be upset and punish her for it. Teacher Gao, however, did not notice the movement behind her, still writing and drawing on the blackboard. Only her speed was obviously much slower, not knowing what she was waiting for, until there was a knock on the door outside the classroom. Taking advantage of the ghost student's distraction to look over, Yunfu sat on her but on the chair. The ghost table next to her turned her head in surprise when she heard the commotion, followed by a constipated look. Yunfu made up her mind to sit still. She folded her hands on the table and eyed the blackboard, the posture of a good student. Hearing the knock on the door, Mr. Gao didn't first agree to the person outside to come in. The students in the classroom were all here. Who could be knocking on the door at this moment? She remained silent for 3 seconds before slowly speaking. Enter. You-san? After seeing the visitor clearly, Teacher Gao's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the expression on her face kept changing, finally settling into panic, her entire body intensely disturbed. Isn't you a student of class 6? How? Why are you here in class 4? Mr. Gao swallowed nervously, resisting Yu Hui's arrival in every word. The teenager stood lazily in front of the door with one hand in his pocket. He half lifted his eyelids to look around the room, and his feet moved when his eyes fell on Yunfu. Class, how long are you going to sit there? Ha? Hearing him ask this, Yunfu's desk was full of confusion and stumbled. This is my own place. Doesn't he sit in his own seat for as long as he wants? Not anymore. Yuashi's gripped the back of his collar with one hand, lifted the man up and put him in the aisle, then peacefully sat down himself and looked at Teacher Gao again. Teacher, I prefer to take your class, so switching classes to come here should be fine with you, right? Mr. Gao, looking at his own class standing on the verge of tears, Mr. Gao took a deep breath. I don't have a problem with it. The ghost students who were robbed of their desks dared to be angry and resigned themselves to taking their belongings to the 6th class. What are you all looking at me for? Get on with the lesson. The person who had disturbed the class was blissfully unaware of it, slumping in his chair with a big grin and raising his chin. The ghost students hurriedly withdrew their eyes and held up their books pretending to love studying. Cloud fur. Yunfu moved her chair in an attempt to get away from him, only to have her wrist held before her chair moved. Same table. Yuashi's raised his eyebrows lightly, the bottom of his dark eyes haloed with a bit of a smile. You asked me before what makes me care about you. Now that we're at the same table, I can ask you about your business, right? You let go of me. Yunfu wrinkled her nose. No release. Yuhui lowered his voice and gathered Yunfu's hand in his palm. In exchange for holding your hand, I can tell you a secret. A secret about this school. The feeling of being surrounded by ghosts was really bad. Sitting in the classroom of the 1st class, Lanshi tried her best to minimize her presence, praying that the teacher wouldn't pick her when she asked questions later. A ghost student is called up and he gets the answer to the multiple choice question right, but the next second the teacher walks off the podium and breaks his neck. How did this happen? Bluebrook covered her mouth dead to keep from screaming. The other player with her had fainted and slumped over the table in shock. Why did the teacher do it when the answer was clearly right? Thinking about what Yunfu had reminded her of, Bluebrook tried to keep her brain clear so she could discover the clues that existed here that she could live with. Another ghost student was asked a question. This one was harder and he didn't get it right. So the teacher threw over a chunk of chalk and shattered half of his head. Bright red brain matter flowed all over the place. But the ghost student sat down and continued studying like nothing. You'll die if you answer right. You'll die if you don't. So what the hell do you do? Next question. The teacher glanced at the roll call book and pulled a grim smile. Her gaze aimed at Bluebrook. You answer. See the curtains? MS. Cal wrote question after question on the stage, never calling for anyone to stand up and answer. She wrote the answers and explanations as if she wanted them to have a self-study session. Yuashi's pointed to the tightly drawn curtains to show Yunfu. It's very dim outside under the rain. It's obvious that the curtains should be drawn at this time to make it a little brighter inside the classroom. So why did you do the opposite? The classroom faces north and south. There were 3 large windows in the wall on the side facing out, and at the moment, all were blocked by heavy curtains, so that not a hint of outside light could be seen. Yeah, why? Yunfu's thoughts were mobilized to the curtains, quickly ignoring the fact that Yu Chen's hand was still holding hers. The teenager smiled triumphantly and changed his hand, pulling to interlocking his fingers. He slightly leaned over to Yunfu, so close that he could kiss him on the cheek as soon as Yunfu turned around. Is opening a window a condition of death? Yunfu didn't fully believe him. Maybe it was just a coincidence that the student by the window thought the humidity was too heavy, so he drew the curtains. She might be able to verify that when class was over. Pulling back the curtains will. Yunfu turned back around, her words coming to an abrupt halt as her lips were about to touch the teenager's cheek. She frowned and wrenched her hand away to push Yuashi's away from her. Don't get so close to me. Is it close? Not being able to kiss. Yuashi's looked regretful. He blinked, his afterglow cheering up as he noticed a dusting of powdery mist wafting up from the tip of Cloudfur's ear. It wasn't very close, was it? Why else didn't she kiss him? Be serious. Yunfu poked him with her elbow, pursing her lips to restrain her racing heartbeat. Chapter 34, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Her heart thumped like a deer in headlights for the entire class, and it wasn't until the bell rang that Yunfu sighed with relief. Without a moment's pause, Mr. Gao on the stage dropped his chalk and left with a hasty word to dismiss the class. Ghost students are free to move around. Seeing that Yu Hui was about to lean over again, Yunfu also stood up from her seat. She took the set of test papers and asked a ghost student on the other side of the aisle. Classmate, I don't quite understand this question. Can you explain it to me? A blush came through the greenish-white face of the ghost student who had never been asked a question before. And she was flattered. Yes. The ghost student carefully gave Yunfu the steps to solve the problem. Yunfu listened while noting the movements of the people behind her with her residual light. And only when she saw Yuhui out of the classroom door did she retrieve her test paper. Thank you. I understand. You're welcome. The ghost student looked accomplished as she blinked her eyes slowly and asked, Are you and Yuasha-san in a relationship? What? Yunfu didn't react for a moment. Ghost student, I understand all that. Don't worry. I'll keep it a secret for you guys. After all, the campus code clearly states that this kind of thing is not allowed. But who cares about the campus code? Does everyone have a campus code? I just transferred here not long ago. Can I see yours? The campus code might be tied to death conditions. Cloudfur hedged. I don't have one. The only person who has the campus code is the Dean of Instruction. So maybe the teachers can memorize the whole thing in there. The ghost student shook his head and went to the restroom with his little friend. Cloud Flare. Seeing Yunfu finish talking with the ghost student, Xiong Zirui and He Shang walked over. Xiong Zirui's face was hidden. Can I get out of the classroom at this moment? I kind of want to go to the restroom. Ghost students have a lot of them out of the classroom and the corridor to play. But the players do not dare to casually move, for fear of an accidentally triggered the conditions of death. Or to sit honestly safer. Could be. Ghost students can go to the bathroom normally. It doesn't make sense that players can't, Yunfu said. But be careful. After all, the restroom is the easiest place to get into trouble. It's okay, I'll go with him. He Shang patted Xiong Zirui's shoulder and nodded to Yunfu. Be careful in the classroom yourself. Zhuangtong sat on the chair and watched the three of them interact. And after a long time of being torn, he came over to Yunfu's side after He Shang and the two of them went out. Have you found anything yet? She also knew that she had treated Yunfu badly before. But now that the four of them were in the same class, a small group of sorts, it would be petty of Yunfu to bother with her about this. Yunfu gave her a look. Aren't you going to apologize to me? She wasn't rotten. She'd already reminded Zhuangtong once before to let her wipe off her lipstick. And if Zhuangtong didn't know any better, she didn't have to share the death conditions she'd found. Zhuangtong frowned. What do you mean? As far as that goes? With this attitude of hers, there was no need for Yunfu to say more to her. I did make a discovery. So come back to me to exchange it when you have made a discovery as well. After saying that, Yunfu left the classroom. The campus code was only available to the Dean of Instruction. But the Dean of Instruction's office was on the top floor, and she'd have to verify that they could get up there. Looking at Yunfu's back, Zhuangtong gritted his teeth. What's so arrogant about it? Is Cloudfur in? Near the beginning of class, Blue Creek approached. She didn't dare to enter the door of the fourth class directly and poked her head in to ask. Zhuangtong saw her originally did not want to care. Eyes a turn also do not know what to think of. Smilingly walked over, Yunfu went out. She specially explained that I stayed behind. You have something to tell me. I will help you convey. But I want to find Cloudfur. Classes will be starting soon. Blue Brook was in a hurry. And Zhuangtong guessed that she had discovered something. Okay. Lan Shi actually preferred to wait for Yunfu to come back. But the time was really too late. And the clues she found were extraordinarily important. If she didn't tell them now, it would be easy for something to happen after class later. Then I'll tell you. And you remember to tell the rest of your class. Winky face, Cloudfur stuck to the bell and headed back to class. Sure enough, they couldn't get up to the building. They had to have a campus card to do so. If you can't go upstairs, you can't get the campus code. So it looks like you'll have to find another way to ask Mr. Gao if he remembers what's in it. This class is still Mr. Gao's class. Teacher Gao entered the classroom with Yuasha's. Her face pale as if she had just experienced something terrible. Her whole body shivering, nearly falling on the way up the steps. On class. When Yuasha sat down beside Yunfu, Mr. Gao spoke with difficulty. No one led the way in shouting hello to the teacher. After a few moments of silence in the classroom, a ghost student raised his hand and said, Teacher, the head of the class isn't here. The class president missed class. Yuasha's looked over derisively. Is not. Ghost student. The seat you're sitting in is the class president's. Cloudfur. Which means that her grudge seat deskmate that Yuasha's ousted is the class president. There's no way to have a class without the class president shouting hello to the teacher. Then we'll have to re-elect a class president. Yuasha's grinned widely as he also raised his hand. Teacher, I recommend Yun as class president. Cloudfern? Let her manage a house full of ghosts. No way. I didn't. Before Yunfu finished her words, all the ghost students other than the players raised their hands. We agree. Laugh it up. The new transfer student is in a relationship with the Demon King. It's just a little way for the Demon King to cozy up to his wife. Do they dare not cooperate? Cloud fur. Well, student Yunfu is now the class president of class 4. Teacher Gao said. Yunfu was forced to stand up and yell stand up. Stand up. The ghost student chimed in. Hello teacher. A new session has officially begun. Zhuang Tong retracted her gaze that fell on Yunfu. It was Yunfu who had discovered something and didn't tell her first. So if the teacher asked a question about Yunfu in a while, Yunfu's death would have nothing to do with her. What did you do to Mr. Gao? While teacher Gao turned around to write questions on the blackboard, Yunfu asked Yuashes in a low voice. Yuashes lifted his eyelids and nuzzled his mouth. Who are you to care so much about me? What are you to me? He learned from Yunfu's earlier words. Yunfu clenched her fists, resisted the urge to punch him, and huffed as she ignored him. Looking at her puffed-up cheeks, Yuashes let out a low laugh as he raised his hand and poked. I'm just an ordinary student. What can I do to a teacher? Teacher Gao was scared by the bugs. It has nothing to do with me. It was strange that Yunfu could believe him. She could see that Yuashes was the real boss in this copy, and he doesn't seem to remember her. Chapter 35, Class President, do you know how to kiss? Yunfu had it all figured out by now. Actually, Yuashes didn't really not recognize her, but there was a time difference in this copy. It's not clear how old Yuashes is as a ghost, but Yunfu was in a relationship with him before college after high school. Most of the content of the lessons in this copy Yunfu could understand, and this moment in time would have been before they met, which was why Yu Chen couldn't recognize her. However, if that was the case, how could the necklace Yu Hui wore around his neck be explained? After all, it was given to him by Yunfu after the two of them had known each other for a long time. Yunfu's mind wandered, and she ventured to guess that perhaps the Yuashes afterward had revisited this copy, and he was afraid that he would break up. So he gave the necklace to his teenage self in the hope that she would soften her heart when she saw it. While Yunfu was lost in thought, teacher Gao on the stage frequently looked at Yufei several times. She wiped the cold sweat that had broken out on her forehead, closed her eyes, and asked in a deep voice, is there any student who will I write this question? I'm going to start asking questions. Ah. A scream suddenly pulled back Yunfu's thoughts. By the time she noticed that teacher Gao's expression was off, it was too late to stop Xiong Zirui, who answered the question, followed by his ghostly cohort opening his mouth to a particularly exaggerated level and biting off his arm in one gulp. Burp, I didn't eat enough for breakfast, so I'm finally not hungry anymore. The ghost student who ate Komazuri's arm showed a happy expression. Xiong Zirui, on the other hand, blanched in pain as he covered the wound that was gushing blood. Is he touching the death condition here? Was it because of what I encountered in the restroom or answering Mr. Gao's question? Without waiting for Yunfu to think clearly and understand, Mr. Gao then named her. Mr. Yunfu, please answer the next question. At this moment, Yunfu was certain that Xiong Zirui had answered the question before something happened. It's a death condition. So what to do about it? Yunfu looked at the multiple choice questions on the blackboard. She knew the correct answer, but Xiong Zirui answered the correct answer as well. So it was going to be a wrong answer? In her afterglow Yunfu suddenly noticed Zhuang Tong's expression. She seemed to be gloating, as if she was certain that something would happen to Yunfu no matter how she answered. After being discovered by Yunfu, Zhuang Tong didn't panic as she changed her stance to one where she was not concerned. Seeing her like this, Yunfu instantly stopped being nervous. Zhuang Tong must know something, since answering right or wrong would lead to trouble. She simply didn't answer. Yunfu sat calmly without moving or paying attention to Mr. Gao's words. A hint of surprise flashed under the eyes of Yuashes on the side. She had guessed it? The dark eyes curved. Worthy of being the wife he had his eye on. Why, she was so smart. The eyes on one side were too burning. And just in case Yu Chen did something excessive, Yunfu alertly sat towards the other side, pulling away from him, eyebrows raised. Yuashes took in her small movements, his harsh mind active all of a sudden. He wanted to see how far she could hide from himself. Yunfu took a piece of draft paper and spread it on the table to write and draw, calculating and deducing the clues. This time the copy of the pastime a total of 10 days. That is to say, they must advance a class every 2 days in order to achieve excellence. Just now after class she went out to stroll, also saw on the bulletin board about the arrangement of the examination. Indeed 2 days to carry out a mapping test. That's why they have to meet the requirements for each test to pass. But if they make a single mistake, there's no way to fulfill the pass condition. That's too harsh. Are they going to be forced to cheat on the test? Yunfu had the habit of resting her left hand on her leg when she was thinking about a problem, her fingertips tapping her knee with a single click. Suddenly, her fingers were hooked, followed by something pressing on her leg, and kept burrowing into her arms. Breathing heavily, the horrific images leapt into her mind uncontrollably, and Yunfu stiffened violently. The wet touch spread from her fingertips to her palm, and soon, her index finger was contained. And the moment the tingling sensation came, Yunfu suddenly lowered her head, expecting to see a frightening picture. Yunfu had already prepared to give up her fingers to save her arm, but she didn't want a furry head to be resting on her leg, and on the 4 eyes of Yuembers. Yunfu was confused. When did this guy get under the table? And what's he licking her fingers for? Loose lips. Cloudfern blushed. Yuember's eyes darkened deep. Bad. Originally just wanted to scare the human. How the first to lose control is him. Mycelium emerged. Lested lag behind wrapped around Yunfu's wrist. Intimate rubbing her white skin. Doggy style full. Ding 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 ding. The bell rang. And Yuashes lumbered out of the classroom. It's time for her to loathe herself when she sees the side of her that isn't human. Yuember's body air pressure is very low. The students who met him in the corridor all stick to the wall stand, afraid of touching his bad luck. Aren't you going to chase it out and check it out? The ghost student who had been asked a question by Yunfu before asked. Yunfu shook her head. No need. She was more concerned about Kamazuri at this moment. Well, Xiong Zirue's arm's blood has stopped. His face is white as paper. Speak breathless, cannot die. Hang in there. You'll recover when you get out of the copy. Yunfu comforted him. So you're really an old player. Zhuangtong stood at the back and said in a conspiratorial manner. Obviously. You could have warned Xiong Zirue before he was injured, but you waited until the person was about to die and then came back to pretend to be a good person. Green tea. Zhuangtong, you've gone too far. Hishang sank his voice. It's impossible for Yunfu to be clear about the death conditions of each copy even if she's a veteran player. Zhuangtong, she was also questioned. How come nothing happened to her? Xiong Zirue gave Yunfu a puzzled look at his words. Cloudfern, didn't you tell me that? I told you? Zhuangtong felt ridiculous. Zhuangtong, you're the one who knows the conditions of death. Yunfu laughed a little. You wanted me to die. But, Mr. Gao questioned Xiong Zirue first. What are you babbling about? Zhuangtong panicked for a moment. Hishang saw her crack. Zhuangtong, you really know? How did you know? John boy, I don't know anything. Mr. Gao didn't ask anyone questions during the first class, so we didn't have a chance to find out about the death condition. But other classes didn't necessarily not ask questions. Yunfu sounded certain. Someone must have been here. It was Lanchi, right? I don't know. Zhuangtong didn't expect Yunfu to even guess this, and clenched his teeth and refused to admit it. She was trying to draw the fault of Xiong Zirue's injury onto Yunfu so that she could dissociate them to get Xiong Zirue on her side. But now it backfired on her. The death condition is not being able to answer any of the teacher's questions. Saying more Xiong Zirue's arm wouldn't grow back. Yunfu moved closer to Hishang and Xiong Zirue. I know one more death condition that I can tell you too. Zhuangtong. Watching the three of them lower their voices and talk without her, Zhuangtong was so angry that she stomped her feet. Chapter 36, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Soon it came to the last class of the morning, and because they knew the conditions of death, when the teacher asked questions again, Yunfu and the others refused to answer, thus spending the morning safely. When the bell rang, the ghost students ran to the cafeteria in an uproar. Yunfu glanced at the empty desk beside her. In the last 2 classes, Yuashes didn't show up. Could it be that he was upset because he talked too much? Or is it because you didn't go to him? Yunfu, go eat. Hishang and Xiong Zirue waited for her. Good. Yunfu gathered her senses and followed. After they all left, a figure appeared in the doorway of class 4. The teenager lazily leaned against the wall, looking at a desk out of focus for a long time. Half a long time, the cold silence of the air more than a sigh. What to do with you? You Ashes-san. You didn't go to dinner? Lili, the ghost student who had a good chat with Yunfu, held a boxed lunch, and when she saw Yuches, she took a few steps back in fear, and after thinking about it, she timidly handed over her food. Do you want to eat? She went to dinner? Yuhui coolly swept Lili's eyes. Aha! Seeing that he didn't want it, Lili retrieved her lunchbox and hugged it tightly. The class president went with those 2 boys. They're very close like that. A dead silence fell over the corridor after her words. Looking at Yuhui's mountainous face, Lili realized that she had said the wrong thing. She shrunk her neck. They don't have a good relationship. You and the class president are the best in the world. Poof. Yuashes didn't give her another hard time and moved aside from the doorway. There is only one cafeteria in the school, not too far from the school building. The rain has stopped, but the sky is still very heavy. Seems to be brewing a bigger storm. There were already a few players there when Yunfu and the others arrived. Go ahead and get your food, and all gather over here later. There was plenty of time for lunch, which the players could just about use to discuss their responses. Yunfu looked at the hid window and chose a chicken fillet meal, only for her to be pushed out just as she stood over it. How dare an F-class come over here to fight for food? Don't you know the rules? The ghost student in front of her in line was fierce. Get out of here. I'll beat your head in if I see you again. Not even a meal. You guys are too unreasonable. He Shang, who was in the next line, was likewise pushed out, and he was indignant and wanted to argue. He Shang, don't. The lower the class rank the less status you have. That's the default rule for everyone in this school. Yunfu and He Shang rejoined the line in the corner and scored a meal that made dogs shake their heads when they looked at it. A few poor bean sprouts floated in a bowl of soup of some sort as well as a nest of mixed noodles. Cloudfern, at least it's normal. Were the meals in your previous copy abnormal? He Shang asked. This is only my second copy as well. The food in the first one was really one-dimensional enough. Yunfu joked. You'll probably see it next time when you're out of this copy. Cloudfur. Blue Creek frantically waved at Yunfu, signaling her to sit beside her, and stood up again to attentively place Yunfu's dinner plate for her, asking in a whisper, "What's with Xiong Zirue's arm? You guys encountered a new rule of death? Everyone's here, right?" Without waiting for Yunfu to reply to Lanchi's words, the shady-looking old player man opened his mouth. "Introduce yourself. My name is Xiaojin. 6th time into the copy. You are all newcomers. Just call me Brother Jin. Tell me, what have you found this morning?" Xiaojin's eyes were scornful and his attitude arrogant, not putting the players in the slightest bit of doubt, thinking that calling out to him as Brother Jin was a cheap shot for the players, but he did manage to survive more than 5 copies, so he's really something. Jin. The inexperienced new players were like seeing a lifesaver and were busy shouting compliments. Xiaojin enjoyed this feeling as he waved his hand. Alright, with me here, a C-rank copy is nothing to be afraid of. Brother Jin. Knowing that Yunfu and He Shang Xiong Zirui were not treating him well, Zhuang Tong opened his mouth. I know a death clue. It's not being able to answer the teacher's questions in class. Blue Brook stared in disbelief. Isn't this what I found? Yunfu patted Lanchi's hand and shook her head to signal her to keep quiet. People like Xiaojin are not good to get along with. Befriending him will only be used as a scapegoat. But unfortunately Zhuang Tong does not understand this. Oh, Xiaojin narrowed his eyes. As a newcomer, you're quite smart to discover the death conditions in such a short time. Thank you Jin for the compliment. Yunfu could survive from the last copy might be luck. How can it compare to Xiaojin, this kind of veteran player with real skills? Zhuang Tong for his own hug on the real thigh of the secret joy, did not see Xiaojin next to the two women to look at her sinister eyes. Xiaojin scanned the players. What about you guys? He Shang remembered what Yunfu had said about the curtains, but he didn't say anything when he saw Yunfu with her head down. Xiong Zirui felt guilty because he almost believed Zhuang Tong's words to doubt Yunfu, and now regarded Yunfu as the boss, and was only willing to listen to Yunfu's words, and he didn't care about other people. Zhuang Tong naturally didn't want Yunfu to steal his limelight. Seeing Yunfu not speak only felt that she was very sensible. Brother Jin, you must have a clue. Tell us, or let us save our lives. A male player had a smile piled on his face. I do have knowledge of the conditions of death, and it is not impossible to tell you. Xiaojin's eyes boned up. It's just, Brother Jin, we all listen to you. As long as we can get out of here alive, we'll do whatever you tell us to do. Yes. Xiaojin waited for this sentence. There are so many wrongdoers to give him as a test subject. He wanted to not go out alive is difficult. There are 2 ways to pass the copy. One is to live long enough. One is to complete the task. Our task is to achieve excellent test scores. The only way to get to Class A is to be considered as excellent. The test is taken every 2 days here, so each test must be passed, and those who have failed one time will all die. Geez, is this really a C-rank copy? It's too hard? The players are incredible. After all, not everyone remembers what they learned in high school, and many of those who left school have long since forgotten. Not to mention the fact that there are others who never attended high school at all. It's not like there's no way to pass the exam. Xiaojin paused and said 2 words. Cheating. Hearing him mention the cheating thing, Yunfu immediately realized what he wanted. No one knew if cheating would trigger a death condition, and Xiaojin didn't dare to guarantee that he would be promoted every time, so he needed someone to try for him. This method is good. We have a lot of people, so if we collect the correct answers, won't it be easy to pass the exam? I've only been out of school for a short time and I have some points I remember and can help people. And me. The players were happy, as if they could see them leaving together in 10 days. Yunfu, on the other hand, looked at them like they were a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered. Chapter 37, Class President, do you know how to kiss? Cloudfern, what are you thinking? On the way back to class after lunch, Blue Creek asked. I saw you in a bad mood in the cafeteria just now. Yes? Yunfu touched her face. I'm thinking it's a good thing the death condition of not being able to answer a teacher's question isn't fatal, or else the number of players would have been halved on this first day. Aside from Xiong Zirui, several other players were injured to varying degrees. I don't care about anything else, as long as it's not you and me. Lan Shi shrugged indifferently. The thought of Zhuangtong intercepted the death condition she found to flatter Xiaojun. And then angry panic. You have to beware of Zhuangtong. Her kind of people may not be able to put cold arrows behind the back. I hope that after tomorrow's exams, the two of us can be divided into a class. Away from her, far away. By the way, Yunfu, what do you think about the exam promotion? Do we really have to cheat? Lan Shi vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell, and wanted to hear Yunfu's opinion. Yunfu shook her head. I don't have a clue for now. After all, she had considered cheating. Yunfu wasn't afraid of exams. Her high school grades weren't low, and she could cope with the exams here hand in hand, but she felt that the exams here didn't mean that high grades would be enough, and that there might be a killing chance like the death condition of not being able to answer the teacher's questions. Let's wait and see what happens first. Lan Shi was optimistic, chirping along the way and chatting with Yunfu about something else. When she stepped into the school building, she unintentionally glanced at what she saw and stared wide-eyed, patting Yunfu. Isn't that you, Ashes? Yunfu paused in her footsteps and turned to look in the direction Bluebrook was pointing, only to see Ashes surrounded by a few men and women. A group of them are talking and laughing towards the cafeteria. One of the girls stick Ashes very close, almost about to take his arm. Yunfu's showy eyebrows raised, as if sensing something. Yuhui looked over this way. Brother Ashes, why do you have to change classes? Class 6 without you is no fun at all. How about you change back? Chen Huijin pouted and tentatively tugged on Yu Chen's sleeve. On weekdays, Ashes always had a hard-to-reach look, and even though the few of them played well together, he would flip out whenever he was upset. But at this moment, Yuashin did not shake her off. Chen Huijin was overjoyed, thinking that Yuashin finally saw that he liked his heart and was ready to accept himself. Her tone was sweet. Brother Ashen. Yunfu retracted her gaze, her face expressionless. Let's go. Blue Creek, huh? Oh, was she mistaken? Is the love-brained Ghostbuster actually a scumbag with a few feet? It's over. Her sister seems sad. Yunfu. Lan Shi tried to say something comforting. It's hard to find a three-legged toad. Two-legged men are everywhere. Yunfu was amused by her. What? You want to find a boyfriend here? It's hard to leave the horror game, but it's not so self-destructive, right? Annoyed face. Roll. Ashes restrained the urge to catch up with Yunfu. The wind of his eyes scraped viciously across Chen Huijin's face as he lifted his hand to dislodge her arm. There are plenty of empty seats at the bottom of the playground, so if you want to die you can lie down in them. Chen Huijin covered her arms and shed tears. Ashes was so upset that he didn't go back to the cafeteria and turned his head back to the dormitory. Jen. Chula pursed her lips. I heard some whispers. I don't know if I should tell you or not. It's something to do with Ashes transferring to class 4. Say, there's a new transfer student in class 4 called Yunfu, and Brother Ashes seems to be interested in her. Straight face. Achu dash. The whole afternoon Yuhui didn't come to the classroom. Yunfu shivered from the cold. It started to rain again outside. Her clothes were already wet. If it continued like this, she would really catch a cold, especially huddled in the large line of ghost students leaving school. It was as cold as going into an ice cellar. Mr. Gao. Yunfu saw Ms. Gao with her sharp eyes and she called out to her. Mr. Yunfu? Teacher Gao first looked around and saw that she was the only one. Settling down. What do you want to see me about? Mr. Gao. I'd like to ask about the curtains. Why can't the curtains in the classroom? Well, before Yunfu could finish her words, Mr. Gao covered her mouth. Shoo. Teacher Gao pulled her to an unoccupied corner and frowned tightly. Student Yun, do you know something and that's why you're asking this question? I'm asking because I don't know anything. Yunfu blinked sincerely. Can you tell me? Teacher? Can't. Mr. Gao balked. Then I'll just have to try pulling it off myself. Yunfu spread her hands helplessly and pretended to take a few steps. I'm really going. Mr. Gao. She shoved something quickly into Yunfu's hand and lowered her voice. Student Yun, study hard and don't get yourself into trouble. Yunfu felt it. It was a note, and immediately raised a good-natured smile. Okay, Mr. Gao. I'll listen to you. Teacher Gao was very uneasy and instructed again. Never draw the curtains. Aha! If Yunfu was right, the note Ms. Gao gave her said something about the school code, and getting what she was supposed to get. She nodded her head in reassurance. After delaying for such a while, the students had almost all left, and He Shang and the three of them were waiting for Yunfu at the door. But there was only one umbrella. Xiong Zirwei said, He Shang and I are men. We don't need to fight. You and Lan Shi can use it. No, your wound will get inflamed if it gets wet. Yunfu looked at the rain outside. It's not raining too hard. I'll run over. He Shang stopped her. The three of you squeeze in. I'll run over. While arguing, someone tapped Yunfu's shoulder. The person behind him walked without a sound, and when he was suddenly tapped, Yunfu had a startled look. Squad leader. Lily smiled shyly and handed over a pink umbrella. I'm afraid that you'll get drenched. This is the umbrella that Yuash's classmates asked me to send. Where is he? Yunfu looked down at the umbrella printed with gardenias. Lily, just now in the classroom. Should be gone by now. Thanks. Yunfu took the umbrella. Inside the classroom, the teenager sat on the window and lifted the curtains to look at the silhouette in the rain. Meow. A cat with a pure black body lay on the window and stared at Yuash's, purring mournfully. TSK. Yuash's stretched out a rooted finger and poked the cat's head. Who are you scaring? He took the cat into his arms and pointed at Yunfu's back. See that human? That's my wife. Don't scare her. If you make her cry, I'll shave all your fur and make you hairless cats. Meow. Chapter 38, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Dinner continued to be terrible. A dark, porridge-like substance that looked like vomit and left you with no appetite at all. There were a couple of girls among the players who just couldn't eat and joked about losing weight. Yunfu took a big bite, forcing Lanchi to eat as well. If we're being chased by ghosts tonight, it's easy for our legs to get weak if we don't eat. Lanchi's hand shook with the spoon. Don't scare me. I've never passed 800 meters, and eating doesn't help. It's called prevention is better than cure. Xiongzi Rue drank the bowl of black porridge in 2 gulps. He wiped his mouth. Isn't that right, boss? Yunfu, Zirwei-san. Just call my name normally. Having been shouted at by Xiongzi Rue as his boss for the whole afternoon now, Yunfu was having a hard time. Xiongzi Rue nudged and pointed to Xiaojin on the other side of the room. Boss, you look a lot more secure than he does. Cloudfur. Forget it, don't bother correcting him. You won't listen even if you say so. I want to be promoted quickly. Such awful porridge is not for people at all. I want a big chicken leg. A player drools over the dinner plate at the ghost student's end. Another player chimed in. The fried noodles smell authentic, and I don't know how many classes I'll be able to eat them until I ascend. Not far away. A few ghost students who hadn't had enough to eat were respectfully giving up their seats to a ghost student with a Class B campus card. The player who saw it was full of envy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm being bullied to death in Class F5. When can I live this kind of horizontal good life? Meals, treatment. Everything here seems to entice players to move up. Something crossed his mind, too fast for Cloudfur to catch. Thinking about reading what was on the note, Yunfu called out to Yisheng and the others to eat quickly, so that they could leave together after eating. Just then, a commotion came from the entrance of the cafeteria, and several students walked in. Their personnel composition is very complicated. There are Class A, Class B, Class, and Class F? Yunfu saw Yuash's. The students here only stayed with people in the same class tier. For example, even though Class E was only 1 tier higher than Class F, they would never bother with anyone from Class F. Now, the balance was broken. Those top students of Class A and Class B surrounded Yuash's like stars. Even Yuash's didn't need to fight for his own food. They wiped the tables and chairs clean, beat the delicious food and drink, and sent it to him. The corner of Yunfu's mouth twitched. Why don't you just feed him? He's not hiding his boss status at all. Bluebrook shrunk her neck. What's the situation? Is he a copy boss? Yuash's? At first, they only thought of Yuash's as an NPC's leading the way. Xiaojin saw the scene and narrowed his eyes. So he's the boss. New players don't realize that critically wounding or killing a boss adds points. Lots and lots of points. She's Yunfu, Ash's new classmate. Behind the crowd, Chula raised her chin and pointed Yunfu out to Chen Huizhen. The moment she saw Yunfu's face, Chen Huizhen's eyes flashed with amazement. So beautiful. Chuara, she's your love rival. Are you trying to give Ash's brother away by praising her so much? Chen Huizhen touched the tip of her nose. Don't want to. Jen, I'm not encouraging you to do something to Yunfu either. It's just that as you can see, Yunfu is very pretty and siren-like, and with her around, Ash's won't be able to see you. Chuara took Chen Huizhen's hand and was filled with concern. Jinjin, all of us want you to be Ash's brother's girlfriend. Chen Huizhen's eyes changed as she looked at Yunfu once again. Are they talking about you? The behavior of cricketers behind their backs was the most annoying, and Bluebrook frowned and sidestepped to keep Yunfu behind her. Being far away, Yunfu couldn't hear what Chen Huizhen and Chula were saying about her, but she had learned some colloquialisms before when she went to the orphanage to do charity work. It was clear to see that they mentioned Yuash's and the word girlfriend. I'm kind of in the middle of something, so you guys go out and wait for me. Yunfu put her dinner plate in the recycling place and lifted her leg towards Yuash's. Cloudfur. Yisheng took 2 steps forward to stop her, shaking his head. Don't go over there. It's too dangerous. Yuash's coldly watched the 2 people not far from him pulling and tugging. Annoyed that he couldn't go over and cut off that meddlesome man's head, his wife came over to see him. It's only natural. Why should an outsider meddle? It's okay, I'll be right back. Yunfu circles around Yisheng. Yisheng looked at her back and clenched his fist. Yunfu seems to be too special to this copy boss. Is she simply trying to poke around for death clues? Or has she fallen in love with him? Can people and ghosts and goblins really be together? You Ashes-san. You missed class. Why don't you come to class? Yunfu wore not the school uniform here, but the uniform of Pingde before she came in. Because of the speech on the stage, she purposely wore a pleated skirt, a pair of white and straight long legs stepped on a pair of plate shoes, and stood there, attracting several gazes. Yuashes licked the corner of his lips and glared at the people around him not to allow them to look. Class president. Can I take a leave of absence to rest even if I'm not feeling well? What's wrong? Yunfu sized him up. She saw that he was comfortable, surrounded by beautiful women, eating and drinking. Here, Yuhui couldn't control the shiver that ran through his body, and the fingertips that were pointing at his heart trembled along with it. The wife didn't dislike him or fear him after seeing him as a monster and was willing to talk to him. Does that mean she likes him too? She loves him. With this realization, the light under Yuhui's eyes suddenly lit up. Yunfu didn't know what he had brainstormed on his own, and pressed his palm against his heart to touch it. Ghosts don't have heartbeats, and Yuashes is no exception. He's extraordinarily icy. Well, leaning too close, his wife's palm was soft and warm, and Yuhui felt like he was going to lose control again. As the mycelium struggled to emerge, Yunfu let go of her hand, stripping the trench coat off Yuember's in the process. What's he doing wearing so much for a ghost with no body heat? She's dying of cold. Borrow it. Yuhui froze? His face suddenly flushed and he clutched the waistband of his pants. Here? Too many people have bad influence. Why don't we change? Halfway through his sentence, Yunfu had already walked away, dashingly leaving him with a rounded back of his head. Yuhui snapped his mouth shut. So she was just here to borrow some clothes? Put. I don't know who didn't hold back their laughter and made a sound. Yuashes glanced over with a gloomy frown. The people around him looked at the sky and the ground and the air, and not a single one of them smiled, like he was mishearing a hallucination. Ahem. Someone who had gotten the wrong idea about losing his face coughed softly. The class president of our class is as petulant as they come. Chen Huijian was sour. She couldn't even pull on his sleeve. But Yunfu could wear his clothes away. Obviously she was Yuashin's childhood friend. What right did Yunfu, an outsider, have to intervene? Watching Chen Huijian gradually blacken, Chuara vaguely hooked her lips. Go. Yunfu wrapped her trench coat tightly and took the umbrella printed with gardenias out of the door of the cafeteria. Seeing that Yunfu had an extra piece of clothing on her body, Hisheng opened his mouth and didn't utter a word. She'd rather be cold than wear his clothes, and now she's volunteering for a ghost's coat. Hisheng smiled bitterly. Chapter 39, Class President, do you know how to kiss? Green Harvest High School is a boarding school and the entire student body has to live on campus. The men's and women's dormitories each have one building, standing opposite each other. And looking at the exterior there are 5 floors in total. There was a pavilion beside the path leading to the dormitory, and Yunfu and the 4 of them were gathering in it. This note doesn't look like much. Can the code be written in full? Xiong Zirui, who had lost an arm, had a keen gaze. With the code, they could avoid the death condition. Living long enough to leave for 10 days was not simple. A few counts as a few. It's better than finding them on our own. Lan Shi took a deep breath and looked at Yunfu. Open it. Cloudfur unfolded the note. Hisheng sucked in a breath of cool air. So much? Campus Code. 1. Do not answer any questions from the teacher during class, whether it is related to learning or not. 2. The school's wishing lake is very deep. Please do not play around the lake. If someone falls in accidentally, do not try to help. Please notify the teacher immediately. 3. There are no animals on campus, especially cats. If you encounter one, don't pet or feed it and ignore it. 4. Leave the curtains in the classrooms and dormitories open. 5. There is only one school building. If there are 2 buildings, please be careful to recognize the authenticity of the building. If you enter the wrong building, please walk out backwards. 6. The track in the school playground should only be used counterclockwise. Do not attempt to walk or run clockwise. 7. Lights out at 11:30 p.m. In the dormitory building, please make sure there is no light in the dormitory after 11:30 p.m. The dormitory supervisor will check the dormitory at 12 p.m. Do not open the door to anyone after lights out. 8. Dormitory doors are locked at 6:30 a.m. Do not be locked out of the dormitory building. 9. The mirror in the dormitory cannot be used by more than one person at the same time. When you look in the mirror, you can only look at yourself. If you see a strange phenomenon, please close your eyes tightly and silently recite demons and monsters quickly leave, and then go to bed with your eyes closed. 10. There are no underground floors in the dormitory, so don't step in when you see the stairs extending downward, and there are no underground dormitories in the dormitory at the same time. 11. Tighten the faucets in the toilets after use so as not to waste water. 12. Cafeteria breakfast. Cafeteria breakfast what? Breakfast? What's wrong with breakfast? Kumazuri flipped through the note. How come there's nothing back there? The last word of the 12th code was left unfinished, and it looked like a mess. Gao was writing it when someone suddenly interrupted and she was almost caught. Are these rules believable? MS. Gao is a member of the school after all. Will she intentionally give us wrong information to mislead us? He Shang voiced his concerns. Bluebrook, no way. Listening to your previous descriptions, it feels like Mr. Gao is a good NPC. Yunfu saw that they all memorized it, so she put away the note. I don't dare to guarantee the truth. Just take it as a reference. Anyway, we can verify it tonight. Once we try it, we'll know. At this moment quite a few students had already had their fill of dinner and returning to their dormitories one after another. Yunfu stood up. Well then, take care. See you tomorrow. The words see you tomorrow were easy to say, hard to do, and hopefully all four of them would still be breathing in the morning. Just transferred here, right? Wait a minute. Ah, Auntie will get you the keys and new bedding. Yunfu and Lanshi entered the girls' dormitory building, and the hostile aunt was very kind-looking and spoke warmly. During the period of waiting for the key, Yunfu surveyed the dormitory building. The building is back to the zigzag shape. The center of the open space actually planted a willow tree. Willow tree branches and leaves, in the dim light looks gloomy. Yunfu, don't you think this willow tree is creepy? Lanshi rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. Who good person would plant a willow tree in the yard? I've heard that willow trees are ing trees, specializing in inviting souls. Unlucky as hell. The branches of the willows were long, some of them hanging down to the ground like a snake spitting out a letter, slithering and twisting and crawling. Don't scare yourself. Yunfu withdrew her gaze and pulled Bluebrook toward the light. If she hadn't misread it just now, those willows did move in a lifelike manner. The large willow tree was alive. I didn't wait for the key, but first I met Zhuang Tong who came in and the two girls who followed Xiaojun. Yunfu remembers that one of them is called Tianing and the other is called Tianmeng. Here are your keys. The hostess auntie came out with a smile holding 2 beds of bedding. 3 more auntie will go get them for you too. You guys live in 414 too? Tianmeng glanced at the key tag in Yunfu's hand and politely said, I also live in 414, can you wait for me and go up together? A dormitory can house 4 people, and right now there are 3 of them, and the other bunk is either unoccupied or inhabited by a ghost. Yunfu wasn't in a hurry and nodded. Okay, Sister Meng, you have to be careful when you live with the 2 of them. Yunfu is very scheming, don't let her trap you. Zhuang Tong took the opportunity to apply eye drops. Tamon didn't really want to talk to her. I have my own judgment. After getting the key, the 5 of them went upstairs together. Tianing lives on the 5th floor, in 522, and Zhuang Tong is on the 2nd floor, in 206. It was just clear that he had only climbed 1 floor, and when he raised his eyes, the building number actually said 3rd floor. 3rd floor? Blue Creek wondered. What about the 1st and 2nd floors? Zhuang Tong, who lived on the 2nd floor, thumped in his heart. There's no 2nd floor? Then where do I live? Yunfu instantly remembered the campus code that said there was no underground dormitory. Could it be that the 1st and 2nd floors were underground? She tugged on Lanshi's sleeve, shaking her head slightly, and Lanshi quickly thought of the underground dormitory as well, immediately revealing a look of watching a good show. It seems like someone is going to be unlucky. What do you mean by that? Zhuang Tong was furious because Lanshi was the first to discover the death condition. She felt that Lanshi knew other clues and pressed. Where the hell is the 2nd floor? Lanshi gave her a blank look. It's not like we don't live on the 2nd floor. You can find it yourself. After saying that, he pulled Yunfu and continued up the stairs. Zhuang Tong tugged on Yunfu's sleeve. No, you can't leave until you've made it clear. What are you mad about? Yunfu's brow furrowed as she shook off her hand. Didn't you say that I'm very scheming? I'll tell you, do you dare to believe it, dare to go? Tianing also said. Zhuang Tong, can you not act like a shrew? The dormitory is such a big place. Just look around. Get out of the way. Don't block my way back to the dormitory. Tianing was Xiaojun's girlfriend, and Zhuang Tong didn't dare offend her, so he could only watch the 4 of them go up the stairs. 414. Die a death. Watching Tianing go up to the 5th floor alone, Tianmeng followed Yunfu and the girls and stood at the entrance of the 414 dormitory. This moral, it's hard to think that something won't happen tonight. She takes the key and opens the door. Tianing is my cousin. Xiaojun was originally paid by us to clear the horror game. It didn't occur to me that a few copies down the line, Tianing and him got hooked up. But I don't really think much of their relationship, so you guys shouldn't ostracize me by thinking that I'm in cahoots with them. Tianmeng took the initiative to unscrew the door as a sign of good faith. There was a soft click. Something seemed to have stirred in the room. A cold wind blew from nowhere, freezing Zhuang Tong into a shiver. A moment ago, obviously people were still coming and going in the corridor. This moment was strangely quiet, so quiet that it seemed as if there was no living person's existence, and could only hear the sound of her own rapid breathing. Zhuang Tong tightly hugged the bedding in his arms and looked around in fear. Who is playing God? I'm not afraid of you. Responding to her was a whimpering wind. Suddenly, something wrapped around her leg, gradually tightening in a circle. Ah! Zhuang Tong exclaimed, and not daring to look down, he turned and ran downstairs. There's a hostess downstairs. There's light. She mustn't die. Zhuang Tong desperately running towards the bottom. Too scared to ignore the third floor is originally a floor. So after running down a floor, saw that there are stairs also did not suspect. Directly rushed down. Zhuang Tong ran to the second floor, and the moment she entered the second floor, the thing chasing her behind her disappeared, as if something more scrupulous existed here. Who? Zhuang Tong saw the door to dormitory 206. She pushed it open and entered. Clunk! A gust of wind blew the door completely open, accompanied by a sucking sound, and the three Yunfu people got a good look at the scene inside the house. A girl with messy hair was squatting on the ground and eating instant noodles. When she saw them, she bared her teeth and showed a smile. You guys came to keep me company. The girl's left eye socket was devoid of an eyeball, and a scarlet glass bead was stuffed in it, which was particularly horrifying when staring at people. The image that should have let out a scream was relieved by the strange fragrance of the bubbly noodles. And Lan Shi took a big breath of air and gulped greedily. Ugh, it's my favorite golden soup with fatty beef flavor. Tian Meng also pursed the corners of her lips imperceptibly. The black porridge in the evening didn't hold up, and they were both hungry. Want some? The female ghost roommate was so enthusiastic that she pulled 3 buckets of instant noodles out of her bed and gave them. There's no table in the house, so you have to squat to eat. So, 5 minutes later, without even having time to make a bed, inside the 414 dormitory, 3 people and a ghost squatted on the floor lined up, humming and puffing and eating instant noodles. Fragrant. Bluebrook was touched by the food. I didn't realize that the first proper meal was from a ghost. Ghost? What ghost? The female ghost roommate had a vegetable leaf stuck to her teeth. No, she was asking if it was expensive. And if you want us to pay for it? Yunfu hurriedly rounded up the fight. She still wanted to finish her bubble noodles and didn't want to fight with the female ghost. What a great roommate to cherish. Oh, it's not much. Count it as a welcome gift for you guys coming to stay with me. During the shivering of instant noodles, Yunfu kept an eye on the time of the wall-mounted watch, and when she saw that the time was almost up, she got up to throw the instant noodle bucket. I'll join you. Blue Creek drank the soup in 2 gulps. Yunfu shook her head. No, give it all to me. You guys hurry up and make the bed. There's almost not enough time. There is no place to wash or bathroom in the dormitory. There are 2 large wash areas for group use on the east side of the building. Yunfu threw the instant noodle box into the garbage can and turned into the toilet in the partition area. Jinjin, I bought a new face wash. I asked my aunt to bring it back from abroad. My face is especially soft and tender after washing. You try it too. Chula and Chen Huizhen stood in front of the faucet and washed themselves. Really? Chen Huizhen took the cleanser. Can it help me win back Ash's heart after using it so well? Can it make me pretty enough to compare Yunfu? Of course. Chuera contained a smile. Jinjin, you are already very good looking. Brother Ashes might just be greedy for freshness for a while. When he gets tired of looking at Yunfu's face, he will realize how good you are. Thank you, Lara. Chen Huijin squeezed out the cleanser and rubbed out the foam on her palm to apply it on her face. And when she finished washing her face, there was suddenly an extra person beside her. Cloud-san. Chuera saw Yunfu first. She awkwardly looked at Chen Huijin, afraid that their conversation would be overheard by Yunfu, and remembered the face wash in her hand. I bought a new one. Do you want to use it? No. Cloudfur stood to the side to wash up, and when he was done he took his things and left. Did she hear us talking bad about her? Chula asked. Chen Huijin grunted and purposely said loudly, hearing is hearing. If anyone dares to talk nonsense in front of Brother Ashes, I'll tear her mouth off. Back. When Yunfu returned, Lanchi and Tian Meng were all packed up, and as they both took their things to wash up, Tian Meng asked, didn't run into anything, did you? No. Yunfu shook her head. You guys go and come back quickly. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the campus code said you had to make sure there was no light in your dorm room after 11:30. Lanchi answered yes and went out with Tian Meng. The female ghost roommate ate instant noodles and did not wash directly on the bed to sleep. I do not know whether to sleep. A little bit of movement is not out. Yunfu had almost just made the bedding when Lanchi and the girls returned. Tian Meng opened her mouth chatting idly as she returned things. Yunfu, did you and Lanchi know each other in the real world? They're really close. Lanchi skimmed her lips and gave Yunfu a look. It appeared that it was Tianmeng who wanted to take clues from Blue Creek, who ignored her. Yunfu went to check the curtains as if nothing had happened, and locked the door tightly, before saying, "That's not true, it's just that at first sight, there's no end to what we can say. You two can take me as a sister too. We live in the same dorm now. There's no point in hiding it from each other." Tianmeng saw that Yunfu also coped with her, and simply opened the door. "I know that the clue to Zhuang Tong's death wasn't something she discovered on her own. You two are much smarter than her, and Xiaojun has other discoveries that he hasn't told everyone about. Why don't we exchange them?" Yunfu and Bluebrook looked at each other for a moment. "How are we to believe you're telling the truth? Students in Class F can apply to the principal for individual tuition. As long as they have an approval slip from the teacher they can go upstairs." Tianmeng shrugged. "Xiaojun already went there once when he got the approval slip. He didn't die and came back for good. F class can go upstairs?" This was great news for Yunfu, meaning she could go to the Dean of Instruction and find the full school code. "What's in the principal's office?" she asked. Tianmeng smiled without saying anything. "This is the second clue. It's about time you guys told me." It was almost 11:30 on the wall watch, and avoiding being caught in the mirror, Yunfu got up and went to turn off the lights. "The hostesses will check the bed at exactly 12 a.m. But they can't open the door for her." Tianmeng guessed correctly that Yunfu and Bluebrook did know more about the conditions of death. She lay back and tucked in, and added, "Students who have gone to the principal for remedial classes can skip a class if they pass the test." Chapter 40, Class President. "Do you know how to kiss?" Added words to the last chapter. For those papas who see the incoherence here, read the last chapter again. Love you all. Yunfu's eyes lit up and she quickly figured out the trick. Skipping shifts means you can grab time. In other words, if you have approached the principal for tuition, you can go directly from Class F to Class D, Class D to Class B, and Class B to Class A after passing the exam. That makes it only 6 days, regardless of the level of the copy. The longer the time is delayed, the more likely it is to encounter a big messy kill. Shortened from 10 days to 6 days, the probability of surviving is almost half more. The clue of Tianmeng was important, and Yunfu didn't think she would lie so specifically. Seeing her sincerity, Yunfu opened his mouth to attach another death clue to her. "Dorm building doors will be locked at 6:30 a.m. Don't get locked out of your dorm." Tianmeng guffawed. "Thanks." Knock knock. Bed check. There were footsteps and knocking on the door from not far away. It seemed that the hostesses had started checking the bedrooms. Cloudfern closed his eyes and listened quietly. Not long after hearing a short scream, someone opened the door. The footsteps came closer and closer until they stopped in front of their dormitory. 414. Bed check. Open the door for Auntie. Not much different from the hostile aunt's voices heard before. The person outside the door had a smile in his voice, treating them like his own children. Coaxing. "Open the door for Auntie quickly. Auntie still has a lot of dormitories to check, or else it'll be too late." Tianmeng covered her head with the quilt and tried her best to ignore the sound outside the door. If it wasn't for the fact that she had exchanged clues with Yunfu in advance about not being able to open the door, according to her character, she would have already gone over to open the door for the hostile auntie at this moment. But who knows what is really outside the door right now? Clunk. The person outside the door waited for a while, saw that no one opened the door, as if losing patience, slammed the door twice. 414. Open the door, or I'll mark you as failing to show up for bed, so your teacher can punish you. 414. Open the door. I don't know when, but the hostess's voice is no longer gentle and has become hoarse and mellow. Open the door. There was a bang on the door. Yunfu was fast asleep and was woken up in a daze. She rolled over and went back to sleep. Outside the door, a thick willow was trying endlessly to get in. There was no gap for it to take advantage of, so it slammed against the door angrily. Several willow leaves merging together to make a human-like sound. Open the door. The door to 414 never opened, and seeing that it couldn't fool the people inside, it reluctantly went to the next dormitory. Cloudfur. Someone called out to her in her ear, and Cloudfur's mind cleared for a moment as she lifted an eye slit to meet the scarlet glass eyes of her ghostly roommate. When did she come over and how come she didn't make any noise at all? Yunfu stepped back, her back pressed against the wall. What's wrong? You smell so good. I want to sleep with you. The female ghost roommate lifted the covers off of Cloudfur without taking herself as an outsider. Yunfu pressed on before she had a chance to stop, and the female ghost roommate laid into her comforter, pulling her arm over her and resting it on her chest. So soft. Yunfu. She's being played for a fool, isn't she? Right? Aren't you going to sleep yet? The female ghost roommate blinked her glassy eyes, urging Yunfu to hurry up and sleep with her. Cloudfur. Oh, forget it. She didn't have a murderous intent towards herself anyway, so let's just leave it at that. Maybe the other ghosts will leave her alone when they see they have a ghost here. Yunfu soon fell asleep again. After she fell asleep, a figure suddenly appeared outside the closed window. The ghostly roommate's eyes opened warily, and she let out a low growl in her throat, intent on repelling the intruder from outside. There was a very soft thud, and instead of leaving, the figure entered the room. The female ghost was reluctant to leave the fragrant, soft comforter, but she had to defend her turf. Ho! Off! The tall-built teenager stepped closer, as if he heard something funny and couldn't hold back a soft snort as he raised one hand to strangle the female ghost's neck. A mere brat dares to steal my wife from me? Seek death. Well, slender and bony like a work of art, fingers with great strength strangled the female ghost. Glass eyeballs burst out. Gibberish rolled to the bottom of the bed. The female ghost pickpocketed his hand, but how to pickpocket cannot be removed. Let go. Let go. Well, the female ghost was thrown out of the window. Meow. I don't know from which corner drifted out a few kittens purr. The female ghost's face changed, and she frantically fled for her life. Woohoo! Not only was the soft comforter robbed, but I won't be able to sleep tonight either. The quilt was lifted up at one corner. A cool breeze poured in, and Yunfu cringed and balled up until an embrace gathered around her. A loving, infatuated voice murmured, "Wife." Laughing face. Early the next morning, Yunfu slept with exhaustion, always feeling that he was ghosted in the middle of the night, and when he opened his eyes, the female ghost was no longer there, and he didn't know when she left. She lifted the covers to put on her shoes, her eyes sweeping over something, her movements lurching. On the white wrist, there were a few more gently shallow teeth marks and red marks from sucking. Ambiguous. Cloud fur. Is this the work of a female ghost? She turned her head to the window. The closed curtains were swaying slightly in the wind. The window was open. Something had come in last night. Is it you, Hui? Cloudfur's eyes were complicated as she pulled her sleeve to cover all the marks. She put on her shoes and went to close the window. Yunfu, you're awake. Blue Creek sat up, rubbing her misty, sleepy eyes. The temperature in the house was so low last night. I almost thought I was sleeping in a morgue. Morning. Tian Meng yawned. I heard something strange in the middle of the night yesterday. I wanted to open my eyes to take a look, but I couldn't wake up. Are you guys okay? It's fine. Yunfu sheepishly hid her wrist behind her. Get up. It's time to go to the cafeteria. The three of them quickly got up and washed up. Tian Meng had to go upstairs to find Tianing. Yunfu and Lanqi went downstairs first. In the stairwell, they met Chen Huizhen and Chula. There was no intention of paying attention to each other, but Chula greeted. Good morning. Do we know each other well? Blue Creek was on cloud 9, not understanding why they were striking up a conversation when they clearly didn't know each other. We are very close to ashes. Yunfu she. Chula tried to explain. Chen Huizhen bumped Yunfu with her shoulder. Hey, how much longer are you going to wear Ash's brother's clothes? Hurry up and give them back. He told you to rush me? That's not true. Yunfu brushed her shoulders and laughed softly. Oh, I quite like this dress. I'm not going to return it. You. Chen Huizhen was infuriated. Chuara was afraid that she would be impulsive. She hurriedly stood between the two. Jinjin, don't make a scene. Brother Ashes doesn't like this. Let's hurry up and go. Brother Ashes is waiting for us to eat together. It was then that Lanqi realized that they had come to trouble Yunfu. She pushed up her sleeves. Hey, I'm grumpy. What do you want? Cloudfur yanked the man to his feet. Blue Brook was annoyed. Of course I'm getting the scene back for you. No need. Yunfu looked at Chen Huizhen's back faintly. I'm not petty enough to bother with a dead person. Ha? What do you mean? Lanqi was curious. Isn't Chen Huizhen an NPC? There are bosses, ghosts, and regular NPCs that drive the plot. Did you see her face? Yunfu poked Lanqi's face. There's something under her cheeks. Someone wants to skin her face alive. Chapter 41, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Ha! Blue Brook shivered, although she didn't understand what Yunfu meant by that, but it was quite gut-wrenching to think that if someone wanted her face. Chula is not easy. Be careful with her. Chen Huizhen's change started last night, and Yunfu suspected that there was something wrong with that bottle of cleanser. The two of them walked and chatted. It was only 6:15 when they left the dormitory building, and after waiting for a while, Shang and Xiong Zirui came out from the opposite side. Boss! Xiong Zirui shouted excitedly. We're all alive. Aha! Yunfu was infected by his joy and smiled. Congratulations. Had ha. Xiong Zirui scratched his hair in embarrassment. All thanks to the clues the boss found. Blue Brook, alright, don't kiss ass. There were probably quite a few players in trouble last night. Let's go to the cafeteria first and check out the situation. Players without death clues obviously didn't sleep well last night. Even Xiaojin, who was participating in the game for the 6th time, had fatigue on his face. Seeing the four of them come in, he said, come over here first. There were deaths last night. I'm not sure how many died. Pair up the numbers. Not long after, Tianing and Tian Meng came over. Tian Meng slightly nodded at Yunfu and sat down next to Xiaojun. She whispered something to Xiaojun Tianing. Xiaojun glanced at Yunfu every now and then. When she exchanged clues with Tian Meng, Yunfu expected this to happen. She wouldn't compliment Xiaojun, but she also wanted to find a strong teammate. She didn't ask for how much Xiaojun could help her, but she asked that when a crisis arose, he would be willing to lend a helping hand. And to be saved is to have value. And the clue to the death that Cloudfur holds in his hand that they don't know about is value. As expected, Xiaojun gave Yunfu a friendly smile. The cafeteria is open. After sitting back from the fight, Cloudfur knew what happened last night. 2 of the boys are dead and 2 of the girls are dead. There are 4 more on the boys' side. There were slightly more girls. 6. Lan, she whispered. Zhuang Tong didn't come. Looks like she found the second floor. Yunfu flipped through the dishes on her plate, and didn't know what was going on. The cafeteria actually made so much meat early in the morning, with no veggies at all. Having had an extra meal of instant noodles last night, Yunfu wasn't really hungry, and she didn't have an appetite for meat this early in the morning. Aren't you going to eat? The boy sitting across from Yunfu gulped. I'm especially hungry. Can I have it if you don't eat it? Yunfu looked at him with green eyes from hunger and pushed the dinner plate over. Eat? The boy took the dinner plate and immediately wolfed it down. Lan, she wasn't too hungry either. She chucked a piece of lean meat into her mouth. Then her eyes lit up. It tastes good, eh? I don't know how many times better than yesterday's. Yunfu, do you want to try it too? All of them were feasting on the food, and Yunfu watched with some appetite as she picked up her chopsticks. So I'll taste some? Lan, she pushed the dinner plate in front of her. Don't be polite to me. Let's eat together. Just as Yunfu's chopsticks were about to pinch the meat, the girl on the other side of Lan wondered. What's this? A stamp on pork? Often by meat people know. Pork will have a food inspection seal. The seal of the pigment penetrated into the deep parts of the pig's skin is easy to wash off, but can be eaten. So the girls didn't put much stock in it. They simply looked at it and were ready to eat it. Wait a minute. Yunfu's chopsticks shook and dropped one on the table. Can you give me that piece of meat? The girl thought she wanted one and hesitated. Okay, but you can only have one piece. I'm not full yet. Yunfu tried to pick up the dropped chopsticks but was unsuccessful. She simply picked them up directly with her hands and closed her eyes after reading the words on them. Everyone stop eating. What's wrong? Blue Creek swallowed the meat in her mouth. Cloudfern, it's not pork. It's players. The ones on the meat weren't stamps either but tattoos. She'd noticed that one boy had a tattoo on his neck and he hadn't shown up today. It turned out that it had gone into the dinner plate. Vom dash. Blue Creek retched and spat out all that she had eaten. What did you say? He Sheng and Xiong Zirui naturally believed Yunfu's words, and the 2 of them ate quite a lot and ran to the garbage can to vomit. The others looked at Yunfu suspiciously without putting down their chopsticks. Yunfu showed them the meat. It's the word loyalty, and there's a boy with a tattoo of loyalty. After a few moments of silence, the sound of vomiting rose and fell. Yunfu couldn't stand it a bit and covered her nose to the entrance of the cafeteria. I hear you're the class president of class 4 now? At some point, Xiaojun walked up behind her. Yunfu turned around. Something wrong? Xiaojun spread his hands. Don't be so wary. Since you chose to work with Tian Meng, we are teammates. Yunfu, that also depends on whether you have the ability to be my teammate. I'm the one who has passed 5 copies. I have props in my hand. Xiaojun laughed a little. Don't you just want me to help you save your life when it's critical? I promise. And I won't ask you about the death conditions, you know. I just need you to do me a favor. Pie will never fall from the sky. Yunfu would prefer to exchange death conditions with him. She didn't agree easily. Tell me first. Don't worry. It won't hurt your safety. Xiaojun took out a small packet of powder from his pocket. You just need to find a chance to feed this to the copy boss to eat. I'll do the rest myself. What is it? Yunfu was shocked in her heart. Xiaojun, isn't he trying to pass the copy? But is he aiming for you, Ashes? She reached out to take it and Xiaojun put it back. You haven't promised. If she didn't agree, in case Xiaojun found someone else to do it, Yu Chen might really get hit. Yunfu lowered her eyes for a moment. Okay, I agree. Boss is eating in the cafeteria at the moment and hasn't left. You're in the same class. He won't be too hard on you. So you can try now. Xiaojun didn't give Yunfu any chance to refuse, directly pushing her back into the cafeteria and stuffing another cup of drink in her hand. I've spiked this one. You send it to him. Yunfu stumbled a few steps, catching the attention of Yu Ashes, who was sitting at the other end of the cafeteria. See her coming toward her. Yu Ashes put down the chopsticks in his hands with an expectant look on his face. What kind of good drink did the wife have in her hand? Just for him? Chapter 42, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Yunfu took a step towards Yu Chen. On the face, he was not shocked, but inwardly he was actually anxiously thinking of a way to deal with it. There was no way she was going to give Yu Hui water laced with an unknown powder. But if Xiaojun sensed her intentions, I'm afraid that she would be in a very bad situation afterward. Being isolated by the players en masse is not an option. For the first time, Yunfu wished the cafeteria was a little bigger, but only a few steps later, she was in front of Yuhua. However, the crack has yet to be figured out. Yu Chen, who was sitting on the chair, turned around, his hands propped up on his knees as he tilted his head back to look at Yunfu, his lips hooked in a smile as he waited for her to strike up a conversation with him. Yunfu stood in front of him and brooded for a long time, not knowing what to say. Yuashi's opened his mouth first. He collected his smile. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. The water you took wasn't for me to drink? This side was not close to the player's side, and Xiaojin could only see them talking, but could not hear what they were saying. Yes and no. Yunfu pursed her lips. She calmly placed her cup on the table, her gaze suddenly relaxing. Student Yu, can I ask you a question? Ask. Have you ever had a girlfriend? A question that drew several beams of eyes over. Yu Hui shook his head. No. His eyes gazed at Yunfu's rosy lips, and his throat tightened as he licked the corners of his dry lips. What did she mean by asking that question? Did she want to be her girlfriend? Yuashi's couldn't help but straighten up. Well then, as long as you drink this glass of water, I'll make you my girlfriend, okay? Yuashi's expression dawned a bit. Even with all the anticipation, he didn't expect Yunfu to actually say such words, and he didn't react for a moment as if he was hit by a huge surprise. Good. Yuashi's lowered his eyes and picked up the cup. The water in the cup shook slightly with ripples because of his movements. On the surface it looked like an ordinary cup of water, but in the eyes of the ghosts and monsters who weren't human, what was added in it had long since been revealed in its original form. The moment he picked up the water, Yunfu's heart lifted with him. Yuashi's did not hesitate and brought it to his mouth to drink. Yunfu's fingers hanging at her side trembled, wanting to stop it, when a hand moved faster than her and snatched the cup from Yu Chen's hand. Chen Huijin gulped down the water in 2 gulps. She turned her hand back. Cup down, sorry. I was so thirsty I drank it all. The eyes looked provocatively at Yunfu. She was not going to let Yuashi's be Yunfu's boyfriend. Don't even think about it. Especially in plain sight. It was pretty much common knowledge that she liked Yu Hui. So wouldn't Yunfu be slapping her in the face by doing this? Yuashi's face became cloudy all of a sudden. You seek death? It's been a long time coming, and he's going to have a wife soon. Now it's all ruined. Yunfu, however, was instantly relieved. The water was snatched by Chen Huijin, and Xiaojin saw it, so he could not say anything. Chen Huijin was ferocious and had tears in her eyes, so she took the opportunity to simply confess. Yuashi's, I really like you. I never liked you. Yuashi's didn't save face in the slightest, his tone mocking. Is it because of her? Chen Huijin emotionally pointed her finger at Yunfu. Yu Hui's eyes were bitter. Don't point your claws at her. Yunfu carefully observed Chen Huijin's reaction. She didn't have any problem at all after drinking it. So this medicine is specifically for the copy boss? Not wanting to get involved in the quarrel between the two of them, Yunfu plugged her ears. Take your time arguing. I'll leave first. Chen Huijin had thought that Yunfu would pull the head flower with her, yet Yunfu didn't put her in her eyes at all, which made her seem particularly unreasonable. Chen Huijin was so angry that she ran away crying. Yuashi's, the wife that came to her has flown away and she has the face to cry? Someone please judge him. Feeling the sultry gazes behind her, Yunfu returned to the player's side, and Xiaojin didn't say anything more. Let's find another opportunity next time. It'll have to do. Yunfu said she did her best. Not long after breakfast it was time for class. Yunfu and Lanqi were walking towards the outside when she noticed a figure and she quickened her pace to catch up. Wait a minute. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, the ghost student turned his head back. Hi, roommate. Yunfu smiled and greeted her ghostly roommate. The ghostly roommate's face became resigned the moment she saw her. But then she thought of something hard to hold back. You go out in the morning out so early. Was going to eat with you. Yunfu fished something out of his pocket. Here, your eyes. I picked them up and washed them. Put them back in quickly. Female ghost roommate. Damn demon. She'd find a way to beat him and abduct her roommate. Thanks. The ghostly roommate took the glass eyeballs and shoved them back into their sockets. Before the class bell rang, Yunfu and Shang Xiongzi Roy entered the classroom. Instead, he caught a glimpse of Zhuang Tong sitting in the class. Xiang Ziruei subconsciously hid behind Yunfu. Old, boss, is she a human or a ghost? Zhuang Tong's appearance was no different from that of a normal person. Unlike the ghost students whose faces were pale and pupils clouded with gray, and even when he saw the three of them, his attitude was just as arrogant as before, rolling his eyes and lowering his head. The first and second floors of the girls' dormitory are on the ground floor, and Zhuang Tong happens to live on the second floor. Yunfu whispered to them both about the situation. But the campus code only says not to go into the underground dormitories, but it doesn't say that going in will definitely kill you. so she couldn't make up her mind. Maybe Zhuang Tong had found the death condition and survived. Why don't I go ask her? He Shang volunteered. Kumazari, how do you ask? Ask her if she remembers us coming here. Don't worry, I won't mention the copy. He Shang said. Yunfu, be safe. The teacher of the first class quickly entered the room, so He Shang had to call it quits, preparing to find a time to ask again after class. The day's lessons officially began after Yunfu led the call for a rise. Class 4 had a gym class this morning, and Tian Meng came to see Yunfu after class. Here's the approval slip. Tian Meng brought over Xiaojin's used approval strip. Yunfu looked at the front and back. Was he the only one who went by himself? You guys didn't? Taman, no comment for now. Got it. Although their two sides had reached cooperation, they didn't have much trust in each other, and the clues weren't all shared, so Yunfu stopped asking more questions. Are you going to the principal to make up for it? Yunfu smiled. Then I have no comment. Tian Meng shrugged. Tonight's test is for all the F-class students gathered together in the large classroom, with the transfer students' seats leaning against each other. So if you need to cheat, remember to let me know and I'll pass the answers on to you. Don't be in a hurry to say no, even if you don't need it. Don't the rest of your class? Chapter 43, Class President, do you know how to kiss? While Yunfu and Tian Meng were chatting, He Shang also looked for Zhuang Tong to finish asking about the situation. She seems to be normal. He Shang had a complicated expression. It wasn't that he was looking forward to Zhuang Tong's death, but the fact that if Zhuang Tong didn't die it would go against the campus code they had been given, meaning the campus code is bogus. But last night, the hostel supervisor came to check the dormitory. We didn't open the door and nothing happened? Xiong Ziruwei sounded dizzy. If Mr. Gao lied to us, we're the ones who died. Maybe there's a real one and a fake one? And the underground dormitory that John Boy stumbled upon just happened to be fake. He Shang looked at Yunfu, waiting for her to answer. Squad leader. At that exact moment, a ghost student walked over. The gym teacher told you and the gym committee to go get the equipment. We're going to need it for next class. Okay, I'll be right there. Yunfu followed and got up, thought for a moment and said, there must be something wrong somewhere. It's best to temporarily reduce contact with Zhuang Tong before we figure it out. Physical education is taught to Class 4 and Class 1 together. A male player named Wei Chao was standing in the playground with Blue Brook, and seeing her looking at something, he asked, Blue Brook, Jin just came to ask about the exam. Why didn't you take a stand? Lan Shi, I'm going to ask Yunfu's opinion. I'll do what she does. Is that the girl from Class 4? Wei Chao didn't understand why Lan Shi was so obedient to Yunfu's words, persuading that the Yunfu is just a girl, although she has entered a copy once and has more experience than us. But how can she compare to Jin? Don't be stupid and get screwed by her. You won't even have time to cry when the time comes. Lan Shi was not happy to hear this. What's wrong with girls? Don't you understand? Wei Chao bristled. Seeing that he was unconvinced, Blue Brook crossed her arms and said, I don't know who was scared out of their wits in their first class. Wei Chao made a fool of himself and touched the tip of his nose. I didn't say anything either. Don't personally attack. Seeing He Shang and Xiong Zirwei coming over, Lan Shi greeted them. Where is Yunfu? Why isn't she with you? Boss went to the equipment room to get his stuff. Kumazari returned. The equipment room was in the southeast corner of the playground, and there was a row of cottages over there that were used for miscellaneous storage. Squad leader, I suddenly have a bit of a stomach ache. Can you go first? The gymnast covered his stomach and looked pained. Seeing that he was really having a hard time, Yunfu nodded her head. Okay, you speed up. There are too many things. I can't move them alone. Okay, I'll be right back. The sports committee was so amazed that they were busy covering their stomachs and running away. Yunfu took the key and unlocked the door, which opened, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ahem. The equipment room wasn't very big. It held a few rows of shelves with a few paper boxes stacked on top of them containing some balls, rackets and jump ropes and such. Cloudfur pushed the cart in the corner over and tugged laboriously at a cardboard box trying to put it up. Just then, footsteps came from behind her. Thinking it was the sports committee coming back, Yunfu didn't turn around. So fast? Just in time. Come over and help me with the cart. The cart had no brakes and had to be held up or it would slip. And the box was too heavy, so Yunfu couldn't do both at the same time. The footsteps stopped behind her and didn't move. In an instant, Yunfu sensed danger, and she turned back sharply. Bang! Is everyone here? The PE teacher came to the front of the Class 4 team after counting the number of Class 1s. You may not answer any questions from the teacher during class, even if you are not in the classroom. However, Yunfu hadn't come back yet. He Shang was a bit anxious, but he couldn't speak. Teacher, the equipment is here. The sports committee pushed the cart and rushed to catch up with classes. Put it aside and take the group to warm up first. Good. What's going on? Where's the boss man? Not seeing Yunfu, Xiong Zirui felt bad in his heart at once. He Shang frowned. Something happened. Yunfu was a cautious person in his heart. Even if he couldn't come back on time, he would still find a way to deliver news to them. But now, Yunfu disappeared without saying a word. Then what? Hurry up and find out. Xiong Zirui messed up. No. He Shang stopped him. Let me think about it. Until the gym teacher says it's a free-for-all. No one knows if leading privately will step on a death condition. On the other side, Lan Shi, who was warming up, had been paying attention to the situation of Class 4, and when she saw that their class physical committee member had come back on her own, while Yunfu was nowhere to be seen, her right eyelid jumped hard twice. Think fast. Xiong Zirui dry anxious. His brain is not good. Cannot help in this regard. He Sheng didn't dare to take a risk. The only thing he could come up with was to wait for class to end. But he was also clear that the longer he dragged on, the smaller the chances of Yunfu being alive. Suddenly, Lan Shi noticed Yuashes walking not far away. She ran sullenly past the gym teacher, ignoring the shady look he was staring at her with. Yunfu was gone. As the baseball bat swung over, Yunfu subconsciously raised her arm to block it. Unexpectedly, the man held something else in his hand and sprayed it at her, and Yunfu lost consciousness. Hiss! The bone in his right arm should have cracked, and Yunfu woke up from the hard pain. She opened her eyes, but it was pitch black. Cloudfern was locked in a narrow box that was moving as if it was trying to transport her somewhere. Actually awake? The person who carried her sensed the movement in the box and snorted out a laugh. I've put in a full dose of ecstasy. TSK, it's good to wake up, so you can find out how you're going to die in a while. It's a man's voice, raspy like fingernails scratching through hairy glass. It was uncomfortable all over. Yunfu's face scrunched together in pain as she fumbled with the case with her left hand. If you wanted me to die a painful death, why did you have to use a change of voice and engage in a backstabbing attack? The box was too small, made for her, and there was no way to turn around or tilt her head back. Like a coffin. Scumbag. Shut up. Being poked and prodded by Yunfu. The man carrying the box was annoyed. I'll shut up when you tell me to? Anyway, in the box, the people outside couldn't hurt her, so Yunfu simply said what she had to say. Let me guess who you are. Definitely not a ghost. Ghosts wouldn't use such complicated means to get her killed. It would be quicker to just cut off her head or break her into pieces. That would be the NPC. Chen Huizhen? The man carrying the box didn't squeak. Cloudfern, or Chula? The box paused imperceptibly. Shu-san, you like Yuashes too, right? What do you mean it's gone? Yu Hui's eyes sank. Yunfu and your class physical fitness committee went to the equipment room to get something. The physical fitness committee is back now. Yunfu didn't. Lanchi was so anxious that she wanted to cry. You quickly go to the sports committee and ask. Song Dijang, the physical fitness committee member who led the students to warm up, heard Yuashes call out to him and busily ran over. Duh. Yuashes student. You are looking for me? Yuashes clutched his collar and gritted his teeth. Where's Yunfu? Chapter 44, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Squad leader? The green-gray face of the physical committee was confused. The squad leader didn't come back? I saw it was a bit late, so I pushed my way over. The equipment room was locked and there was no squad leader in there. Have you been with Cloud for all this time? Not waiting for Yuashes to speak again, Lan Shi pursued. The physical commissioner was vain. I went to the restroom with a stomach ache. So Yunfu was alone in the equipment room at the time. Bang! The fist wrapped in the blistering wind slammed into the head of the gymnast so hard that half of the gymnast's head deflated like a balloon. It's important to find Yunfu. In her heart, Lan Shi actually blamed Yishang and Xiong Zirui a little. How could they let Yunfu follow the sports committee alone? An endless coldness spread out at his heart. Yu Hui stiffened. I know where Yunfu is. Shu-san, you like Yuashes too, right? After that question, there was silence outside the box. Yunfu cursed in her heart and gave Yuashes several painful beatings as she spoke quietly. What did you add to the cleanser you used for Chen Huizhen? You wanted her face because you thought she was prettier than you? And then now you want to get me killed. Is it because you think that Yuashes will belong to you alone afterward? Stop it. Chula completely broke her defense. She forgot to disguise her voice and growled lowly. If it wasn't for Chen Huizhen and Ashes getting close, do you think I would be willing to befriend her? And you, why did you transfer here? Without your presence, I would have been Ash's girlfriend by now. Cloudfur. She didn't want to come either. It was obvious that her next entry into the copy was going to be in 3 months. And it wasn't because someone was shameless enough to drag her in. Where are you going to carry me? Yunfu's ears were sharp enough to hear the sound of water. Chula quickened her pace. I'm going to drown you. It's Wishing Lake. There was a fountain in the center of the lake. And the sound Yunfu heard was from the fountain. Chula, calm down. The box was so airtight that Cloudfur didn't know what she had used to seal herself in. But there was no way to open it inside on her own. let alone being pushed into the water. I can't calm down. And by calming down you'll let me have ashes? Chula struggled to push the box. Her eyes were filled with madness. Yunfu stayed silent and suddenly guffawed. No, I won't let it. Then you can go to hell. Plop. The box into the water stirred up a splash, drenching Chuara, and she laughed triumphantly with a hideous expression. Water slowly seeped in along the cracks of the box, but Yunfu could feel that the box was rapidly sinking at an abnormal speed, as if there were countless hands yanking her downward. The water was cold, the kind that pierces to the depths of the soul. There was no time for self-pity. Yunfu held her breath and pushed the box with all her strength. Her right arm was cold and painful. She moved to break her arm and pry open the box by knocking on the bone. As long as you don't die, what's the point of going out alive with a missing arm? It wasn't until consciousness gradually became disoriented, and after Yunfu realized there was something wrong with the water, it was too late. Countless ghostly hands tore at the box, trying to eat the people inside alive. Soon the box was broken open. A white arm hung out helplessly. The ghostly hand that was close enough came up, sharp nails slicing through delicate skin, a line of red blood spreading out. The smell of sweet blood excited the ghostly hands, and they fought to break the box, finally dragging the young girl inside. The young girl's eyes were tightly closed. Her black hair spread out like seaweed. She floated in the lake. Her face was exquisite like a fairy in a painting, a good color that was unforgettable. However, it was now a meal in the belly of the ghosts and monsters. Just as the ghostbusters swarmed, a little shimmering light lit up the depths of the center of the lake, like something formed by the reflection of some metallic substance. Wisps of black mycelium erupted from the center of the lake, rushing towards the young girl like a sky, layer after layer wrapping her into a cocoon. The ghostly hands were not expected, and after touching the mycelium, they let out a burst of crackling screams, realizing what was going on, and immediately pretended to be dead and sank back to the bottom of the lake. Squad leader Sama. The young man's clean and clear voice gathered from all directions as a white skeleton swept Yunfu into its arms. How can you be so careless? The skeleton let out a sigh and gently took Yunfu's hand, his empty eye sockets without eyes staring at the wound, lowered his head and kissed it. Obviously there's no heart, but I'm so heartbroken. The wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the cracked bones were restored as before. Want to open your eyes and see me like this? The skeleton took Yunfu's hand and placed it on his face, which didn't have an ounce of flesh and skin. Will it startle you? Ha ha, never mind. It's better to face you with a handsome face. Don't let your wife scare you away without chasing her, and then I won't even have a place to cry. Cough cough cough. After spitting out a large amount of saliva, Yunfu opened her eyes. Awake? Blue Creek slapped her heart. Finally, I'm awake. God bless. Where am I? This? Yunfu's mind wasn't quite clear. She had a sharp headache after the scene where she was thrown into the water regrouped in her mind. Come to think of it, who saved me? And how did you know I was in Wishing Lake? He Shang, who was gathered around. This is the school nurse's office. Xiang Zirui brought over a cup of hot water. Boss, you don't remember anything back there? Can't remember. Yunfu shook her head. You guys called out for a teacher? The rule on the code is that if you accidentally get into Wishing Lake, only the teacher can save you. No, it's you Ashes. Blue Creek pursed her lips. Teachers can't save people. Students who fall into the Wishing Lake will be killed as aliens. She pointed to the door. Want to meet? He's outside. He Shang's hand hanging at his side tightened. At that time, when Lanchi rushed to find Yu Chen to save Yunfu without regard for his personal safety, he knew he had lost. He was cowardly and incompetent, and indeed not worthy of Yunfu. Call him in. Yunfu thanked Komazato for the water and propped herself up to sit up. I want to talk to him alone. Boss, we'll go first then. Xiang Zirui yanked He Sheng away. Squad leader Sama. Yu Ashes entered the room with his hands in his pockets, dangling, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Wanton and flamboyant. Wake up. Aha. Yunfu moved an empty space on the bed for him. Sit. No fever? The back of Yu Hui's cold hand pressed against Yunfu's forehead and touched it. Before, it was too late to avoid me. Now you're willing to let me sit so close. Are you sitting down? Yunfu was cooled down, pulling the quilt over to cover a small half of her face, her pair of clear eyes slightly angry, petulant. Long slender fingers flexed and gently scraped across the bridge of Yunfu's nose as Yu Chen leaned against her and sat down. Yunfu, I heard Bluebrook say that you saved me. Thanks. A thank you and that's it? Seeing that she was well behaved and provoking, Yu Hui couldn't help but want to tease her a little. So what do you want? What do I want? Yu Ashes thought seriously for a moment and grunted. To give my body to you? Warm lips came up to the corner of his lips and kissed him. Yunfu tilted her head to look at him, her eyes curving. Yeah. Chapter 45, Class President, do you know how to kiss? With a buzz, like fireworks going off in his head, Yu Ashes was confused. He lowered his eyes and raised his hand to touch the corner of his mouth. His voice dry, Lord Class President, do you realize what you're doing? Yunfu leaned over and kissed him again. Her eyes were soulful and cunning. What? No? You Ashes. It's okay to be okay, but... You Ashes laughed lowly twice. A broken star-like smile rippling out from the bottom of his dark eyes. Lord Class President, do you know how to kiss? Her face swished red. Yunfu twisted her head away. Yes. It's not like it's difficult. Yes? You Ashes propped up his arm and half-circled her into his embrace. His gaze hot and pure. Then can Lord Class President teach me in depth? I learn in vain. Leaning too close, breathing each other's breath. Yunfu smelled a faint gardenia fragrance again. She pursed her lips and clenched the corner of the quilt with both hands. Good. Good that. She didn't want to disturb their pink and bubbly atmosphere, but she had to speak up. Can you guys study with each other later? You can't be late for the promotion exam coming up. Yunfu, how did I forget about this? She pushed You Ashes away and lifted the covers to put on her shoes. Go. You Ashes, who was left out to dry. Aren't you going to the exam? Come along. Yunfu looked back at him. You Ashes pinched his brow. Go. You go first. I'll come later. Yunfu was not sure. Why a moment? Not all together. Get going. Lanshi forced a smile and pulled Yunfu out of the school nurse's office. He Shang and Xiong Zirui left early, and Lanshi laughed indulgently. Ha ha ha, Bao Zi. Can't you see that he's having a hard time? Let's let him slow down alone. Yunfu understood afterward. The tips of her ears red to the point of dripping blood. Blue Creek. There's something I can't figure out, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Bluestream nodded her head. Well, I'm not exactly a smart ass, but I can still give some advice. That's just it. Do you think I'm right for him and You Ashes? What do you mean? Are you disgusted that he's not human? Yunfu, no, but don't you think it's weird? Everyone else goes into horror games to survive, and she's as out of practice as it gets, actually falling in love. What's so strange? You should be able to sense that Shang is interested in you, but after your accident, his first thought was to protect himself. Blue Brook was not amused. Of course, I'm not saying it's wrong to do so, but do you want to find a man like that as a boyfriend? Ghosts and monsters are scary, but aren't ghosts and monsters with feelings better than people? And we don't know when we're going to die, so wouldn't it be cool to have a bit with a big handsome guy before we die? Yunfu, your words are also too brown. Lanshi heatedly smiled. Words are not rough. Care less about other people's opinions. You will find the world refreshingly bright a lot. Through and through. Cloudfur rewarded her with a thumbs up. By the way, what did you mean earlier when you said that students who fall into the wishing lake will be killed as deviants? At the mention of this matter, Blue Brook's face turned grim. Yunfu, this is just my guess. I don't know if it's right or not. I always feel that the promotion isn't a good thing, and the copies want us to die. A girl's sixth sense is naturally sharp. Yunfu didn't take Lanchi as nonsense. She patted her shoulder, whether it's a death sentence or not. We have to go to another class to take a look. We can't just keep spending time in Class F waiting to die. Early death and late death are both the same word for death. Good. Then I'll keep you company. Blue Brook smiled brightly. Yunfu's heart slightly shifted. Blue Creek, she's special in that she's not as repulsed by ghosts and monsters as other players. In the last copy, Dong Mai had advised Yunfu to get along with Sirius, and it was only to save her life, not Lanchi. She sincerely wanted Yunfu and Yuembers to be together. Yunfu shook her head and smiled. If she could get out of the copy alive, she and Lanchi were strangers. There was no need to delve too deeply. The other players were already there when Yunfu and Lanchi arrived at the Class F examination center. Boss. Xiong Zirui pointed to a few empty seats next to him. Sit here. Shang actually didn't sit with Xiong Zirui. He sat behind Xiaojun. Tianning Tianmeng had a left and a right, while the player named Wei Chao sat in front of Xiaojun. It looks like a couple of them talked about cheating. There were also two female players sitting alone on the other side of the room. Both of them seemed to be in the same class and seemed to have hugged the group as well. Why haven't you been there? Cloudfur asked as she sat down. Xiong Zirui shook his empty sleeve. I am not missing an arm. Crippled. People do not take me to play. Lanshi answered, so Shang abandoned you? Xiong Zirui's tone was mocking. People even went up to the top floor. The penthouse? The principal's office? Yunfu looked at Shang in surprise. It happened that Shang was also looking at her, and when he met his eyes, Shang sheepishly moved away. Blue Creek grunted coldly. Is he in such a hurry? The exam was about to start when Ashes came. He sat behind Cloudfur and leaned over the table to poke her in the back. There were 4 invigilators. Mr. Gao was among them, and the remaining 3 Yunfu didn't recognize. She looked slightly sideways. What are you doing? Ashes hooked a strand of her hair in his palm and played with it. Don't take the exam. Play with me. Stop it. Yunfu slapped down his hand and took the roll passed from the front table and sent it back. Honestly, Are you a bad student? I don't want to have a schmuck boyfriend. I just don't love tests. Yuash's eyelids drooped, listlessly throwing the paper behind him. If I take the test seriously, I'll designate first in the whole school. Yunfu, did you keep your share? Yuash's reluctantly took the test paper from the back again. If you don't do well on the test, we won't be in the same class tomorrow. Yuash's straightened up a bit. Wherever you go, I'll go. He could just change shifts, but Yunfu didn't believe he could just move up. Actually, F class is pretty good. You don't have to go to another class. Yunfu didn't bother with him anymore and seriously wrote her name and started doing the questions. The moment the name was written on the paper, everyone and everything around us disappeared into the afterglow. Yunfu was startled, thinking she had triggered a death condition, reacted after trying to understand. Here the exam is pulled into a separate space once you are in answer mode. Looks like Xiaozhen's plan to cheat went out the window. That's good. It's up to you whether you get promoted or not. There was a clock in the middle of the air directly in front of the seat, and time flowed very fast. There was no time to think about anything else. Yunfu concentrated on answering the questions. The other side. Lanshi didn't feel the least bit panicked as she worked on the questions without slowing down and casually said, "Stop." The time on the clock had miraculously stopped moving. Chapter 46, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Interesting. A light laugh appeared out of thin air. When Lanshi lifted her head, she saw Yuash's sitting on the clock. He held a smile. The bottom of his eyes were ice cold. Who the hell are you? What do you want to do near my wife? Your wife? Lanshi put down her pen, rested her chin on both hands, and teased. This is calling out for a wife? If it's not my wife, is it your wife? Yuash's cracked the clock glass and pouted off the long, sharp minute hand inside. Seeing that he was about to make a move, Lanshi raised her hands in surrender. Your wife. Your wife. No one is stealing from you. You're half human? Yu Hui's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Lanshi and studied her for a moment. Blue Creek. Looks like I hit it pretty well and you just realized it now. Semi-human. The other half is the ghost. Yuash's came to life. Your mom is a ghost, your dad is a ghost? Blue Creek was a little speechless, feeling as if he was scolding himself. My mom is. You can even grow this big. Yuash's pondered about him and Yunfu. It seems that people and ghosts can have babies. Blue Creek. Her native language is speechless. Don't take the test. You jumped down from the clock and brushed the papers off the table with interest. Tell me about your parents. The time on the clock was fast and slow, especially messing with people's minds, sparing Yunfu's good mental quality, but also suffered a lot, not to mention those who were already prone to collapse. At the last second, the exam is over. Players who haven't finished writing continue to write. The clock made a strange sound that shrilled and stung the eardrums, and the players froze in their movements, covering their ears as they fell to the ground in agony and struggled. The clock did not return to normal until everyone had put down their pens. A thin layer of sweat seeped out of Yunfu's forehead as she looked at the exam papers floating into midair. The exam papers were graded on the spot, and Yunfu's paper had 2 more big words on it. Qualified. Soon a campus card for Class E appeared on her desk. The moment she picked up her campus card, Yunfu returned to the exam room. Next to him, Xiongzi Rui blinked and twisted his head with a bitter look. Boss, what should I do? I didn't pass the test. It's not that the questions are so difficult, but he can't help but look at the time, and when the time gets faster, he panics, and when he panics, he gets the questions wrong. Yunfu looked around. The players were not only Xiongzi Rui himself who failed the test. Wei Chao and a girl named Zheng Ting also failed. Wei Chao was shaken out of his ear by the strange sound made by the clock because he didn't release his pen after the test, and now the blood is flowing down his neck, looking particularly scary. Zheng Ting, on the other hand, looked like she was about to cry. What should I do? I didn't pass the exam. Am I going to die? The girl next to her, Li Liao, wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know if she was frightened, stiffening her face and unable to speak. It's okay. Yunfu turned back. Failure to pass the test is not a death condition. Next time you go to the principal's office to make up for it, you can skip class. Xiongzi Rui sighed. It doesn't feel like I can make up for it. In the end, it was still that he was too mentally challenged, and besides, he didn't dare to go to the principal's office at all. Where's Blue Creek? After waiting for a while longer and not seeing Lanshi's figure, Yunfu was ready to get up and go look for someone. Just as she stood up, someone behind her tugged on her hand, and Yuash's held up her campus card as if inviting credit. Class president. I got it. Cloudfur laughed a little. Awesome. As he spoke, Blue Creek returned. She looked grudgingly at the card in Yuash's hand. You student is really great. I didn't pass the test. It's not like she didn't take the test. She was pressing for a test. Yuash's threw her paper, and pulled her to keep chatting about whether people and ghosts can get married and have children or not. And after the chat, the exam time also arrived. She got a fail for being watery. You ashes didn't feel guilty in the slightest. That's because you're stupid. Blue Creek. After the exam, it was time for dinner. Since different classes can't communicate with each other explicitly, the players are divided into 3 groups. One batch is the F class of Lanxi, Xiongzi Rui, Wei Chao and Zhang Ting who failed. One batch is Yunfu, Tian Meng, Tian Ing, Li Liao and Zhuang Tong who are normally promoted to Class E. The other group is the D class of Xiaojun and He Shang, who have been to the principal's office to make up for their successes and thus jumped classes. At the dinner table, Tian Meng asked Yunfu with her eyes what was going on with Zhuang Tong. Yunfu shook her head slightly, indicating that Zhuang Tong was normal. Tian Meng frowned. Zhuang Tong didn't eat or show up in the morning. Everyone thought she was dead, but now she was sitting with them in a dignified manner. Tian Meng couldn't believe that she didn't have an accident last night. Sister Meng Meng, Sister Ing Ying, are you guys full? You can have mine if you're not full. Zhuang Tong ate very little, barely moving as she used her food to please Tian Meng and Tian Ing. After all, she wanted Xiaojun to take her out of the copy, and Tian Meng Tian Ing was on good terms with Xiaojun. The food in Class E was a lot better than Class F's, with fried greens and eggs and such, though it didn't taste great, but it was a qualitative leap forward. No need. Tian Meng refused. Tian Ing hadn't had enough to eat for the past 2 days, and she nonchalantly took Zhuang Tong's eggs. Ing. Tian Meng disapproved of her. Tian Ing felt that she was being overly cautious and said impatiently, cousin, what are you afraid of? With Brother Jin here, nothing will happen to us. Tian Meng couldn't say anything more. While they were chatting, Yunfu unobtrusively stuffed her own eggs into her pocket. She didn't eat them and was going to leave them for Lanxi. Blue Creek never thought she would one day drool over a mediocre egg. Yunfu smiled. You eat first. I'll leave tomorrow's eggs for Xiongzirui. You two take turns. Xiongzirui was touched. Boss, you're good to me too. Here, no need to wait for tomorrow. We'll split it in half. Lanxi broke the white tender egg into 2 halves and gave the bigger piece to Xiongzirui. I'll share it with you. Don't forget me tomorrow. Xiongzirui rubbed his hand on his pants. We share the same blessings and difficulties. Cloud Flare. The 3 men were walking side by side when someone caught up behind them. Cloudfur turned back. It's He Shang. I've got something for you. Can we talk alone? Just say it directly. Lanxi and Xiongzirui aren't outsiders either. Yunfu's smile faded. He Shang clenched his hand, a bit at a loss. He took out a wrapped chicken leg from his pocket. This is the meals for Class D. You need to make up for your injury today. So No, thanks. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yunfu refused. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, Lanxi and I will go back to the dormitory. Wait. He Shang's expression was tangled. Xiaojun asked me to ask you when you're going to give the medicine to Yu Hui. Chapter 47, Class President, do you know how to kiss? Medicine? What medicine? Lanxi's brows wrinkled deeply as she looked at Yunfu. Xiaojun looked for you alone? Cloudfur nodded. Just this morning. Is he trying to hurt you? Lanxi never felt that Xiaojun was a good person. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Chen liked Yunfu, Yunfu would have died 1,000 times if she wanted to make a move on Yu Chen. Yunfu took out the medicinal powder and handed it to He Shang. Help me bring a message to Xiaojun that the cooperation ends here. I don't need any more assistance from him. For a ghost. He Shang was incredulous, thinking that Yunfu had simply lost her head. This morning, but 3 people died at once. Yunfu, you're also an old player who's been in a copy. Don't joke about your own life. Okay. Yunfu refused to help Xiaojun. Then Xiaojun would turn against Yunfu. He Shang couldn't believe that Yunfu, who was so smart, couldn't think of this. Yunfu naturally understood the meaning of his words, and smiled lightly and lightly. Then let's see who lives to the end. I've always been quite lucky. In addition, He Shang didn't take the medicine, and Yunfu shoved it directly into his hand. A word of caution. Now that you've decided to take sides, don't swing from side to save yourself from the inside out. He Shang shook his head in disappointment. I'm doing it all for your own good. After he left, Xiongzirui gave a thumbs up. Boss, you're too valiant. That's right. Lanxi wrapped her arms around Yunfu. Don't look at our class president adult who looks delicate and weak, but she's actually very rigid. How wimpy can a woman who can even take down a ghost boss be? Come on. If you two keep up the compliments, I should be embarrassed. Yunfu's eyes curved. By the way, Xiongzirui and He Shang are living in a dormitory, right? In the future, keep an eye out for yourself. I'll tell you when I find out about the new campus code. Just don't tell He Shang anymore. Xiongzirui understood. Yunfu and Lanxi returned to the dormitory to wash up before Tian Meng returned. Only the female ghost roommate was absent. Back so early? Tian Meng's face was as usual, as if she didn't know about Yunfu and Xiaojun's talk falling apart. Didn't go around and look for clues? Well, I'm a little tired today and wanted to rest early. Lanshi had already fallen asleep under the quilt. Yunfu covered the quilt and was also ready to sleep, only to lie down and suddenly wanted to go to the toilet. After 10 minutes of wrangling and feeling that she couldn't survive the night, she sat up with a wooden face. It's not time for bed check. The danger factor is not high at this point. Yunfu was about to go out after washing her hands in the toilet, when she suddenly heard a noise coming from the corridor, like the movement of something heavy falling to the ground. She tightened the faucet and pressed herself against the wall to listen quietly. Stinking cousin, where's the promised money? Dare to fool our sisters, isn't it? The crunching sound of a slap on the face was so audible that Yunfu felt her face hurt. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to not give it. It's my milk. My grandma didn't give me any money in the mail this month. When she does, I'll give it to you guys right away. Okay, is this the voice of the female ghost roommate? Not quite sure. Cloudfur poked his head out to take a look. The ghostly roommate was cowering in the corner, her hair torn and disheveled, her clothes in disarray, and she was begging the two girls in front of her over and over again with her hands folded. Immediately how long? The girl gripped her ghostly roommate's hair and yanked her to her knees. I want it now. Aren't there some new transfer students in your dorm? Go steal them. No no no. The ghostly roommate shook her head desperately. If you get caught stealing, you'll get kicked out of school. The two girls looked like they heard a joke and laughed disdainfully. How many times have you taken the test and still stayed in F class? And you are actually afraid of expulsion too. The school is really inclusive. A lousy bastard like you should have been beaten long ago. With that, the girl raised her hand to hit her ghostly roommate again. The female ghost roommate subconsciously shielded her head. But this time, the imagined pain did not fall on her. Stealing gets you expelled. But what about bullying a classmate and abetting a classmate to steal? Cloudfur clutched the girl's arm. Who are you? Mind your own business. I'm nobody, but I can get the dean of instruction here. The other girl still wanted to make a move on Yunfu, but as soon as she heard the words director of instruction, she immediately became honest. You can go up to the top floor? You're in class A? The two girls showed their cowardice and quickly changed their words. Misunderstood. We were just playing with her. Is this how to play? Yunfu's voice was stern. Don't let me see you guys bullying her again. Get out. Okay, they're gone. Yunfu bent down and helped her female ghost roommate straighten her hair. Let's go back to the dormitory as well. The ghostly roommate was shaking. Yunfu squatted down and took her into her arms. Be good. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Feeling the warmth from Yunfu's body, the female ghost roommate warily reached out her hand to hug her back. They'll come after you when they know you're not in class A. There's no need for you to get into trouble for me, or else you'll be next. Next time. Yunfu smiled. Learn to fight back and stop giving away grandma's hard-earned money. Yunfu thought of her own grandmother, also cannot afford to eat and drink for her to study. There are a lot of good people that helped her, and now she went to college can be independent, but also to hold up the umbrella to help others is right. On the way back to the dormitory, the female ghost roommate held Yunfu's hand so tightly that Yunfu was a little sore, and in order to ease her tension, she looked for a topic of conversation and said, You're not good at studying? I can help you with tutoring when I have time. No need. The ghostly roommate seemed even more terrified as she stumbled. I'm fine staying in F. You'd better not move up either. Next time you screw up, go back to F. Why? The ghostly roommate shook her head. Anyway, don't ever study well. The dormitory has arrived. Yunfu couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions. The higher the class level, the higher the status in the school. So what on earth would make a female ghost roommate prefer to be bullied rather than move up in class? At exactly 11:30, the lights went out in the dormitory. Blue Creek snored a little. Tian Meng laughed a bit. She has a pretty big heart, and she has a good mindset for her first time entering a copy. Yunfu was preoccupied with matters in her mind and only gave a hum as a response to her words. It was so dark in the room that you couldn't see 5 fingers because the curtains were drawn tightly. Yunfu stared at the roof of the room, rolling her eyes to relax, inexplicably feeling that there was a spot in the corner that was dark and not quite normal. The black mass was a bit lighter than the rest, and scurried up when it saw Yunfu looking at it. Yunfu subconsciously looked over, and all of a sudden her eyes met the mirror. Yunfu snapped her eyes shut, chanting demons and devils leave in her mind. It's too pitiful. The note didn't say that the strange phenomenon wasn't in the mirror, but outside of it. It seems that the campus code on the slip of paper is not all there is, and the conditions of death seem to be missing. After waiting a while, nothing happened. Cloudfern was relieved that at least the solution was the right one. She opened her eyes and a myriad of mirrors stood before her. Mirrors reflecting the figure. Countless Yunfu appear. Wait, isn't she sleeping in her bed? Where is this? Chapter 48, Class President. Do you know how to kiss 19? Yunfu was a little confused. She didn't quite understand how and why she had opened her eyes. It seems like it's a particularly natural thing to do. She tried to lift her right hand to pinch herself, but her left hand was inexplicably raised. Twisted his thigh hard without any pain. Yunfu had a vague guess in her heart. She tried to jump to the right, but the person went to the left at once. Is this in your dreams? A lot of people say that the world is the opposite in dreams, so she falls asleep with her eyes closed. And the dream is with her eyes open? Yunfu looked at the countless mirrors in front of her and held her forehead. Looks like she didn't get away with it. Tomorrow, if she was still alive, she must find a chance to make a trip to the penthouse and steal the complete campus code from the Dean of Instruction's office. Otherwise they really don't even know how they died. Click. A subtle sound was caught by Yunfu, and her expression was immediately alert. Eyes kept traveling through the mirrors, trying to spot what was making the noise. Click. Another sound. The movement was clearer than it had been a moment ago, and it seemed that the thing making the noise was approaching. Because she was too concentrated, Yunfu subconsciously held her breath, and when she felt breathless and wanted to adjust, a long strand of hair hung down in front of her. The hair was in bad condition, withered like hay, and the red to black liquid slid down the strands and snapped to the floor, reflecting a streak of blood. Yunfu's scalp tingled, and she forced herself to resist the desire to look up, spreading her legs and running forward. The world inside the mirror is the opposite. Forward is backward, and Cloudford didn't adjust at once, clanging into the mirror behind him. At the same time, the strands of hair caught up and tightly wrapped around Yunfu's neck, lifting her up. The feeling of her feet leaving the ground was unpleasant. Yunfu struggled, clearly could feel her breath fading, but there was no sense of suffocation. A weird feeling that paralyzed her nerves, making her wonder when she would be strangled to death. Let go. Yunfu got a good look at the owner of the hair. The smashed and flattened pie-like head was studded with bloody features. 2 eyes, not one on the left and one on the right, but one on top of the other, with the nose in the center below the mouth. The long-haired ghost's stomach was leaking a large hole, and her intestines and guts were all dangling out in clanging clangs. Yunfu pulled the hair wrapped around her neck with both hands and gathered her whole body's strength in her left foot, then raised her right leg with a jerk and stomped at the long-haired female ghost's stomach. Her leg hung through the long-haired ghost's stomach, and Yunfu stirred her leg back, and the long-haired ghost let out a miserable scream. The long hair faded like a tidal wave, and with a thud, Yunfu fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Yunfu breathed heavily, not forgetting to guard against another sneak attack from the female ghost above her head. The long-haired female ghost seemed to have scorn for her, and after staring for a while, she crawled without a trace. Ah! An even more mournful scream came from not far away. Yunfu? There's someone else here besides her? The next moment, she saw Tian Meng in the mirror, suspended by her long hair. Tian Meng. The mirrors were intricately arranged like a maze. Yunfu couldn't tell where Tian Meng was at all. And why was Tian Meng here? Did she see that abnormal black color too? Help me. Tian Meng saw Yunfu, and a hint of hope showed in her panicked and fearful eyes. If you want to go forward, you have to keep falling backwards, and it's so awkward that you can't run at all. Yunfu judged the distance between herself and Tian Meng by looking in the mirror as she walked. After walking for more than 10 meters, Yunfu stopped her steps. Her heart was like falling into an ice cellar, and her whole body was cold. Instead of closing the distance between her and Tian Meng, Yunfu got lost because there were too many mirrors. The path she had traveled in front of her was all blocked by mirrors that were moving. What to do? Looking at the countless figures of herself and Tian Meng, Yunfu's palms moistened as she messed up her thoughts. Bed check. 12 a.m. Sharp. Outside the door of dormitory 414, Creepy Willow once again poses as a hostess ant to check on the dormitory. After a rustle, someone stood up in their shoes. Blue Creek was awakened by the noise and hazily saw a figure walking towards the door. She recognized that it was Tian Meng, and the alarm bells went off in her mind. Tian Meng, what are you trying to do? You can't open the door. Bluebrook couldn't put on her shoes in time and ran over to Tian Meng in her bare feet and yanked her to her feet. Tian Meng looked like she didn't feel it and desperately tried to open the door. Asterisk. Lawn she was short. She was a bit unable to control Tian Meng by herself, and wanted to turn around and call out to wake up Yunfu to help. As soon as he turned around, Yunfu had just woken up. Just in time. Cloud. Yunfu walked right past Lanchi and put her hand on the doorknob. Blue Creek. One messy one wasn't enough. Here comes another one. What is wrong with these two tonight? Don't open it. Lanchi freed an arm and wrapped it around Yunfu's waist. Help! Help me! Tian Meng's hand dropped. She couldn't feel the pain, but she clearly sensed her life passing by. In the mirror, Yunfu's figure was still in a hurry, but she couldn't get around. Tian Meng doesn't blame Yunfu. It was hard to protect herself in this situation, and it was good enough that Yunfu didn't abandon her and run away. Tianmeng pulled out a bitter smile with difficulty at the corner of her lips. She resigned herself to the fact that at least there was no pain when she died. Seeing that she stopped struggling, the long-haired female ghost kept tightening her hair in excitement, and a gurgling sound came from her throat. She wrapped the entirety of Tianmeng in her hair and wrapped it into a ball to be stuffed. The long-haired ghost was so focused on her stuffing that she didn't notice a figure creeping up on her. Ah! Tianmeng abruptly opened her eyes, her face full of fear. I'm dead? She was covered in a cold sweat, the choking sensation choking her throat for a long time. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lanshi hugged her knees and leaned against the bed. Hearing the movement, she reflexively jumped up. Seeing that it was Tianmeng waking up, she breathed out. Don't startle me. Scare me to death. Tianmeng froze as she looked at Lanshi. I'm not dead? Not dead. Lanshi didn't have the good sense to say, if it wasn't for my timely discovery, you'd still have to drag me to the mat when you die. Tianmeng slowed down for a while before coming back to her senses from the horrific scene in last night's dream. She looked to Yunfu, who was not awake at the side. What is she? I don't know. What was wrong with you two last night? One or the other had to go and open the door for the ghosts out there. Lanshi pinched Yunfu's face and called out softly, Yunfu, wake up. Yunfu's eyelids fluttered as she opened her eyes. The first thing she did was to look for Tianmeng's figure, and when she saw that she was fine, she reclosed her eyes again with a very tired look. Although Tianmeng wasn't sure what happened last night after she fainted, it was definitely Yunfu who saved her. Cloudfur, thank you, she spoke from her heart. No, what the hell happened last night? It took Blue Creek a moment to see the problem. Tianmeng's expression was grave as she told her what happened to her and Yunfu last night. Yunfu had the strength by now and inquired, Lanshi, you said Tianmeng and I had to open the door last night? Well, you two are like obsessed. Lanshi said while gesturing, after stopping Tianmeng and then stopping you. I was tossed around enough that I didn't sleep all night. Inside the sleeve, a strand of black mycelium mischievously wrapped around Yunfu's wrist, intimately rubbing her skin with its tentacles incessantly. Yunfu was a little tickled, and the corner of her lips unconsciously curled up into a light smile. Chapter 49, Class President, do you know how to kiss? Hard work. Yunfu saw the dark circles under Lanshi's eyes. The long-haired female ghost's combat power was not high. After she knew that she couldn't beat Yunfu, she immediately switched to attack Tianmeng, and tried to trap Yunfu with a mirror. Doing all this was actually just to stall for time. Dragging them down and then manipulating their bodies to open the door for the ghosts outside the dormitory was the real purpose of the long-haired female ghost. It's a good thing that Lanshi fell asleep last night, or else they were afraid that all of them would be wiped out. How come? Bluebrook asked Yunfu with a look. Tianmeng didn't know about the mirror's death rule. Yunfu did, and there was no way she could have triggered it on her own accord. I'm sorry. It's my problem. Tianmeng took a deep breath and lowered her head in shame. When I went back to the dormitory last night, I felt that something followed me, but since I couldn't see it and it didn't do anything to me, I thought it was gone, but I didn't realize that the ghost had confused her to look in the mirror, and then dragged Yunfu into it. Lanshi didn't know what to say. Tianmeng was too careless. Cloudfern, can I ask how you found me? After living in a dormitory with Lanshi Yunfu, Tianmeng did not show it on her face. But in fact, she was vigilant inside. In the copy, except for Tianing, she did not trust anyone, including Xiaojun, but it was Yunfu, whom she didn't trust, who saved her at a critical time. To be honest, even if Tianing, who was related, was in danger, Tianmeng couldn't even do anything to defy the odds and save her. Yunfu tucked in her cuffs to avoid the mycelium being too naughty and accidentally falling out to scare others. She said vaguely, mirrors move in patterns. Timeline back to last night. Yunfu's mind was vaguely broken after getting lost in the mirror maze. During the day, she was being counted by Chula and dealing with the exams. Her energy consumption was too much, and perhaps it was because of this that she was unlucky enough to run into a ghost. But slowly, Yunfu calmed down. She didn't want to and couldn't die. The mirror moved very slowly and could not discover the clues in it without looking closely. Yunfu stared at it for a while and gradually discovered some of the doorways inside. She was just about to try to see if her guess was right when a flash of black suddenly appeared in one of the mirrors. Before she could react to what it was, a strand of mycelium rushed out and rested on her. The mycelium pounced on her like a spunky puppy, pouncing enough to point her in the right direction with its tentacles. The way out? Cloudfur asked. The mycelium twisted adorably. Is it okay if I want to take her out with me? Yunfu pointed down at the dying Tianmeng. Mycelium thought for a moment, and showed Cloudfur another way. Thanks. Tianmeng got up and solemnly bowed to Yunfu. Little things. After tossing and turning all night, Yunfu was sleepy and yawning, but it was almost time for the dormitory door to open, so they couldn't dawdle any longer. They had to get out. After the first night's incident, no player opened the door to the host again. There would have been no casualties this morning, but the breakfast was still meat, and when a piece of oily braised meat was placed in front of them, the players couldn't open their mouths as if their tongues were tied in knots. Tian-ing, who was sitting across from Yunfu, poked the meat with her chopsticks. This won't be. As well, Cloudfern guessed this was the first night of dead players as well, excluding the Zhuangzi. There were 3 dead, so it's not just this morning, it's still meat tomorrow morning as well. With a as a sort of answer to Tian Ying's words, Yunfu stood up and called Lan Shi and Xiongzi Rui to leave the cafeteria together. Sis, she's so arrogant. Tian Ying spat. You weren't bullied in the same dormitory as them, were you? Tian Meng lightly reprimanded. Don't talk nonsense. She didn't want anyone to say anything bad about Yunfu. Are we going to class? Xiongzi Rui asked. You both don't look in good spirits. Nothing happened last night, right? Can't die. Bluebrook pressed her temples to ease the discomfort of not sleeping all night. By the way, Yunfu, you go to E-class by yourself to be. Before the words were finished, a man panicked and bumped into Blue Creek. The man didn't apologize and ran away like a gust of wind. Blue Creek crosses her arms. Hey, what quality? Followed by several more people with bad faces heading in the direction the man had run off in. What happened? Yunfu looked at their backs. That direction seems to be Wishing Lake? The perimeter of the Wishing Lake was crowded with people. A body was stuck on its back on a fountain in the center of the lake, and the blood that flowed down it stained the water a great deal red. Who's that? Kumazawa is a little nearsighted and can't see very well. It's Chula. Blue Creek guessed at once who had done it. The people around the lake whispered, and a few of them drifted into Yunfu's ears along the wind. The evil spirit has come for revenge. There is filth at the bottom of the lake, so why doesn't the school just fill it in for the safety of the students? You think it's because the school doesn't want to? It's that no one can touch Wishing Lake at all, and whoever does will die. Yunfu's thoughts drifted off as fragments of the images that had occurred when she fell to the bottom of the lake flooded into her mind frame by frame. She couldn't really remember much. It was only vaguely noticeable that someone had taken her into their arms, which were a little chalky, and the lips that kissed her were icy cold. In the crowd, a resentful gaze remained fixed on Yunfu. Cloudfur? Yunfu came back to her senses. Only then did she realize that she had already stood on the inner perimeter of the Wishing Lake, and that if she took another step forward she would fall in. Oh, it's fine. Let's go. Bluebrook was uneasy. Is it really okay? Yunfu smiled. It's really nothing. It was that she had to come over here alone sometime, always thinking that this place would be the key to them leaving the copy. The entrance to the school building. Seeing Yunfu's figure from afar, Yu Chen, who was leaning against the wall, stood up straight. Boss. Xiongzi Rui lifted his chin. Is he still in your class? Yunfu wasn't sure. You guys go in first. I have something to do with him. Xiongzi Rui wanted to say something else, but was carried away by Lan Shi by his collar. Mind your own business if you don't want to die. What's going on here? When the two of them left, Yunfu came to Yu Hui. Yuashes reached out his hand and hooked the corner of Yunfu's coat and shook it. Of course it's to wait for the class leader to go to the new class together. I recognize the students and need the class leader to cover me. Yunfu slapped his hand away. Speak properly. Yu Hui's lips pursed up at the corners, and he handed his red slapped hand to her, saying pitifully, so fierce, blow by blow. Yunfu ate soft but not hard. The most can't stand others to give her a pout. She insisted for a while, compromised and blew him. It's okay. Not enough. Yu Hui's eyes were sly. Kissing is the only thing that doesn't hurt. Yunfu glared at him and lifted her leg into the school building. Don't give an inch. Yuashes laughed lowly twice and walked behind her like a heel. If you didn't get a kiss yesterday, aren't you going to make it up to me today, Class President Sama? Chapter 50, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Class President Sama. Wait for me. Yuashes lazily followed behind Yunfu, bending his eyebrows to watch the powdery mist coming out of the tips of her ears. Squad Leader Sama. Shut up. Yunfu was so bashful by him that she turned around in shame and stood on her tiptoes to cover his mouth. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Yuashes put his hand on her waist and deadpanned, then you hit me. There was no shame, but rather a great deal of anticipation. Yunfu got scared of him and took her campus card and swiped it up the stairs. Not far behind her at the corner, Xiaojun smiled deeply. I've cleared so many copies and seen quite a few uninitiated young girls being mesmerized by ghost bosses, who willingly became puppets and stood up to the players. And it's only a matter of time before Yunfu looks like this. He Shang's expression was obscure as he opened his mouth. Yunfu was not that kind of person. Yeah, I hope so. Xiaojun snorted, shrugging his shoulders. In case Yunfu was turned, I won't show her any mercy. He Shang took a deep breath. I'll find another chance to persuade her. Class E's card could only go up to the second floor, and at the top of the stairs a svelte boy with round-framed glasses stopped Yunfu. New to the exams, I guess. Register first, you'll be divided into classes afterward. Yunfu followed him into a small classroom on the left. Fill in here. The boy with the round-framed glasses took out a piece of paper and a pen. Yunfu took the pen and wrote her name, and then the class she was in surfaced. Class E1. The man with the round-framed glasses was just about to put away his pen and paper when a long, bony hand held down his hand. Only register her? Yu Hui's eyebrows were pressed down, and his superior jawline gave him a lurid aura of stern indifference. The round-framed glasses man's hand trembled as he opened his mouth with shivering words. Yu Ashes-san. There was deep fear in his eyes, almost trepidation as he offered the registration form with both hands. You right. There were clearly many empty lines on the paper. Yu Ashes preferred to write his own name dragonflying next to Yunfu's name, and the two names were squeezed together, somewhat comically. It's out of order. But the man with the round-framed glasses didn't dare say anything more. Go. Yu Ashes wants to take Yunfu's hand. Yunfu ducked away, remembering that the campus code had a clause about not falling in love. Yu Ashes had a depressed look on his face. The man with the round-framed glasses led the way, and when he was almost there, he quickened his pace and went over to open the door, which opened inward, and as soon as he pushed it open, a basin of water stuck on it tilted down. The sleet showered him, and the man with the round-framed glasses wiped his face, the smile at the corner of his mouth stiffening. Come in, Cloudfur. She could guarantee that if Yu Ashes hadn't followed her today, this pot of water would have been poured on her head. Inside the classroom, the students saw that the one who was drenched was not a new student, and there was a lot of uproarious appeals, but in the moment Yu Ashes came in, one by one they were silenced and quiet as chickens. Where to sit? We asked Yunfu's opinion with a sideways glance. Yunfu casually pointed to the last row of empty seats with no one in them. Over there. Okay. Yu Ashes took off his jacket and wiped the table and chairs clean inside and out before letting Yunfu sit down. Soon the teacher came to class. When the class changed, Yunfu was no longer the class president. After following through with getting up and calling out hello to the teacher, she couldn't help but yawn. She couldn't answer questions asked by the teacher in class anyway, so she might as well take the opportunity to catch up on her sleep. Yunfu's eyelids sank, and bit by bit, her head started to get confused. Yu Ashes noticed in the afterglow and turned his head in interest to keep looking at her. He reached out and rested his hand on Cloudfur's chin just as her head was about to get high on the table. Feeling unavoidable, Yunfu's brow furrowed lightly. Her slightly pouting mouth didn't know what she was murmuring and muttering. Her cheeks switched to a comfortable position in Yu Chen's palm, and she completely fell asleep. The itch spread down his arm and into his limbs. Yu Ashen's breath sank, and his body stiffened, not daring to move. His throat rolled heavily, and instead of relieving his thirst, he wanted more and more to wet his dry lips with something. A lesson passes quickly in sleep. The bell rang. Yunfu sleepily opened her sleepy eyes. The teenager's delicate face enlarged in front of her eyes. The bottom of her dark eyes reflected her delicate soft and slightly red cheeks. Her heartbeat disorganized its beat, and after a moment of staring blankly, Yunfu got up violently. I'm going to the bathroom. Almost couldn't help myself from kissing it. Yunfu ran out of the classroom door and slowed down for a while before her heartbeat stabilized. When she looked up, she saw that the teacher who was dismissing the class hadn't gone far, and she chased after him. Teacher, wait, what's wrong? The new teacher, unlike Mr. Gao, was not as nice as he was, and looked impatient at being delayed. Teacher, I'd like to see the principal for a tutorial. Can you write me an approval slip? Upon hearing that Yunfu wanted to make up lessons, the teacher's eyes lit up and her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Of course, students should have more tuition. Studying hard is the right thing to do. I thought I would get an approval slip in the second class, but the teacher told Yunfu that there were too many people who had to go to make up for it and that they needed to wait in line. The principal is getting old and doesn't have enough energy, so you can only have one person at a time to fill in, so you can go over there again in the afternoon during recess after class. As soon as recess arrives, Yunfu immediately got up and went upstairs. Penthouse. The quiet is eerie. Yunfu's footsteps sounded abruptly, like ghosts in the dimly lit hallway. The flickering light pulled at her shadow, grimacing out the shape of a horrible monster. The footsteps paused, and Cloudfur turned back. No one was in the hallway but her, but the feeling of being spied on lingered. F. Teacher's office. E. Teacher's office. D. The principal's office is at the far end. Opposite to it is the office of the director of instruction. Standing outside the door of the principal's office, Yunfu wrinkled her nose, not knowing if it was just her illusion. The entire top floor was filled with the smell of burning, and the smell got stronger the further in she went. She didn't knock, and after listening quietly for a moment, she turned and padded over to the door of the head teacher. Then he took a piece of thin wire from his pocket and inserted it into the lock hole. Within seconds of drumming, the door opened. Yunfu dodged in. Pitch black in the director of instruction's office. Yunfu adapted for a while before she could barely see things. She didn't dare to turn on the light. She could only find the campus code in the dark. The house was simply furnished with a couch, a large table and a row of bookcases behind it. After flipping through the desktop and failing to find anything, Yunfu's eyes focused on the bookcase. The bookcase was locked, but unlocking it wasn't difficult for her. He was about to do it when footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. With a jolt, Cloudfur missed and touched an ornament on the table. Her footsteps stopped outside the door even after her hands were busy catching the pendulum. Finished. The Dean of Instruction is back. Yunfu looked openly for a place to hide, when suddenly, a cold hand gripped her ankle. Shoo! Pulling Yunfu under the table, Yuashin covered her mouth. Chapter 51, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Well, Yunfu struggled a bit, and after seeing that it was Yu Hui, she didn't move. The door was opened. There was a snap, and the incandescent light overhead spilled a blinding glow. Afraid of exposing her figure, Yunfu squeezed into Yu Hui's arms. The corners of Yu Hui's mouth were about to break into a smile as he whispered in her ear. Throwing your arms around Yunfu grabbed his hand and bit it. Yuashi's narrowed his eyes with a look of enjoyment. Da 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 da. A pair of paint-dropping leather shoes came closer and closer in the field of vision, and Yunfu's heart lifted right along with it. Why not? The head instructor stood right in front of the desk and muttered something about rummaging around. I remember putting it here. Not finding anything, he went back over to the bookcase and bent down to keep rummaging. At this time, as soon as the director of instruction turned around or sat in the swivel chair, Yunfu would be exposed. All she could do was mentally pray that the head instructor would hurry up and find what he was looking for and leave. The wait was torturous. Yunfu paid attention to the director of instruction's every move, and suddenly, she saw with her sharp eyes that there was a small 4-square book in his jacket pocket. No! The campus code has always been on the Dean of Instruction? How does that make her steal? Unlike Yunfu's highly tense demeanor, Yu Hui was lazy and wanton as he used his eyes to trace Yunfu's features inch by inch. Finally his gaze aggressively landed on the humongous lips. Want to kiss? When she was pinched and kissed on the chin, Yunfu was scared out of her wits. Class President. Focus. Ambiguity spreads at the bottom of the narrow table. Yu Chen's hand was slightly hard, pinching Yunfu's mouth up so that he could kiss it easily. The head instructor was less than 3 meters away from them, and Yunfu could clearly hear him complaining about not being able to find anything. It gave her an inexplicable thrill of doing something bad. Sensing that Yunfu was wandering off, Yu Embers bit her in dissatisfaction. Yunfu didn't control the volume and shouted out in a small voice. The head instructor stopped rummaging through things as he stood up straight and looked around. What's that noise? Yunfu closed her eyes, feeling that she would have to explain herself here today. Who? The head teacher grabbed one of the trophies in the bookcase for defense. Who's playing pranks? Get out here. Meow. Yuashi's let go of Yunfu, his fingertips rubbing off the water stains on the corners of her lips, and softly learned to purr like a cat. The director of instruction, who heard the cat's cry, immediately changed his face and ran out of the office as if he were fleeing, even falling at the door in too much panic. When the hallway quieted down, Yu Chen went over and closed the door behind him, and he took Yunfu out from under the table again and placed him on the table. Why is he so afraid of cats? Even the campus code specifically states that there are no cats in the school. As Yu Hui was about to kiss again, Yunfu raised her hand to block it. Don't give a kiss without telling you. Yunfu, are you aware of the campus code in its entirety? Yuashi's laughed. I won't tell you if I don't give a kiss. Yunfu took a deep breath. Finish your sentence in one breath. How long do I have to kiss you before you'll tell me the code? Yuashi's was the boss of this copy. There was no way he didn't know the death conditions. The time had come to test the porcelain of their relationship. Yunfu's eyes misted up. Do you want me to die here? Yuashi's couldn't stand her like this and sighed. Tell you everything. Okay, boss. What happened to your mouth? I don't see any chili in Class E's lunch today either. Why is it swollen? After lunch, Yunfu called Lanshi and Xiongzi Roe to the small pavilion next to the dormitory. Lanshi raised an eyebrow. Couldn't have gone out and hit the wall. Could you? Hearing that she was flirting with herself, Yunfu woodenly grimaced. I found the campus code. Do you want to read it? Want. Xiongzi Roe patted his ass. You're awesome, boss. Yunfu smiled at him. Blue Creek lamented it seems a small price to pay. Cloudfur gave her an elbow. Xiongzi Roe was concerned. Boss, are you hurt? No. Yunfu pulled the small book out of her pocket and placed it on the stone table. Don't listen to Blue Brook's nonsense. The small book was exactly the one in the instructional director's pocket. And as for what method Yu Hui used to get it, Yunfu didn't ask much. Lanshi took it and flipped through it. What Mr. Gao wrote is true. Only a few articles are incomplete. It's no wonder Ms. Gao's writing was incomplete, she didn't turn to the end. And a few rules were added on the last page. For example, the Wishing Lake Code. If someone accidentally falls in, do not try to rescue them, as it is not always the student who is rescued, and the teacher will burn them when they are notified. Then there's the cat. There are no cats on campus, and after feeding the cats will treat the feeder as food and will eat the feeder when they are not full. There's a lot more on it than just the code that Mr. Gao wrote to them. But these codes are not certain death, and it's easy to escape if you find the key. Blue Brook chimed in. That's all the strength a C-rank copy has. Have you memorized everything? Yunfu asked Xiong Zirui with a sideways glance. If you can't memorize it, the book will be held for you. Xiong Zirui wanted to be polite, but his IQ was not enough. Saying thanks and taking it from Lan Shi. Boss, how did you get into the Director of Instruction's office? Got a key? Pried open. Blue Creek was surprised. You still have this skill? Yunfu laughed lightly. Before my grandmother passed away, she had a bad memory and always forgot to lock the door if she gave me the key, and she couldn't hear me if I knocked on the door. So practice makes perfect. Condolences. It's okay. After talking about the code, Yunfu took out another picture. Look at this. What's this? Xiong Zirui came closer and eeped. It looks like Ms. Gao. Is it a picture of her when she was young? The girl in the photo looked a lot like Mr. Gao. About 18 or 19 years old. Youthful and energetic. Blue Creek hadn't been in Mr. Gao's class and wasn't too familiar with it. Xiong Zirui looked at it for a long time, then shook his head. This shouldn't be Mr. Gao. I remember that Mr. Gao has a mole in his right eyebrow. The person in the photo doesn't have one, and the corners of the person's mouth in the photo go upwards, while the corners of Mr. Gao's mouth do go downwards. Observant enough. Lan Shi complimented him. Xiong Zirui hadn't been able to help much in the past few days. He felt like a bit of a loser, and now that there was something he could do, he took the initiative and said, I'll go find Mr. Gao and ask him. Yunfu gave him the photo as well. Good. Hard work. At the end of the afternoon, the teacher called out to Yunfu. The teacher's expression contained anger. Didn't I give you an approval slip? Why didn't you go to the principal to make up for it? The principal has been waiting hard for you for a long time. What did you go for? Yunfu rippled. I'm sorry, teacher. I had a stomachache at that moment and went to the restroom. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 52, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Yunfu was so calm that the teacher could not see any trace of lying on her face. So he dropped a vicious sentence. You'd better go honestly, or I'll punish you in the harshest way possible. When it was time for dinner, Yunfu took the eggs out of her sneaky pockets as usual and gave them to Lan Shi and Xiong Zirui. The night passed peacefully because of the mastery of the conditions of death in the dormitory. When she left the dormitory in the morning, Tian Meng reminded Yunfu, be careful, Xiaozhen has his eye on you. Tian Meng has no intention of harming any player. It would be best if everyone could leave safely together, but Xiaozhen is not. He has passed a lot of copies and often takes orders to bring in newcomers. His psyche may have long been twisted, and he can't be judged by normal people's thinking. Breakfast is still meat. The players' looks gradually became numb from their initial discomfort. There was even a small grumble. Die and drag us down with you. If the players don't die, the morning meal will probably be a normal one and they won't have to go hungry. Xiaozhen hooked an evil smile at the corner of his mouth and played with his chopsticks. Hold back a little longer. Aren't there a total of 3 dead? That is, you can't eat meat tomorrow if you want to. After listening to what he said, Yunfu stood up with an expressionless face. She carried her dinner plate and dumped the food into the trash can and exited the cafeteria. Xiaozhen is also too much. Xiong Zirui and Lan Shi chased after him. Xiong Zirui sighed. No one wants to become a dish after death. How can they make fun of the dead? Xiong Zirui thought he was going to die when he lost his arm. He had come infinitely close to death and knew that it was not a good feeling. Lan Shi's brows lowered. He just said what was in most people's hearts. The world in the replica is inherently cruel. Yunfu paused in her footsteps. By the way, have you two approached the teacher for an approval slip? Lan Shi and Xiong Zirui didn't pass the first exam. According to the requirements of the copy of the pass, they probably couldn't reach the standard of excellence, so they had to go to make up for it. Xiong Zirui, in a moment. I'd also like to ask you about Mr. Gao's photo. The three chatted as they entered the school building. I don't know what's going on, but there's a huge crowd around the bulletin board on the first floor, almost filling the hall. Afraid of missing the clues, Yunfu and the others squeezed their way to the bulletin board with great effort. The highest peak of A3, Class Xiao won the first prize in a national competition? Lan Shi took a glance, obtaining a guaranteed place in XX College in S country, with a prize of $500,000. Yunfu was also surprised. The infrastructure of the Green Harvest High School is not very good, but it can actually take out $500,000 to award the students. What kind of award is it? The level is so high? Class A is awesome. The onlookers were envious of the students. Don't any of you know the highest peak of Zhao? He's the crown prince of our city's Lianxiao group. Wow. Rich and good at studies. Is there anything less than perfect in Zhao's life? I'm going to study hard too and try to get $500,000. Yunfu's ears were filled with words praising Zhao Peak. A commotion came from the stairway. A boy dressed in expensive clothes walked down surrounded by a wave of people. Quickly look. It's the highest peak of Zhao. The people in the hall were as excited as if they had seen the star of literature descending to the earth. All of them wanted to get close to the highest peak of Zhao to rub their good luck, but they were in the way of Zhao's highest peak being the top student of Class A, so they didn't dare to approach easily, and they could only look at him with adoring eyes. As for Zhao Peak, although there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, Yunfu clearly distinguished the disdain in his eyes. He didn't care to cross paths with these lowly students. To even be worshipped by them was to dishonor his noble status. Zhao Peak walked through the halls out of the school building. He had only reached the door when a strange movement suddenly came from above his head. He looked up to see. Bang! It's the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The splashing bright red liquid crashed all over Zhao Peak. Ah! I don't know who called out first. Someone's jumped. The entire school building was instantly in chaos. Yunfu was squeezed by the crowd as she trudged over towards the doorway. Make way. She wanted to go and see who the dead man was. I don't know if the jumper had calculated the distance and time, but it just happened to hit the highest peak of Zhao. The highest peak of Zhao seemed to be stunned, wiping his face and staring blankly at the wet redness in his palm. Yunfu didn't have the time to pay attention to him. She crouched down next to the corpse and carefully yanked a note out of his hand. When no one noticed, Yunfu stuffed the note into her pocket. Soon, a teacher arrived and they herded the students back into the classroom and carried the body away. Because the curtains were drawn, Yunfu wasn't sure what was going on outside. But between classes, she heard some gossip. The dead student turned out to be in the same class as Zhao Peak. Cloudfur. The teacher didn't leave after class. Her expression was cold and stern. What are you dawdling for if you don't go to the principal to make up for it? Yunfu forgot about it. She gathered a few books and hurried upstairs. Penthouse. There was a man standing in the doorway of the principal's office, and he turned around when he heard footsteps. Cloud Flare. He Shang. Not expecting to run into him here. Yunfu briefly greeted him. You go first. He Sheng smiled. Let's go together. There are a lot of people making up classes lately, so you can go in at the same time. As we were talking, two people who had finished their tuition came out. Go. He Sheng held the door. Yunfu said thank you and led the way into the principal's office. The principal's office is a large suite. The outer room is used for meeting guests. The inner room is used for office. Although the light is bright and the walls are painted snow white, but the burning smell lingering on the tip of the nose cannot be dissipated. Do you smell anything? Yunfu asked He Shang. What? He Shang was unsure. What flavor? How come He Shang can't smell it? Maybe he smelled it and just didn't want to tell Yunfu. Yunfu gathered her concentration. It's nothing. In the inner room, under the luxurious crystal chandelier was a golden wood table, and the light of the star shattered was refracted on the table. The golden light was glittering, and it was very beautiful. Cloudfur. She took back the words of Qinghe High School's poor. The table's value was estimated to be in the hundreds of millions. Hello principal. He Shang had been here once before and greeted him lightly. Yunfu followed suit. Hello principal. Behind the table was an old man with gray hair, dressed in a satin white suit similar to a Tai Chi suit, and because of his age, his skin was saggy and his face was covered with age spots. The principal was making tea, his cloudy eyes scanning over the two of them. Sit down. Cloudfur put the book on the table and found a seat. The principal did not speak again, focused on washing the tea and brewing tea, and handed over the first 2 cups of steeped tea. My lecture is very boring. You guys first refresh yourselves. He Sheng quickly took it and drank it down. The principal's tea did wonders, and it always gave him a sense of enlightenment every time he drank it. Yunfu's hand clutched the teacup tightened. She didn't move. Chapter 53, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Yunfu's anomaly caught the principal's attention. Why don't you drink it? Is it because you think my tea here is bad? The principal stared at her, with the air of Yunfu not giving them a refill if they didn't drink. A thin layer of fine sweat seeped out of Yunfu's palm. She pursed her lips, picked up the cup and took a sip. It's very good. Only then was the principal satisfied and began to lecture, and encouraged them to enter Class A as early as possible and become pillars of the future. Yunfu's stomach lurched, and she nearly threw up as soon as she left the house after making up the lesson. What's wrong with you? He Shang wanted to help her. Yunfu avoided his hand with a miserable face. I'm fine. I have to go beforehand. She had to leave in a hurry and go tell Lan Shi and Xiong Ziroe to never come to the principal for tuition. It was a good thing that both Blue Creek and Xiongzi Rui's makeup classes were scheduled for the afternoon. After lunch, the three of them gathered again in the kiosk. Xiongzi Rui opened his mouth first. Teacher Gao has a sister. The girl in the photo is her sister. She was also a student of Qinghe High School before, but disappeared. Disappeared? Lan Shi frowned. How could a nice big living person go missing? Mr. Gao came here to teach in order to find his sister? Yeah, but no luck. These are all the information Xiongzi Rui has poked around. Boss, what do you mean you won't let us go to tutoring? If Yunfu hadn't stopped him, Xiongzi Rui was planning to find someone to change the time and go to make up for it early. He was alone in F class and was really scared. Although there was still Zhuang Tong present, he and Zhuang Tong were not talking at all. Yunfu didn't answer his question directly, but asked rhetorically, do you guys know about goldenrod? I know. Lan Shi nodded her head. My uncle's family is in the decoration business, and gold nanmu will usually have two uses. One is a building component, and the other is to make coffins, because gold nanmu is softwood, antiseptic, and not easy to deform, and the ancient dignitaries loved to use it to make coffins. Cloudfur's hand trembled, and she didn't hold back another retch. Xiongzi Rui was startled. Boss, what's wrong with you? I may have been drinking corpse water. Yunfu's voice was a bit muffled. There is a huge probability that the principal is not alive. She thought at first that the spots on the principal's face were old age spots, so she didn't think about the corpse spots until the cup of tea, with a layer of grease floating on the water that shouldn't have been there, and the tea brewed to mask the flavor. Lan Shi and Xiongzi Rui each stretched out a hand and silently patted Yunfu's back. Yunfu's smile was forced. It's actually quite tasty. It's just psychologically overwhelming. Trying to divert her thoughts, she brought up the student who jumped off the building today. Look at this again. Guys. Yunfu held out the blood-stained note. Blue Brook, I've poked around a bit. That student is called Jolie. His family's condition is not very good. When he entered Green Harvest it was a tuition-free special recruitment. The note unfolded, and there was only one sentence written on it. The highest peak of Zhao stole my results. The first prize of the competition should be mine. Jolie and Zhao Peak were in the same class. Yunfu vaguely felt that she had found a key clue, but the clue was buried too deep for them to dig it up now. Looks like a trip to Class A is in order anyhow. Lan Shi shredded the note. Xiongzi Rui, you don't want to go to the principal's office. I'm going to meet the principal. It's just corpse water. As long as I don't die from drinking it, I can drink it until he goes bankrupt. Yunfu. You cow. Blue Creek went to make up for it after all. Soon it was time for the second exam. Everyone sat in the same unchanged positions as last time. Xiongzi Rui wrinkled his face. Boss, I'm sure I'll fail again. If this continues, I'll be dead either way. There are 5 opportunities to take the test. Yunfu relieved him. If you're not afraid to drink corpse water, 2 out of the remaining 3 chances to go to make up for it will be enough. Xiongzi Rui didn't say anything. He'd rather die in pain than in disgust. Blue Creek arrived late, and she whispered, the principal is indeed dead. As soon as she entered the principal's office, she smelled the disgusting stench of a corpse. But what's with the burning smell on the top floor? Cloudfern raised an eyebrow. You found out too? Squad leader Sama. Her back was poked. You Ashes, who hadn't been seen all day today, had sat behind her at some point. What did you go do today? Why do you smell so bad? Yunfu. Then stay away from me. I don't. You Ashes kept poking her. After the exam later, find a place to clean you up. Xiongzi Rui twisted his head away and silently covered his ears. Blue Creek, on the other hand, had a knocked-out look on her face. Cloudfern thought about the last copy where she hid in the trash can and Sirius lifted her out and then showered her in the bathroom. She scowled. No thanks. You Ashes was a bit puzzled, not knowing how he had angered Yunfu and made her angry. Exam papers were handed out. You Ashes poked Yunfu again. Class president, can you fail the exam this time? Yunfu went to make up for it. You Ashes didn't. And this time the two of them had to be separated. Whatever. After saying that, Yunfu wrote her name on the test paper and was then pulled into the single exam room. Blue Creek looked at the man sitting on the clock for a moment. You wanna be in the same class as Yunfu, shouldn't you go harass her and make her fail her exams? What are you always coming to me for? Count on me to beg you. Just go. Yunfu will skip classes if she passes her exams, and only if she fails will she stay in her original class. No. You Ashes braced his hands on the edge of the clock. I seem to have made the class president Sama angry, and if I disturb her anymore and make her fail her exams, she won't be my wife. Blue Creek clenched her fists. So you think of a way to help me coax the class president Sama back? Blue Creek drew a breath. She's your wife, not mine. You Ashes chortled. How can you be so petty for a half-human? Lan Shi smiled. Yunfu likes to watch stripper dances. If you give her one, she'll be happy. Really? Really? The exam is over. Once again, Yunfu's paper was written with a pass. To her surprise, Xiaojun actually didn't go to make up for it this time. When everyone had finished their exams, the classes were divided. He Shang, who had taken 2 remedial classes, jumped into Class B and became the student closest to excellence, followed by Yunfu, Li Liao and Xiaojun, the 3 of them in Class C. Yunfu was unfamiliar with Li Liao and didn't know that she had gone to tutoring as well. Lan Shi, Tian Meng, Tian Ying, Zhuangtong and Wei Chao, who was taking extra classes, went into Class D. Zhang Ting and Xiong Zirui failed their exams again and continued to squat in F class. Cloud Fur. Xiaojun walked over to Yunfu's side and extended his hand. I purposely didn't go to makeup classes in order to be in the same class as you. Please take care of me for the next 2 days. You who? You Ashes. Dripping with hostility, slapped his hand away and bared his teeth in warning. Stay away from my class president Sama. Chapter 54, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? The force you Ashes used was so strong that Xiaojun felt half of his arm go numb. He bit out. Your class president, Lord? It's mine. Like a ferocious big dog protecting his master. You Ashes pulled Yunfu behind himself and hit her. Xiaojun laughed lowly, and then the more he laughed, the more exaggerated he became, and even more so that he bent over in laughter. Is he crazy? You Ashes was startled and asked Yunfu in a low voice. Cloud Fur. Yunfu, you're really surprising. Xiaojun wiped away the tears from his laughter and gave a thumbs up. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll pay extra attention to you from tomorrow onwards. Yu Hui's face completely blackened. He wanted to punch Xiaojun. Don't go. Cloudfur tugged the man back. Why? Yu Ashes was disgruntled. What did he mean when he said he would pay extra attention to you? Is it because he likes you? Do you like him too? And don't let me hit him because you're heartbroken and favor him? What does that make me? Yu Ashes slightly reddened his eyes. The corners of his deflated mouth were aggrieved and pitiful, and the way he looked at Yunfu was like looking at a heartless wife who had abandoned her husband. His tone was distinctly condemning. Yunfu had a bit of a headache. I'm not protecting him, I'm protecting you. You're lying. Yu Ashes didn't believe it. Really? Yunfu was afraid that he wouldn't stop and took the initiative to hold his hand. I'll be sad if you get hurt. The dog's eyes instantly lit up with billions of stars, and the corners of Yu Hui's mouth, which was holding back a smile, curled up high. If that's the case, then I won't beat him up. Hey, the wife is heartbroken. On the way back to the dormitory, Lanchi simply didn't have the eyes to look at Yu Ashes who was clinging to Yunfu. She told Xiong Zirui, see, your boss trains terror bosses the same as he trains dogs. You can have no pass in a copy, but you must find the right thigh and hold it. Xiong Zirui nodded his head uncontrollably. Boss is mighty. The entrance to the girls' dormitory. Yu Ashes played with Yunfu's fingers. Class president, can you go to class early tomorrow? I have a surprise for you. Surprise? What surprise? Cloudfur asked. Told you it was a surprise. Yu Ashes was smug. Get in there. You'll see when tomorrow comes. Back in the dormitory, while packing up her bed, Yunfu asked Lanchi, did Yu Ashes go to see you again during the exams? He said he wanted to give me a surprise. Do you know what it is? Blue Creek snorted out a laugh as she squeezed. He said he made you mad and had to coax you. So I gave him an idea. Yunfu's curiosity was piqued. What is it? Blue Creek made a mouth zipper motion. Guaranteed to please you. Are you with him? Or are you with me? Yunfu lost her smile. After chatting with Blue Brook again about the clues they had discovered in the past few days, they turned off the lights and rested after Tian Meng returned. Early the next morning, cafeteria. The sound of chopsticks falling to the ground. Xiong Zirui pointed a shivering hand at the dinner plate. Why? Why meet again? This was already the 5th day that they had entered the copy. Except for the first day when I didn't eat breakfast. It's reasonable to expect a normal breakfast today. But, Cloudfur stared at the dinner plate. Silent. Xiaojun flipped the meat with his chopsticks. It's human. That means that 4 did die that night. Not 3. However, excluding the people they are sitting here, the number of people who are less is indeed 3. For a moment, Yunfu's breath stalled. There are ghosts mixed in with the players. Xiaojun thought of this as well, and his gaze inexplicably landed on Zhuangtong, who was sitting at a table with Tian Meng. Class president, who do you think it could be? In the past few days, being shouted at by Yu Embers as the class president adult, Yunfu was used to hearing it, but this word coming out of Xiaojun's mouth made her feel uncomfortable all over. I don't know. Yunfu also felt that Zhuangtong was the most likely. After all, she was the only one who had violated the death condition. But without evidence, Yunfu couldn't jump to conclusions. This is a good thing to do. Xiaojun snapped off a piece of meat with his chopsticks. Just kill her. Yunfu wrinkled her eyebrows. Are you crazy? Xiaojun grunted and laughed. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm trying to keep everyone safe. The moment humanity dies, how is a monster in human skin not a ghost? Yunfu didn't want to argue with him about this and said, since the ghost was able to blend in with us, you can't guarantee that it hasn't killed anyone in the past few days. And there might be more than one ghost in the playhouse right now. Are you going to kill everyone? Xiaojun was silent and pushed his tongue against his cheeks. I'm not a ghost. He's also afraid that people will try to kill him. There's no way you can prove you're not. Yunfu stood up and shouted for Lan Shi and Xiongzi Rui to leave. What's wrong? Lan Shi pursued. It looks like you and Xiaojun had a fight? Yunfu told them both what Xiaojun had said. Xiongzi Rui weakly raised his one arm. Boss, I'm a human, not a ghost. Bluebrook, Xiaojun's words are a bit radical, but they are also the most direct and effective way. You want to kill Zhuangtong too? Xiongzi Rui swallowed. That's not what I mean. Lan Shi thought for a moment and said, but from now on, it's best not to be alone with Zhuangtong. Anyone who has been alone with her is suspect. The other side. Tian Meng called Tian Ying aside. Ying, after the exam yesterday, what did you and Zhuangtong go and do? Last night when the exams were over, Tian Ying and Zhuangtong disappeared for a while at the same time. Tian Ying's eyes twinkled. Nothing? Nothing is what it is. You honestly. Tian Ying said unhappily. Sister, I'm not a prisoner. Do you need to interrogate me like this? Don't you think you're meddling too much? Tian Meng didn't want to care either, but she only had such a cousin after all, so her words softened a bit. I'm not forcing you to ask. It's Zhuangtong, she most likely has a problem, and you're easily suspected if you're in too much contact with her. Tian Ying was impatient. I have Brother Jin to protect me. I'm not afraid of this. Seeing her oil and salt, Tian Meng had no choice but to stop and shut her mouth. Tian Meng is clear about the little plan in Tian Ying's heart, and knows that she is in love with Xiaojun by no means because she likes it, but wants Xiaojun to be the recommender and recommend her to join Xiaojun and their organization. Yunfu went up to the 4th floor with her Class C card. Ahead of her, Leroyo had made the registration. Yunfu was in the same class as her, and as soon as she entered the classroom, she saw Li Liao sitting quietly by the window. The curtains can't be drawn. It's dangerous, Cloudfur reminded her. Li Liao slowly raised her head and glanced at Yunfu, half a day brewing on her white face before revealing a smile. Thank you. It's okay. Yunfu found a seat in the center. After sitting for a while, thinking about the surprise Yu said, Yunfu went back downstairs to E1 class. Hello, I'm looking for you, Ashes-san. Cloudfur called out to a ghost student who had entered the class. The ghost student gave her a look and instead of going inside, he went back out. Cloudfern? She called out to another student anew. You, teacher, that's her. She violated the school code by falling in love. The ghost student who went and returned brought the director of instruction. Arrest her and put her in solitary confinement. Chapter 55, Class President, do you know how to kiss? There is a provision in the campus code. Students are not allowed to do anything not related to study, such as love, play games, etc. Violators are confined. Write a 10,000 word review. Things happened too suddenly. The corridor was surrounded by a lot of watching ghost students. Yunfu couldn't run away even if she wanted to. She calmly said, I didn't. Whoever reported it testified. Do you have proof? There might be something in the confinement room, and in case there was a ghost, she couldn't necessarily handle it alone, so she definitely couldn't go. Who knows that the head of the teaching staff is not at all reasonable, dragging Yunfu and dragging her downstairs. As a transfer student already learning a lot later than others, how can you only know how to have fun? What kind of behavior is that? Lock up and reflect properly. Don't affect the others. Yunfu's arm was clenched raw. The instructor's hands were like iron clamps, firmly controlling her. After descending to the 1st floor where the F class was located, a flight of downward steps abruptly appeared around the corner where there had been no more stairs. Cloudfern stared wide-eyed. Xiongzi Rui, after the toilet out, heard a not small noise coming from the stairs over there. He was too timid to get together, but this time I do not know what happened. He ghosted 2 steps toward that side, so it was just in time to see Yunfu being pushed down the stairs by the head instructor. Asterisk. Xiongzi Rui ran over in 3 steps, only to be 1 step too late. The stairs are gone. Yunfu's figure also completely disappeared. Xiongzi Rui wanted to call Lan Shi to help, but in his haste, he forgot that he needed to swipe his campus card to go upstairs. Why am I so useless? Xiongzi Rui reddened his eyes and held his head as he thought of a countermeasure. And when he thought of something, he ran wildly towards the boys' dormitory. He had heard it mentioned that Yuashes also lived in the boys' dormitory. The sticky stench that hit her nose made Yunfu stifle her nausea. It was pitch black in front of her eyes and she couldn't see anything, so Yunfu stood still and didn't dare to move until she was slightly acclimatized. Then she covered her nose and surveyed her surroundings. In front of them was a long corridor flanked by small rooms with added bars, There was a faint light flickering in a few of the rooms, and figures could be seen faintly. Clang! In the room closest to Yunfu, a human face suddenly pressed up against it. "Let me out!" The iron bars were shaken and clanging, and the man locked inside was in rags as he reached out with dirty hands to try and grab Yunfu. Yunfu stepped back. "You're the student who was confined? What kind of offense is this to be locked up like this?" The stairs behind her disappeared into thin air, and Yunfu felt that if no one came to her rescue, 80% of her would end up like this. "I know I'm wrong, please, let me out. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to," the imprisoned student screamed, and suddenly, he closed his mouth, his eyes glaring to the extreme, staring behind Yunfu in horror. The entrance to the boys' dormitory. Someone arrived before Komazawa did. "Ashes. Seeing you Ashes come out." Chen Huijin greeted him with a sweet smile. "Why are you dressed so handsomely today? Is there something going on?" Ashes pretended he didn't see her and walked straight through. "Brother Ashes, wait for me." Chen Huijin chased after her. "Brother Ashes, aren't you the most fed up with promotion? How come you passed the exam?" The old man is happy too. Other than having spent time in the same class as Chen Huijin, Embers was not familiar with her at all. Because he wanted to surprise Yunfu, he focused on primping himself when he went out, and it was already almost late, so he was even less in a good mood to talk to Chen Huijin. "Ashes, don't be so mean to me." Chen Huijin's eyes pooled tears. "You didn't used to be like this, did you, Bo? You Ashes." Shong Zirue ran so much that his lung lobes hurt. He couldn't care less that Ashes was a dangerous and terrifying boss in the replica. As he pulled him back and said, "Boss, she's in trouble." Knowing that the boss in Shong Zirue's mouth was Yunfu, Yukai sank his face. "Speak clearly." Chen Huijin was hung out to dry. "I'm not too sure of the details. I only saw Yunfu being pushed into the negative floor by the head instructor." "The break?" Without much ado, Ashes picked up the back of Shong Zirue's collar and headed for the school building. "You guys don't have to go." Chen Huijin suddenly spoke out. "I was the one who found someone to report Yunfu." "You're sick?" Ashes finally looked at her squarely. "It's her who violated the school rules. And as a part of the school, I have the right to do so," Chen Huijin said. Ashes snorted. "What rule did she violate?" "She's in love," Chen Huijin said with resentment. "Brother Ashes, Lara is dead. She was killed by Yunfu. I'm only asking her to be confined for a few days." "You're in such a hurry? You said Chuera?" Ashes remembered something and his tone was indifferent. "She was killed by me." "What?" Chen Huijin froze. Ashes, class president Sama is in a relationship with me. You dare to report her? Why don't you dare to report me? If you want to avenge Chuera, come to my trouble, and if Yunfu gets hurt a single bit, I'll hang you on the fountain first thing in the morning as well." Chen Huijin's body swayed, her whole body shaking. Cloudfern stood in the darkness with bated breath, her eyes unblinking as a massive monster with no face passed in front of her. The monster is very tall, more than 2 meters, he has no eyes or nose, holding a wolf tooth stick, and can only rely on the sound to identify the direction. The student who was confined to the small room covered his mouth tightly, but he still made a sound because he was too scared. The wolfsbane then smashed through, denting a piece of the iron railing with an earth-shattering sound. Yunfu took advantage of this gap and carefully moved her feet over towards the empty cubicle. It was too dangerous in the hallway. The monster could run her over with one finger. The room was at least blocked by bars, a temporary safe place. The sound stopped when Yunfu was 2 steps short of the nearest empty room, and she immediately braked sharply and stood still, holding her hands on the wall to stabilize herself, not daring to make the slightest movement. The monster seemed to know that there was a newcomer here, carrying a wolfsbane and looking back and forth down the hallway. Grumpy hissed because he couldn't find Yunfu. As the monster passed in front of Yunfu once, a trembling voice suddenly said, "She's on your left." In an instant, the wolf teeth stick rushed at Yunfu. "Quick! Faster! Faster!" Ashes had the wind at his feet and ran down the stairs. The mycelium in his palm fluttered and kept sniffing the air for traces of Yunfu. There are many floors of the lockup room, which has existed since the beginning of the school, and holds many disobedient and not studying well students. Ashes couldn't tell which floor Yunfu was on, so he had to check each floor. On entering the 5th layer, the mycelium gives a reaction. Cloudflare is here. The smile on Ashes' face was only halfway raised when a monster's howl came from the depths of the 5th floor. Squad Leader Sama. Chapter 56, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Yunfu seemed to hear someone calling out to her. She strained her ears for a moment. Who? No one responded to her, so Yunfu just assumed it was a hallucination and continued to feed the massive monster in front of her. Good girl. Eat slowly. It's all yours. Yunfu's slender fingers tried to pat the top of the monster's head, but the monster was too high for her to reach. You squat. The monster cupped a piece of crispy fried pork chop in both hands and obediently squatted in front of Yunfu. Yunfu's eyes curved. Cute. Another piece for you. She pulled a paper bag out of her pocket and took out a small piece of fried pork chop and shoved it into the monster's hand. Pork chops are the dinner of the C-class. She took it out last night and wanted to give it to Lan Shi and Xiong Zirue. Lan Shi got into Class D and wasn't worried about food, so she didn't ask for it. So Yunfu was left with half of the fried pork chops. She had forgotten to eat it herself, and hadn't thought to bring it here, and the monster had liked it. In the moment the wolf toothstick swung at Yunfu. Yunfu didn't have a weapon in her hand to defend herself. In the heat of the moment, she threw whatever she had, and the monster stuttered when the fried pork chop smashed into its face. It didn't attack Yunfu again, and its big hands kept groping the ground. Yunfu watched in heartbreaking silence for a moment, realizing that the monster was trying to eat, then tentatively picked up the fried pork chop and handed it to it. Off the charts. It's outrageous to the core. Yunfu sighed at how lucky she was and how lucky she really was. 2 pork chops went down. The monster was not satisfied, and although it did not have eyes, Yunfu felt an intense line of sight staring at her blearily. No more food. Yunfu wrapped the fried pork chops and took them back into her pocket, but she couldn't give them all out at once. In case the monster flipped out after eating them, she would be in deep trouble. The rest she had to keep to check it. The monster aggrievedly pickpocketed Yunfu twice, and seeing that she was determined not to give it to her, let out a howl in a ghostly manner. Just then, Yunfu heard what seemed to be someone calling out to her again. Who's that? A gust of wind blew by, and Yunfu was hugged. Ahem. The impact was so great that Cloudfur stumbled. Class President Sama, I'm glad you're okay. The skinny teenager buried his head in the nape of Yunfu's neck, his voice tinted with a thick afterthought. Yunfu blinked, her lips filling up with a smile. Fellow Yuashes, do you know what I was locked up here for? Aha. Yuashes answered sullenly, thinking that Yunfu was feeling that she had dragged her down. She apologized. I'm sorry, but no breakups. Yunfu hugged him back. There's no need to say sorry, because it's you. I'm willing. Yuashes snapped his head up, his dark eyes shining brightly. Is Bandmaster Sama saying love words to me? Yunfu ear tipped slightly red. She is not very good at these, but also do not want you Ember's heart uneasy. Said, you think it is? Yes. Yuashes happily picked up Yunfu and spun around twice. The whole thing bared its teeth in warning like a cat with fried fur after sighting the monster coldly. It didn't hurt me, Yunfu hurriedly said. Yuashes checked Yunfu up and down once, making sure that she was really fine before putting his heart down. Then what did it ghost just now? I thought his baby had been eaten by a monster. Cloudfur waved her hand at the monster, remembering that it couldn't see, and added, go away. My boyfriend is here and I need to be alone with him for a while. Reluctantly, the monster picked up the wolfsbane and stepped into the darkness. Yuashes saw something in its back. He rolled up his sleeves to follow. Yunfu, can you stay with me for a while? Yuashes subsided, cursing silently. One by two, they all coveted his class president, and really wanted to destroy the whole world, leaving only him and Yunfu. Cloudfern entered an empty room, fumbled for the pull cord on the wall, and turned the light on. It wasn't bright, barely illuminating a corner. The room had a table and a couple of tattered chairs, and in the corner sat a bookcase with draft paper. Yunfu's head ached at the thought of writing a 10,000-word review. She's written a lot of speech reports and award acceptance speeches, but this is the first time she's written a review. Yunfu turned around and saw Yuashin closing the bars of the room. What are you doing? You forgot? Yuashin took off his jacket and threw it on the table. I'm going to surprise you. Surprise is surprise. Why take off your clothes? Seeing Yuashin about to take off his inner clothes again, Yunfu hurriedly stopped it. Blue Creek said you like to watch stripping. How can you dance without stripping? Yui caught Yunfu's hand and pressed it against his chest. How about this? Do you like it? Yunfu's cheeks burned red for a moment. Is that how the dance is done? Under the palm, there was a teenager's characteristic green and thin muscle. Yuashin held her hand, all the way down. Enough. Yunfu retracted her hand like an electric shock, her voice trembling. Let's skip to here for today. I'll make it up next time when I want to see it. Yuashin? He hasn't jumped yet. Sure you don't want to see it? Yunfu turned away and said firmly, don't look. Yuashin drooped his eyebrows a bit in defeat. Okay, wait for next time then. Calming her wildly beating heart, Yunfu began to explore the confinement room in order to divert her attention. By rights she should have been locked into the small room by the monster when she came in, but the monster didn't lock her in because she bribed it with a fried pork chop. Yunfu strolled from one small room to another. The students who were locked up heard the movement and raised their heads, saw that she was not the head of the teaching staff, and then numbly ambled over to the table and kept writing something. The rooms totaled about 40, and there were about a dozen students incarcerated. Both ends of the corridor were blocked off and there was no way out. How did you get in here? Yunfu asked Yu Hui, who was following her. Yuashes pointed to the top of his head. It's coming down from above. Cloudfern looked up. There was no passageway on the dark top. The monsters don't know where they've gone either. It seems that the confinement room has a separate passageway for ghosts and goblins. There was no way out. So Yunfu went back to the small room, where she took out a stack of paper and placed it on the table, and began to try to write a review. Maybe when the 10,000 word review is written, a channel will open up. Only she had only just put pen to paper to write a stroke, and the stroke disappeared the next second. Yunfu lived speechless. No wonder those students have been busy writing. This writing can't keep up with the speed at which it disappears. You try. Yunfu handed the pen to Yu Hui and moved the paper in front of him again. Yuashes held the pen full of heart and drew a love heart, showing it to Yunfu beautifully. Unfortunately, the love faded as Cloudfern saw it. Yuashes nestled. What a piece of pen and paper. It doesn't work well at all. Chapter 57, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Yuashes angrily threw the paper and pen back onto the table. The pen bounced off the table and fell to the floor with a gibberish. It's really childish. Yunfu picked up the pen and wiped it clean. What should we do? It seems like we can't get out. Yu Hui thought of something and took her hand and shook it. If you can't get out, then you don't go out. It's nice here. Just the two of them. No one to bother. Except for that cheeky monster. Of course. No. If Blue Creek and Xiongzi know I'm missing, they'll be worried. The two of them shouldn't have known that she was locked up here. Saying that, Yunfu let go of Yuember's hand and carefully studied the pen, attempting to find out why the handwriting had disappeared. Yuashes clasped his hands to his chest and sulked. Class President, where do I rank in your heart? He had no place in her heart at all, and when she was clearly spending time with him, she ended up thinking about someone else. Yunfu heard the question and thought carefully for a moment. First, after her grandmother's death, there was no one in the world she cared about, and the reason why she was able to develop a deep bond with Yuashes in just 2 months. Yunfu was using him as an emotional support. Yu Hui's mood cleared up a bit. Really? Yunfu paused for a moment, realized that he was jealous, came to the corner of his lips and kissed him, deliberately teasing him. Fake. Yu Hui cupped Yunfu's face, not letting her back up, and violently kissed her back. His tone slurred. I don't care. It's just true. Class C. Xiaojun looked at Yunfu's empty seat and was surprised that she had missed class. Taking advantage of the classroom, he asked his classmate, Li Liao, a mouthful of questions. Did you see Yunfu come? Leroyo, it came and went. Gone? Did you find a new clue? Xiaojun thought briefly for a few seconds and got up to go downstairs. Something? Lanshi didn't put Xiaojun in her eyes and asked in a salty manner. Xiaojun looked at her reaction and couldn't figure out if Lanshi knew about Yunfu's absence. So he asked, you didn't go with Yunfu? Going somewhere together? Blue Creek asked rhetorically. She could hear that Xiaojun was trying to trap her. Xiaojun's eyes rolled and he laughed lightly. It's fine. Seeing as Yunfu wasn't there, I thought she had gone to make up for it. Yunfu was really something too. It's fine if she doesn't call me to go with her. You guys are so close. She doesn't bring you too? What do you care? Bluebrook rolled her eyes and closed the classroom door with a bang. Then her face turned serious. Yunfu, if you go to make up the class, will certainly tell her in Xiongzi Rui in advance. She did not say is not to go, but Yunfu surprisingly did not go to class. It will not be something wrong, right? No, I have to ask. After making sure that Xiaojun outside was gone, Lanshi hurried downstairs. She couldn't go upstairs and directly confirm whether Yunfu was there or not, so she could only go to Class F to find Xiongzirui to ask about the situation. Xiongzirui's eyes instantly reddened at the sight of Lanshi. The boss is lost. Something really happened to Yunfu? Blue Creek's breath stopped. Yunfu can't have anything happen to her. If she dies, Yu Chen will definitely be furious. Few people know that the copy can be upgraded. By the time the boss rage go into the fire and thus the force value skyrocketed, the level of the copy will go all the way wildly up. The Yu Embers will they all kill clean to Yunfu with the funeral. It's over, it's over. Blue Creek didn't know what to make of the expression. Xiongzi Rui sniffled. The first thing I wanted to do was go to you for help, but I couldn't get up the stairs. So I went to the boys' dormitory to take my chances and see if I could find you ashes. Found it. Bluestream emotionally grabbed him by the shoulders. Xiongzi Rui nodded. Well, he went to find the boss. The boss will come back safely, right? Lanshi took a long breath of relief and gave Xiongzi Rui a brotherly hug. So many days didn't go in vain to eat the delicious food your boss left for you. It's quite useful at critical times. Don't worry. Yuashes has made a move. Yunfu will come back. In the confinement room, Yunfu took a pen and tried to write on the table. I'm surprised the words written on the table didn't disappear. Yunfu saw hope and took the paper to write. The next second, the words on the paper were once again gone. Undeterred, Yunfu took the pen and tried again on the wall. Still able to write on it. So a pen can write anywhere, just not on paper? Yunfu spread out her hand and scratched at her own palm. The writing was still there. After tossing and turning so much, Yunfu was tired and speechless. She sat down and rested for a while and saw Yuchen beside her with his hands resting on his chin staring at her with a pair of starry eyes. Something on my face? Class President Sama's face is flawed with something. Yuasha's moved closer to Yunfu. Confused. Yunfu touched her face. What? Missing my kiss. Yuasha's pouted and tried to kiss Yunfu again. He didn't know what was going on. It was like he was suffering from kiss hunger. As long as Yunfu was in front of his eyes, he wanted to kiss her all the time. Yunfu covered his mouth with one hand. Too many kisses today. Just for a second. A second will do. Yuasha's held out a finger and bargained. Not even half a click. Yunfu didn't give him the slightest chance. In the corridor, heavy footsteps rang out with echoes. Cloudfur shushed and tiptoed over to the bars. And after realizing it wasn't the head instructor but the monster, she called out, "This way." The monster stopped in its tracks, discerned the direction, and came toward her. It put its hands together as if it was covering something, and when it came closer, it handed it to Yunfu. "It's 2 fat white buns. You're going to feed me?" There was no watch in the confinement room, and the passage of time could not be felt in the darkness, so Yunfu did not know that it was already time for lunch outside at this moment. The monster made a gurgling sound in his throat and passed the bun forward again. "Thanks." Yunfu raised her hand just as she was about to take it, but the monster retracted it. "Not for me?" Yunfu didn't understand. The monster gestured half-heartedly with one of its free hands, and Yunfu tried to understand. "You mean you want to trade steamed buns with me for fried pork chops to eat?" Gar. The monster's throat made a louder sound. Yunfu was amused and helpless. Okay, I'll switch with you." Yuasha's quit. "I want fried pork chops too." The wife didn't even leave him any food. There were 3 pieces of fried pork chop left in Yunfu's hand. Enough to share. Yuasha's took the fried pork chops and then looked at Yunfu's for the monster. "No, mine's smaller." Cloudfur. How she felt like she had raised 2 sons. The monster seemed to dislike Yuasha's for being noisy and shoved the bun into his mouth. Yunfu didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. Yuasha's. Never mind. For the sake of his wife's smile, he didn't care. After eating the schnitzel, the monster turned to leave, knowing that Yunfu wouldn't give it to him again. "You wait," Cloudfur called out to it. "I want to get out of here, and I'll give you my last pork chop if you can tell me how." Chapter 58, Class President. "Do you know how to kiss?" The monster snapped his head back. Its head, devoid of eyes and nose, cocked as if to ask, "Really? True for you," Cloudfur assured. The monster grunted something and walked away. Yunfu? She didn't understand a word of it. She turned her head to look at Yuasha's. "What is it saying?" "I don't know." Yuasha's bit into the steamed bun, his cheeks puffing out. "Lord Class President, I'm so handsome and it's so ugly. What makes you think that I have something in common with it?" Yunfu. Thanks to the fact that she met Yuasha's in reality relatively late, or else he was so stinky, she definitely did not fall in love with him. Not a moment later, the monster went and returned. It had a knife in its hand. The hilt was turned around and given to Cloudfur. The knife was so heavy that Yunfu almost didn't hold it. "Do you want to write with this?" The monster slipped a finger under the blade and slashed it, beads of blood gushing out. Yunfu saw it. It is to be written in blood. But the review is going to be 10,000 words. That's how much blood it's going to take. Yunfu took a piece of paper and rubbed some of the monster's blood on it, and as if the paper was alive, it couldn't wait to devour it, finally leaving shallow red marks on it. The monster wanted to cut the wound deeper to make it easier for Yunfu to take the blood, and Yunfu stopped it. "No need. I'll figure it out on my own." She gave the monster the schnitzel, as promised. The monster didn't rush to eat it this time. It fumbled with a few crooked words on the paper before turning and walking into the darkness. Yunfu stared at the words for a long time to identify them before she could barely guess the contents. "Don't come back in." The hands squeezing the paper tightened, and Yunfu looked at the monster's figure with a complicated expression. "It understands human language and can write. Is it really a monster?" "Use my blood." Yuasha's took the knife in Yunfu's hand and lifted his sleeve in preparation to give himself a bit. "What are you doing?" Yunfu was startled and hastened to stop it. Yuasha's pursed his lips. "I'm the one who caused Class President Sama to come here. This little injury was nothing to him. He would never let his wife get hurt." Yunfu had no intention of using her own blood, much less Yuasha's. "Boyfriend, is it okay to do me a favor?" Being able to help Yunfu, Yuasha's was happy to do so. Yunfu remembered that when the monster grabbed her in the beginning, it was because someone shouted. If she hadn't croaked, she would have been killed at this moment. What do you want?" Seeing Yunfu standing outside of his room, the skinny boy became terrified. "So what if I'm prompting the monster?" If you don't die, it's us who will die. The monster might smash through the bars and hurt them if it never found Yunfu. Human nature is selfish. Yunfu didn't think there was anything wrong with him, but all the same, she was selfish. Boyfriend, can you get his door open? Simple. Yuashes removed the iron railing in 3 tries. Ah. You're devils. Don't come over here. Cafeteria. Dinner. Xiongzi Rui looked at the door with bated breath. Still no sign of Yunfu. Any news? The matter of Yunfu's disappearance was known to the players after a whole day of fermentation. Tianmeng asked Lanshi with concern. Bluebrook shook her head. No. Tianmeng, why don't I accompany you to look for her after dinner later? Sis. Tianing put down her chopsticks. Don't mind your own business. Will you? Yunfu might be dead. What does she have to do with us? Don't bring bad luck on yourself. Ing. Lanshi's face went cold, and Tianmeng reprimanded Tianing for fear of a conflict between them. Tianing glared at Lanshi, noticing in her afterglow that someone had entered the cafeteria. Is that Cloudflare? Yunfu and Yuashes entered the cafeteria together, and the two of them didn't separate, sitting together on the C-class side. Knowing that Lanshi and Xiongzi Rui were worried about themselves, Yunfu nodded to them, signaling that they would talk again after dinner later. Xiaojun and Li Layo were sitting at a table, and looking at Yunfu's unharmed return. They were not very surprised. He would only be surprised if a cunning woman like Yunfu died easily. Class C's dinner was braised fish, and Yunfu chucked a piece of meat, picking all the thorns clean before placing it on Yu Chen's dinner plate. Here, just for you. Yuashes noticed He Shang peeking at the two of them and intentionally ate deliciously, saying, the fish picked by the class president is just delicious. After eating and sending Yu Hui away, Yunfu and the 3 of them gathered together. Xiongzi Rui said, Boss, it was Chen Huijin who did it. She said that Chula was killed by you and wanted revenge. Can guess. Yunfu told the story in a flat tone. Lanshi opened her mouth after hearing it. Xiaojun came to find me when he saw that you weren't there, and I only went downstairs because I heard from his words that something had happened to you. Xiaojun seems to have entered this copy for more than just clearing the level. Yunfu didn't forget that he had asked him to feed Yuashes the medicine, and asked Lanshi, is it possible for a player to kill the copy boss? Is Xiaojun playing this? Lanshi frowned. It's not impossible. It's just that the difficulty isn't small. But Xiaojun, he's been into a lot of duplicates, so it's not guaranteed that the props in his hand can do it. Moreover, Xiaojun should have an organization. If the people in their organization gave Xiaojun all the life preservation props, then Yuashes is going to be in big trouble. Xiongzi Rui was dumbfounded by what he heard, and it was also the first time for Lanshi to enter the replica. So how could he know so many things? Whatever props he has, his ideas can only fall flat. Yunfu spoke in a cloudy voice. Before going back to their respective dormitories, Xiongzi Rui couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Lanshi, is this really your first time entering a copy? Lanshi rewarded him with a chestnut. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I can still harm you. Kumazari covered his head. Oh, back in the dormitory. Lanshi had thought that Yunfu would ask her as well, but Yunfu didn't say anything until she laid down on the bed. Blue Creek smiled. She could like Yunfu too much. When she got out of the copy, she must make friends with Yunfu in the real world. 12 a.m. Sharp. The hostess came knocking again, knowing that 414 wouldn't open the door. It knocked extraordinarily perfunctorily, and the door just rattled twice before there was no movement outside. Tianmeng listened carefully with her sideways ear, and after making sure that what was outside was not on the 4th floor, she slowly sat up. By now, Blue Brook was asleep. She got dressed and got up and saw Yunfu sitting up as well and asked in a small voice, You're going to the restroom? No. Cloudfur stomped on her shoes. I want to check out the underground quarters. If you want to determine whether or not Zhuang Tong is a ghost, then you have to figure out what's really in the underground dormitory. Tianmeng, I happen to be going. They couldn't just sit back and wait for the ghosts to come to them. Rather than wait for them to come to them, they should take the initiative and at least get a head start. Yunfu smiled. Why don't we join together? Chapter 59, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Good. Tianmeng smiled gently. Yunfu, you really are different. Yunfu carefully turned the doorknob and smiled even as she sniffed. What can I do differently? Aren't they all just one nose and 2 eyes? No. Tianmeng followed her out the door. There's a kind of magic in you that makes people feel so safe and comforted that they can't help but want to be close. There was no light in the corridor, only an eerie green glow emanating from the safety signs. Yunfu and Tianmeng were on high mental alert, and the two of them followed the roots of the wall down the stairs. Yunfu extended her hand towards Tianmeng. Then you have to follow me closely. Don't get lost. Good. Tianmeng held Yunfu's hand. It was soft and warm. It was only on the 1st floor that the scene before us was particularly shocking. This is. Tianmeng covered her mouth. afraid that she would let out a scream and startle the ghost. The big willow tree in the middle of the dormitory was covered with human skins, hanging one above the other, fluttering in the wind, making one's hair stand up in sweat as one watched. Yunfu saw the human skin of the hostess ant. It's supposed to be this willow who checks in at night. Yunfu lowered her eyes and searched for the passageway to the underground dormitory. There's no Zhuang Tong's human skin up there. Tianmeng took a deep breath and tried to control her eyes from looking at the human skin as she pointed to the bottom of the tree. Yunfu, the passage. Yunfu gathered her spirit. Go. They both cautiously avoided the human skin and descended into the access steps. Tianmeng hesitated. Why don't we go back and wait until tomorrow to get a few more people together? Yunfu, today is already the 5th day of entering the replica. Tianmeng, you are not a newcomer. You should know that the replica becomes more and more dangerous the further you go. Tianmeng clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Enter. The underground dormitories were awash in blood and coiled willow roots wrapped around one dormitory door after another. Yunfu's heart sank. They didn't need to go any further. They were already sure that Zhuang Tong was the ghost. The 206 where Zhuang Tong lived wasn't hard to find, and the willow roots entwined around the doorway were especially abundant, with red liquid gushing from the roots and being absorbed as nutrients. Through the hole in the door pierced by the willow root, Yunfu and Tianmeng got a good look inside the room. L'Oreal? Tianmeng couldn't believe it. Li Liu and Yunfu are now in the same class. Yunfu never suspected her, not realizing that she was killed by Zhuang Tong a long time ago, afraid that Lu Ji, who was checking the dormitory, would come back and find them. Yunfu and Tianmeng went back to the dormitory as fast as they could. Go to sleep, and wait until morning for anything, Yunfu said. Tianmeng really couldn't sleep and kept his eyes open until dawn. The next morning, Lan Shi was full of energy. She looked at Tianmeng's dark circles under her eyes. Bad dream? Tianmeng laughed bitterly. It might as well be a nightmare. Let's go. To the cafeteria. Yunfu shuffled back and waited for the two of them to clean up again, and together they went out of the dormitory. Cafeteria. Meet again for breakfast. Xiong Zirui covered his head with a devastated look. His mental defenses were on the verge of breaking down from the days of breakfast tossing and turning. Seeing that Yunfu was calm, Xiaozhen asked, you know? Yunfu used her afterglow to keep an eye on Li Liu's reaction. This morning's meet was Li Liu's, and the current Li Liu was Willow from the girls' dormitory in disguise. She didn't answer Xiaozhen's words, and asked Li Liu in return. It's reasonable to say that the players have died a total of 4. So how come it's meet again this morning? Li student, do you know? Li Liu shook his head. I'm not sure. Xiaozhen quickly reacted. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this Leroyo. Yunfu nodded imperceptibly when she saw that he understood what she meant. Xiaozhen laughed a little. Since we don't have breakfast again today, why don't we go to the classroom earlier? Li Liu, you with me? Li Liu put down her chopsticks with mechanical movements. The corners of her mouth hooked up into just the right smile. Okay. Before knowing that she was a ghost, Li Liu's reaction could be interpreted as a shy personality. But since knowing that, watching her every move was simply broken. Xiaozhen was trying to kill Li Liu, and Yunfu didn't stop it. After all, it's not safe at all to put a ghost in a team of players. After the two of them left, Yunfu also stood up and called out to Blue Brook to go together. Tianmeng hurriedly invited Zhuang Tong to follow. Lan Shi glanced at Tianning. Aren't you and Xiaozhen in a relationship? So relieved that he's alone with another woman? Tianning rolled her eyes. I'm not just jealous. Before she could finish her words, Yunfu and Tianmeng, one on each side, held down Zhuang Tong with a swift movement. Zhuang Tong was caught off guard and was held down on the ground. Tianmeng rode on top of her and tightened the Zhuang Tong's neck with the waistband of her pants, which she had unraveled at some point. Ah ha ha ha. Tianning covered her mouth and screamed. Are you guys crazy? Holy, what's going on? Blue Creek blinked, outside of the situation. Confirm she's a ghost. Come help. When Zhuang Tong's identity was recognized, she was no longer in disguise, and her strength was so great that Yunfu couldn't subdue her at all, and she also nearly toppled Tianmeng to the ground. Look at me. Bluebrook rolled up her sleeves and tugged on one end of the belt to share the force with Tianmeng. Tianying's face showed her intolerance. Even if she is a ghost, it's too cruel for you guys to do this. When people are speechless, they are really angry and laugh. Tianmeng did not have the good sense to say, Missy, what time is it? Can you put away your saintly mother's heart? Tianying was aggrieved by the dislike and deflated her mouth. Anyway, I can't do murder, so don't you guys drag me down. Yunfu, the ones we killed weren't people, they were ghosts. Done. Blue Creek let go and fell limp on the floor. It's so hard to die. Zhuang Tong's neck was strangled, and her body turned into a dead willow branch at a speed visible to the naked eye. She raised an eyebrow at Tianning. Still feel cruel, don't you? There's no place to cry when you're a twig too. Tianning, why are you all targeting me? Blue Creek? That's what she said. That's what she understood? Gotta. I'll shut up. Blue Creek patted the dirt on his pants just in case and picked up the dead willow branch and threw it into the lake. The lake rippled. Yunfu seemed to see something, but couldn't see it clearly. She rubbed her eyes and tried to get closer. Don't. Blue Creek stopped her. Forget about falling in? I'm not going over there. Cloudfern frowned as she thought she saw a white skeleton in the lake, sinking to the bottom as she noticed she saw it. When he returned to the classroom, Li Leo's seat was empty, and it seemed that Xiaojun had gotten his hands on it as well. Going to make up for it? Come along. Xiaojun was waiting for Yunfu to come back. He raised the approval slip. After making up for today's class, if you pass the exam at night you'll be admitted to Class A, meet the mission requirements, and pass the copy. Class A was a must. Yunfu had always wanted to know the cause of Jolie's death. She always felt that was the key to getting through. This copy is so soft, with so many unclear clues, that it's especially easy to feel inert. Do you really think you can get through by entering Class A? Yunfu looked straight into Xiaojun's eyes. Chapter 60, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Yunfu's eyes were clear, as if they had the power to see through people's hearts. Thinking about his next plan, Xiaojun misplaced his eyes as he sheepishly touched the tip of his nose. This is a copy rule. There's not much use in me saying it. One of the requirements for the copy to pass is to stay here for 10 days, and the other is to get an excellent score on the exam, and good grades are required to get into the A class. Yunfu gathered her pen and paper and stood up. Okay, I'll make up the lesson with you. Principal's office. Still have a cup of tea before catching up. Yunfu sniffed at the growing smell of burning at the tip of her nose and lowered her head to take a shallow sip. Xiaojun, on the other hand, tilted his head back and muffled a mouthful before hypocritically bragging about the principal's good tea-making skills. The principal, dressed in all white, smiled without reaching the bottom of his eyes. Drink as much as you like. I love it when you up-and-coming students come to make up for your mistakes. Drinking tea like this was too deliberate. Yunfu always felt like something would happen if she drank it, but she didn't feel like she was different. So she distracted herself and quietly used her afterglow to keep an eye on Xiaojun. And Xiaojun was undistracted, studying hard, like never before. After finishing her tuition just in time for lunch, Yunfu went to find Yu Hui. Yuashes wrinkled his nose and sniffed at her like a puppy. You smell nasty. I don't like it. Yunfu, what's that smell on me? Every time I go to the principal's office to make up a lesson, Yuashes says so. I can't say. In any case it doesn't smell good. Yu Hui grabbed Yunfu's hand. I really need to find a way to clean you up. Yunfu didn't take this in stride and went to the player's side after chatting with him some more. Yuashes wanted to follow, but his wife's honor forbade it, so he could only watch like a wife watching stone. Wei Chao was eating rice in his mouth. Ha! Zhuangtong people, this morning also did not see her class. Will not have an accident, right? Bluebrook, Tian Meng and I strangled her to death. Clunk. The stainless steel bowl Wei Chao was holding fell on the table and gibbered around several times. What? He had always known that Blue Creek was fierce. A fierce woman. But he didn't expect her to be this fierce. Tian Meng explained, we have long suspected that Zhuangtong has a problem. Just has not been substantial evidence for fear of mistakenly injuring. Today is sure. So we moved. Tianing blinked her eyes. Brother Wei, you also think it's cruel to strangle someone alive, don't you? Wei Chao. Let's do it right. Tianing. What about Leroyo? Wei Chao noticed that Xiaojun's side was also missing. Taman, she has problems too. Wei Chao steadied the bowl with both hands. So this morning is the meet? What about tomorrow? Will there be anyone else with problems? No one answered him this, for tomorrow was anyone's guess. I'm curious. Yunfu peeled a shrimp and asked Xiaojun across the table. How come Tianing and Tian Meng haven't gone to make up for it? Xiaojun asked without answering. Xiong Zirwei and Zhang Ting didn't go either? Xiong Zirwei and Zhang Ting had been there today. Only Xiaojun didn't know. Tonight was their third exam into the replica, and the results of this exam were crucial to the ability of the players at the back of the class to achieve excellence. Tianing and Tian Meng were both in Class D. If the two of them never went to remedial classes, even if they passed every test afterward, then they would only end up reaching Class B. And Class B is not passable copies. Yunfu cared less about whether they could pass or not. She was more concerned about whether Xiaojun knew something. Did they know that there was something wrong with the principal's tea? Or did they know that Class A wasn't going to pass? And that's why they didn't let Tianing and Tian Meng get involved? Class President. I like people who say what they have to say, and I don't understand when you beat around the bush with me. Xiaojun wasn't stupid, and after thinking for a while, he understood the meaning behind Yunfu asking him this. Don't call me Class President-sama. Yunfu frowned, her expression of disgust obvious. What? Xiaojun was interested. You've been confined. You're still not going to stay away from boss. You're not going to develop feelings for him in the process of using him, are you? Yunfu, yeah. Be polite to me, or I'll let him beat you to death. Xiaojun, just kidding. Why so angry? Yunfu took the dinner tray and went to find Yu Hui. Yu Hui's eyes shone brightly as he moved out a large piece of space for Yunfu to sit, and he pinched all the delicious food on his dinner plate in front of Yunfu. I'll peel the shrimp for the class president. Yunfu's heart was soft. Yui too. The afternoon flew by. It's exam time again. Yunfu glanced up and saw Yuashes sitting on the clock. She was startled. Why are you sitting so high? Yuashes leapt down with ease and patted his hands on the table. Blinking at her, Class President Sama. You're a good student, but can you fail the test this time? Why? Yunfu said as she quickly worked on the questions. I can't tell you. Yuashes wanted to speak. Class A is scary. Yunfu looked up at him. You've been in a class? Yuashes poked at the tips of her fingers, trying to take the pen away. I can't tell you that one either. Yunfu's heart stuttered. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It couldn't be that Yuashes had been like that Jolie who had jumped to his death and had something happen to him in Class A, could it? She slapped his hand away and narrowed her eyes. You go play with Bluebrook. I have to do well on my exams. Yuashes didn't move. I'm not leaving. I'll stay with you. Yunfu didn't say anything. Class President Sir. Yuashens's dark eyes melted into rich gentleness. Can you make up for me? I want to be in the same class as you. Yunfu, didn't you say Class A couldn't go? I'm where you are, even where it causes him pain. Night. Yunfu slept uneasily. She, Xiaojun, and he Shang, managed to get into Class A, but the system didn't broadcast that the three of them had succeeded in clearing the barrier. Perhaps it was because he hadn't been in a class, Yunfu thought, and the results might come out the next day. As long as the three of them left, it also meant that the rest of them could make up for their promotion in peace and then pass as well. Cloudfur rolled over, inexplicably feeling like she was floating. She opened her eyes in a daze. Instead of a dormitory, there is underwater in front of you. For a split second, Yunfu thought again that someone had backstabbed her and pushed her into the wishing lake. But this time the situation is a bit special. Without the ghostly hands clawing at her, she could breathe freely in the water. Cloudfur exhaled, and a string of bubbles rose up. Behind her, someone suddenly covered her eyes. There was no killing intent. He just didn't seem to want Yunfu to see him. Something blinded Yunfu's eyes. Yunfu tried to undo it, but he was one step ahead of him and stripped the clothes off his body. Yunfu. Good. She knows who it is. Why is this guy so obsessed with getting her clean? She didn't move again, letting those hands, colder than the lake water, help her. Chapter 61, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? Yunfu has held Yu Hui's hand many times. There's something different about these hands. She could feel it. Yuashes. She opened her mouth softly to call out to him. The hand that fell on Yunfu's waist paused and shook imperceptibly. He was surprised and overjoyed that she recognized him even in this way. But then his expression waned. He can't be seen now, and if his wife sees him, she'll never like him again. Receiving no answer, Yunfu spoke again. Why are you blindfolding me? And why did you bring me to the bottom of the lake? Could this be the location of Yuash's accident? Yunfu had a lot of doubts, and she asked them one by one. A cold hand covered her lips, as if trying to stop her from asking questions. It was also because of this that Yunfu clearly perceived that these hands had no skin and flesh, just bones. Yuashes, don't you love kissing? Why don't you kiss me this time? The eyelashes of her hooded eyes fluttered lightly, and the white skeleton floated in Yunfu's mind. What on earth did he go through to make Yuashes look like this? Cloudfern lifted his hand and ripped off the cover. Awake? When he opened his eyes, there was Blue Creek's face in front of him. Bluebrook smiled and said, just about to wake you up. I've been in the dorm? Cloudfern blinked as she sat up, checking her clothes, no different than when she had laid down last night. But there was an extra splash of gardenia scent in her hair. Cloudover moved away from the pillow. A few dried petals of a gardenia are pressed underneath. She staggered back and forth. Being in love yourself is tasteless, and watching other people get tired of it is also toothsome enough. Tell me. She lowered her voice, a bad smile at the corner of her mouth. What did Yuashes take you to last night? I saw his body. Yunfu's words froze the smile on Lanshi's face. Blue Creek choked. What do you mean? If I don't pass and leave when I get into Class A today, then solving the mystery of this school is the only way to actually leave. Someone else is in trouble. Tianmeng pushed open the door into the dormitory with a complicated look. A lot of people had gathered under the dormitory building. A girl's body lay straight and lifeless, her blood snaking all over the floor, a dark red color, mostly congealed. This seems to be Class AA, all the way to Class A. What else does she not know how to actually want to jump off a building? Yunfu frowned. Class A again. She swept her gaze over the girl's hand, trying to spot something, but there was nothing. Suddenly, Yunfu noticed Xiaojun in the crowd across the street. Xiaojun clutched something in his hand and stuffed it into his pocket. Did he take the note? Seeing Yunfu staring at him, Xiaojun waved his hand to her as if nothing had happened. What's wrong? Blue Creek asked. Yunfu narrowed her eyes. Nothing. Go to the cafeteria. Someone soon came and dispersed the crowd of onlookers, and everyone poured into the cafeteria. Because they passed the exam last night, Xiong Zirui and Zheng Ting, who had been stuck in Class F, finally made it into Class D and also ate a hot, normal breakfast. Xiong Zirui had tears in his eyes. It's so hard. Then eat more. Zheng Ting felt like she had lost 10 pounds from starvation in the past few days, and opened her mouth wide to eat fiercely. Today's breakfast is normal, which means there are no more ghosts among the players. Yunfu stirred the tofu brain drizzled with chili oil, thinking about the image she saw in the morning, and instantly lost her appetite. He Shang peeled a tea egg, and seeing that Yunfu didn't want to eat the tofu brain, he planned to hand it to her. Yunfu didn't have the intention to pick it up, so he resentfully withdrew his hand again and asked, "We've obviously entered Class A, how come the system doesn't broadcast the pass?" "Who knows? Might have to take an A class." Xiaojun shrugged his shoulders as he glanced at Yunfu, knowing in his heart that Yunfu also knew the correct way to leave. Today was already the 7th day of entering the replica. He Shang had been tormented all night last night, and he didn't want to stay any longer for a single second. So he couldn't wait to get up. So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go to class. Xiaojun didn't move. Yunfu didn't move either. Yunfu always felt that something bad would happen when she entered Class A after drinking the principal's tea. Xiaojun, on the other hand, tightly squeezed the note in his pocket. He had also suspected that there was something wrong with the principal's tea before, but when his body didn't show any abnormalities, he more or less relaxed his guard, and now he realized that the tea's effect would only be revealed when he entered Class A, and then they would end up as miserable as those students who jumped off the building, and they wouldn't be able to pass the copy at all. There's only one thing to do these days. Seeing that both of them were not moving, He Shang froze. "You're not leaving?" A hint of viciousness flashed in Xiaojun's shadowy eyes as he scanned over Yunfu and slowly stood up. "Go. Yunfu, come along." The three of them walked toward the school building, silent on the way. He Shang laughed dryly twice to break the weirdness of the atmosphere as he asked, "It's all about to pass. Why don't you guys look happy?" "There's something to be happy about." Xiaojun snorted. "The replica is admittedly horrible and terrifying, but the real world is no better. You guys aren't too old, are you? And you don't understand the pain of social animals like us, who are running around to make money to live." With that said, the school building came into view. Yunfu paused slightly in her footsteps. That fast? She hadn't calculated the distance between the cafeteria and the school building, but she had walked it so many times that she always had some number in mind. Something doesn't seem right. Cloudfur? Yunfu lagged behind He Shang Xiaojun by a large margin, and He Shang turned around and shouted at her. Xiaojun simply walked back and tugged on Yunfu's arm. "Hurry up, don't be late." He moved brutally, firmly controlling Yunfu as if he was afraid she would run away. Yunfu reacted and snapped out, "You can't enter. This is fake." Bang! Xiaojun kicked open the door of the school building and pushed Yunfu inside, then locked the door before He Shang could react. "What are you doing?" He Shang was filled with anger and went forward to open the door for Yunfu. "Open it." Xiaojun didn't stop, saying, "Opening the door is our death." He Shang moved in a daze. "What do you mean?" Yunfu tapped on the door twice and naturally heard Xiaojun's words. She laughed coldly. "You think you can get through by killing me? I'm not trying to kill you." Xiaojun laughed lowly. "But I'm afraid I'll have to condemn you to stay inside honestly." Yunfu clenched her fists and slammed the door. "I know the way out. Just open the door and I can tell you all about it." "Yeah?" Xiaojun grunted narrowly. "I have an easier way, and no time to listen to you." He Shang grabbed his hair in annoyance. "What the hell are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand a single word?" Xiaojun patted him on the shoulder. "Go lure the boss over. We can't get out of the copy until we kill the boss." Yunfu's heart thumped. "You're using me as bait and you really think Yuashin will fall for it?" Chapter 62, Class President. "Do you know how to kiss?" He Shang. "You guys can't kill the boss at all. Xiaojun is using you." Yunfu tried her best to stay calm and persuaded He Shang not to act rashly. "Brother, I'm not saying much." Xiaojun patted He Shang's shoulder. "I'm sure you've seen it clearly yourself in the past few days. Yunfu was very close to the ghost and has been brainwashed a long time ago. She found a way to get through but didn't say anything. She's trying to stall for time to help the ghost kill us." "Cloudfern knows the way through?" He Shang was so torn in his heart that he didn't dare to believe anyone's words, but without realizing it, he had already favored Xiaojun. "Right." Xiaojun took the note out and showed it to him. "Remember that boy in Class A who jumped off the building?" Yunfu got the note at that moment, but she secretly hid it herself and didn't tell anyone. The blood-stained note contained a message. "Don't get into Class A, or you'll be a victim." "Sacrifice?" He Shang's hands shook. He didn't get the meaning of the phrase, but understood that Class A couldn't go. Thinking about how he was in a hurry to enter the class just now, He Shang was afraid. If they went in, would they still be able to come out? When they were in the cafeteria, Xiaojun and Yunfu didn't move. Xiaojun was prompted by the note. What about Yunfu? He Shang had completely believed Xiaojun's words at this moment. He opened his mouth obscurely. Yunfu, we have a general relationship with you. Could it be that you could bear to kill Lanxi and Xiong Zirui as well? Yunfu was silent. Xiaojun preempted the attack and threw dirty water on her successfully, leaving her speechless. Sister Winter Wheat is right. In the world of horror, sinister curmudgeons without moral boundaries are most likely to live, because they can ignore their conscience and pave the way to live with the lives of innocent players. He Shang. I did take the note, but the content on it is completely different from this one from Xiaojun. Yunfu took a breath. It doesn't mention anything about class A being in danger, and it was only today that I realized the key to getting through. Is it dangerous inside the door? He Shang returned the note to Xiaojun and had no intention of opening the door for Yunfu again. Hang in there, we'll let you out when we kill you Chun. Having persuaded as well, Yunfu had nothing to say. Fine, don't wait for me to intercede when you're dead. As she was entering the class, Lanxi felt someone tugging on her sleeve for a moment and turned around to see that it was Tian Meng. Something? I have a few things I'd like to talk to you about alone. Tian Meng suppressed her voice and made a wink, signaling Lanxi to go to the restroom with her. After entering the restroom, Tian Meng unlocked the door and her expression was grave. In the morning Xiaojun quietly asked us to collect flammable items. Flammable items? Blue Creek's brow wrinkled. What does he want? I don't know. Tian Meng shook her head. I wanted to tell Yunfu, but I couldn't get upstairs, so let her know sometime. Thinking about the burning odor she had smelled on the top floor, Blue Brook was suspicious in her heart. Okay, thanks. Tian Meng gave a smile. Yunfu saved me before. This is considered a repayment to her, and if anything happens after that, I will find a way to get through to you guys. Tian Meng couldn't go up the stairs, and naturally, Blue Brook couldn't go up either. The makeup approval strips that you ask your teacher for only lead to the top floor and are not accessible on other floors. Lanxi pondered Tian Meng's words and always felt that the burning smell on the top floor had nothing to do with Xiaojun. But if Xiaojun wanted to start a fire, it would be afterward. So why would the burning smell come before the fire? Something flashed through his mind. Lanxi rubbed her temples. She didn't have enough intelligence. It seemed that she would have to wait until she saw Yunfu and let her analyze it. The footsteps drifted away. Yunfu knew that Xiaojun and He Shang had gone to find Yu Chen. The locks on the doors of the school building were pin-style. The locks hung outside, and Yunfu couldn't get them open from the inside even if she knew how to pick the locks. But she had to find a way to get out before they came back. There was a window next to it, but it was covered by thick curtains. The campus code clearly says you can't open the curtains, and you have to walk backwards into the wrong school building. Cloudfur's eyes grew accustomed to the darkness as she walked backwards along the wall, her hand fumbling with the switch to turn the light on. Don't drive. Just at the moment Yunfu found the switch and was about to press it, a very soft female voice sounded against her ear. Yunfu. It was no exaggeration to say that she had goosebumps. Without any footsteps or making any noise, a man just stuck to her side. It's not human. It's a ghost. There was a hand on the back of Yunfu's hand. The skin was smooth and cold. Yunfu, I don't drive. Aha. The female voice sounded clear. She let go of Yunfu's hand and turned to rest it on her shoulder. Are you new here? What new guy? Yunfu didn't dare to make a casual conversation. The female voice added, there's a classmate lying on the lamp. Don't you see? If you turn on the lamp rashly, you'll hurt him. Yunfu. Sorry, I didn't notice. It's okay. He was being naughty himself and wanted to prank you to scare you. The female voice had only just fallen when Cloudfur's afterglow noticed something flickering on the roof. Come on. I'll take you to class. This time, Yunfu heard footsteps, heading for the stairs. The sound-activated lights on the stairs came on and a girl in a red and white dress was revealed. Yunfu saw her face and subconsciously shouted, Teacher Gao? What? The girl didn't hear and cocked her head to look at her. Yunfu quickly realized that it wasn't Teacher Gao, but Teacher Gao's sister, Gao Jiai. The red on Gao Jiai's skirt was dyed in blood, and as Yunfu approached, she smelled the faint odor of rust and saw a knife stuck in her chest. Oh, forgot to put it away. Gao Jiai pulled the knife off and it disappeared in her hand out of thin air as she asked Yunfu, how did you die? Yunfu opened her mouth. Although she didn't know why Gao Jiai thought she was dead, she had to make up a decent death. Jumper. Ha? Gao Jiai didn't really believe it. Aren't the ones who jump to their deaths falling to their faces? A little girl who came in before you did. Little girl? Is that the one from the dorm in the morning? Yunfu hurriedly changed his words. Jumping off the building did not die. Encephalosporin with wine. Gao Jiai sympathized with her, suffering twice. Following her up the stairs, she didn't stop until she reached a room on the top floor. This room corresponds to the principal's office in the real school building. Gao Jiai wrenched open the door. Come in. Everyone's here. Who is everyone? It's not a house full of ghosts, is it? So will she be recognized for faking her own death? Yunfu stopped at the door, not daring to enter. Come all the way. A slightly somber male voice rang out. Won't you come in and say hello? Yunfu's ears twitched. This sound. Why does that sound so familiar? Chapter 63, Class President, do you know how to kiss? Come in. Gao Jiai held Yunfu's wrist and pulled her into the house without refusal. Inside the house, there are many ghosts. Clustered in the center was a teenager with a delicate and cool appearance. He sat wantonly on the table, crossing his legs and stepping on the chair, his whole body lazily and indifferently scanning up and down Yunfu. That's her. A male ghost with half his face rotted off whispered next to the teenager. How many times have I told you to stay away from me? It stinks. The teenager was full of hostility and kicked the rotten-faced man out of the room. The rotten-faced man slammed into the wall in a parabolic fashion and honestly got up and stood to the side. He's the one who just tried to scare you with the lights, Gao Jiai said. Yunfu saw Jolie, who jumped to his death, and the girl who died tragically this morning in the group of ghosts. So were these ghosts all students in the school? Why did they get together and choose to gather in the principal's office? You ashes! Yunfu shouted the teenager's name. The teenager narrowed his eyes warily. You know me? You look a little familiar to me. Yui jumped down from the table and approached, lifting his hand to pick Yunfu's chin. Are you in the same class as me? No. Yunfu's eyes were half-lidded. Noticing the absence of the necklace she gave him around his neck. I'm your girlfriend. Yuashes let go of his hand electrically and took a few steps back to avoid suspicion. You're a funny guy. I just touched you. You don't want to rely on me, do you? I have a girlfriend or not? I would not know myself? Yunfu, what did you say? I don't have a girlfriend. Yuashes gave Yunfu a warning glare and turned to sit back down, continuing to discuss the previously unfinished topic with the other ghosts. Mr. Yuashes was the earliest ghost to die here. He had a bad temper. Don't mind if I do. Gao Jiai pulled Yunfu aside and said. Yunfu's brows furrowed. When did he die? She now seriously suspected that this Yuashes was the copy boss and the one outside wasn't. He's been dead for as long as the school has existed. Gao Jiai had only heard about it from other ghosts and didn't know the specifics. Do you know that there's a Zhao Peng in the first outstanding alumni of Tsinghua High School? That guy wasn't a good student, but he gave the principal a lot of favors. So the principal and the principal jointly conned Yuashes into replacing all of his studies with Zhao Peng's name. And then what? Then Yuashes disobeyed and got screwed. Gao Jiai snorted coldly. They tasted a lot of sweetness, so they went around recruiting special enrollment, and when they found those students who studied well, they drew all sorts of big pies. What kind of scholarships, prestigious school enrollment, and so on. After the good student realizes that all his stuff is someone else's in the end, the ones that crumble and die are the best to fix, and the ones that can't can be fixed by thinking of something. Oh yeah, the principal and the director of instruction call it fame and fortune. After finishing this paragraph, Gao Jiai looked at Yunfu suspiciously. Isn't that how you died? Why are you asking me? Yunfu couldn't say anything for a long time. On the other side, the girl who had died only in the morning cried. I'm not happy about it, but I can't help it. Jolie, who had only been dead for a short time, understood her feelings and comforted. We don't have a solution, but there is always someone who has a solution. But I'm dead. Woo-hoo-hoo. A group of ghosts chattered. Why don't you do the task of scaring the principal and the principal tonight, to get out the bad anger in your heart? Xiaojin and Hisheng searched the entire school but couldn't find any trace of Yuashes. What to do? Hisheng asked. Could it have gotten out and boss is hiding? Xiaojin licked the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically to him. No. Copy bosses are scary, but they also have an advantage, and that's that they'll die to whomever they like, and give their ghostly lives for nothing, knowing that Yunfu is in danger. Boss would never sit idly by. Hisheng's face was hot and uncomfortable. He did have a crush on Yunfu, but he valued his life more. And there was nothing wrong with that. Let's go. Since we can't find it, we'll have to go to plan B. There's a plan? Xiaojin took out a lighter from his pocket, set fire to Yunfu and forced Yuashes to come out. Hisheng pulled up his voice. What? Xiaojin didn't bother to pretend to be a good guy. Grabbed Hisheng's collar with one hand, slapped his face with a lighter with the other, gritted his teeth and said, if you don't give me any more ing time, believe it or not, I'll get you killed. 2. The fake teaching building exists for an indeterminate amount of time, after which it will disappear, and by then Yunfu will disappear along with it, and she can only come back when it reappears again, so there's only one chance, and it must be successful. I know you. Jolie walked up to Yunfu at some point. You took the note in my hand when I died. Yunfu had almost sorted out the ins and outs of this copy. She nodded her head. Yes, I've asked the principal to make up for my classes twice, and I've just been admitted into Class A, the one you're in. You've had tuition from the principal? Then you must have drunk the tea he gave you. Jolie's face showed pain. I don't know what was added to those teas. Drinking them would manipulate one's mind. And that's how I signed the agreement to give the stuff to Zhao Peak. Hello. Yunfu had wanted to appease Jolie for a moment when a cold voice interrupted their exchange. You, come here a minute. Yuashes pointed at Yunfu. Jolie was afraid of him and numbly walked away by himself. Yunfu followed Yu Chen out of the room. And just as he tried to speak, he was pressed against the wall. You're alive? How did you blend in? Yuashes leaned over Yunfu and sniffed this and that. You have my scent on you. Could it be that you're really my girlfriend? I thought you said you didn't have a girlfriend. Yunfu raised her hand to push his face askew, thought of something, and asked, where's the mycelium? Yuashes narrowed his eyes. How do you know about the mycelium? He never told any of them. As if hearing Yunfu's call, a strand of mycelium emerged from Yu Hui's fingertips and shyly wrapped around Yunfu's hand, looping around her ring finger to make a ring of love. Come back. Yuashes darkened his face, but the mycelium didn't listen to him at all, and kept bubbling out, all coming up to Yunfu, expecting her to touch herself. Come here. Yunfu's gentle sentence mesmerized the mycelium to the point of dizziness. Hating that they couldn't leave Yu Hui's body and completely double-date with Yunfu, the mycelium began to resent Yuashes for getting in the way. They're much better behaved than you. Cloudfur touched the myceliums one by one, spreading her fingers and letting them twine. Don't touch. The mycelium and Yuashes were empathic, and it was no different than touching him when she stroked them like this. Yuashes hid something, his ears reddening. Give me a kiss and I'll let you go. Cloudfur laughed a little. Chapter 64, Class President. Do you know how to kiss? You're blushing, eh? Not knowing where Yunfu had touched the mycelium, Yuember's cheeks swooned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as beautiful as the morning sun. Unexpectedly this period of time Yuashes so innocent. Yunfu badgeringly cannot help but want to tease him. Kiss or not, if you don't kiss, you won't have a chance. Yuashes pursed the corners of his dry lips and twisted to pull the mycelium out of Yunfu's hand. A girl with no reserve at all. Have you ever been in love? Cloudfur asked him. Of course. The tips of Yu Hui's ears were red and dripping blood. I'm so handsome. The desk is full of love letters stuffed by others. As he spoke, his eyes didn't dare to look at Yunfu at all. Like this. Yunfu blinked. Forget it then. I've never been in a relationship so I'd like to find one I haven't too. You don't quite fit the bill. Yuashes stiffened his mouth. You don't fit my requirements either. What about me doesn't suit you? Yuashes. He held his tongue for half a day, but he couldn't get a word out. Cloudfur grunted. Yu Hui was annoyed. What are you laughing at? Did I laugh? Yunfu's eyes curved into crescent moons. Yuashes' finger pressed the end of her eyes. Still say you didn't laugh. The warm touch began to spread from his fingertips, and Yu Hui's voice gradually trailed off, staring stupidly at Yunfu. Not speaking. Something's wrong. Tianmeng clutched Lan Shi's wrist and pulled her out of the classroom. Xiaojun took the flammables and said he was going to set fire to the fake school building. Blue Creek, the fake school building showed up? What did he find inside? He didn't go in. But I'm worried about who he's put away. The windows were all covered with curtains, so there was no way to find out what was going on outside. Once outside the school building, an identical building stood not far away. Lan Shi and Tianmeng looked at each other, and the two of them quickened their pace. Cloudfur. The fire burned. He Sheng sat dejectedly on the ground, while Xiaojun stood next to him. The only thing that was missing was Yunfu's figure. Asshole. Bluebrook punched Xiaojun in the face and questioned. Is Yunfu in there? Xiaojun staggered a few steps and touched the side of his face where he had been punched. He spat blood-laden saliva. So what if I am? You want to go in too? Do you want me to open the door and lock you in too? Ha! Bluestream snorted and furiously rolled up her sleeves. I'm going to kill you now. Tianmeng blocked. Don't. Saving people is important. No one can save Yunfu. Xiaojun said angrily. If you don't want Yunfu to die, go get boss and let him have a life for a life. Lan Shi, don't you know Yuashes as well? Hurry up and get him here. Tianmeng advised with a worried face. Bluebrook glanced at Tianmeng. Tianmeng tipped her off. Indeed to save Yunfu, but at the same time, she was afraid that she wanted to use her to find Yu Chen. Didn't you guys already look for it? If you couldn't find it, where could I look for it? Players and terror bosses are opposites, and Taman has no problem doing so. Tianmeng saw that she misunderstood her meaning and opened her mouth. I'm not. No need to explain. Lan Shi interrupted her. Since you guys think that hurting Yunfu can blackmail Yuashes, then go ahead and try. Lan Shi went against the norm and suddenly laughed out loud. I'm a player anyway. Yunfu's death or life has very little to do with me. You guys getting through means I'm getting through as well. I should be thanking you for that. Xiaojun narrowed his eyes. You and Yunfu were close. You couldn't bear to watch her die. Lan Shi, big brother, don't be so funny. I've only known Yunfu for a few days. Dying her one can live us all. she should volunteer to die, isn't it? When she finished, she added, "You guys get busy. I'll go back to class and sit through the pass." Xiaojin. Turning around, Blue Brook's face immediately clouded over. The veins at the corners of her forehead throbbed, and a dark aura gathered in the center of her brow. Blue Creek reminded herself that she couldn't be angry. She couldn't be caught by the regulators going into another copy. Damn it. Lon, she cursed, squeezing her knuckles until they clicked. Xiaojin, you're dead. Blue Brook returned to the classroom, sat in her seat, and bit the tip of her right index finger. A bead of blood oozed out and wiggled a few times in a lifelike fashion, pointing her in a direction. Blue Brook raised her eyebrows in relief. Where are the two together? Then don't worry about it. She was a half-ghost, and a portion of the genes retained in her blood could help her scout out the locations of other bosses, which could be used to avoid danger, as well as to remind the copy bosses that she was one of their own, and thus wouldn't be the first one to make a move on her. Blue Creek wiped the beads of blood off and gave a grimace. Xiaojin had better die painfully in this copy, or don't blame her for placing a wanted notice to hunt him down in the world of horror. That. Gao Jiayi appeared at an inopportune moment and voiced, "Excuse me." Yuashes quickly withdrew his hand and acted as if nothing had happened. What's wrong? Gao Jiayi saw the wet redness at the end of Yunfu's eyes and covered her mouth to snicker. Everyone has prepared a ceremony to welcome the two newcomers joining today. Oh. Yuashes rubbed the bridge of his nose. Go in then. He pushed the door open and entered with the same hand. Gao Jiayi. Yunfu called out to her. Gao Jiayi blinked her big eyes. Huh? Do you have a sister? You've met my sister? Gao Jiayi's eyes lit up. Yunfu nodded. Well, she's teaching here now and is looking around for you. What? Gao Jiayi's figure shifted, her expression incomparably anxious. How can my sister come to such a place? She has to leave in a hurry. Don't you want to go meet her? Just now in the classroom. Yunfu heard an earful. Whenever a student died, the fake teaching building would appear. Before when Jolie died, Yunfu was in class so she didn't notice. This time the fake teaching building appeared because of that female student. And at this time they were free to go in and out of the top floor. As long as Ms. Gao didn't have classes and was in the teacher's office, then Gao Jiayi could go to her. Only she's dead and Mr. Gao can't see her. Gao Jiayi bit her lip, her voice shivering. I'm scared. She hadn't seen her sister in too long and missed her so much. If you don't mind, I can accompany you. Yunfu said. The real and fake school buildings are actually one. It's just that they exist in different spaces. And the top floor corridor is sort of a connecting point. Yunfu can't get through it. But Gao Jiayi, who is a ghost, can. May I? Then please. Gao Jiayi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yunfu gratefully. Teachers' offices. Mr. Gao is correcting students' homework. After looking at it for a long time, she rubbed her eyes uncomfortably and pulled another picture out of her notebook, stroking it gently. Jiayi, where are you? Sister misses you. Behind her. Gao Jiayi covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 65, Class President, do you know how to kiss? Sister. Gao Jiayi cried muffled tears and couldn't help but reach out to hug Mr. Gao. But she's dead. No entity. So her hand passed through Mr. Gao's body and pounced. Sister. It's important to cure mom's illness. Green Harvest School is quite good. Not only tuition free but also room and board. I heard that students who study well can be guaranteed to go abroad. Maybe I'll be the first college student in our village to study abroad. Outside the hospital's intensive care unit, two girls sat on a bench snuggled up against each other. Sister Gao Shuyue's eyes reddened. Jiayi, it's all because of my sister's incompetence. You can obviously go to a key school. Gao Jiayi held back tears, desperately shook his head. Do not blame sister. All blame me. Blame me cannot quickly grow up to earn money, so that I can reduce the burden of the family. I study well. Where to study is the same. Save the money for mom to pay off the medical bills, or it should be pressed again. Countless fragments of memory flashed before his eyes. Mom couldn't be saved after all, and gave them up late one night. The principal warmly comforted the girl who had studied well and coaxed her away from her studies before turning around and plunging the knife into her heart. Gao Jiayi's broken beads of tears smashed on the ground. Somehow, a drop landed on the back of Gao Shuyue's hand. Gao Shuyue froze, sensing something, stood up violently and looked around, her lips trembling. Jiayi, is that you? Is it you who came to find sister? Jiayi, where are you? Sister, I'm here. Gao Jiayi desperately tried to hug Gao Shuyue, but every time, she ended up failing. She burst into tears, anxious and aggravated. Sister, not good. It's not good. It's on fire. A ghost student ran up the stairs panting, pointing downstairs. Outside. Someone's setting a fire outside. The fire's coming up. With a bang. The house was a mess. All shut up. Yuashes grimaced and stopped them. Is there a way to put out the fire? We don't have the physicality to catch the water. And I don't know who said it. Ooh, is it going to die a second time? Hui thought of Yunfu. She's alive to catch water. But, the school building is so big. Yunfu is just one person. Can she put out the fire? Where are Gao Jiai and Yunfu? After looking around and not finding Yunfu's figure, Hui asked. I just saw them heading east, like over by the teacher's office. Yunfu waited for Gao Jiai to come out at the connecting point of the real and fake teaching building, and saw Yuasha's walking towards her with a hostile expression. Not knowing what had happened, she asked, what? Before she could finish her words, a hand was yanked by Yu Chen's arm. Follow me. Where to? Yunfu looked back. Gao Jiai didn't come out. I have to wait for her. Someone will go over and call Gao Jiai. Yuasha's felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The corners of his lips curved down. Why do you care so much about her? Yunfu wanted to speak, but suddenly smelled something strange. What smell? A burning odor. Where's the fire? Yunfu immediately frowned. Yuasha's pulled her toward the stairs. Someone set the fire. I'll walk you out. There was no way for Yunfu to put out the fire alone. He had to get her out of this place of wrongdoing. The smell of smoke and fire increased the further down the stairs you went, and by the time you reached the 5th floor, the fire was raging. Send me where? Yunfu was smoked and coughed several times. Black smoke rolled out and quickly blackened her white face by several chunks. This can't get out at all. As this side was not accessible, Yuasha's immediately switched directions and took her to the other side of the stairs. He took off his jacket and wiped Yunfu's face. Scared? Yunfu stared into his eyes. Still a little bit. Yuasha's let out a low laugh and touched her head. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. With that, he picked up Yunfu in his arms and darted towards the top floor. Xiaojun wanted to pass by killing Yuasha's, but what he didn't know was, the real and fake school buildings are connected, so if you burn this side, something will happen on the other side. The fire started spreading from the top floor of the real teaching building, and the first ones to realize that something was wrong were Lan Shi, Tianning and Wei Chao. The three of them. Asterisk. It's on fire. Wei Chao didn't care about Tianning at all and ran downstairs alone with his ass in the air. Tianning was so angry that she stomped her feet and ran after him. She fell halfway and rolled down the stairs and twisted her foot, or Lan Shi carried her down. Lan Shi went to call Xiong Zirui and Zheng Ting again, and as soon as they left the school building, they saw the fake school building that was covered in a blazing fire. Xiong Zirui was dumbfounded. What's going on over there? Not far away, the dormitory building and the cafeteria were all on fire. The whole school is in flames. There's nowhere to run. Lan Shi threw Tianning to the ground and clasped her arms. Thanks to Xiaojun, now all of us are going to be burned to death. Xiaojun wanted to fire Yunfu, and Yuasha simply burned the entire school so that they could bury Yunfu with them. That's crazy. Blue Creek sighed inwardly. Xiaojun panicked. He didn't expect things to evolve to this point. Gritting his teeth. Believe it or not, before I burn to death, I'll kill you first. Come on. Would I be afraid? Blue Creek moved his neck and took 2 steps forward to punch him. Where's my boss? Xiong Zirui yelled when he slowed down and didn't see Yunfu. Realizing that Yunfu might be in the fake school building, he rushed inside regardless. Boss, hold on. I'm coming to save you. Bluebrook had to give up punching Xiaojun and went after him to stop him. Your boss will be fine. Yuasha's is with her. Xiong Zirui was genuinely worried. Really? Really? Bluebrook said. The way through has appeared. You come with me. Standing in front of Wishing Lake, Xiong Zirui was all. Jump in? Blue Creek nodded. Yeah, it's the only way to get through. But, Xiong Zirui didn't finish his sentence and was kicked in by Lan Shi. Blue Creek followed suit and jumped in herself. Are we going to jump too? He Shang looked at the dark lake and hesitated. He knew what the campus code said. That Wishing Lake was dangerous and not to be in the water. Tian Meng took a deep breath. Jumping will not necessarily result in drowning, but waiting dry will definitely result in burning. On the side, Zheng Ting carefully got into the water and her figure disappeared into the water. Tian Meng tentatively stretched out her foot, and a dry hand reached out of the water and dragged her down. Ah! Tianning was so scared that she got into Xiaojun's arms. Brother Jin, I'm not jumping. There are ghosts in the water. It's scary. Xiaojun hugged her. Jump? If Lan Shi dares to go in, then this must be the passage to leave. Soon everyone was in the lake. The lake rippled and returned to calm. Above the roof of the penthouse. Dare you to jump? Yuasha's didn't let go of Yunfu's hold. Looking at the scene downstairs, Yunfu suddenly remembered the burning smell of the principal's office. The fire was set by Xiaojun now, but the burning smell was there when they came in. The timing of this copy is odd. Cloudfur thought of something. She peeled back Yu Hui's shirt and saw the necklace. It's a Mobius ring. Yuasha's. Yunfu's eyes widened as the words that followed were drowned out by the wind. Yuasha's jumped with her in his arms. Plop. Wishing Lake was smashed with a big splash. Class president. I've never been in love. You're my first love. So do I fit the bill? Chapter 66. I've been waiting for you. Huey's dark and narrow eyes rippled with broken starlight as he held Yunfu in his arms, protecting her well. Cloudfur's eyes watered a little, and she blinked a few times quickly, a string of bubbles fluttering gently from her curly lashes. So, Yuasha's would turn into a white bone in order to save her. This copy goes around and around in time. The beginning is the end, and the end is a new cycle. That's why she could smell the burning odor but couldn't find the cause of the fire. So in addition to the students who were killed, all of the students who were in class with them are also dead. Xiaojun is too sinful. This copy was only level C, and it wasn't hard to pass, but the ghosts and monsters wouldn't let him, the one who started it, off the hook. Does it fit? Yuasha's pressed a kiss to the corner of Yunfu's lips, his tone sappy. Yunfu returned to her senses and choked on her voice. Well, it fits. Yuasha's gave an embarrassed smile. No one has written me love letters, and I don't receive love letters from others. I've been obediently waiting for the arrival of the class president. Yunfu tilted her head and kissed him. I'll write you a love letter. Find me in the next copy. Okay? Yuasha shook his head. I can't receive it. Can class president Sama read it to me now? The lake water was cold and bone-chilling. This was Xiaojun's first feeling after entering the water, and the second feeling was that someone was dragging his feet. Well, Xiaojun struggled violently, but the water made it impossible to use his strength, and he was yanked into the depths of the lake at once. Countless ghostly hands attacked, tearing at his flesh. Others are in no better shape. The Ghostbusters attacked all players indiscriminately. Xiong Zirui was a bit miserable because he couldn't balance without an arm and was thrown back and forth like a yo-yo by the ghostly hands. Lan Shi sensed Yu Chen's position and relaxed knowing that he and Yunfu had also entered the water. She didn't care how much the ghost hands scared her. And when Yuashan and Yunfu got tired of being mushy enough, it was time for them to pass. Tianying was scared out of her mind twice by the ghostly hands, and when she woke up, she panicked, picking at the water to look for signs of Tianmeng and Xiaojun. Tianmeng couldn't take care of herself and couldn't take care of her, so Tianying took pity on Xiaojun. Xiaojun's side had almost as many ghost hands as the others combined, and one of his lapses was torn off one of his legs, his blood staining a large portion of the lake. Shun. The system was slow to report the pass. Tianying was afraid that Xiaojun would die. If he died, no one would be able to protect her. Tianying swam over to try to save Xiaojun, but she ignored the ghostly hand that followed behind her. Stupid. Xiaojun endured the pain and cursed in his heart. Tianying came over to make trouble. His side was already in trouble. She attracted more ghost hands. Was she afraid that he wouldn't die early enough? Tianying thought that she would be moved by Xiaojun, but she didn't expect that when she arrived next to Xiaojun, Xiaojun would drag her to block the attacking ghost hand. Pust. Tianying looked down in disbelief and watched as the ghostly hand passed through her chest. Xiaojun. Why are you? Xiaojun ignored Tianying and quickly shook off her raggedy body, taking advantage of the ghost hand's attack on Tianying to flee. Copy of Green Harvest High School cleared successfully. Surviving players will be peeled off soon. Countdown in 10 seconds. Xiaojun, who had swum out a dozen meters, had a happy face when he heard the sound of the system. The next second, a strand of mycelium strangled him. The mycelium spread very quickly, and in just an instant it wrapped Xiaojun into a ball, not giving him a chance to call for help at all. The ball quickly emptied and a pile of white bones fell off with a crash. Witnessing it all, Blue Creek. Was Yuasha's really just a C-rank copy boss? This killing technique and speed, it's enough to rate S grade, isn't it? Yuasha's. Before I met you, my world was gray, flat and uninteresting, but the thought of falling in love with you, or even spending my life with you, fills me with anticipation for the rest of my life. Near the end of the countdown, Yunfu finished this sentence to Yu Embers between his ears. Yuasha's was excited as a dilettante. I do. Yunfu laughed out loud at his comical reaction. She opened her eyes, met Wintermere's worried gaze. Tumai then shouted with joy. Back! Lin Chong sked beside him. What did you encounter in your copy? I've never seen anyone come out of the world of horror with a smile on their face. The subtext is, he kind of suspected that Yunfu was crazy. Yunfu sat up and touched the corner of her lips. Oh, it's probably something easier with this copy. The difficulty of a C-ranked copy is not high, but for you to have such a good mindset after only entering your second copy is considered to be the top of the newcomers. On the second floor, a woman in a black chonsam leaned over the railing. She was long and white. Her skin presented an almost transparent state. A head of ebony hair loosely pulled with a jade hairpin, holding a white feather fan in her hand. Languid and charming. Amazing Yull. You guys passed your copies as well? Tommy stood up and looked behind her. Shinny didn't die. Amazing. You took a fragrant step down and took a sip from the cup of water Lin Chong had prepared for Yunfu. leaving a lipstick mark on the mouth of the cup. I'll take this newcomer. Yunfu? She didn't say anything about joining yet. Shin-yi, who was Dong Mai's boyfriend, also came down from upstairs not long after. Shin-yi, Mai's husband. Shin-yi introduced himself. Sorry, I'm a bit of a clean freak. I just washed up and came down late. The copy he and Amazing You had just cleared was somewhat disgusting, and although it wouldn't be brought into the real world, Shin-yi still couldn't stand it. Hello Shun. Cloudfur politely called out to someone. Dong Mai briefly talked about the situation in the Rosebud Castle copy, and made a vouch for it. Lin and I are both hoping that Af can join us. Turning his head again, he asked what Yunfu meant. What do you mean, AV? Cloudfur knew nothing about this and did not speak easily. Shin-yi, Mai's meaning is my meaning. Just now Jingyu also said that he wants you. Why don't you listen to our side of the situation before making a decision? Actually, our team is very simple. It's just that we all stick together to try to maximize our survival. Shin-yi spoke a lot, and Yunfu distilled the highlights of his words. Their organization is called Heishin, which takes the name to mean encountering Heiwanen. The group is roughly divided into 3 squads. The first team was led by Shin-yi and Amazing You, responsible for clearing the new copy. One team was led by Lin Chong and Dong Mai, responsible for constantly entering the already cleared copies to find all the death clues inside. The other team was headed by a guy named Zhao Debao, who was mainly responsible for leading the newcomers through the acclimatization period. It was logical that if Yunfu was to join them, she should go to Zhao Debao's team first before choosing to enter the other 2. But Amazing Yul named her. Yunfu counted her points. She got 300 points for the copy of Green Harvest High School, and this time there were no points for key clues. The points should have been taken by Blue Creek, who was the first one to determine that jumping into the lake would clear the level. So with the previous points, Yunfu had a total of 250 points, and his player level had gone up by 1 level, to C grade 3. In other words, Yunfu could exchange her points for props after one more copy. Chapter 67, I am my wife's dog. If you're willing to join us, I'll take you through the next copy. Amazing Yul held out his hand. Yunfu didn't hesitate this time and took her hand back, her eyes curving. Then please. Good point. Amazing You raised an eyebrow and took off a ring from his hand and put it on Yunfu's index finger. A meet and greet gift for you. This is too expensive. Yunfu didn't know anything about jewelry, but she could tell that the jade set in the ring was worth a lot. Dong Mai smiled. Keep it. Jingyu's things have never been given away. Not even to us. It seems that she really likes you, and her things have a strange effect when they go into the copy. You'll know when the time comes. Thank you Sister Amazing Yul. Yunfu couldn't refuse any longer, so she accepted it. Amazing You caressed her hair, her red lips lightly hooked. Let me know when it's time to enter the copy. I have something else to do. Go out for a trip. After she left, Shin-yi and Lin Chong went to the study, saying that they were discussing the new copy of the death clue. Tumai pulled Yunfu up the stairs. I've reserved the sunrise bedroom for you, so let Ringo drive you over when you get tired of living at school. The room was large and had all new sheets and bedding and toiletries. They treated Yunfu like a family member. Dong Mai added, there are fewer lack of all those say. A moment to let them go to the mall to buy. I live in your downstairs. You across the room is Amazing You and living. Nothing's missing. It's fine. The couch was so soft that Yunfu sat in it and sunk down a piece. She tilted her head to look at Wintermere. Sister Dong Mai, do you know a man named Xiaojun? Tumai leaned against the table and shook his head. Never heard of it. The people you meet in the copies. Yunfu said. He should have an organization as well. He was hired into the copy, but he's dead. Employment? Dong Mai thought of something. Then he is 80% of the people of the Greedy Wolf. The Greedy Wolf is an organization similar to the employment. As long as the money is given they will take any job. There are no good people in it. Next time you meet them you should stay away from them a little bit. Got it? After casually chatting about a few things in the copy, Yunfu pursed her lips. Sister Dong Mai, what you said before about the copy you passed being able to go back in again. Tumai understood what she meant and laughed softly. Are you thinking of going back to Rosebud Castle again? Cloudfur did have that in mind. The timeline of Green Harvest High School is significantly earlier, and she and you Ashes don't know each other yet in that time period. But the copy of Rosebud Castle is different, with a timeline after she and you Ashes have fallen in love. Dong Mai blushed. Yunfu, there's a piece of news that I didn't have time to tell you. The copy of Rosebud Castle is closed. Yunfu frowned. What does shutting down mean? We've always had a guess. Winterwheat sat down and said in a warm voice, finding all the death clues in the full horror replica can close the replica. Which means that the replica is abolished and the player no longer enters. This is good for the players. And while no one knows how many copies of the horror there are in total, shutting one down means one more sliver of hope for the players to stay alive. Maybe we can shut down the horror copies altogether sometime? Tumai and Lin Chong kept entering past copies for this as well. they just never managed to do it and couldn't confirm this suspicion. But now that the Rosebud castle was closed, their suspicions were valid. Worried that Yunfu would be tired after just getting out of her copy, Dom might stay for a short while before going downstairs. Yunfu laid down on the bed and tried to sleep for a while, but she couldn't sleep when she closed her eyes. She always felt like something was missing. Suddenly, she reacted to the fact that Yuashis hadn't messaged her in a while. Fishing for his phone to unlock it, the message popped up almost instantly. Wife and baby subset of. Yunfu's message back was straightforward, so you're a mushroom? Yuashis, I'm my wife's dog. Ashes. Yunfu, 1. Yunfu, speak properly. Yuashis, little mushrooms are cute. Don't you like them? Wife? He asked cautiously, afraid that if he said the wrong thing he'd break up badly. Yunfu, I like fried mushrooms. Yuashis, I like being fired by my wife. Yunfu, she's talking about stir-fry for stir-fry. Nothing more. Yunfu, which copy of the boss are you anyway? Why can you appear in so many copies? Yuashis, baby, I'd love to tell you, but I can't reveal too much. I'll be targeted by the bad guys. Anyway, I'll find a way to get past the copies you enter. He would never miss a chance to see his wife. Yunfu, then can you not pull me into the copy so quickly? It didn't give her a chance to rest at all. Other people went into a copy once every 3 months and came out alive for 3 more months. She, on the other hand, goes in once every 2 days and comes out to live for 2 days, which is a huge loss. Cloudfur wanted to lie flat, not be a laborer. Yuashis, well, as much as I want to be by my wife's side at all times, I'll listen to her words and abide by them. Yunfu, good boy. Yuashis, can it be 3 days then? Didn't say 2.5 days was his limit. Yunfu coldly said, no, I have military training for the next 2 months. 2 months later, a message popped up that it was Tommy calling her downstairs for dinner. Yunfu put on her shoes and exited the room, closing the door when she suddenly heard the movement of something hitting the ground in the opposite room. Sister Amazing Yul? Yunfu thought that Shock Yul had returned and knocked on her door. Do you want to go down and eat together? The room was quiet for a few moments before a man's voice suddenly sounded. Yunfu? The door opened a crack. Cloudfern took 2 steps back when someone behind her tapped her on the shoulder. Amazing you stood behind her, scared? Instead of a human hand, a snake's tail rested on the open door. Yunfu blinked. Is this a pet that Sister Jingyu keeps? The word pet seemed to cause displeasure among the creatures in the room, and there was a sharp knock on the door. TSK. Amazing you closed the door behind him and pinched Yunfu's face. It's kind of a pet I keep. I ate outside. So go down and eat. Yunfu didn't ask much and nodded and went downstairs. He watched Yunfu's figure disappear into the stairway before Amazing You reopened the door. A snake's tail quickly wrapped around her waist. Disgruntled. You called me a pet. Yunfu didn't stay on this side of the villa and stayed for a bit to go back to school with Lin Chong in the late afternoon. Lin Chong, the military training of Ping University, invites the strictest coaches every year and teaches the real thing. Yunfu was surprised. So formal? She thought it was just a kick in the pants or something. Lin Chong smiled. I asked the principal to apply for it. Just in case. Just in case there were students like Yunfu who entered a horrible copy without the ability to save their lives. It's going to be exhausting, but I hope you don't miss a day to attend. Cloudfur gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Lin, you are so responsible. Chapter 68, I won't marry. For the next period of time, Yunfu was at school every day for military training. It was tiring, but there were no classes to attend and overall it was kind of relaxing. Seeing from afar a delivery man carrying a big bag to deliver something. Ming Xian laughed. AF, it's you again, isn't it? The courier came so often that they knew each other. These days, Yunfu always received gifts. It's from Yu Hui. Only this time it's a bit exaggerated. There's more in the back. I'll have to make a couple more trips to get it here. The delivery man's face was smiling as he spoke because he had gotten so many bounties. Sonia gulped as she looked at the mountains of snacks and fruits and milk tea. AV, this boyfriend of yours is too powerful. When will you bring it for us to meet? Yunfu thanked the delivery man with a bit of a headache and gave everyone something to share. He's been busy lately. We'll talk about it when we have time. Things to buy is too much. Their dormitory to eat a week cannot finish. Yunfu simply invited the whole class to eat. Soon, everyone knew that Yunfu had a boyfriend. Yunfu seriously suspected that the fact that someone was giving her something was secondary to the real purpose of swearing sovereignty. Songya's cheeks bulged from eating, and her speech was vague, following Fufu as meat to eat. What's the difference between me and a rat that fell into a rice vat? It's break time. Eucalyptus Bai and a few friends just happened to pass by the stadium, and he was carrying a box of cut watermelon in his hand, his eyes casually searching for it. At the sight of a figure, he smiled a bit and told the person next to him, you guys wait for me, I'm going to drop off something. No way Eucalyptus. My brothers thought you bought the watermelon for everyone to eat, but it turns out it's for a girl. See the color and forget it. Ignoring his friend's criticism, Eucalyptus White quickened his pace towards Yunfu's class. When I got closer, I realized that their class was bustling like New Year's Eve. Thank you, Yunfu. I wish you and your boyfriend a long time and never break up, so that our class can dabble in delicious food in your honor every day. Someone joked and poked fun at Cloudfur. Yunfu smiled back. Good. White Eucalyptus's hand carrying the watermelon tightened and his footsteps paused. Yunfu has a boyfriend? All are imported snacks. The price is expensive. By so many at once, no big thousands can't come down. Nowadays the little girl is really vain. In order to show off, what men dare to talk about? One of By Eucalyptus's friends followed. He patted By Eucalyptus's shoulder. This watermelon people are afraid that they can't look at it. Brother Eucalyptus, it's not that I'm talking about you. Your eyesight is too bad, but fortunately she exposed it early. And it's fortunate that we found it in time. Eucalyptus, turn around. In the middle of the day, By Eucalyptus let out a bitter laugh. Is money really more important than sincerity? Genuineness counts for nothing these days. Before his white eucalyptus friend could finish his sentence, a bird flew by and pooped just in his mouth. Dead bird. Sooner or later I'll catch you and pluck your hair. Bird pulled another big pile on his head. Having eaten a bit too much for dinner, Yunfu decided to go to the library to read a book to kill her appetite. Only just reaching the door, the cell phone rang. Thinking it was Yu Hui, Yunfu stopped in her tracks. When she saw it was a phone call, her revoked smile faltered. The ringtone kept ringing until it hung up, and Yunfu didn't make a move. A second call soon followed, with the implication that she would keep calling if she didn't answer. Yunfu's eyelashes drooped slightly as she pressed answer. Hello? What? Don't you even call your father now? A serious male voice came from the other end of the line. Yunfu took a deep breath. No, Dad. What did you want to see me about? I heard Tong said he met you, and there just happens to be a family dinner this weekend. So come join us. A family dinner? Yunfu opened her mouth. Is it appropriate for me to go? When she was small, Grandma was afraid of not being able to take care of Yunfu, and had thought of sending her back to the Feng family. And the education in the small countryside couldn't be compared to that in the big city. And Grandma was afraid of delaying her studies. However, there is no place for Yunfu in the Feng family. Her stepmother looks at her with her eyes but not her nose. And her grandmother, unwilling to let Yunfu suffer, took her back again. Now that Yunfu was allowed to go to the family banquet, does the stepmother know about it? What's not to like? I'll have the family driver pick you up when the time comes. Without giving Yunfu a chance to refuse, Feng Zhangyun hung up the phone. However, the one who came to pick up Yunfu on the weekend was not the driver, but Feng Ruotang. Seeing her come out, Feng Ruotang skimmed her lips. How big of a deal to make me wait for you here? Hurry up and get in the car. I can get my own cab. Yunfu didn't want to cross paths with her much either. Feng Ruotang's face darkened. Are you trying to make Dad think I'm bullying you? Yunfu. The car drove towards a wealthy neighborhood and after an hour pulled up in front of a manor house. Looking at the rows of luxury cars and bustling guests at the entrance, Yunfu frowned. Didn't you say family banquet? Feng Ruotang gave an O, temporarily changed. Dad said that you are also a member of Feng's family. Come over to recognize people. It will be convenient in the future. Convenient for what? Yunfu always felt that Feng Ruotang's words were not finished. Feng Ruotang opened the door and got out of the car and went to find her familiar little sister to play, leaving Yunfu alone in the same place. MS. Cloud is it? A kind-faced noblewoman approached. Yunfu nodded her head. I am. The noblewoman sized her up and nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Feng and everyone else are waiting in the study and asked me to come and fetch you. Come up together. On the way to the study, the noblewoman and Yunfu chatted briefly. Yunfu knew from her words that this was the Qi family, a centuries-old, wealthy family from the city of Ping. The Feng family was very rich, but it was only in the last decade or so that they became rich, so they couldn't even be compared to the Qi family. Today this banquet was held to celebrate the engagement of Qi Ningshu, the son of the Qi family. Don't be nervous, just answer whatever the old lady asks you in a moment. When the study arrived, the noblewoman knocked on the door and led Yunfu inside. Feng Zhangyun was indeed there, and when he saw Yunfu, he beckoned. Why don't you come over and meet your grandma Qi? It's too weird. Everywhere is strange. The Qi family's son was engaged, and instead of entertaining guests outside, the Qi family actually all sat in the study waiting for her to arrive. Is she more important than the Qi family's soon-to-be daughter-in-law? How old is this year? Old Lady Qi looked kind and shrewd as she pulled Yunfu around and asked questions, all the time inquiring about her personal situation. Yunfu returned a few words, trying to muddle through. Feng Zhangyun was dissatisfied with her performance and his face was ugly. There's no rush. Old Lady Qi patted Yunfu's hand. There will be plenty of time to understand when we become a family. Yunfu was confused and quickly looked at Feng Zhengyun. What family? Feng Zhengyun said. You are the one who is getting engaged to young Master Qi today. Old Lady Qi, Xiaolian. Take Yunfu to change her clothes. Then go meet Ming Su. Okay, Mom. The noblewoman reached out and tried to hold Yunfu. Yunfu was full of caution. I won't marry. She rushed to the door, opened it and tried to leave. The door swung open and collided with Blue Creek outside. Cloudfur? Lanshi covered her forehead and stared incredulously when she saw Yunfu was there. Chapter 69, The Red Wedding Dress 01. Why are you here? Yunfu and Lanshi asked these words almost in unison. Cece, you can't be rude. Old Lady Qi slowly walked over and lightly scolded. This is your brother's soon-to-be-married daughter-in-law. You have to call out sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Blue Creek almost bit her tongue off. She wouldn't dare shout. Not to mention that her brother is in a coma right now. Even if he wakes up, how many lives would dare to steal his wife from you Ashes? Besides, she had rushed back just to stop her family from getting her brother engaged. You're coming with me. Lanshi swept a glance at the people in the room and pulled Yunfu away. Hey, Cece, the banquet has already started. Where are you taking your sister-in-law? Zhou Lian wanted to stop it, but it was difficult for her to move because she was wearing high heels, and the two of them, Lanshi and Yunfu, were running so fast that they couldn't catch up. Old Lady Qi spoke in a deep voice. No need to chase after them. Send bodyguards to guard the entrances and exits of the house. And never allow the two of them to take a step out of the Qi family's door tonight. Whether Yunfu wanted it or not. This marriage had to be contracted today. Her oldest grandson is waiting to be saved. Lanshi brought Yunfu back to her bedroom. She unlocked the door and held her forehead speechlessly. What's all this about? She did want to meet up with Cloudfur in the real world, but definitely not in this form. Yunfu, aren't you surnamed Lan? How come you're from the Qi family? Lanshi's eyes darkened. My real name is Qi Mingxi, and Blue is my mom's last name. So what the hell is going on here? Tonight's events were truly ridiculous, and if it wasn't for the slightest expectation of Feng Zhengyun as her father, Yunfu wouldn't have been easily tricked into coming here. She had always thought that it was because of her stepmother and Feng Ruotang that Feng Zhengyun was not good to her, but it turned out to be that Feng Zhengyun did not love her at all. Yunfu couldn't help but feel ridiculous in her heart for the little longing she had for affection. She would never again have any hope of intimacy. From now on, she's all alone. It's a long story, but I don't mind being told. Lanshi gazed into Yunfu's eyes. When you were in the copy, you should have guessed that I wasn't normal. My mom and dad's relationship is a bit like yours and you Ashes to put it mildly. Except that my dad is normal. So my brother and I were born with part of the horror gene running through our bodies. It just didn't show up when I was a kid. And now as I've gotten older, the irregularities in my brother and I have become more apparent. My brother is worse. He fell into a coma about a month ago. My family didn't know who said that rushing can make my brother wake up. That's why they came up with such an underhanded trick. After I knew about it I immediately rushed back to stop it. I didn't expect that this unlucky girl would be you. I apologize for my family. Blue Creek finished in one breath. Yunfu was silent for a long time. So it's possible to have children? What? Her voice was a little low, and Blue Creek didn't hear her. Nothing. Cloudfern gathered her senses. Can I meet your brother? Lanshi's face changed. What are you seeing him for? Yunfu, you don't really want to marry. Thinking about what? Yunfu poked her in the head. Am I the kind of person who thinks twice? Lanshi smiled. You have this capital. Inside the Zimming sequence room. Lanshi sighed despondently. It's my brother now. And I don't know when it will be my turn. Qi Mingxiu and Lanshi look very much alike. Both siblings have double eyelids and high noses. Except that he's lying on the bed at the moment like a sleeping beauty in need of a princess kiss to wake up, with no sign of waking up. I can feel that part of the horror gene growing in my brother's body, and it's gradually devouring my brother, trying to take his place and turn him into a part of the copy. That's probably why the replica doesn't stop players from romancing horrible bosses. The duplicate is silently waiting for the half-human children to grow up, then control them and grow stronger. Is there no way to fix it? Cloudfur asked. Lanshi shook her head. I've only found that points can alleviate it for the time being, but it's dangerous to enter a copy. There's a way to do that maybe. Cloudfur thought of something. Lanshi's eyes lit up. Really? Yunfu told Lanshi about Dongmai and the others discovering that the copies could be closed. Maybe if the copies are closed, your brother can come back. But another possibility exists. The Zimmering sequence will die out with the copy. Lanshi heard and understood. She smiled gratefully. I'll think of another way. I don't dare to take a risk before I'm 100% sure. Cloudfur nodded in understanding. Okay, now it's time to figure out how to get you out of here. Lanshi was furious. That dad and sister of yours are really something. Your dad is probably trying to sell his daughter for glory. He couldn't let go of your sister. So he screwed you. My grandma must have blocked all the way out. We're not going to make it tonight. Yunfu was just about to answer when her expression suddenly changed. She took out her cell phone and made a call. Sister, amazing you. It's time. What time? Blue Creek was unsure. Yunfu, now immediately go back to your room right away. I'm going into the copy. Holy, no, that's too good a time to pick. Lanshi didn't dare to delay and flew up the stairs with Yunfu. The moment she had just locked the door, the system's voice rang in Yunfu's head. Welcome player Yunfu into the horror game. Current copy of The Red Wedding. Copy difficulty, level A. Game ID, bride's distant cousin. Passing condition, successful survival for 5 days or finding the groom. AV, wake up. Yunfu opened her eyes and saw the stunning Yu who was wearing a red wedding dress. She was shocked in her mind and then had her mouth covered by shock Yul. Shoo! At the gesture of amazing Yu's eyes, Yunfu noticed a little boy sitting in the corner, who was currently staring at the two of them with a wry smile on his face. Yunfu blinked and called out to her, cousin. Amazing Yul let go of his hand. Well, it's almost here. In this copy, Amazing Yul is actually chosen to be the bride. A sudden tingling pain came from her finger. Yunfu looked down to see that the jade ring, which was given to her by Jingyu, was faintly flashing with light. Yunfu looked to Amazing Yu. Amazing Yul pointed at the little boy and wordlessly mouthed the word, ghosts. The jade ring is surprisingly useful for identifying ghosts. No wonder Sister Dongmai said that entering the copy would have a miraculous effect. This gift given to her by Sister Shocking Yu was too valuable. Just then, the little boy spoke. Mommy, I want to pee. Amazing Yu. Yunfu. Who's his mom? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the little boy rolled over and got out of his seat, walked over to Yunfu, and tugged on the corner of her coat. Mommy, I need to pee. Yunfu. Nice guy. Painless motherhood? The carriage lurched a bit, and the little boy didn't stand still and fell into Yunfu's arms. Cloud Fern had to hug him. Chapter 70, The Red Wedding Garment 02. The little boy was cold. Yunfu hugged him and it felt the same as hugging a lump of ice. Mom, I'm going to pee my pants. At another one of his urges, Yunfu called a halt to the carriage. What is it? The coachman asked. Cloudfur, my son needs to go to the outhouse. After blurting out the word outhouse, Yunfu froze, and it was only then that she noticed that the clothes she was wearing seemed very different. A long black and white checkered Zora skirt was paired with a pair of dark brown cotton pants, and the shoes Yunfu wore on her feet were hand-sewn coarse linen and cotton shoes with patches all over the surface. The style of the dress is kind of early 20th century. Where is the hut in the middle of nowhere? Let's make do in the grove next to it. Go and come back quickly. Someone outside pulled back the cotton cover curtain of the wagon. Cold wind whistling to pour in. Raise eyes toward the outside. White. It's snowing. Be careful. Amazing Yul lifted her left cuff, which contained a thin chain that locked her to the carriage. There was no way she could get out of the car with Cloudfur. When he went down, he could only rely on Yunfu himself. Good. Yunfu gathered her senses as she carried the little boy out of the carriage. Right over there. The coachman used his riding crop to point the direction to Yunfu. The snow situation is gradually small, but the snow on the ground is very thick. Only down not a moment. Not more than the calf belly of the snow on the Cloud Fu's cotton shoes to wet. Yunfu turned her head and saw a carriage following theirs. Seeing her look over, the curtain that had lifted a crack quickly closed. Inside are also players. Only none of them wanted to accompany Yunfu off the bus, and they all chose to ignore it. Yunfu twisted her head back and pulled the little boy deeper and deeper to the side of the grove. Get on. The little boy was young, but he was a ghost, and Yunfu didn't dare to leave his back to him, standing not far away and watching. Seeing that Yunfu had no intention of helping himself, the little boy deflated and grunted and struggled to undo the waistband of his pants by himself. After half a day's work, he couldn't get it open, and he blinked his big eyes and called out to Yunfu. Mom, I can't get it open. Cloudfur. She went deeper and deeper again. It's okay. Seeing Yunfu about to leave, the little boy pulled her hand. Mommy, don't go. The baby is scared to be alone. Yunfu pulled the corner of her mouth. A ghost is afraid of what? It is she who should be afraid. Mommy, I can't pee. Can you sing to me? The little boy makes demands. Yunfu was freezing to death. Her cotton shoes were already wet. She felt that her feet had no feeling. She didn't want to dawdle here. Yunfu opened her mouth and sang. There is only a good mother in the world. She was going to brainwash the little boy, and if she killed someone, don't take her as mom first. Throw yourself into your mom's arms. Ka-chow. It's the sound of snow being compacted. Yunfu's song came to an abrupt halt, her gaze fixed on an extra shadow at the bottom of her feet. The snow reflects the light, creating a phenomenon called snow light at night, which makes it possible to see the surroundings clearly. The shadow got closer and closer, overlapping with Yunfu's shadow and slowly towering over her. A ghost stood behind her, holding her breath and trying to ignore its presence. Yunfu continued to sing. Happiness can't be enjoyed. Hopefully the ghost was just passing through and wouldn't do anything to her. A hand rested on her shoulder. Yunfu's body tensed violently, breaking out in a cold sweat. She thought rapidly about ways to cope with it. Her gaze suddenly turned cold, catching the ghost's hand and giving it an over-the-shoulder slam. Hiss! The ghost couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt as he was thrown to the ground. Yunfu didn't know if the ghost could be killed or not. She twisted its arm with her backhand and tried to twist the ghost's head off. It hurts. Honey, take it easy. Just as Yunfu broke the ghost's jaw, the ghost spoke. Yunfu froze in her movements. What the hell is it the real father of the ghost kid in the copy who's looking for him? But there was something inexplicably familiar about the voice. You Ashes? Cloudfur cried out uncertainly. It's me. Yu Hui's eyes lit up as he rolled over. He held Yunfu in his arms. Honey, I knew you missed me too. Yunfu didn't come back to her senses and stared at him in a daze. Yu Ash's eyes flickered with weakness. Honey, did I scare you just now? He had managed to drill his way in here and just wanted to see his wife quickly. Not thinking that much, Yunfu's frightened heart fell back. She raised her hand, brushing away the broken snow on top of Yu Chen's hair. I'm cold. Cold? Yu Ashes hurriedly stood up with her in his arms, unzipped his coat jacket with one hand and covered Yunfu's entire body, and cupped her hand and hailed 2 more times, stuffing it into his own clothes. I'll warm it up for my wife. Unlike what happened in the first copy, in this copy, Yu Hui's body was hot. Yunfu was not polite at all, leaning into his arms to draw in the heat. With a glance down, she met eyes with the little boy who had been standing watching for who knows how long. Mom, the little boy spoke up. I can warm you up too. Yunfu's face heated up and she struggled to jump from Yu Hui's arms. You're done? Aha. The little boy nodded his head obediently, but just wouldn't meet Yu Hui's eyes. Go back then. With Yu Ashes by her side, Yunfu was a bit bolder. She touched the little boy's head. By the way, Mommy quizzed you. Do you remember what your name is? The little boy was happy to have his head touched by her. My name is June. Snort. Yu Ashes looked at him coldly, disdaining to make a sound. Mom, I'm so scared of this uncle. Let's get back to the wagon. June ducked behind Yunfu, tugging at her clothes and refusing to let Yunfu get too close to Yu Hui. Yu Ash's eyes narrowed and he scared in dissatisfaction. She's my wife. What's the point of you kid grabbing her? June blinked timidly. You're not my father. My father died a long time ago. My mother has to take care of me. She won't remarry to you. Yu Ashes took one of Yunfu's hands and said with a single word. She is mine. Ooh, mommy. June hugged Yunfu's leg and cried out. Yunfu's head hurt from the two of them snatching at her. She couldn't listen to a child crying and wiped June's tears. Good girl. Don't cry. Twisting his head again, he gave Yu Ashes a fierce look. What do you care with children? Yu Ashes. He's got a hard fist. There was a strand of mycelium that broke away from him and ran away, thinking that it had gone to do something, not realizing that it had actually come to Yunfu behind his back with the intention of stealing his wife from him. If you can tolerate it, you can't. He's afraid of you. Don't look at him like that. Yu Ashes was defeated and his tall figure shriveled. Oh, wife, I was wrong. June brushed away the bean-sized tears and made a face at Yu Hui from an angle Yunfu couldn't see, not even active in chasing his wife. In the end, Yunfu led one with one hand back to the carriage side, but the coachman didn't want Yu Ashes to get on the bus. Chapter 71, The Red Wedding Garment 03. A wild man picked up in the middle of nowhere looks immodest. He can't get in the car. The car driver spoke righteously, but his eyes were greedily staring at the pocket watch placed in Yu Hui's breast pocket. Yu Ashes wanted to scold this person who broke up him and his wife, but the words turned around at his mouth. He lowered his eyes. His tone was like an aggravated little daughter-in-law. I'm not a wild man. I'm a good man with a good wife. When he finished, he smiled miserably. Wife, take the kids and get in the wagon. I'll just run along behind it. It's okay for me to die of cold. Cloudfur. Yunfu pulled the pocket watch out of his pocket and unhooked it to give it to the driver. Can he get in the car now? The coachman held his pocket watch and hailed it twice, and with a wave of his hand said, Get on. Yu Ashes, who was addicted to acting bitter drama? The wife hasn't even hearted him yet. What's on? The interior of the car was not spacious, and Yu Ashes was tall and leggy, so he looked cramped once he came up. He wanted to sit next to Yunfu, but June grabbed him first, so he had to sit on the other side himself. And this is? Amazing Yul, who was dressed in a red dowry, raised an eyebrow. She could tell that this man wasn't a player, and since both Yunfu and her were entering this copy for the first time, naturally they wouldn't be NPCs that she recognized from the copy. Jinyu had a guess in her heart. Her right index finger, which was gathered in her sleeve, gently hooked twice, and a small black snake slowly crawled out and wrapped itself around her finger, spitting out its letters to maintain an offensive stance. Yu Ashes didn't say anything and waited expectantly for Yunfu to answer. Yunfu didn't hide it. My boyfriend. The fact that she answered so honestly baffled Amazing Yul. You Ashes, on the other hand, looked as if he was soaking in a honeypot. With a swishy face, he said he's not a wild man without a wife who wants him, and his wife introduced himself to his friends, who really love him. There's no point in hiding it. After all, Dong Mai knows about Yunfu's relationship with Yu Hui, and Yunfu has no intention of breaking up with Yu Hui, so sooner or later, Shocking Yu will know. Shocking Yu hooked her lips and smiled a little. Little aff, not a little bold. How dare you fall in love with a ghost? Yunfu bent her eyes. Average. After it became clear that Yu Ashes was one of her own, Amazing Yu put the black snake back as she asked, how is the situation outside? There's a wagon back there, but I didn't see how many there were. Yunfu didn't dare to guarantee that the carriage behind them was full of players, just like they had June on their side. There are these individuals. June interjected with 8 fingers extended. You saw it? Cloudfern was surprised. Aha. June nodded. I also saw it was 2 women and 6 men. Amazing Yul was also surprised. She didn't realize the child ghost was actually here to help them. Amazing Yul was a bit skeptical about the gold content of this copy. Neither of the 2 ghosts they'd encountered so far had any intention of attacking them. It was all about helping. There are no newcomers to the players who enter the A-rank book. Shocking Yu whispered to Yunfu. None of them were willing to help when you got off just now, so don't be the least bit kind to them when you get to the place in a while. Yunfu nodded. I know. While the 2 of them were talking small, Yuashin quietly released a strand of mycelium with the intention of retrieving June. June was too much of a hindrance, seriously affecting his ability to cultivate a relationship with his wife. June felt something wrapped around her feet and was busy tugging on Yunfu's sleeve. Mommy, weird uncle is bullying me. Yuashes immediately retracted the mycelium and put on an innocent expression that he hadn't done anything. I didn't. He's bull asterisk 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 ting. Just now. She could not really see in the snow outside, and Yunfu suddenly realized at this moment that June and Yuchen looked somewhat similar. She frowned. You 2 know each other? Don't recognize it. Don't recognize it. Yuashes and June revealed that they both disliked each other and spoke in unison. Cloudfur. She looks like a cutie. Do you? I thought the carriage would stop soon, but I didn't want it to stop after more than an hour of walking. Yunfu lifted the curtain and took a look. The surroundings were still white. No village homes could be seen. Master, how much longer do we have to go? Yunfu asked the driver of the car. The driver looked at the sky. It's going to snow again soon. The road is hard to travel. According to this progress, it's good to arrive tomorrow night. It won't be until tomorrow night, so they have a serious problem to face now. There was no food on the wagon. Surprise Yu's stomach rumbled a few times as she said, it's too cold. It definitely won't last a day without eating. Unable to heat their bodies, they will likely freeze to death before they get there. Yunfu thoughtfully dropped her gaze on Yuchen. Yu Ashes smiled blushing. Honey, I'm not hungry, and I can hold you all day and provide you with warmth. Yunfu sat down next to him and touched his hand. Just as Yu Ashes wanted to hug Yunfu, he only heard her lower her voice and say, can you change a few mushrooms out, Yu Ashes? So, does the wife really just simply want mushrooms? No? Yunfu shook Yua's hand in hers. A blush rose to Yu Ashes' cheeks. No one else can, but there's nothing wrong with a wife. He got a handful of mushrooms that were non-toxic and could be eaten raw and gave them to Yunfu. Don't worry about eating it, wife. It's sweet. Yunfu tasted one and it was indeed sweet. She shared half of it with Jingyu. Sister Jingyu, make do for now. Although she didn't understand where Yunfu got the mushrooms from, but it was definitely inseparable from Yu Embers. The complexity of the face of the shocked Yu. She pinched the black snake in her sleeve with force. Black snake, it's over. My daughter-in-law is angry. My daughter-in-law's friend's man was so giving and lined up like he was useless. When Yunfu finished eating the mushrooms, Yuchen bent down and carried her legs to his lap, then took off her wet shoes and socks and covered her feet to warm them. Amazing Yul squeezed Black Snake hard again, nearly pinched Black Snake. Good. He remembers the big brother. Wife, you're tired. Get a good night's sleep and I'll call out to you tomorrow. Yu Ash's tone clamped up gently. Yunfu yawned as she took off her outer coat and gave it to Jingyu. Sister Jingyu, sleep for a while. Let Yu Ashin keep watch tonight. Seeing Yunfu's entire body shrinking into Yu Hui's arms, her little face flushed. Amazing you didn't reject her good intentions. Good, wife. Embracing Yunfu's Yu Ashes with a whole big satisfaction. He said, how did I behave? Yunfu lifted an eye slit. Not bad. Being able to keep warm and conjure up food and keep watch. There is simply no more perfect boyfriend than him. So is there a reward for me? Yu Ashes pouted. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Mommy, I don't want a stepdaddy. June, who was sitting on the other side of the room, said quietly, Cloud Fern. She didn't adjust to being a mom and forgot about the baby. June came over and stretched her little face. Mommy, don't you have any goodnight kisses for your baby? Chapter 72, The Red Wedding Dress 04. Why do you have such a big face? Yuashi's blackened his face and reached out to try to push June away. Before he could touch it, June fell on her butt. Mom! June looked at Yunfu with tears in her eyes. Her little appearance was extraordinarily pitiful. Yuashi stared incredulously. He didn't touch him. Honey, let me explain. Afraid that Yunfu would misunderstand, Yuember spoke out sharply. Yunfu could sort of see that these two ghosts of size 1 had more heart than the other. She reached out a hand to pull June up and kissed him on the side of the head. Good boy. Go sleep next to yourself. June was a ghost, not afraid of the cold, and probably didn't need to sleep, so Yunfu had nothing to worry about. If you're really worried, you should be worried about him sneaking out in the middle of the night and scaring people. Yuashi's, on the other hand, had a sultry look on his face. Angry? Yunfu looked at his taut jaw and stifled a laugh. No, Yuashi's didn't want to seem petty, but that kiss should clearly be his. You lower your head. Cloudfur poked him in the chest. Yuashi's, what? Up? A light, soft kiss was planted on his lips, and as if that wasn't enough, Cloudfur gave him a kiss on each side of his cheek. Don't be mad. The dark eyes were instantly lit up with billions of starlight. Yuashi's licked his dry lips, his voice obscure. Wife, I didn't taste the flavor. Another kiss? In the middle of the night, Yunfu was woken up once. There was no telling what was being argued in the back of the wagon, and it seemed to be noisy, but the commotion quickly subsided. Yunfu was in a daze of sleep and didn't even notice that Yuchen had given June a wink and sent him out. After dawn, the carriage wobbled around for another long time, finally entering the village before dusk and stopping in front of a large mansion. The bride has arrived. The servant guarding the doorway shouted, followed by the sound of crackling firecrackers. Jingyu is covered with a red head, but she can't get out of the car with chains on her wrists. Soon, someone handed in a key from outside, asked the bride to step out of the car. Yunfu took the key and unlocked the chain. She helped Shakyul out of the carriage. As soon as she got out of the car, Yunfu was shocked by the scene in front of her. A large fire pit was placed at the gate of the mansion, and a blazing fire was burning inside. A man in the shape of a butler spoke up. Please ask the bride to cross the fire pot to drive away bad luck. Yunfu lived speechless. What the hell is this dross? And the fire is burning so brightly. Is it trying to directly burn Sister Jingyu to death? Amazing Yul stood still. She couldn't see in front of her with her red head covered, but the burning sensation of fire came over her face, as blazing as could be imagined. If she accidentally crumbles on a spark of fire in the process of crossing over and it's too late to put it out, she'll surely be BBQ'd alive. The atmosphere froze for a moment. The players on the wagon behind them got off at this point. A male player named Ma Snap walked up to Yunfu and Jingyu and asked impatiently, why don't you go over there? Yunfu shot him a glance, why don't you go first? Ma Primrose frowned, I'm not a bride. What fire pot to cross? You'd better hurry up. If you delay any longer, don't blame me for doing it to directly carry you over. Obviously, he didn't care about the death or life of Amazing You, and only wanted to advance the progress bar quickly, complete the quest early, and leave the copy. Don't argue with him. Shocking You pressed Yunfu's hand. I'll just go over there. Surprise you over the copies of 2 hands cannot be counted. She has props in hand. Just do not want to be so wasteful of an opportunity. If you have to pass, it is not impossible. Just as Amazing Yul was about to lift his leg, the carriage cotton curtain was lifted by Yuash. He lifted Junjun and jumped down, trotted next to Yunfu, pinched his nose in disgust and said, Wife, this little raggedy kid pissed his pants. He's so troublesome. Why don't we throw him away? June covered his butt in embarrassment when he saw everyone staring at him. Ma Snapdragon's face changed when he saw June's appearance, and he immediately backed up to several meters away from Yunfu and Jingyu. This kid is a ghost. Yunfu opened her mouth and before she could speak, the butler suddenly let out a strange cry. Second young master? He was shouting at Yuashi's, only to see the butler's face first look happy, and then reveal a look of fear. Second young master, why have you come back? 3 months ago, the second youngest was killed by a car. The deaths were so gruesome that the bodies were never found. In the end, he had to be buried in a hastily made burial mound. Now that the second young master stood before them in full whiskers, a group of servants were frightened and alarmed. Yuashi's was at a loss. Thinking of something, he coughed unnaturally. Yeah, I'm back. The butler pinched the center of the human body to keep himself from fainting as he greeted the people. Quickly go inform the old madam. Another complex-eyed look at June. Second young master, is this your child? June calls Yunfu mom, so he's naturally dad, and as much as he doesn't want to be, Yuashi's wants to take advantage of it. He nodded, yes, my son, this is my wife, your second youngest grandmother. He pointed at Yunfu again, his expression a bit conspicuous. Butler. The housekeeper was now completely confirmed that this second young master was a fake. A ghost possessing the second young master's body. Their second young master was in an accident when he eloped with someone in the middle of the night. How is it possible to have such a big baby with another woman? All messed up. Yunfu took advantage of the fact that the butler's attention was on Yu Chen at the moment and helped Jingyu around the fire pit and into the gate. At the same time, Yunfu also noticed that the number of players coming down from the carriage at the back was incorrect. There was one less than Jun had said. After telling Shocking Yul, Yunfu went to that carriage to check it out. The curtain lifted and was quickly closed again by her. The lesser player dies. Unclothed. Looks like he was robbed of his clothes last night and froze to death. Soon, a servant hurried back. He said that the old lady had fainted in a hurry and let the housekeeper look after things on this side first. The housekeeper didn't dare to lean too close to Yuash's. Then, please, second young master, you should stay in the west courtyard. The east courtyard is hosting a wedding for the eldest young master, so it's not very convenient for you to go over there. Yuash's took Yunfu's hand, lead the way in front. She can't. The butler intercepted. That's out of order. What rules or not? She's my wife. She just has to live with me. Yuash's narrowed his eyes. Yunfu, you take Junjun to change first. I'll send cousin to the east courtyard. The mission to get through is to find the groom, and Cloudfur has to find out what's going on with the groom. Okay, then come over quickly. Yuash's was reluctant, but he had to listen to his wife. You know, I can't leave you for too long. Players are going to the east yard. It was only at this moment that Yunfu realized that the other players were more or less related to the bride's identity, either friends or distant relatives, and that they had come together to give away the bride. However, the butler did not take them to the east courtyard, but to a shrine. Chapter 73, The Red Wedding Dress 05. The butler opened the door to the shrine. Instantly, a strange smell wafted out. What flavor? Players standing close to the front covered their mouths and noses. Yunfu frowned. She couldn't describe exactly what it smelled like. Sort of like the smell of grease and decay that comes back up from fried meat that's been sitting out for a long time. The light inside the shrine was dim. The rows of plaques were even more eerie. The butler made a gesture. Enter the bride. Jingyu stood still and asked rhetorically. Didn't you say that the wedding ceremony was held in the east courtyard? Why did you let me enter the ancestral hall? The housekeeper's skin smiled without smiling. It's a wedding ceremony in the east courtyard, but before that, you have to stay at the ancestral hall for enough nights. This is our chief family's rule. We have to let the old ancestor see if this new daughter-in-law of yours has the qualifications to enter the family. Which means we won't see the groom today? A bold girl asked anxiously. No one was really here to attend the wedding. The duration of this copy's clearance was only 5 days in total, excluding the delay on the road. It was now already considered the second day, and if they couldn't meet the groom, it would mean that they could really do the quest for only 3 more days. Time was running out, and it was still a difficult A-ranked copy. So even though everyone was an experienced veteran player, they were still under a lot of pressure. Another boy followed up with, when is the wedding tomorrow? If it's noon it's fine, if it's dusk then they really don't have much time left. That depends on when the bride passes the test of the old ancestor. A hint of gloom crossed the bottom of the butler's eyes. In addition, the ingredients are not ready yet. If you all are willing to come and help, the wedding will naturally be the quicker the better. They wanted to get the exact time from the butler's mouth, but they didn't realize that the butler had dug a hole for them to jump into. The ingredient is the player himself when he gets it wrong in the copy. No one wants too much contact, but the butler's words were saying that if they didn't help, the wedding wouldn't happen tomorrow. Primusma gritted his teeth. I'll go help. Seeing that he agreed to do so, the other players couldn't afford to stay out of it and nodded with difficulty. Enter. The butler urged Amazing Yul again. Ma Snapdragon, like Yunfu, is a distant relative of the bride in the copy? He has a look of worrying for Jingyu. Sister, you are not good at marrying when you are old. It is not easy to have a family that does not dislike you. You don't want to miss out on it. If you marry early, your family will be relieved early or not. Quickly go in. The pupils of the black snake that was hibernating in the sleeve of Surprise You stood up. It spat out its scarlet core and crawled out silently along the cuff of Surprise You's sleeve. Hiss. The horse Primrose felt a sudden pain in his calf, and he bent down to touch it, feeling the glimmer of blood that oozed out, but unable to find what had bitten him. Ma Primrose's face went white. It can't be a ghost staring at him. At this point, Jingyu knew that she had to enter this shrine even if she didn't. So without a bit of nonsense, she lifted the hem of her skirt and stepped over the threshold. The door closed slowly. At the moment of closure, Yunfu wondered if she was blind, as if she saw a black shadow upside down above the beams of the room reaching out and grabbing at Jingyu, and the jade ring she wore on her hand kept flashing. Yunfu tries to go over to warn Shokyul and is stopped by the housekeeper. Idle people are not allowed to approach. If you make the old ancestor angry, you will be jinxed. Your quarters are in the backyard. Follow me. Thinking that Jingyu had props on his side, Yunfu didn't force his way through. Amazing you had even broken into SS-ranked copies. And if she dared to enter the shrine, she must have made sure of everything. Yunfu followed the players towards the backyard, and halfway there, a servant ran over and didn't know what he had pasted into the butler's ear, and the butler suddenly looked at her. The old lady wants to see you. You go with her. The West Wing. June rolled herself up in the quilt, her little face looking at the person next to her with indignation. Give me back my pants. No. Instead of giving it, Yuashi's even tore June's pants to shreds. I'll see how you can dominate my wife. He clapped his hands and stood up. You stay here. I'm going to find my wife. June, scumbag. Yuashi's hummed a little tune and yanked on the door. After yanking it a bit and not opening it, he raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The voice of the person outside the door scrupulously. Second young master. You have just come home, must be very tired. More in the house to rest and rest. There is what you need. You can just command the small. I will go to bring it. Do not bother you to go out. Everyone knows the second young master is dead. Until the old madam gave the word, they could only keep this ghost that had taken over the second young master's body for the time being. Off me? Yuashi's naturally understood the meaning of his words. No. The servant didn't dare to speak plainly. Yuashi's sullenly kicked the door open. First you separate me from my wife, and now you won't let me go to my wife. I see that you all want to steal my wife from me as well. Servant? Say. Yuashi's grabbed the servant by the collar. Where is my wife? The servant's legs were weak with fear. I don't know. Then take me to someone who knows. Yunfu followed the servant 2 steps slower. The old lady is awake? She smiled nervously as she got close. Miss, I am just a crop farmer. The first time I dipped into my cousin's life to come to such a big mansion, I was bluffed, and I don't have anything good to give to the old madam as a meet and greet gift. The old madam won't be angry, right? The servant turned her head and pointed to herself. You called me miss? Right. Yunfu nodded. The clothes you're wearing are so beautiful. What is it if you're not the lady of this house? Don't talk nonsense. I'm just a maid. Our young lady is studying abroad. She'll be back in a while on vacation. The servant was complimented and covered her mouth to laugh. Our old lady doesn't care about your meet and greet gift. In a while, as long as you answer whatever the old lady asks, you'll be fine. Yunfu rubbed her hands together in urgency. What does old madam want to ask me? Can you tell me in advance? So I can be mentally prepared. About you and the second young master. The little girl lowered her voice and kindly said, the second young master is a mixed-up second generation. The old madam previously intended to let him and the Silk House's golden mismarriage. He did not agree. Play sex with someone eloped. Cloud fur. Elope? It means what she thinks it means, doesn't it? And then what? The little girl refused to say anymore. Her expression moony. Anyway, just be honest and don't hide it. Soon the old lady's room arrived. The little girl knocked on the door. Old lady, the people have been brought. Come in. An old, dry voice came out. Yunfu gently pushed the door open. Incense was burning in the room, and smoke was billowing. Yunfu choked and coughed as she covered her nose and headed for the inner room. The candle flame was rattled by the open window. Coldly glancing at something, Yunfu stopped hard in her tracks. Wall. A huge figure was illuminated by candlelight. She was wolfing down something. Chapter 74, The Red Wedding Dress 06. Barely. The huge figure extended its long, sharp claws to pierce the food in its hand. It was a human body, being easily disemboweled. The spray of blood quickly stained an entire wall. One drop splashed onto Yunfu's face. Her breath momentarily stalled. The huge figure didn't seem to notice Yunfu, focusing on dismantling the food. An arm was ripped off and stuffed into its mouth. A scalp-numbing chewing sound cackling. The huge figure didn't look like what an old woman should look like in any way. Cloudfern fought back the thoughts of escape that screamed through his body, and cautiously moved forward. The time limit for clearing this copy was very tight, and even though Yunfu was scared, she was not willing to give up the chance to discover clues. What exactly was the huge figure? Why it was in the old lady's room? Where did the old lady go again? Yunfu didn't dare to stare at it with the wrong eyes, but she didn't want to kick something on the bottom of her foot and let out a sudden movement. The huge figure stopped eating and slowly turned its head. Cloudfern got a good look at it. It was a huge rat. Yunfu copied a nearby candlestick and smashed it over, turning around and desperately running back. However, the door was locked. She can't get out. Shrine. The hand hanging down from the beams of the room whooshed back into the shadows as if sensing some kind of danger as it attempted to strangle Amazing Yell's neck. In the meantime, the black snake that crawled out of Amazing Yu's sleeve manifested itself. The man's posture was upright, wearing a basalt-colored brocade suit, and his appearance was clear and handsome. His dark green pupils glanced lightly at the roof of the room, not giving much thought to the low-level ghosts. Daughter-in-law. Shinli lifted the red cover, the corner of his mouth holding a smile to look at Jingyu. You look really good in a wedding dress. He lowers his head closer and tries to kiss surprise Yul. Instead, amazing Yul pushed him away. Dirty. Amazing Yu was disgusted. You just bit someone without rinsing out your mouth and you want to kiss me too? Shenli rubbed the corners of his lips vigorously and hugged and kissed surprise Yu with drool all over her face. Your man is clean. If you don't believe me, open your mouth and let's have a deep kiss. Don't you dare. Amazing Yul nearly stormed off. Rise and shine. Amazing Yul pushed him away and carefully surveyed the furnishings of the shrine. Soon, she realized the problem. 4 sticks of incense were inserted in the censer. The Chi family should be considered a large family in this village, with many tablets on the table and a great deal of tribute. So it's impossible not to understand the rules of incense, but still do it, obviously on purpose. God 3 Ghost 4. Shocking Yu raised his eyebrows lightly. It seems like the Chi family is inviting ghosts. Eyes falling on a few wordless signs. Jingyu called out to Shinli, come over here and see if there are any ghosts in here. Didn't yell. As soon as she turned around, Shinli was glaring at her with his hands clasped over his chest and an exasperated look on his face. Amazing Yul had a headache over this. She'd brought him in to defend herself and keep an extra layer of security for herself, but the guy was always trying to take advantage of her. It made them really look like a young couple in love. Your daughter-in-law has also agreed to your shouting. So what are you doing? Shinli indignation. We are the elders of the family decided a good marriage. You do not allow me to kiss and do not allow me to hug. And now you want to wear a wedding dress to marry someone else. I'm a little angry how. Amazing you. This is a copy, not a real marriage. She seriously doubted her parents' vision, whether this was finding her a husband or an ingrate. I don't care. Shinli squatted on the ground, his refined face wrinkled like a bun. You're my daughter-in-law, so you have to let me kiss you. Amazing Yul looked at him speechlessly. Kiss, 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 kiss and work. Shinli drew himself up and ran out a stump to come to the side of Amazing Yu. Daughter-in-law, you're the best. Hey. Looking at Jingyu's swollen mouth from his own kisses, Shenli's heart was greatly satisfied. This tablet is not for inviting ghosts. It is for trapping ghosts. Trapped? Amazing Yul looked up at the beams of the room. Daughter-in-law, don't look. They won't dare come out with me around. Amazing Yul. The good thing about taking Shinli is that it's safe. The bad thing about taking Shinli is that it's too safe. The ghost doesn't dare to come out. So how can she find clues? Isn't the shrine a waste of time? The things in the shrine really didn't dare to make a move on Amazing Yul. So they went elsewhere. Backyard. Inside the compartment arranged for the players to stay. A boy named Zong Jun entered the room and was surprised to see Ma Snapdragon. Didn't you just go to the restroom with Lu Hai? Why are you still here? Ma Snap, when was I with Lu Hai? I didn't even see him. Zong Jun paused, but I clearly saw you and him in the courtyard. He shivered with a start. If the person with Lu Hai isn't you, then who could it be? A huge shadow of a rat loomed behind Yunfu. It actually stood up taller than a man. Bean-sized eyes stared at Yunfu, then spat out a human head in one lump from his mouth. Eyes popped out of the faces of people mixed with sticky fluids and blood, dead in their tracks. Yunfu recognized that it was the head of a male player named Lu Hai. Didn't they follow the butler to the backyard? What death clues did Lu Hai trigger that he would die so tragically? Without giving Yunfu time to think about it more, the rats screamed strangely and launched themselves at her. Sharp claws rolled in with a fishy wind, pushing right into Yunfu's eyes. Yunfu wolfishly rolled on the ground and managed to dodge it, but her arm was scratched, and if it wasn't for her thick clothing, she was afraid that she would have seen blood. The other side, Yu Hui, who had grabbed the servant and headed for the backyard, suddenly froze. A sharp pain came from his heart. His face changed instantly. The rat was humanized, and when it saw Yunfu dodge its attack, its bean-sized eyes became playful. He was so full at this point that he wasn't going to eat again. So, it wanted to play Yunfu to death. After being chased forward and blocked a few times, Yunfu also saw its meaning, and after knowing that it would not let itself die easily, Yunfu was slightly relieved, and distracted herself to observe if there were any objects in the house that could allow her to counterattack. A children's song comes to mind out of place. Yunfu had a flash of inspiration and her eyes locked onto the wax oil in the candlestick. As the rat attacked her again, Cloudfur feigned defeat and fell out in a flash, hitting the corner of a table and knocking over a candlestick. Yunfu moved quickly as she endured the heat of the wax oil and reached out to touch it before it solidified. Then, looking for an opportunity to smear it all over the mouse's hard gray fur. After a few wipes, Yunfu was tired enough. Feeling that the time was right, she attempted to get the candle flame. However, the rat lost his patience, and after flinging Cloudfur out of the way, grabbed her leg with one claw. Jab. The cotton pants were torn and Yunfu had a long bloody scratch on her left leg. Yunfu was not expecting this, and her entire body fell out of control against the wall. The organs seemed to be misplaced, and the pain was so intense that Yunfu nearly fainted. Mouse gave a look of disdain. It thought how powerful this human was, so useless that it could simply slap it to death. Chapter 75, The Red Wedding Dress 07. Yunfu felt the killing intent, strongly enduring the pain all over his body. Limit dodged the fatal blow of the giant rat, but she was getting farther and farther away from the candle flame, and trying to get it was out of the question. The giant rat cocked its head for a moment to admire Yunfu's lingering appearance. Another vicious swing of the claw. Yunfu's legs were hurting badly. The giant rat had viral bacteria, 80% of which had infiltrated her bloodstream and were eating away at her limbs and bones. The shadow of the claws completely enveloped Yunfu. If you can't avoid it, you can imagine what the consequences will be. Cloudfern would be slapped out of his brain and smashed to pieces by it. Just as the claws were about to land on her, a strand of mycelium sped by. It wrapped around the rat's paw and tightened viciously. Squeak! The giant rat's face showed fear as it frantically twisted trying to break free. Without the slightest intention of letting it go, the mycelium kept tightening and strangling one of the giant rat's claws. Gulp! The broken claw fell in front of her, and Cloudfur blinked in confusion. The next second, a figure broke through the window and hugged her, gently covering her eyes. Baby's not afraid. I'm coming. The shadows under Yu Hui's eyes rolled over, and after seeing the injuries on Yunfu's legs and the scratches on his arms, his anger was completely suppressed. The mycelium flew towards the giant rat in an overwhelming manner. With a destructive stance, the situation was completely flipped, and the giant rat couldn't care less about its broken claws and desperately fled in a desperate attempt to get away. Yunfu's legs shook and she didn't hold back a grunt. The mycelium moved faster, like a tidal wave, covering the giant rat's entire body, strangling it tightly, one by one, into its fur and breaking its bones. The giant rat begged for mercy in desperation. Silly, is that you back? In the inner room, there was a sudden breathless cry. Seely, the name of the second youngest member of the Chi family. Seely, no matter what wrong you have done before, Mother forgives you. Come in and let Mother look at you. Yuashin's brows were so furrowed that he could pinch a fly. He ignored it and was bound to get this brute who dared to hurt Yunfu killed. Yuashes, I'm in pain. Yunfu's head was dizzy for a while, and her hand that was gripping Yu Hui's sleeve hung down helplessly. Wife. Yuashes closed his eyes. Saving your wife is important. He recycled the mycelium, picked up Yunfu and placed her on the table, ripped open her pants, and lowered his head to suck the black blood out of Yunfu's leg. The giant rat was able to catch its breath and fled, not daring to stay. Honey, nothing must happen to you. Yuashin held Yunfu's hand tightly and spat out the black blood he had sucked out. The blood flowed down the corner of his lips and he didn't have the time to wipe it away. It was probably because of the presence of a trusted person, and Yunfu was so tired and in pain that she fainted. Yu Hui bit his own lip, pinched Yunfu's chin, and ferried blood to her. His blood was also poisonous. It could fight poison with poison. The next person couldn't stand it at all. But Yunfu could adapt very well, tasting the sweet and fishy flavor in her mouth. Yunfu coughed, and in an instant, the strength her body had lost was restored as if it had been there before. She didn't open her eyes, and followed her instincts and sucked on it. Yu Hui's lifted heart was mostly at ease. He let Yunfu kiss him and bite him, and only after he was almost done did he dote on her and pat her on the back. Honey, you can't drink anymore. You can't take it. Hearing his voice, Yunfu slowly lifted the slits in her eyes, realizing what she was doing, and she quickly let go of her hand. Where are the rats? Yunfu looked up at the mess in the house. Yu Hui's eyes darkened. It let it escape. But don't worry, the next time you meet it, it won't dare to make a move on you. His blood inside Cloudfern would strike fear into the giant rat. Yunfu looked at Yuash's ragged mouth, and touched the corner of his lips. You are bitten by me? Aang. Yu Hui rubbed Yunfu's head and took off his coat to drape it over her. What should I do? I've become ugly. Will you dislike it? Yunfu, what are you talking about? Seeing that she looked serious, Yuashes just wanted to say that he was joking and not to take it to heart. Yunfu said, I will take full responsibility for you. The softest place in Yu Hui's heart was poked hard. Seely, why don't you come in? The old lady in the inner room was calling out for Yuashes again. Yuashes looked endowed. The giant rat must have nothing to do with her. I'll go and kill her? No. Yunfu shook her head. We have to ask for some clues out of her words. So, she went into the inner room with Yuashes. Shrine. Amazing yell yawned. She's bored out of her mind. Knowing that the ghost wouldn't show up, she was ready to nurse herself to sleep. Shanli. Amazing you lazily propped his chin up. You change back to your original form. Shinli let out a cry and immediately changed back into a black snake. Only he didn't intentionally shrink his figure and used his original appearance. If someone were to peer out the window at this point and take a peek, they'd be stunned and faint. The shrine wasn't small, but it barely fit him. He crawled slowly, holding surprise Yul up around him. Amazing Yul found a comfortable position and cuddled up to him and squinted his eyes. Remember to yell for me first thing in the morning. Well, go to sleep. Shenli put his head on top of her head and rubbed it affectionately. Amazing Yul's breathing quickly became steady, and she didn't hear, behind the tablet on the table, a subtle sound coming from it. Shenli opened one of his vertical pupils as he smelled the scent of blood in the air. It seemed to smell like companionship. Interesting. Is the Chi family making offerings to the family preservation fairy? It's just that the odor is not pure. I'm afraid the Chi family has met a crook. Backyard. Compartment. Aren't we going to look for Lu Hai? The more Zong Jun thought about it, the more scared he became. Has he already? He made a hand-wiping motion. Ma snap, if you wanna go, go yourself. Lu Hai has obviously stumbled upon a death condition. I'm not going to take any chances. The ghost turned into his appearance to cheat Lu Hai, and not really he did it. This also want him to be responsible for the words is simply bumper sticker. Ma Snapdragon had no waves in his heart, and only felt that the death of a fool like Lu Hai was clean. Zong Jun. He somewhat regretted siding with the horse Primus. Ma Snapdragon was very cold-blooded and didn't care about their deaths. Following this kind of person, he was afraid that he would only have a life as cannon fodder. But when he thought of the player who died on the carriage, Zong Jun didn't dare to think otherwise. He was afraid that he would die at the hands of the horse Primus before he was killed by the ghost. I'm going out. Then, Zong Jun sighed and silently prayed for Lu Hai in his heart. He turned to head out the door, and a figure brushed shoulders with him as he entered the house. So Jun paused in his steps and stood still. He remembered that the girl was called Yunfu, had a ghost son and ghost husband by her side, and was called to old lady Chi's room alone when she was arranging her accommodation. I'm surprised she's not dead? In this copy, the stunning Yu who became a bride was the most miserable, followed by Yunfu, but she even managed to survive until now. How exactly did Lu Hai trigger the death condition? I want you guys to tell me everything. Yunfu looked at the matter-of-fact Ma Snapdragon with a cold expression. How did you know something happened to Lu Hai? Primus Ma frowned. You saw him? The blood on Yunfu's face wasn't wiped clean, and she didn't change her clothes. She directly wrapped Yu Chen's coat and came over. The whole person looked pudgy, but inexplicably had a messy beauty. What have you come across again? Ma Snapdragon looked at her like this and could guess that something was wrong with Yunfu. Chapter 76, The Red Wedding Garment 08. I asked you first. Yunfu knocked on the table impatiently and forcefully. It was clear that there were no players who could be allies this time, so Yunfu naturally wouldn't reveal the information first. You can choose not to tell and take this secret to your coffins. People have a bad root of bullying. Yunfu attitude is not good. Ma Snapdragon immediately look easy going down. The specific situation I really do not know. Zong Jun saw. Do not let him and you talk about it. Mostly, Ma Snapdragon wanted to know what Yunfu had gone through and how she had survived. Seeing Zong Jun at the door without leaving, Ma Snap beckoned and called him in again. Zong Jun. What a quick change of face. Besides, is he some kind of pug that comes when called? Yunfu ruffled her eyes. Her black and white pupils did not carry the slightest bit of emotion. Speak. Zong Jun honestly clasped his hands. It's like this. He stammered out what had happened, more carefully than he had told Primrose. Are you sure the person who went with Lu Hai was Ma Snapdragon? Yunfu asked. Zong Jun swore. Sure as well as sure. Yunfu let out a light laugh. So, how are you sure that the one with Lu Hai is not the real Ma Snapdragon, but the one inside the house is? Zong Jun choked. His scalp tingled and he broke out in goosebumps. What do you mean? Primus Ma said. Sowing discord? Yunfu shrugged her shoulders. I'm just stating my guess. Why are you in such a hurry? Ma Primrose breath choked in the throat. I myself is not really I still do not know. Before he finished his words, Yunfu's hand blade had already slashed at his face. What are you doing? The horse Primus couldn't dodge and fell to the ground in a heap. Yunfu calmly withdrew her hand. I can now be sure that you're real. After all, ghosts don't have such slow reaction speeds. In fact, she had known that Ma Snapdragon was real, or Lu Hai wouldn't have been the only one to die. She did this to give the players the impression that she was not to be messed with, and that if they wanted to count on her in the future, they would have to weigh whether they were qualified or not. Ma Snap climbed up and patted the dirt on his body. I can't thank you enough. However, he did have a bit more scorn for Yunfu in his eyes. You're welcome. Yunfu gave a fake smile, which had a particularly eerie feel to it with the dried blood on her face. Zong Jun silently leaned towards the door. He wasn't sure if Yunfu was human now. He gulped. So Lu Hai is dead? Yunfu nodded. Yes. I watched him die with my own eyes. being gnawed clean by an immense and incomparable rat one bite at a time. So June covered his mouth and almost threw up. Yunfu looked like a gentle little girl. How could she say such appalling things? Ma Snap's eyes narrowed. Not a ghost? Has this happened to any of the copies you guys have been through before? Yunfu said. Zong Jun shook his head. Never. Ma Snapdragon grabbed the point. Lu Hai was eaten. How come you're okay? Yunfu might be a little bit of a good fighter, but he didn't believe she would be better than a big man. Honey, are you done talking? Go back to bed when you're done. Outside the door, the man's lazy, sleepy voice drifted in. Yunfu returned, immediately. Snapdragon. Hang on. Right. So be it. It was indeed getting late. Yunfu made a long story short. Let's agree on a code word. And in the future when there's a situation like this, we'll pair the code word first. So June thought of one and said, the price of the shirt? Yunfu gave an okay, then reminded, remember to notify the others. Primus Ma was confused. A code word is a code word. What's the shirt got to do with it? Zhang Jun said in a single word. Brother, you don't know about this? Ma Snap coughed. Seeing that Yunfu was aware of it, he didn't have the heart to ask, waiting for Yunfu to leave before saying, what's the next line? If Yunfu hadn't just examined the horse Primrose, Zong Jun really would have suspected that he had a problem. The next sentence is £9.15. If you're asked which option to choose, remember to choose C. Snapdragon. It's great to be educated, isn't it? Yunfu went out the door. Xiao Chang, who was poking her head over at the girls' compartment, saw her and shouted, there are extra beds. Won't you stay with us? Xiao Chang and Zhang Xinru were the two people who were afraid, thinking that it would be safe to pull on Yunfu for one more person. Yunfu refused. She was so uncomfortable from her fight with the giant rat that she wanted to take a bath. There was no way to boil hot water on this side of the backyard, and there was no way she could take a cold shower in the middle of winter. Whereas Yu Hui's side was much more convenient. Xiao Chang wanted to say something else, but was glared at by Yu Fei, who was following behind Yunfu, and was busy closing the door. Honey, it's too cold. Let me carry you back to the house. Okay. Yunfu didn't make a fuss and opened her arms for him to hug. Carrying the human princess in his arms, Yu Chen squinted comfortably. My wife is so fragrant and soft that I want to rub it into my body. Right. Yunfu was freezing and wanted to catch a cold. Her voice was hoarse. Does the second young master of the Qi family look exactly like you? Yuashes entered the copy with his own face on. When I saw old lady Qi just now, I was surprised that I wasn't recognized. Yuashes whispered against her ear. Shu, I tampered with their memories. So he was occupying young Master Qi's body and turning him into himself? Yunfu didn't understand it very well, but when she asked again, Yu Embers refused to answer. He only said, it's a secret that needs to be solved by the wife herself. The West Wing. June finally waited for Yunfu. He was just about to accuse Yuashes of his bad behavior when he saw Yunfu's weak and frail appearance and became anxious. Mom, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? In his haste, he forgot he wasn't wearing pants and stood straight up. Yuashes numbly covered Yunfu's eyes. Go back under the quilt. June let out an oh-so-reluctant sigh and reluctantly rolled up the covers. When Yunfu sat on the bed he pulled a fresh quilt over her and covered her, cupping Yunfu's hand in his own little face. Mom, are you hurt? It's already fine. Yunfu obediently pinched his cheeks. Don't worry. June was even more worried. The baby wants to tether itself to mommy so that when there is danger, the baby will be the first to rush up to protect mommy. Ha! Yuashes clasped his hands on his chest and stood beside him with a sneer. Wait until after you don't pee your pants. If it wasn't for him getting in the way, could he have delayed to find a wife? June wilted and lowered his head, leaving Yunfu with the top of his fried head. Mom, I'm sorry, am I being redundant? The milky little voice was pathetic. Although Yuashes didn't explicitly say so, Yunfu guessed that June was a part of him. In other words, a harmless little diversion of sorts. No, June isn't redundant at all. I like you a lot. June tilted her head, her eyes shining brightly. Really? Yuashes watched in silence. I don't know what came to mind, but my eyes softened. Chapter 77, The Red Wedding Dress 09. But it was only for a few short seconds before Yuashes returned to his normal demeanor. He coldly lifted June's back collar, yanked him away from Yunfu, balled him up into a chrysalis again, and threw him to the innermost part of the bed. June, who was being comforted by Yunfu's gentle voice? Him, too. Yuashes sat on his but in June's original position and said with a smile, Wife, the hot water is ready. It's time for you to take a bath and shower. There was no charcoal burning in the backyard compartments, and there was no good way to keep warm at night other than wrapping up tightly under the blankets. The west courtyard side, on the other hand, has floor dragons, similar to modern underfloor heating equipment, which not only doesn't get cold, but also heats you up a bit dry. Yunfu wiped her face clean with a wet handkerchief, and when she was smothered by the heat, her entire little face was white and red, like a peach ripe for the picking. She tested the temperature of the water and it was just right, so she stripped off her thick outer clothes and prepared to wash. Thinking of something, Yunfu looked around the room and settled down as she didn't find any strange ornaments. Then, with a jerk, he pulled back the curtain, only to see Yuashi's unable to dodge in time. His left foot tripped over his right foot and he almost fell on his ass. Yunfu tugged on his belt, her eyes narrowing slightly. What are you doing here? Yui stood firmly and sheepishly touched the tip of his nose. His eyes couldn't help but run over Yunfu's snow-white arms. Old wife, I just came to see if the water was hot enough, and if it wasn't I'll go back and boil it for you. Yunfu let go of his hand. It's hot enough. You can go now. Yuashi's stood unmoving, the knots in his throat rolling up and down. The place that had just been touched by Yunfu was burning unbearably, like there was something that was about to spurt out. Honey, I'm here to watch over you. Okay. Yui hooked Yunfu's little finger and wiggled it. His mist-stained eyes were dark and translucent, and with a head of well-behaved dull hair, he appeared to be harmless as a whole. But the darkly flickering ethereal light in his eyes was like a hungry wolf that couldn't bear to eat Yunfu alive. Could Yunfu not guess his little mind? Decidedly refused and pushed him out. No, I don't need it. Yui sniffled. Wife, you're so cruel nah. The corner of Yunfu's mouth twitched. Clearly he was the one who wanted to take advantage of himself. Why was it like he was bullying him? After watching Yuashi's leave with a single step, Yunfu took a comfortable bath. Her coat was so torn that she couldn't wear it anymore, so she had to go out in Yuashi's coat. Wife, come on. Yuashi's beckoned his hand. I've warmed the comforter for you. The bed was a bit messy, and it was not clear if Yu-chan and June had a fight before they negotiated for her to sleep in the middle, one on each side of them. June put on her pants, which didn't fit at all, and looked a little funny. Mommy, I want you to tell me a story to put me to sleep. Yuashi's fights for favor. Wife, I want you to sing a lullaby to put me to sleep. Yunfu, she can't do so much with just one mouth, so she told stories to put June to sleep. In the end, it is a small child. After listening to the story, eyelids cannot support fall asleep. Does he need to sleep even as a ghost? Yunfu asked Yuashi's in a curious whisper. Yui's eyes flashed. Little ghosts have to sleep in order to grow up into big ghosts. Really? Yunfu didn't really believe it, but felt that he had a point. Then let's go to bed soon too. After tossing and turning for so long, coupled with the uncomfortable sleep in the carriage earlier, Yunfu had long been sleepy. She yawned and closed her eyes as she felt the covers lift and someone burrow in. What are you doing? Well, Yuashi's covered Yunfu's mouth. Hush, wife, don't make a sound. Cloudfern blinked and waited quietly for a moment, thinking something was wrong, but there was no movement at all. There's a ghost out there? Cloudfern was wary. No. Yuashi's covered the quilt tightly and smiled wryly. But I'm going to do something juvenile to you now. Cloudfur was gagged. Yuashi's, are you a dog? Woof woof. For the sake of a kiss, Yuashi's has no lower limits. I'm my wife's most loyal dog. Cloudfur was smothered and wanted to lift the covers off. Yuashi's clutched her hand. Wife, don't move. If you wake up the child, you'll bring him down. For the moment, he was glad that June was there. Yunfu. Cloudfur retaliated by biting him. Hiss. Yuashi's got excited. Backyard compartment. Shinru, how do you think the shrine is doing at the moment? Xiaoqing tightly gripped the quilt, her voice shivering in the darkness. Could she be dead? Jingyu? We'll find out first thing in the morning. Zheng Xinru was a little more bold. She took a breath. I'm afraid that if Jingyu dies, someone else will become the new bride. What do you mean by that? Xiaoqing exclaimed. To choose among the female players? Or what? Copies are for players, so of course you have to pick among them. Yunfu has a ghost son. It's impossible for her to be the bride, so it's just the two of us, Zheng Xinru said, with a 50% probability. Xiaoqing vaguely broke down. How did Yunfu's life get so good? Zheng Xinru, would you like to have a brat following you around like a shadow? Xiaoqing couldn't speak anymore. Zheng Xinru closed her eyes. It's useless to think about it anymore. Hurry up and go to sleep, so you can also save your energy to deal with the next few days. Zheng Xinru quickly fell asleep, but Xiaoqing tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Some clothes brushed off her face. Xiaoqing thought that Zheng Xinru had touched her unintentionally and opened her mouth. Xinru, are you asleep? Zheng Xinru rolled over and snored a little. Xiaoqing reached out and pushed her. Xinru, wake up. I can't sleep. Something covered Xiaoqing's face. Xiaoqing stiffened. She didn't dare open her eyes and trembled as she tried to withdraw her hand. Instead, the hand was held, cold and creamy, not the human touch. Xiaoqing bit her lip as tears came to her eyes. Don't scare me. If you want to scare me, go scare Zheng Xinru. She wants to die more. 1 second they are good sisters who love each other and pass the level together. and the next second they betray without mercy. The hand was loosened. The face disappeared as well. Xiao Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and after hearing nothing move, she slowly opened her eyes. Splat! A drop of blood slammed into the center of her forehead. A ghostly bride in a red wedding dress was hanging upside down from the beams of the room, gazing at her with eyes that were dark and without whites. The clothes Xiao Qing had just felt were the red wedding clothes. Ah ha ha ha! Xiao Qing screamed at the top of her lungs. Wife! Yuashes poked Yunfu's thin waist. I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? Yunfu was angry. I was wrong to be insatiable. Wrong to kiss my wife's mouth off. The peak of Yunfu's lip was on fire with pain. She kicked him without relief. Don't try to kiss me for the next few days. Yuashes took hold of her ankle. Can I kiss somewhere else if I don't kiss on the mouth? Yunfu put all her strength into kicking him off the bed. Chapter 78, The Red Wedding Garment 10. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zheng Xinru's heart pounded as she was awakened by Xiao Qing's scream and sat up with a jerk. What happened? A room of silence. No one answered. The only sound was the tiny rustling sound of the snow that had fallen at some point outside the house. Zheng Xinru looked towards Xiao Qing, who was sleeping soundly next to her, her mind in a daze. Could it be a dream I had? She doubted herself. But Xiao Qing's scream was so real that it blew her ears off. Xiao Qing! Zheng Xinru shouted her awake. Xiao Qing rubbed her sleepy eyes and half propped herself up. Dawn? No! You go on to sleep. Zheng Xinru observed her for a while, making sure there was no problem before lying down again. But she couldn't sleep anymore. It always felt like there was a pair of creepy eyes staring at her in the dark. Early the next morning. What are you up to again? Yunfu opened her eyes and was startled by Yuashes, who was kneeling reverently by her head. Honey, I've spent a night of painful introspection. I was really wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. With that, Yuashes gave her a kowtow. Yunfu, is he trying to send her away? You were up all night? I'm afraid to go to sleep if my wife hasn't forgiven me. Yuashes made a pitiful face and sold out. It was as if the man holding down Yunfu and nibbling on him last night wasn't him. The wound on her mouth had already scabbed over after the night had passed. Yunfu's heart had long since run out of gas, and she rolled over, lying on her pillow to look at you embers. After staying up all night, I'm surprised there are no dark circles under my eyes at all. I'm so envious. Yunfu reached out and touched the ends of his eyes. Then I'll pick it out and give it to my wife. Yunfu, there's something wrong with you. Seeing that she was about to get up, Yuashes attentively took out a set of clean clothes for her. It's a new one I had delivered, with a fur-trimmed edge around the collar to keep it extra warm. This dress was unknown how many times better than the one Yunfu had worn before. The satin fabric was very luxurious, and it was light and soft on her body. But it really set off Yunfu's temperament as a young granny a bit more. Was it good? Cloudford carried her skirt and spun around. Yui clenched his fists. Super nice. His kissing hunger was coming back. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. Sometimes it doesn't work when the wife is good looking. It always tickled him to want to commit a crime. Why isn't June awake? Yunfu was all ready to go out, and June was still stuck in bed, showing no signs of opening her eyes. Yuashes panicked and urged her to go quickly. Wife, you go and get busy first. Children are sleepy. When he wakes up I'll bring him to you. Really? Yunfu sensed something and sized him up. According to reason, June's age is the most playful and energetic. How can he sleep for more than 10 hours at a time? Really? Yunfu wanted to go over to see June, but was picked up and put outside the door by Yu Chen. Bang! The door closed tightly in front of her. Yunfu, June is at least Yu Chen's doppelganger, so I'm sure he won't do too much to him. However, why did Yuashes use the doppelganger when he was so unwilling to have June stick to her? Yunfu walked towards the backyard, only to enter the moonhole gate and see all the players in the courtyard. You guys aren't too cold? What are they all standing around for? Even the atmosphere was vaguely tense. Zhong Jun and Yunfu had exchanged words. The two were considered familiar. He spoke. Are you a human or a ghost? Pairing the code words first? Yunfu, no problem. Zhang Jun walked up to her. The price of the shirt? £9.15. Cloudover said. So June, which option do you choose? There was no second question when discussing the code words, but those who knew. Yunfu raised an eyebrow. See. So June lowered his heart and whispered to Yunfu about what had happened. Something should have happened in the girls' compartment last night. We all heard someone screaming, but right now Xiao Cheng and Zhang Xinru are both fine and can't see anything wrong. Yunfu, did you have a code word with them? So June blushed. I didn't get a chance to tell them the code word last night, but the boys were fine with it. I asked, and the two girls hadn't even asked yet. And here you are. Yunfu nodded her head, one person at a time. Ask them separately and pay attention to the expressions. Over here, Ma Snap told everyone about what happened to Lu Hai last night, and the players' faces were grave. Zongjun called Xiao Chang aside, and Yunfu called out Zheng Xinru. Don't be afraid. Last night we worked out a code word. It's not hard. You should know it. Zheng Xinru hadn't slept well last night and was in poor spirits, you ask. Yunfu matched the code words with her. Zheng Xinru answered, and her look was so natural that Yunfu didn't notice a problem. After Zongjun on the other side asked, he also affirmed that Xiao Qing was fine. So what were you guys screaming about last night? Primrose asked. Who screamed? Xiao Qing was bewildered. I slept well last night. Zheng Xinru's face was ugly. She thought she had dreamt of Xiao Qing screaming, and now Xiao Qing was denying it. But Ma Snapdragon and the others had heard it. So, Xiao Qing has a problem. That's you? Seeing that Zheng Xinru didn't say anything, Ma Snap thought she had a problem. Zheng Xinru took a deep breath. It wasn't me. Primus Ma, neither of you screamed. So it was a ghost? Xiao Qing covered her mouth. A ghost entered our room last night? Xinru, did you meet one? Xiao Qing was shocked and scared, totally looking like a frightened little girl. Yunfu observed in silence, but she couldn't find a single difference. But Zheng Xinru must know something. A layer of cold sweat seeped out of Zheng Xinru's palm as she opened her mouth and then chose to remain silent. She contradicted Xiao Qing's words, and there was no way for her to prove that she was right without witnesses. Saying more than she can say makes her look weak. Zongjun had one head and two big ones. Don't lie, okay? What time is this? Still want to pass and leave? Zheng Xinru adjusted her mind. All I can say is that I didn't scream. I swear, I'm not a ghost. Xiao Qing's eyes were teary and the tip of her nose was red. If I have any problems, any concealment, death to the whole family. Tears were a woman's best weapon. And the other two male players and Zongjun both showed an unforgiving look. Ma Snapdragon didn't want to waste time on this matter. Since he couldn't ask anything, he simply killed it with a stick. And it was better to be killed by mistake than to be spared. He proposed, Xiao Cheng Zheng Xinru act alone and don't have any more contact with us. Xiao Cheng didn't agree. She timidly looked at Zheng Xinru, in case Sister Xinru has a problem. Then won't I? She didn't finish her words, but the meaning was clear. Come along. Cloudfur glanced at the butler. We have to go to the shrine. The butler quickly came closer. Everyone, let's go to the ancestral hall together to see the bride. If the bride can come out now, we can also hurry to prepare the banquet. A layer of malice surfaced on the butler's face. He didn't believe at all that Jingyu could come out unscathed. Chapter 79, The Red Wedding Dress 11. On the way to the shrine, Yunfu deliberately slowed down a few steps as she leisurely walked behind all the players. It snowed quite a bit last night, and there were servants plowing snow all along the way. There was a narrow section of road that required stepping over the snow. Yunfu stayed to observe Xiao Chang and Zheng Xinru for a while longer, and after she didn't find anything wrong, she put away her suspicions. After all, screaming means nothing. Xiao Chang and Zhang Xianru are both alive. Maybe the ghost tried to hurt them but didn't succeed. Yunfu was just about to avert her gaze when she suddenly saw a dark red mark left on the snow where Xiao Chang had stepped. A little, like blood. Yunfu frowned and was just about to look closer when Zongjun, who was following Xiao Chang, stepped over. The snow became slushy and could no longer be seen. Yunfu, make or break guy. As if sensing the resentful sight behind him, Zongjun turned around and was blankly glanced at by Yunfu. Zongjun, what did he do? Why did you do this to him? You've got a mouth on you. Ma Snap looked at Yunfu in a complicated way. You didn't have something going on with that ghost, did you? He wasn't blind, and at a glance, he guessed that the injury on Yunfu's mouth was kissed out. Which ghost? Yunfu looked at him askance. That's my child's father. Ma Snapdragon. You're getting in too deep here, aren't you? Yunfu ignored him and followed Zheng Xinru in front. If you don't talk about last night, Xiao Cheng is going to throw all the dirty water on you. Zheng Xinru looked sideways. If I say she has a problem, will you believe me? While Yunfu was observing the two of them, Zheng Xinru was also sizing up Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing was just too normal, making Zheng Xinru unable to figure out if she had a problem or not. And she was also worried that if she made a mistake in her judgment, it would have a bad effect on Xiao Chang. But what about Xiao Chang? Xiao Cheng is crying and complaining to the male players, trying to prove that she's the good guy and Zheng Xinru is the one in contact with the ghost. Zheng Xinru heckled, I'm just too kind. Yunfu smiled, decide what you want to say and find me anytime. The shrine has arrived. The butler didn't know what he was excited about. His hand shivering as he stabbed at the key and failed to unlock the door after several tries. The anticipation on his face parted in a morbid way, a grin going to the back of his head at the corners of his mouth. Let's see what's going on in there. Whoa! The door was pulled open and sunlight poured in, adding a bit of treacherous life to the dead shrine. Not seeing the figure of Amazing You, Yunfu's heart sank. The butler rubbed his hands together, gloating in a tone of forced regret. Oops, why is the bride missing? This time, he didn't stop the players from entering the shrine. Yunfu was the first to enter the house. She looked around for any sign of Amazing Yul. Clues were bound to exist in a place with special significance like a shrine, and the other players went inside. But they didn't dare to touch things for fear of touching a death clue. The butler's gaze fell on the tablet and his face changed abruptly. How could this happen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No way. What? A light, fluttering voice with a smile resounded from overhead. Is it that I can't enter the door of the Chi family without my name appearing on the tablet? Cloudfur tilted her head. A red dowry-clad stunning Yul is sitting on the beams of the room in a dignified manner. The colorful red hem of her skirt fluttered as she swayed her legs, like a rose in full bloom. Bewitching and beautiful, the butler exclaimed. Ah, how did you get up there? Amazing Yul leaps off. Or else I'm in the sign? The housekeeper closed her mouth and gave her a vicious glare. The door is open and I'm not dead. Can I get out? Amazing Yul covered herself with a red head and stretched out a hand. AV, come over here and help me. Yunfu saw that she was fine and put her heart back into her stomach. Coming. The butler could only watch as they walked out of the shrine as he grimaced and began to blast the remaining players. Go, 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 all of you. Get out. Jeongjun, no, I haven't finished reading. What are you looking at? Get out. The butler didn't save face in the slightest. How did it go last night? Yunfu, who was walking in front, lowered her voice and asked Shocking Yul. Shocking Yul laughed softly. The shrine is indeed unclean, and there is more than one ghost inside. With the butler's reaction just now, coupled with those wordless tablets, Jingyu could be sure that they were all brides who had married the first young master of the Chi family before her. They're all dead, trapped in the Chi family by the tablet. Yunfu frowned after hearing her analysis. So the meaning of letting you stay at the shrine for a night is to borrow the tablet to trap you as well? Then how did you avoid it? Sister Jingyu? Jingyu coughed. That's not important. What's important is that we have to find a way to find those brides and find out what young Master Chi is up to. Looking for ghosts? Yunfu was incredible. What's the point of looking for a ghost? Don't they want to kill them all the time? Amazing, you said. I have a hunch that this will be the key to our passage. She had a suspicion in her mind that she needed to verify. How were you guys last night? Yunfu tells her about the giant rat, Lu Hai's death, and Xiaocheng Zheng Shinru. Upon hearing the rat, Amazing Yul's first reaction was, the Grey Fairy? If it was really the Homekeeper Immortal, Shinli should be able to sense it. Why didn't he tell himself when he left? What's a Grey Fairy? It involves a blind spot for Cloudfur, one of the 5 immortals of the Family Preservation Fairy. This matter is troublesome to popularize. Amazing, you simply said. The Grey Fairy can move money, let a person's family wealth overnight. Just like Shinli can, almost said Balderdash. Startled Yul's emergency brakes. No wonder the Chi family is so rich in a small village. Yunfu was well educated, and when she heard the second half of the sentence, she was obviously stunned. Who is Shinli? Amazing Yul stumbled as he stepped on the hem of his skirt. Why is the East Wing so far away? Haven't we gotten there yet? The West Wing. Yuashes poked Jun's little face. Did I put too much toxin in? Will the mushrooms that are the terror bosses be pure, natural and harmless mushrooms? Necessarily impossible. The mycelium contained more toxins than Yuashes himself could count, and it was only when he faced Yunfu that he would disguise himself as a good person. Jun is a mycelium, so by definition she won't be poisoned, in the same way that a poisonous snake is poisoned with snake venom. He has antibodies. However, too much absorption of the toxin can produce a symptom similar to the drowsiness humans experience when they eat too many carbohydrates and become dizzy. Drowsiness. Not really. Yuashes despised. You can't even stand this bit of poison. Sleepy Jun. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The servant entered with his head lowered, not daring to look directly at Yuashes. Second young master. The old madam is calling for you to come over. Everyone thought that the second young master who came back was a ghost, but the old madam didn't think so they could only serve carefully. Oh, bored out of his mind. Yuashes got up and followed. Inside the old lady's room, a beautiful man stood in the hall. Master Shen. My family's oldest too had an accident some time ago, but he came back safely yesterday. You help give a look. Is he still my son? The old lady didn't actually believe all of it. Yeah. The man smiled criminally, his slender eyes resembling snake pupils. Chapter 80, The Red Wedding Dress 12. The Master Shin in Old Lady Chi's mouth was none other than Shunli. The timeline pulls back to last night. After Yunfu and Yu Embers met the old madam was superficially delighted that her son had finally returned from his lost ways, saying that as long as he was well, all the things that had happened before were not to be counted. But behind her back, she instructed the housekeeper to go to town to look for masters to exorcise the evil spirits. And Shinli just needed an identity to make his existence in the copy justified. So he halfway gaffed the master, stripped off the person's robe and put it on himself. Shinli blew on the floating tea leaves and sipped it with narrowed eyes. Vomit. Bitterly, he almost spat it out, but had to swallow it in order to maintain his air of floating like an immortal. Sure enough, it's still good milk tea. When he got out of the copy, he would make sure his daughter-in-law bought him 100 cups of pearl milk tea. P.S. Why don't you buy it yourself? Because the power of money in the family is in the hands of the daughter-in-law, who can't even afford to buy a pair of pants. Soon there were footsteps outside the door. In order to show his hand to demonstrate his strength, and also to gain the old madam's trust more, Shinli waved his hand and opened the door through the air. The old lady gave a thumbs up. Master is worthy of being a master. A little something. Shinli stroked his non-existent goatee. Yuashes saw the man in the room at a glance. His narrow eyes flinched as he sensed the man's particular energy field. This man is not human. Neither are ghosts or NPCs. He's a creature that shouldn't be in the copy. The hostility in Yu Hui's eyes was too obvious. And Shenli propped up his face and didn't hold back a grunt of laughter. TSK. Men have such versatile faces, and without their wives on the leash, they become rabid dogs. Seely, come in. This is Master Shen. Mother invited to bless you. Old Mrs. She said the reason she had thought of long ago. Yes? Yu Hui sat down across from Shenli, his voice chilly. Master Shen. Yuashes held out his hand. Second young Master Chi as well. Shenli held his hand. The two men were secretly competing. The table didn't hold up to the force of the two men for a moment and cracked. Shenli's face changed for a moment and he took the lead in letting go of his hand. The second young master is really porous, almost breaking his hand in his clutches. He was too big a man to bother with such recklessness. The corner of Yu Hui's mouth lifted. Master Shen is nothing more than that. Shenli's temper came up at once. He hadn't even settled the score for causing him to be pinched half to death by his daughter-in-law when he had previously shown affection in front of her, but he had actually deliberately provoked himself. Why don't we go out and compete? Okay. Yuashes stood up. Old Lady Chi, Master Shen, I invited you here to bless my son, not to fight. Shinli pulled back a bit of sanity. If not for his daughter-in-law instructing him to help Yunfu, he would have definitely told the truth, saying that the second young master of Chi had died long ago, and this was a severe ghost that had occupied his shell. Don't worry, old madam, the second young master is healthy and designated to give you a big fat grandson in the coming year. The old lady smiled with her eyebrows when she heard the big fat grandson. Well, then I'm at peace. Old madam, is your family having a wedding today? I wonder if I can stay and dip my toe in the joy, Shenli said. Old Lady Chi looked embarrassed. This, master does not know. My eldest son does not like to see outsiders. Shenli raised an eyebrow. Whether they don't like to see outsiders or they are afraid to do so. I will only eat the mat in the courtyard and not enter the first young master's room. Okay. Shenli just did a favor, and old Lady Chi couldn't kick her out, so she could only agree. Seely, follow the master over there, out of the yard door. Yuasha's gaze was like a falcon. What the hell are you? Shanli, big brother, can you use words more elegantly? With your wife and my daughter-in-law's relationship, we should be considered brothers-in-law. Yu Hui's eyes warmed up. You know my wife? Shinli gave a harumph and pointed at him. If I don't say the latter sentence, do you really want to beat me up? Don't think he didn't see his clenched fists. My daughter-in-law is stunning you wearing a red wedding dress. Your wife calls my daughter-in-law sister. You high and low have to call me a brother-in-law. Shenli estimated his strength. He couldn't beat Yuashes, so he could only press on his seniority. Yuashes, but you're not human. Shenli grunted, neither are you. On the other side of the room, Yunfu and Amazing Yell didn't know about the near fight between her two men. At this moment, Amazing Yu was sitting in front of the mirror and Yunfu was applying her makeup. Go ahead and get out. I'll do the work here. Yunfu rushed the servants aside. The servant owed the servant an apology and went out. Only then did Jingyu say, I have to see the groom today, or I won't be able to find out where the fake groom got the real one. Yunfu nodded her head. I'll go out and turn around later, and try to touch up and down the Chi family, especially where nooks and crannies can hide people. Sister Amazing Yu, do you have a boyfriend? Brushing her hair, Yunfu suddenly asked, will he be jealous? Shocking Yu smiled, isn't it fun to see what a man looks like when he's jealous? Looking in the mirror at Cloudfur's broken mouth, she added, it seems that boyfriend of yours is very possessive. After combing her hair, Yunfu helped Jingyu draw her eyebrows. She put down her comb to reach for her eyebrow pencil and searched her trousseau without finding it. At that moment, a hand handed over the eyebrow pencil. Yunfu subconsciously wanted to say thank you. Suddenly, he paused. She and Amazing Yell were the only ones in the house. Whose hand is this? Yunfu looked up, to the arms in the red wedding dress sticking out from the mirror. She and Jingyu exchanged a glance, and both of them reached out to grab it by tacit agreement. Clunk! The mirror shattered in response. A red figure drifted out quickly. It's inconvenient for Jingyu to wear a skirt. And Yunfu hurriedly said, I'll go after them. She opened the door and ran out, but the figure was long gone. Yunfu chased after 2 corners and didn't even see the corner of the skirt, but instead, she met Zheng Xinru. What are you chasing? Yunfu panted, did you see a figure go past? Nope. Zheng Xinru shook her head. There's no one over here. Yunfu went to the other side to take another look and finally had to give up as she asked Zheng Xinru, planning to talk about last night? Zheng Xinru pursed her lips, can I trust you? Yunfu, I can't. The only one I can trust in the copy is myself. When she said that, Zheng Xinru believed her instead. I suspect that the ghost is hiding in Xiaoqing's body. Only this could explain why Xiaoqing was not dead. The ghost could not let the player go easily. Keeping Xiaoqing, there must be another use for her. Reason. Yunfu had this speculation before. This is an A-level copy, and the ghosts will be more intelligent than those in the lower-level copies. Zheng Xinru breathed a little more roughly. I saw Xiaoqing's shadow move abnormally. Her shadow split into 2. It was only for a moment, but I did see it. Except for Yunfu, who was over here helping Amazing Yell. Everyone else went to help in the kitchen. That's when Zheng Xinru saw it. Chapter 81, The Red Wedding Dress 13. There was no way for Zheng Xinru to remain calm after seeing this. Afraid that Xiaoqing would notice that she had found out, she busied herself with finding an excuse to run out. Don't you go back over to the kitchen for a while? Stay with me. Yunfu was taking her at her word. Zheng Xinru couldn't make up so many details if she was lying. Good. Seeing that someone believed in her, Zheng Xinru smiled gratefully. Then are we going to find Jingyu now? No. Yunfu shook her head. The mission of the copy pass is to find the groom. I happen to want to search the Qi family to see where I can hide someone. Since Zheng Xinru didn't see the female ghost that ran away just now, Yunfu didn't mention it, saving her from being scared. I've heard there are a lot of guests coming, so maybe we can get a clue. Zheng Xinru followed behind Yunfu and the two of them walked towards the main courtyard. As she walked, Yunfu suddenly thought of a problem. Ghosts can possess. Zheng Xinru said she didn't see the ghost go by. What if the ghost is on her? Just like Xiaoqing. Yunfu's footsteps jolted, and she turned back with a huff. Zheng Xinru was startled and followed her to look backward. What's wrong? Yunfu didn't move. Nothing. I just thought that the Qi family is too big. If we search together, we won't be able to search over by the time the wedding starts. So why don't we split up? One person in half. Zheng Xinru didn't really want to separate. After all, it's easy to get into trouble when you're alone. But Yunfu had a point, and she couldn't refuse. Then meet here after the search? Good. Yunfu nodded. You go east, I'll go west. Don't let go of anything suspicious. Zheng Xinru went to the east. Yunfu didn't go in the opposite direction until she watched her turn the corner. Whether the ghost is on Zheng Xinru or not, separating from her is the safest way. But if the ghost was really on her, would Zheng Xinru expose Xiaoqing, who was in the same situation as her? Or maybe she was just using it to gain her trust. After all, Yunfu had really believed it at first. Therefore, after Yunfu verified that Xiaoqing was a ghost, Zheng Xinru would be completely safe. No one would suspect her anymore, and Yunfu would even vouch for her. Yunfu walked sullenly, her mind active with all sorts of possibilities, not noticing the two figures in front of her and crashing into them at once. Watch where you're going. The person who was hit helped her. Yunfu looked up, only to see the handsome-looking man holding a smile, his white face a bit creamy, his grin beckoning. Wife, Yu Hui, who was on the side, saw Yunfu staring at Xinli, not noticing him in the slightest, and his face pulled a long face. I'm still here. Yunfu blinked. Huh? She hurriedly moved over to Yu Hui's side. Whisper. Who's this? Thin white fingers rested on his arm. Intimately. Barely amused. Yuashes nudged his mouth. Just a stinking Taoist. A Taoist priest? The corner of Yunfu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is the composition of this copy so complex? Besides, how dare Yuashes, a ghost, line up with a Taoist priest? She blocked in front of Yu Hui without a trace. What is the Taoist doing here? Why did this man look inexplicably familiar to her? But she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. You guys talk. I'll go over there first. Xinli pointed to the east courtyard and smelled the odor to go find the amazing Yu. Jingyu heard someone open the door and thought it was Yunfu coming back, and when he lifted his eyes, he saw Xinli. Daughter-in-law, I've done all the work you told me to do, so where's my reward? Hugging Amazing Yell from behind, Xinli demands a kiss. Amazing Yell pushed his head away. The lipstick you just put on. It's all kissed and spent for me. Xinli then kissed. Jingyu covered his mouth. Next to it is the wedding room. Xinli lifted his eyelids. I'm going to blow up. Is June awake? Cloudfur asked. Yuash's dissatisfied look at her. Only met. You do not care about me, only care about looking at other men. And now you only care about the little cubs. I'm kind of clear. I have no weight at all in your heart. Yunfu was amused by him. Where did I look at other men? You just looked. Yuashes clasped his hands to his chest. I saw you looking with both eyes. Yuashes has a great body. With all the pecs and abs, especially in this position now, the contour lines of his pecs are extraordinarily obvious. Yunfu pursed her lips, glanced around, and yanked Yuashes behind a plank in the corner. Wife, you do well. At Huey's surprised voice, Yunfu buried her face in his chest. That's what it feels like. She's wanted to do it for a long time. You're enough. I can't fit anyone else in my eyes. Yunfu raised her face slightly, her curly eyelashes blinking, her face floating in a layer of warm, soft powdery mist. Yuashes stared at her. In the middle of the day, he clenched his hand into a fist against the corner of his lips and coughed, inclining his head. Wife, I'm a little overwhelmed by your sudden words of love. Oh. Yunfu took the opportunity to touch his abs twice more. Don't you like it? Huey's face burned even redder on hers. His voice muffled, like it. By the time he came out from behind the boards, Yuash's clothes were messy and wrinkled. Yunfu, on the other hand, was all fresh and went straight to the main courtyard. Yuash's followed her, walking strangely. Wife just ruffles the fire and doesn't care about putting it out. Looks like he has a long road ahead of him. After such a long delay, the main courtyard had already seen a number of guests. The Chi family, hung with red silk, should have been very festive, and the guests should have pushed the cups to the table and been lively. But there was no movement at all. Everyone stared at the melons and fruits on the table, and none of them ate. The fear in their eyes was about to materialize. How many is this? 9th one. I hear it's from out of town. Alas, it's the girls from out of town who don't understand the Chi family's situation who dare to marry in. The guests at one table were talking in hushed voices. Yunfu pretended to be a guest and sat down next to him. The two men who spoke glanced at her, their voices lowering. Why didn't old Zhao's family come to make trouble this time? Didn't they say his daughter died the worst? What's the fuss? Zhao's daughter is the 5th to marry, before and is not unaware of the Chi family's affairs, is clearly selling their daughters for money, the money to give enough. Naturally subsided chant. I wonder if this one from out of town will have anyone willing to make a scene on her behalf. How all the brides in front of us died. Yunfu came in coldly, staring the two guests. The one close to her wanted to cover Yunfu's mouth, but could only slap his thighs because of the difference between men and women. Yu Pyo, how can you ask that? Then, they saw Yu Qin standing behind Yunfu. Chi, second young master Chi? The guest stood up in shock, his pupils slamming. Aren't you dead? You're the one who's dead. Your whole family is dead. Yuashes glanced at him. I wasn't the one who got hit by a car. So it is. I don't know if the guests really believed it or not. They laughed hard. We were all talking nonsense just now. It's those brides who aren't lucky enough to marry into the Chi family. It's not the Chi family that has problems. Chapter 82, The Red Wedding Dress 14. Yuashes didn't bother. After Yunfu knew that he couldn't get any more information out of their mouths, he didn't linger much and got up to leave. They head for the kitchen. Wife. Yuashes held her hand. There is a big fair on every 4th and 9th day over here, and it just so happens that tomorrow is the day. Let's go out and play. And I'll buy you some ice candy gourds to eat. Can you get out? Yunfu hadn't tried to open the Chi family's gate. After all, according to previous experience, they would be trapped in the compound and wouldn't be able to move around freely at all. Sure, Yuashes snaps. I can take you anywhere you want to go. Yunfu curved her eyes. Good. I haven't even eaten a candy cane in a long time. They said that Jingyu was the 9th bride and was from out of town. So there were 8 brides who died before her, and all of them were still from the village. Go out and look around. Maybe you can get a clue. At least get the bride's name and cause of death. Kitchen. The atmosphere is low, because another male player has gone missing. Ma Snap asked. Who was the last person to see Sun Hao? How did this happen? Zhong Jun held his head in a trance. Obviously, he was brushing the pot in the last second. And the moment I turned around, he was gone? There wasn't enough firewood for the fire. So Ma Snap and Chen Xinfei went to pick some. Xiao Cheng, meanwhile, sat in the doorway peeling garlic. When Sun Hao disappeared, only Zhong Jun was in the house. But the kitchen door was not closed. Out of a little noise, Xiao Cheng at the door could hear. Seeing Ma Snapdragon looking at herself, Xiao Cheng sniffled. I didn't hear anything. And Brother Sun and Brother Zong didn't go out. The kitchen is this big, and a good man can be lost? Primus Ma didn't believe either of them. Brother Snap, you don't think that Sun Hao was killed by Xiao Cheng and I working together, do you? So Jun raised his head, his eyes full of red blood. Ma Snapdragon, I didn't say Sun Hao was dead. How are you so sure something happened to him? Zong Jun opened his mouth and completely collapsed. What's going on here? As soon as Yunfu entered, Zong Jun was kneeling on the ground like a sinner. Another one less. Primrose pressed her brow. This time it wasn't tricked out. It was simply not in the house. Jun's face was ashen, and he muttered, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Wife. Yuashes pushed the window open outside and pointed to a spot. There's a bloody footprint here. The windowsill was dirty and covered with a thick layer of dust. A footprint from the outside to the inside was particularly visible, but since no one had opened a window, the players didn't think about it. Yunfu immediately associated it with Xiaoqing's bloody footprints on the snow. Could there be a connection? There's blood. While everyone's attention was on the bloody footprints, Jun suddenly saw a drop of blood dripping onto the ground in front of him. He stiffened his head, not daring to look up. Chen Xinfei unintentionally lifted his eyelids to glance at the roof. In the next moment, he almost peed his pants in fear. Snap! Snap! Look on the roof! Above the roof, dense bloody footprints. Some of them were stacked on top of each other, and there was so much blood that it dripped onto the floor. Xiaoqing called out and was the first to run out of the kitchen. It's horrible. Honey, are you scared? I'll carry you out. Yuashes opened his arms to Yunfu from the window. Cloudfern was afraid. She was afraid the blood would drip down and stain her hair and new clothes. The footprints were toward the cabinet. Yunfu squinted and studied for a moment, affirming, the structure of the kitchen is simple. A large clay stove in the northwest corner with 2 tables in the center for stacking and chopping, a rack for drying bacon against the other wall, and a 1-person high cupboard inside. The door to the cupboard was padlocked, so you couldn't see much. Ma Primus braced himself and walked over to take the lock off, and with a strong effort, he yanked the door open. The imagined gory images did not appear. In the cabinet were stacks of neatly arranged dishes. There was no Sunhao at all. Yunfu was convinced that she was not mistaken. The footprints were definitely to the cabinet. Primus Ma stepped aside to give her a check. Yunfu commanded Yu Hui to move the bowls out. The bowl is white and clean. It's the cabinet. Yunfu compared the dimensions of the cabinet inside and out. She knocked on the backboard inside and there came an empty sound. The cabinet has a mezzanine. Freeze. Yuashes looked askance at Ma Snapdragon and Chen Xinfei. Expecting me to move it for you? He held Yunfu a little farther away from him, so that blood wouldn't spurt out and splash his precious wife in a moment. Chen Xinfei's feet grew like nails. Standing without moving, brother, I can't move. Why don't you move it yourself? Ma Snap cursed him for his lack of talent, poo-pooed twice in his palm, and struggled to move a corner of the cupboard. The back panel was fully exposed, and the back was actually a push-pull, and Ma Snap pulled hard. Gollum. A bloody corpse rolled out. Looking at the clothes, it's none other than the missing Sunhao. Vomit. Chen Xinfei and Zhong Jun both ran to the door and threw up. Yuashes covered Yunfu's eyes. Wife, don't look. It's easy to grow needle eyes. Cloudfern leaned into him and peeled his fingers away. Ma Snapdragon's face turned white as he kicked Sunhao's corpse and realized that Sunhao had been disemboweled. Cloudfern wondered. Shao Chang, Zhang Xin Ru, shocked you in her. 4 people have also met ghosts. Why they did not die. But Lu Hai and Sunhao died a gruesome death. What exactly is the death clue? The 2 of them must have done something different than the 4 of them. Yunfu had no way of knowing what Shao Chang and Zhang Xinru did. She could only analyze it from herself. After she and Sister Amazing You met the ghost, their first reaction was to catch it. And then, the ghost actually ran away. So, on the flip side, the death clues are hiding ghosts? If that's the case, the reason why Sister Frightful Yell asked her to catch the ghosts would hold up. Cloudfern felt like he wasn't far from the truth. She was about to tell the prima donnas what she had in mind, when the butler came in. He was holding a tray with cleaned intestines. There is 1 vegetarian sausage missing from the feast, so make it yourselves. The butler saw the body on the floor and he ignored it. Usually people make enemas with pig intestines, but now, Sunhao has just been gutted and his internal organs have disappeared. This has to be thought about more than once. Zhong Jun, whose intestines are these? Butler, naturally, it's a pig. He puts the gut on the table. Hurry up and clean up the kitchen for dinner. The butler didn't stay long and quickly left. Chen Xinfei wiped his tears and nose. Do we really need an enema? This is going to be in case it's not a pig's. But, he didn't go on. A living human life was lost, and after death, he had to suffer this kind of crime. Dunk it. Yunfu didn't say anything comforting, and reasoned, the front banquet will start soon, and the delay is our clearance time if we drag it out. In the end, Chen Xinfei and Zhong Jun stayed in the kitchen to fill the vegetarian sausage. Yunfu and Ma Shao dispose of Sun Hao's body. Chapter 83, The Red Wedding Dress 15. When Ma Snapdragon dug a pit at the edge of the courtyard to bury Sun Hao's body, he asked Yunfu, do you think So Jun and Xiao Chang are hiding anything? Who do you suspect more? Cloudfur asked him back. Ma Snap, Xiao Chang. And the reason? Cloudfern raised an eyebrow. Anyone who survives to get an A-rated copy can't be too stupid. Ma Snap snorted. She's so normal that it comes off as contrived instead. Xiao Qing's performance so far hasn't been the least bit problematic, but that's just as well. She's as programmed as if she knows what's going to happen 1 second and gives the right response immediately the next, and a closer look at her reveals signs of acting. But there's one thing I can't figure out. Ma Snapdragon glanced vaguely at Yuash's. Are the ghosts of A-rank copies so smart that they can actually imitate people? Yunfu buried the soil with a shovel. What if I say that the ghost isn't mimicking Xiao Qing, but that Xiao Qing isn't dead at all and the ghost possessed her body? Primus Ma. You saw that coming? Yunfu, it's a little bit earlier than you. The corner of Ma Snapdragon's mouth twitched. Was it the ghost on Xiao Qing that killed Sun Hao? Not necessarily. Yunfu smiled a little pale. There are at least 8 ghosts in this copy. Ma Snap nearly dropped his jaw in shock. So much? So there are 2 possibilities for Sun Hao's death. One is what you said, and the other is that another ghost moved in and Xiao Qing knows but won't say anything, even if she's helping to play along. When Yunfu finished speaking, Ma Snapdragon stayed silent. He suddenly snorted, with so many ghosts, there aren't enough players for them to share. The other side. Zhang Xinru, who had separated from Yunfu, crouched on the ground with weak legs after walking around a corner and making sure Yunfu couldn't see her. She held her head, her face pained. What the hell do you want? The long path was empty. On the ground, which was miserably white by the sunlight, Zhang Xinru's shadow slowly squirmed and gradually detached itself from her feet. Zhang Xinru's pupils trembled. Don't! The shadow slowly transformed into the form of another man on the wall. It reached out, grabbed Zhang Xinru's neck, and lifted her up. Zhang Xinru's face flushed red as she struggled. Shadow's head pressed against her ear and said something. Zhang Xinru was stunned and did not respond. The shadow tightened the strength in his hands. Zhang Xian was like waking up from a dream. Her voice trembled. You said that as long as I help you kill a player, you'll be willing to let me go? The shadow nodded. Zhang Xinru pursed her dry lips for a long time before she made up her mind. You better do what you say you're going to do. The shadow was back on her feet again. Everything just now was like an illusion. Zhang Xinru rubbed her eyes and clearly perceived that there was an additional soul in her body that did not belong to her, and she couldn't resist. Zhang Xinru gathered her thoughts and thought about who should be the appropriate person to start with. As she thought about it, she thought of Cloudfur. After coming out of the kitchen, Yunfu and Yu Hui went back to the west courtyard. Yunfu was really relieved that she hadn't seen June all morning. I'm not eating. In the hall, June had already woken up. He was sitting on a chair with his short legs crossed, and a servant on the side was carrying a bowl and trying to feed him breakfast. I want my mom. With a wave of his hand, June slapped the bowl out of the servant's hand, his round soft little face bulging with a grim expression. June, no rudeness. Yunfu happened to see this scene as she educated the little brat. June heard her voice and lifted her little face full of joy. Mommy. He jumped out of his chair and tried to jump into Cloudfur's arms. Stand still. Yunfu was about to die of fear. The floor was full of pieces of bowls. If she stepped on them accidentally, her feet would have to be zapped. June didn't know what was going on. He only knew that Yunfu was being mean to him, and he snapped his tears in aggravation. Mom. Yunfu went over and picked him up. Do you know that the ground is dirty? And if you make your feet bleed, Mommy will be heartbroken. June had tears and snot smeared all over her face. Hey, didn't Mom not want him? But was she heartbroken? June giggled and pursed out a sweet smile, hugged Yunfu's neck and gave her a kiss on the cheek. I love Mommy. Yunfu was slobbered by his kiss, helpless and spoiled. I love June too. Why isn't June eating? Cloudfur wiped his face clean. June, I don't eat when others feed me, but Mom feeds me. He didn't need to eat at all, but he could have eaten to make his mom happy if she had to. Yunfu instructed Yuash to get a new meal. Yuash's is not happy, he doesn't have to. Mommy, I'm hungry. June weakly pouted. Yunfu, what doesn't he use? Come on. It's kind of like he poisoned more to compensate this little brat. Yuash's raised his eyebrows. I'll go get it. The servant crouched on the floor and cleared the dishes. Yunfu puts June on a chair and tries to help, but the servant ducks out of the way. None of your business. Yunfu's eyes narrowed slightly as she watched his flickering gaze. The servant gulped, afraid of being seen for something, and busily lowered his head. I mean, the bowl is too sharp. It's easy to cut. You'd better stay away. Yunfu, in that case, then I'll trouble you. With that, she quietly kicked a lump of rice under the table with her foot and blocked it. The servant cleaned up quickly, and his back as he hurried away was out of place. Mom, are you onto something? June watched as Yunfu picked up the pile of rice. Aha! There certainly can't be a ghost in the rice, but there's probably something else. Yunfu took off the silver bracelet on her wrist and rubbed it on the rice twice. The bracelet turned black. June wowed. Is this magical magic? Yunfu. Silly boy. This is someone trying to poison you. But who could it be? Cloudfern thought of someone. Mrs. Chi. She was with Yuash's. and Yuasha's was using the identity of the second youngest master of the Chi family. Old Lady Chi could accept her as a daughter-in-law, but she couldn't accept a cheap grandson. It seemed like she couldn't leave June alone from now on. She had to keep him with her at all times. Yuasha's, who came back with his meal, felt the sky fall when he learned the news. Happy times alone with my wife are gone. The auspicious time has come. The made-up Jingyu was ready to cover her red head and go to the main courtyard to pay her respects. Shinli took the opportunity to kiss her several times on the mouth. When we get home, you wear a wedding dress for me. Jingyu's mind only wanted to see the groom quickly and complete the task quickly. She perfunctorily said, okay. Shinli, however, was stunned, and in the end, the corners of his mouth grinned widely. Word to the wise, when he got home, he would formally propose marriage and then register for the Red Book, making his daughter-in-law his complete possession. When Yunfu and Zhang Xianru came over together, Jingyu had already covered the red head. Seeing Shinli here, Yunfu's brows furrowed. Does this man know Sister Yul? Something suddenly occurred to her. Before she entered the copy, Yunfu had bumped into a man coming out of Shokingyu's room a few times when she stayed overnight at the villa and went to the kitchen in the middle of the night to look for food when she was hungry. The back is very similar to Shinli's. Chapter 84, The Red Wedding Garment 16. Because Zhang Xinru was there, Yunfu couldn't ask anything more even if she had doubts in her heart. What exactly is Shinli's identity? Is Amazing Yulsan's relationship with him the same as her relationship with Yuasha's? Yunfu could only be sure of one thing at the moment, and that was that Shinli was by no means a player. As for whether he's a ghost or some other species, I can only wait for Amazing Yulsan to have the time to tell her about it. Please take care of our Yu more. Shinli smiled politely at Yunfu. Yunfu. Okay. I think she smelled acetic acid in the air. She watched Shinli's eyes fall on the red dowry of Jingyu, and her smile became morose. Yunfu. She reasonably suspected that Shinli had the urge to kill the groom. Sister Jingyu, let's get going. Don't delay the hour. Afraid that Shinli would really do something untoward, Yunfu felt that it would be better for this marriage to proceed quickly. Zhang Xinru? Seeing her standing still, like she had lost her mind, Yunfu called out, oh, here it comes. Zhang Xinru was too apprehensive to look at Yunfu and walked to the other side to support Shockingyu, while the three of them were heading towards the main courtyard. A few players in the kitchen had finally finished cooking. Let's go. We'll finally get to see the face of the groom. Ma Snap got some large trays and wanted to use the food delivery as an excuse to go to the main courtyard. After so many days of entering the copy, players had lost several people in a row, and they hadn't even made the slightest progress on the quest. Ma Primrose pressed on in her heart with urgency. They quickly left the kitchen, so no one noticed the appearance of a figure in the corner of the courtyard where the body was buried, and on the roof of the house at that moment, there was a large and a small one sitting. Yu Hui held his chin. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. See the dead rat down there? Jun looked at it twice. Oh, just a newly transformed rat spirit. Doesn't even know how to hide his tail. Yuasha's coldly grunted. My wife was injured before by it. You go down and clean him up a bit. Did he cause mom's injury? Jun's face changed. Indignantly rolled up his sleeves. See how I can teach him a lesson. The Chi family is making offerings to the family preservation immortal, not realizing that what they have recruited is actually a greedy demon that has become a spirit in the mountains. Demons eat people, and when they eat a certain number of them, they have the ability to take shape. The giant rat was afraid of Yuasha's and would not have dared to come back to the Chi family, but it took a chance, thinking that if he took on a human form, maybe Yuasha's wouldn't recognize him. The giant rat dug up the body and was about to have a full meal when there was a sudden movement behind him. The giant rat slowly turned his head and saw a small boy. Children's meat is the most tender. It bared a mouthful of fangs. Just you dare to bully my mom? June blackout. In the next second, the giant rat's incisors were punched out. The main courtyard. As they watched the bride walk in style, the guests' faces did not show joy. They all looked sympathetic and compassionate. Yunfu retreated to her seat after sending Amazing Yu to the hall. She sat in a position where she could just see the groom coming out across the room. Yunfu deadpanned. Zhang Xinru sat next to Yunfu. She couldn't care less about the groom. All she could think about was how to get Yunfu killed without people suspecting her. The clock ticked away, and just as the auspicious time was about to pass, the groom arrived. The sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Yunfu first saw a red dress, then she saw the groom's face. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then, her brain went blank like a computer crash. How did this happen? The groom's face was snow white, but he had painted his mouth red, as if he had just eaten someone and hadn't had time to wipe his mouth. Most importantly, he looked exactly like Lan Shi's brother, Qi Mingxiu. Cloudfur was confused. So, the boss of this copy is Qi Ming Sequence? He's unconscious in the real world because he went into a copy? No. The mission of this copy is to find the groom. It was obvious that the chiming sequence in front of them was abnormal, and it was a ghost that had taken over his body, which was why they needed to find the real groom. Could this be the reason why Chi Mingxue couldn't wake up in the real world? Yunfu forgot to avert her eyes, and Chi Mingxue sensed it and clicked his neck to look at her. He tilted his head, sniffing something, and his expression turned hungry and excited. Yunfu, have a sip of tea. Zheng Xinru got up to pour the tea, just in time to block Chi Mingxue's gaze. Yunfu winced as she snapped back to her senses and cupped her head down to hold the cup, using so much force that her fingertips turned white. Why did Chi Mingxue look at her like that? It was as if he had found some prey, and as if he saw something else through her. Yunfu knew that with that glance at each other, Chi Mingxue had his eyes on her. One bow to heaven and earth. Outside, crackling firecrackers. Second worship. Old Lady Chi was sitting on top of the high hall, and Shocking You turned around and bent down. Yunfu raised her head again. She thought that what she saw would be Chi Mingxue's back, but unexpectedly, Chi Mingxue was deeply bent over, a pair of eyes peering at her between the cracks of her legs. Yunfu's hand shook and the hot water in the cup spilled onto her sleeve. She was scalded and hurriedly wiped it clean. Husband and wife worship each other. Sent to the cave. Until Chi Mingxue led Jingyu to the east courtyard. Yunfu still felt those eyes looking at her, watching her from all sides. Seeing that Yunfu didn't drink any water, Zheng Xinru was anxious inside, but she didn't dare to rush, fearing that Yunfu would notice something. Yunfu had the intention to guard against Zheng Xinru, so she naturally wouldn't drink the water she poured. Ma Snapdragon, who came to serve the food, also saw the groom and made sure that this groom was not the groom they were looking for, or else the system should have reminded them to pass the level by now. It was just that the prima donna didn't understand why the groom didn't look at his own bride when he paid his respects and why his eyes were looking at the banquet table. He tried to look at the angle the groom was looking at, and his brow wrinkled for a moment. The groom was actually looking at Yunfu and Zheng Xinru. While in the kitchen, Yunfu says that there is a ghost on Zhang Xianru. Is the groom looking at the ghost on Zhang Xianru? But Xiao Qing had it on her, too, and the groom didn't look at it. Well, there's only one possibility. The groom is looking at Yunfu. Does he know Yunfu? It wasn't until Yuashis found his way over that the gaze of the sight disappeared. Yunfu sighed in relief. What did you guys go and do? Yuashis sat in the empty seat with June in his arms as he put down the lunchbox he had carried and opened it. Honey, I went and made you a love lunch. Try it and see if it's good. Yuashis threw away the cup in front of Yunfu and set out the soup he had made. He covered June's ears and whispered to Yunfu, "Wife, you're too skinny. When I hug you at night, it's a bit choking." Yunfu looked at him askance. Where am I choking? Yuashin's eyes landed somewhere in front of her, and the knot in his throat rolled. Yunfu lifted the lid of the soup, which was simmering with papaya. Yuashis licked the corner of his mouth. Wife, don't be shy. I've heard that this soup is particularly useful. Yunfu twisted his ear. Angry and ashamed, I see you wanna die. Chapter 85, The Red Wedding Dress 17. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yuashis followed Yunfu's force and leaned towards her. His mouth said it hurt, but his face was all smiles. Your Honor, wife, I was wrong. You are merciful. His dark eyes rippled with deep emotion, loving and doting, as if it was a pool of ghostly water, carrying a fatal attraction that drowned Yunfu in. Yunfu movement a beat, the cheeks of the scarlet more and more delicate. She is obviously very angry. Is really want to beat you embers. How to beat inexplicably have a flirtatious meaning. Yunfu raised her hand to push Yu Hui away and rubbed her face. Stay away from me. Junjun sat in Yu Hui's arms and clapped her hands and laughed. Oh yeah, the bad guy was beaten by mommy. Yunfu was amused by him and pinched his cheeks. What do you know? Junjun wrinkled her nose. Mom, you wait for me to grow up and I'll be your husband. Yuashis darkened his face. Believe it or not, I'll make you grow up. Jun shrunk into Yunfu's arms and grunted twice, glancing at Ma Snapdragon and the others who had been looking at them. Yunfu coaxed Jun for a few moments and went to join the players with Zheng Xinru. They exited the main courtyard and found an inconspicuous corner. Well, any idea where the real groom is? Primrose asked. Yunfu, what makes you think I can know so much just by looking at it? So far, Ma Snapdragon hadn't shared any useful clues to her, and Yunfu's willingness to give them a hand was a favor, and not helping was also a favor. Ma Snap choked. I saw the ghost groom looking at you and thought you guys knew each other. Yunfu was amused. How could I, a player, know the copy boss? If I knew and had a friendship, would I still enter this copy? Snapdragon. Fearing that the two of them would argue, Zhong Jun hurriedly spoke up. It's almost the 4th day, and when we wait until the last day, we'll likely experience a big messy kill, and I'm afraid that we'll really have a full regiment at that time. I know in my own heart if I'm not capable, so if any of you have any clues, just order me, and I'll definitely contribute. Cloudfern raised an eyebrow and waited for Primus to take a stand. Ma Snapdragon is a very idea person, and has always been the existence of the leader among the players, but one mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. Yunfu won't listen to him, and one of them must inevitably bow down. If Ma Snapdragon won't do it, Yunfu won't force her to do it, she will just take care of herself and sister Jingyu. After a moment of stalemate, Ma Snap compromised. Alright, I'll do the same as Zongjun. Yunfu, like what? Primus Ma, as ordered. Cloudfur was satisfied. She spoke of her plans. Tomorrow I will make a trip out to the dead bride's house to find out what is going on. When she said this, Xiao Chang and Zhang Xinru's expressions appeared to change slightly. Yunfu looked on. I've heard the guests who came mention a family, surnamed Zhao, and I'll be the first to go to Zhao's house tomorrow. Xiao Chang clenched her hand violently and twisted her head away. Yunfu had a number in her heart. It seemed that the ghost bride that possessed Xiao Qing's body was this girl surnamed Zhao. We'll go with you? Zongjun said. No, you guys stay. Yunfu gave Ma Snap a wink and told him to keep an eye on Xiao Chang and Zhang Xinru. Sister Jingyu said she wanted to catch the ghosts, and as long as Xiao Chang and Zhang Xinru didn't die, then they would count as having caught 2. The wedding feast was to last well into the night, and Ma Primus and the others had to go back to the kitchens to continue serving the meal, while the east courtyard could not now be passed over, and was only permitted to go to the bridal chamber in the evening. With Xinli around, Yunfu wasn't worried that Jingyu would suffer, and she went back to the west courtyard intending to catch up on her afternoon nap. Once inside, Yunfu was stunned. What is this? Jun clutched a mouse in her hand and smiled sweetly at Yunfu. Mom, you're back. This is a new pet. Do you like it? Yunfu looked at the rat with a familiar face, and apart from being much smaller, it was not much different from the giant rat that had attacked her. The giant rat was extraordinarily uncomfortable at the sight of Yunfu, and it smiled curtly, revealing a mouthful of leaky teeth. Yunfu, what is this? And apologized to my wife. Yu Ashes, who was sitting in his chair like a grandpa, gave orders. The rat's 2 front paws hitched together and kept bowing to Yunfu. This lady is really sorry. In front of me, I have eyes but don't recognize MT. Tai, you have a great deal of generosity. Don't take it out on me. It was rare for Cloudfur to see a mouse speak for the first time. Is this the family preservation fairy that Ms. Jingyu was talking about? Can a little mouse really move wealth? Jun held down the mouse's tail. Who doesn't know how to say nice things verbally? You need to be more practical. The mouse spirit was very up to the task of taking out a piece of gold and giving it to Yunfu. It was embarrassed and said, for the time being, I only have this much on me. Wait for the next time. Next time the little one will bring you a golden mountain. The rat spirit was a bit of a pain in the ass, but it was nothing compared to a small life. Wife, you take it. Yu Ashes pulled Yunfu to sit down. The fortune it grants can follow you permanently. Yunfu's eyes lit up. This skill is simply fantastic. Seeing Yunfu's look of wealth, Yu Ashes poked her palm in amusement. I didn't transfer money to you. Why do you care so much about money? Who would mind too much money? Yunfu put the gold away and yawned, trying to sleep. Jun baby, can you lead your pet outside the door for a while? Cloudfern could accept the money from the rat spirit, but she couldn't accept it being in the house. Okay, Mom. Jun obediently hugged the mouse spirit and went out. Yu Ashes very humanely spread the bedding for Yunfu, and after Yunfu lay down, he followed and got in. Go away. Cloudfur skimmed off his hand on his waist. Yu Hui's lips pursed. Wife, why don't you let me hug you? Yunfu coldly tuned. Isn't it too much for me to pinch? You go and hug the one that doesn't pinch. Yu Ashes relied on her side and spoke in a sticky voice. No, I only want my wife. Your wife is the most perfect. I only like you. To redeem myself, I'll serve your wife a lunch break. Hearing the rustling movement of the person behind him, Yunfu turned around. What are you doing taking off your clothes? Yu Ashes tilted his head, the knots of his throat rolling out in a beautiful arc. Doesn't my wife like my abs? Let's touch them to sleep, okay? Yunfu silently covered her nose. Warn yourself that it's daytime and you can't do anything bad. The setting sun sinks in the west. The bridal session has begun. Ma Snapdragon and the others waited left and right without seeing Yunfu's figure, so they simply went over first. This is the only opportunity to get up close and personal with the groom, and it's not to be missed. Yunfu was in a hurry to make it, and when she arrived, she was playing trivia. An apple is dangling from a string and requires the bride and groom to bite down at the same time. Shinli stood behind the crowd, hating that he couldn't go up and crush the apple. Amazing Yul narrowed his eyes. It's an apple she can't eat. The apple, like the tablet, is a death condition. One bite and she will die. Cloudfur also looked out. She had to find a way to save Amazing Yul. Chapter 86, The Red Wedding Dress 18. Surprised you noticed Yunfu in the crowd. She didn't dare to let Shinli make a move, worrying that that guy would just tear the house down. So she gave Yunfu a look, signaling that she would find a way to mess up later. Yunfu picked up the signal and scooted to squeeze to the front of the crowd. Eat an apple and be at peace. The ghost groom's mouth hooked into a strange smile as he spoke hoarsely. My bride, come along. The big red apple twirled in midair with the rope, and in the brightness of the light, it suddenly turned into a blood-stained skull. In the deep recessed eye holes of the skull, a figure in a red dowry appeared. The woman stood on a chair, stuck her head into the upper hanging rope, kicked the chair away, her head lolled, and she hung. The red cover fell off, and the woman looked like Amazing You. It seems that this is the way the ghost groom designed her to die. Surprise Yul wasn't intimidated, and she agreed with a beaming smile. But just as he was about to bite into the apple, somehow the string holding the apple broke, and the apple rolled off in a gibberish, kicked around in the crowd, and disappeared. It was a bad moral, and several servants panicked and searched for it. Yunfu turned her back and hid the apple in her sleeve as if nothing had happened. The smile at the corners of the ghost groom's mouth flattened into a straight line, and his eyes swept over Yunfu in a shadowy manner. Then he raised his hand to cancel the session. The guests said a few raw words of good luck and left the house in droves, not daring to stay longer. Yunfu's hand was empty. The apple was taken by Shinli. He rubbed it on his sleeve and bit down half of it. I'll let you eat. Yunfu. For those who don't know, they think he's biting off the head of a ghost groom. Ma Snap walked over. Are you sure the way to not get attacked by a ghost is to attack a ghost? Things are most likely to go wrong at night. Xiao Chang and Zhang Xinru are both possessed by ghosts. It's hard to say that they won't go after him and Zheng Jun at night. Not to mention there are other ghosts. Don't worry. This death clue can't be wrong. Yunfu said softly. As long as you guys stabilize the two of them, we won't be far from passing. Okay. Although this death clue sounded outrageous, since Yunfu was so sure that it must have been tried, Ma Snap added. I'll also try to find out more about the dead bride. A dreamless night. Getting up the next day, Yuashes dressed up and prepared breakfast, waiting for Yunfu to get up and go to the big fair together. Yunfu washed up and ate the sweetly simmered rice porridge. What are you so excited about? Yuashes knelt down on one knee to put Yunfu's shoes on. Am I excited? Aha. Cloudfern said. You took my shoes off and put them on and off. A pair of shoes froze and Yuashes didn't even let her put them on for 10 minutes. Yuashes smothered a smile. Honey, this is our first date yet. Yunfu held the bowl, her heart softening at the tip. Yuashes. You look up. Yuashes tilted his head as he straightened Yunfu's pants. A rice-scented kiss landed on the corner of his lips. Yunfu's eyes curved. The corner of your mouth is sticky with something. I'll wipe it off for you. Yu Hui's throat tightened. Really? I don't think I wiped it clean. Can I wipe it a little longer? He clasped the back of Yunfu's neck and turned the tables. Outside the window, June tiptoed and peeked. Humph. Bad man. Just know how to cheat mommy's kiss. The mouse spirit on the side had an anti-smile on his face. He. When I can completely transform into a form, I will also find a beautiful woman. Kiss every day, and kiss my mouth to pieces. June angrily covered its eyes. Did I let you look? Mouseketeers are speechless. It should never have children in the future. It really gets in the way. Backyard. Zhong Jun broke out in a cold sweat as he gasped for air and looked at his hands in disbelief. Last night, he actually beat the ghost. Snap. Zhong Jun called out to Ma Snap on the other side of the room and woke him up about last night's events. Ma Snap, looks like Yunfu really didn't lie to us. Did you see what the ghost looked like? Zhong Jun shook his head. No. She was wearing a red dress with her hair blocking her face. I'm afraid Yunfu has already gone out at this moment. Ma Snapdragon mused. She and Jingyu are close. Let's go find Jingyu and see how she was last night. Amazing Yul had spent the night with the ghostly groom, and if she had found anything, she would certainly be the one to get the most clues, but only if Amazing Yul didn't die. Yunfu had indeed gone out the door when they went to find Amazing You. Is it true that you're not taking June? Yunfu was worried that what happened last time will happen and wants to take June with her. Don't bring it. Yuashes strongly disagreed. He wanted to have a world of two. With that mouse following, the little cub will be fine. Yunfu looked at him and suddenly smiled. That's why you fooled June into catching the rat spirit as a pet? Being seen through by her, Yuashes didn't hide it, and was even proud of his behavior as he patted his chest. That's for sure. Yunfu was amused by his justified stance, childish to death. Egu. Wife. We're dating. Don't mention others. Hurry up, or else we'll run out of candy canes in a while. Yuashes picked up Princess Yunfu in his arms and ran as fast as he could. Slow down. Don't drop me. Yunfu was so scared that she buried her head in his arms and wrapped her hands tightly around Yu Hui's neck. Yuashes laughed so hard that his mouth was going to rot, but instead he ran faster. The bazaar was bustling. Yunfu didn't want to spoil the excitement of the first date, didn't mention anything about going to the dead bride's house, and first held hands with Yuashes, strolling from end to end. Boss, how do you sell candy canes? Yuashes took out his money and tried to wrap up the stall. The sugar gourds at this moment don't have so many tricks, only hawthorn ones. Yunfu hurriedly stops it, just buy 2 bunches. You can't eat them all. Then take the biggest for my wife. The grandfather selling sugar gourds smiled and said, the young man loves his wife very much. The girl is really lucky. I have and only have one wife. So of course I have to put it in my heart. Yui took the candy cane and gave the first bite to Yunfu. Yunfu bit down on one so he could taste it too. Yui bent down and came close to the corner of Yunfu's lips, pursing away the sugar residue that she had accidentally stuck to her lips. It's so sweet. Yunfu was stunned, her heart thumping faster. She didn't expect Yu Chen to do this kind of thing in public, instantly reddening her cheeks. The people who saw it around them cackled and laughed. Yunfu blushed and bowed her head as she tugged Yu Kai away, because he was walking in a hurry. When he passed a stall selling cloth, Yu Ashes accidentally bumped into someone. The girl who was bumped into turned around and wanted to scold him, but after seeing Yu Hui's face, she froze. Chi Seely? Isn't he dead? That night, it was clear that he saw him get hit by a car with his own eyes. Xiaomei clutched the corner of her coat. No wonder she hooked up with the second young master of the Qi family and eloped. But the Qi family did not find her to settle the score. So Chi Seely did not die? Watching Yu Hui and Yunfu pulling and tugging, Xiaomei somewhat regretted that she had cheated Chi Seely's money. In fact, she liked Chi Seely in her heart. She thought about it and followed. Honey, I won't dare again. Before Yunfu was about to hit him, Yu Ashes sold out and apologized as he coaxed her. I just wanted to show off. I have such a beautiful and gentle wife. Of course I have to show off. Chapter 87, The Red Wedding Dress 19. None of them have it. Only I do. The corners of Yu Hui's mouth curled up so much that it could hang a kettle of oil, and if there was a tail behind him, it would have been wagging into a propeller by now. You don't do that next time. Yunfu misplaced her eyes. She was a little afraid to look at Yu Hui's burning eyes, as if she was his whole world. The feeling of being cherished makes Yunfu not too adaptable. In fact, she is not shy. Just don't want others to see Yu Embers kiss her. Yu Ashes himself didn't know how loving and charming he looked when he kissed her. Yunfu pursed her lips. She was no less possessive of Yu Chen than he was of himself. Oh. Yu Hui's expression fell down as he mistakenly thought that Yunfu didn't like it. Yunfu sensed the change in his mood and hooked his finger. I'm not unwilling. I like the intimacy between us. Yu Hui's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Yunfu hummed as she changed her words. Just you pay more attention next time. Good. Yu Ashes was full of tenderness. It was almost time. Yunfu was ready to go to the Zhao family to take a look. She didn't intend to bring Yu Ashes with her because most of the people in the village knew him, and with him tagging along, the Zhao family wouldn't necessarily tell the truth. Wait here. I'll be back in a minute. There is a tea store next to it. And Yunfu promises to go back at night and let Yu Embers kiss him enough. So he waits honestly and obediently, making inquiries along the way. Yunfu quickly found the Zhao family. Is anyone there? The courtyard door was open, and Yunfu walked straight in. There was a noise coming from inside the house but no one came out. And when I entered the house, there were bottles of wine all over the floor. A middle-aged man was slumped over the table, drunk out of his mind. Who are you? How did you get into my house? Are you trying to steal something? The middle-aged man staggered to his feet and wanted to blast Yunfu away. Yunfu spoke up. Uncle, I'm your daughter's friend. Is she home? Zhao's daughter died a long time ago, so naturally she couldn't be at home. And Yunfu said this because she wanted to find out the name. My daughter? Sure enough. The man paused for a moment thinking hard with his alcohol-paralyzed head. Your Nan's friend? It turns out that the daughter of the Zhao family is called Zhao Xiaonian. No. The man staggered a few steps and fell to sit on the ground. He clutched his head in pain. My daughter is dead. Nan is dead. The people who attended the Qi family's wedding banquet yesterday said that the Zhao family was selling their daughters. But looking at the way the man was bawling his eyes out, it didn't look like that at all. Yunfu comforted him for a few moments and then asked, how did Xiaonian die? It's all the Qi family's fault. The man's reddened eyes were filled with hatred. Can their family be rich enough to trash the children that other families have worked so hard to raise like this? I'm going to kill them and avenge my Xiaonian. But I can't do anything about it. I can't even get in the door of the Qi family. And I can't get close to the Qi family. My Xiaonian is such a good kid. They think they can get rid of me by giving me money? I didn't spend a single penny of that dirty money. I'm going to keep it all so I can hire someone to dig up the Qi family's graves when they're all dead. The man rambled a lot about Zhao Xiaonian, and Yunfu listened in silence. Tea shop. Yu Ashes was bored and asked for a pot of tea, poured a cup of water and just wanted to drink it when a woman sat next to him. Won't you buy me a drink too? The woman took a glass and handed it over. Yu Ashes gave her a blank look. No money to drink any tea. There's a stinky ditch next to it. You can just scoop some up. Yu Ashes carried the teapot and sat down at the next unoccupied table. He had to avoid suspicion. He had to keep his wife's honor, and he could never say a word to a woman of unknown origin. That way the wife will love him more. Xiaomei couldn't believe it. Xiaoli, you don't recognize me? Yunfu was so full of thoughts about going back for a kiss in the evening that he didn't react at all to the name Xiaoli. Chisley, are you getting back at me because I cheated you out of your money? But you know that wasn't my intention at all. Han Xiaomei looked at Yu Embers with pulsing affection. You can be angry with me no matter what, but you can't pretend you don't know me. You can offend your family in order to elope with me. You love me. It's very hard for me to feel bad about you being like this. She gabbled a whole lot in the back. Yu Ashes was too noisy to stand, turned back and said, who loves you find who to go. Can you not recite the scriptures here? Han Xiaomei's jaw dropped. Kisley, what did you say? Chisley? It was only then that Yu Ashes realized afterward that she was calling out to herself. When he entered the copy, he only thought of seeing his wife quickly, and he had no effort at all to sift through suitable host bodies, not realizing that this body would cause him so much trouble. The money in Han Xiaomei's hand is almost spent, and since Chi Seely is not dead, she is not going to give up on him as a money tree. Ray, have you lost your memory? It's okay, we can start over. Han Xiaomei was inwardly delighted. Since Chi Seely had lost his memory, it was more convenient for her to continue to cheat money. Hold it. Yu Ashes was speechless. Start what start? I have a wife. The smile on Han Xiaomei's face froze. What did you say? Is that the woman you were with just now? Right. Yu Ashes said. That would be my kissing wife. No way. We eloped. Yu Ashes, you said about the elopement before that was totally me in order to be with my wife intentionally use you. Otherwise why do you think I did not die? Han Xiaomei. Yunfu learns the cause of Zhao Xianyan's death, which was drowned by being held down in the water. She learned the names of the other brides from the middle-aged man before leaving from Zhao's house. The Zhao family was in a deep alley, and Yunfu hadn't taken more than a few steps when she suddenly felt someone behind her. She jerked back. A hand grabbed her by the neck and pinned her against the wall. The ghost groom lifted Yunfu up whole with one hand. What's your relationship with him? Cough cough. Yunfu had trouble breathing and held her face red. Who? The ghost that took over my brother's body. The ghost groom came closer to Yunfu. You have his scent all over you. You guys are very close now. What do you want? Cloudfern clasped the hand he was pinching himself with, drawing in the thin oxygen. You don't know who he really is? The ghost groom was surprised by Yunfu's reaction. He raised his eyebrows playfully, but his expression grimaced because of his incomplete control over Qi Ningxiu's body. It's funny. How dare you talk to him about love when you don't know anything? The ghost groom threw Yunfu out. It seems he was no more than that to you, and I had thought I could use you to kill him so I could claim my reward and not have to bother finding a new identity to survive under. Yunfu hit the wall, her eyes glazing over in pain. But you look so much like her. There's no excuse for him to want you as a stand-in. The ghost groom disappeared after saying something so plausible. These were also the words Yunfu heard before she fainted. Chapter 88, The Red Wedding Dress 20. Wife, wake up. Yu Chen looked at Yunfu lying on the bed with a worried face, and he held her hand tightly. Yunfu's eyelids fluttered, and her hollow, beautiful eyes looked at the heavy shadow in front of her for a while before focusing. She opened her mouth to speak before realizing her throat was sore and muffled. Yunfu frowned. Where am I? The back of her head hurt like pins and needles. Seeing that she woke up, Yu Ashen let out a long sigh of relief. He held Yunfu's hand and pressed it against his face. It's alright. We're going back to the house. God knows how panicked he felt when he waited for Yunfu and never saw her come back. Went over to look for her, and found her fainted on the ground. Yunfu tried to pull out a smile, but it involved a wound that hurt so much that she sucked in a breath of cold air. Don't touch, just applied the medicine. Yunfu had a layer of gauze wrapped around her head, and her whole body was sickly. Yu Ashes was blaming himself. Wife, it's all my fault. If I had known it would be like this, I would have said anything to follow you. Yunfu raised her hand and touched his face. How can I blame you for this? It was my own carelessness. Yu Ashes carefully asked. Wife, who hurt you like this? He's going to settle the score with that son of a... Dare to bully his wife. Wait for death. Yunfu shook her head, her voice soft. I didn't get a good look at him. For some unknown reason, Yunfu chose to conceal it. She always felt that it was better to not let Yu Chen know about this matter. After accompanying Yunfu for a while longer to make sure she was in good shape, Yu Chen stood up. Wife, I'll go out for a little while to see if the tonic soup I stewed for you is ready. Aha. Yunfu responded. Go ahead. I want to take a nap. Yu Hui kissed her on the forehead. I'll be right back. After he went out, Yunfu rolled over but didn't close her eyes. In his mind, the words of the ghost groom kept echoing. You don't know who he really is? How dare you talk to him about love when you don't know anything? You look so much like her. There's no excuse for him to want you as a stand-in. Who does she look like? Yunfu's eyelashes lowered. her fingers unconsciously stirring the quilt. Could it be that Yuashes is in a relationship with her for a purpose? He hid a white moonlight in his heart. The two had to be separated because of some force majeure reasons, and he and the white moonlight look extremely similar. So Yuashes put his feelings on her in order to use it to miss the white moonlight? Yunfu. She specified that she had watched too many dog and pony dramas to think of this. But one thing she was sure of was that this ghost groom knew Yuashes 100%. And what did he mean when he said he could collect a reward for killing Yuashes? Was Yuashes a wanted fugitive in their world? Every copy will have a fixed horrible boss. Yunfu has currently entered 3 copies. Yu Chen is following her. Is he capable of entering other copies at will? Or is he hiding from something? Not staying in your copy in case someone else finds it. Honey, are you asleep? Yuashes returned with the tonic soup. Drink it before resting. Yunfu sat up. She looked straight into Yu Chen's eyes and asked, Yu Chen, are you in a relationship with me because of this face of mine? Or because of me as a person? It was good to ask some questions face to face, to save her from her own nonsense, and to save her from trouble later. Yuashes froze. Then his narrow eyes narrowed lightly. Wife, is someone talking nonsense in front of you? Yunfu, so which is it? Yuashes put the soup down, pinched her face, and sincerely said, no matter what my wife grows into, I will find you, and no matter what you become, I will only love you. Cloudfern drifted off for a moment. It always felt like this scene had been experienced before. A long time ago. Yu Chen seemed to have answered her like this. Yunfu began to have a headache again. She spoke with a hard voice, boyfriend, I fell in love with you to run towards marriage. There should be a way to work around it, even though the two of them have huge differences in status right now. Well, I know all about it. Yuashes put away the flashes of sorrow and touching under his eyes and gently patted Yunfu's back. Baby, don't think too much. Let's first recuperate from our injuries. After coaxing Yunfu to fall asleep after drinking the tonic soup, Yu Chen tiptoed out of the house. He probably had a number in his heart. The boss in this copy was the ghost groom. It must have been something he said to Yunfu. He just didn't realize that the ghost groom knew about him. Looks like we'll have to kill the ghost groom to silence him. The other side. The amazing Yul and the others have not been idle and have been searching for clues about the true groom. Ma snap, now it seems that the true groom must be trapped somewhere in the shrine. They had turned the Chi family upside down and found nothing. Only the ancestral hall hadn't been entered as there were servants taking turns guarding it. Watching so closely, definitely. Sojun said. Jingyu lowered his eyes, let's go. Even if you know, you can't get in. This side is very heavy with ghosts. There were at least 4 or 5 ghosts in the shrine, and it wouldn't help if they went in. The only way was to think of a scheme to lure the ghosts away. Yunfu should almost be back at this hour. I'll go look for her. You guys go watch Xiao Chang and Zhang Xinru. Don't let the two of them notice anything. After saying this, Amazing Yu got up and went to the west courtyard. After Ma Snapdragon and Zone Jun also left, a few ghostly shadows floated out of the sky above the shrine, while a tablet moved slightly in the crevice of the offering table inside the shrine. The west wing. Yunfu woke up with a start. The injury on her head had healed. She put on her shoes and got off the ground. Her whole body was refreshed. She gave the list of ghost brides she got to Amazing Yul. Sis, there's something I never told you. Surprised you thought it was something big and looked serious. What's wrong? Yunfu organized her words. It's just that I actually know the real Chi family's youngest master. Amazing Yul was too well informed to be surprised and listened to her quietly. Yunfu continued, I have a friend. Her identity is more special. Her last name is Chi. She has a brother. These days out of the situation has been unconscious. Amazing you guessed something, that friend of yours brother is a half-ghost. And the power of terror awakening in him was pulled into the copy by a boss stronger than him to grab his body and territory. Yunfu was just guessing before, and after hearing this from Jingyu, she paused for a moment. Is this kind of thing very common? Amazing you smiled. Uncommon. Why? You want to help him? Yunfu, sister Amazing you. I'm not going to lie. I was being forced to get engaged to him before I entered the copy, and I wasn't rescuing him. I was hoping that he would wake up from reality to end this farce. It's not impossible to do. Amazing Yul tapped his chin with his fingertips. I can help, but I have a request. Both of your friends have to join the God of Happiness. I'll try my best to convince them. Yunfu couldn't be Lan Shi's master, but if she could save Chi Mingshu, Lan Shi most likely wouldn't refuse. What Yunfu wanted was not just to pass this copy, but to kill the ghost groom and close this copy. The ghost groom wanted to kill Yuashes to collect some kind of broken reward, so she could only strike first and get him killed for good. Chapter 89, The Red Wedding Garment 21. What? You guys want to close the copy? Ma Primrose couldn't believe it. He'd been through so many copies. He'd never heard of a copy that could be closed, and he'd never seen anyone who could be this powerful. Fuss. Jingyu couldn't stand the sight of him being a big man in a state of shock. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it either. Ma Snapdragon looked at Yunfu like a monster. You've closed a copy before? Yunfu nodded her head. It's not very difficult. As long as you can know all the death conditions of the copy. Zongjun covered his mouth in shock. Then you know all the death conditions for this copy? Yunfu looked at him in puzzlement. Didn't I tell you the death conditions? Zongjun swallowed. This is an A-rank copy. Is there only one death condition? Amazing Yutsuked. Who told you that the difficulty of a copy is determined by the number of death conditions? 100 painless death conditions are better than one death condition that can wipe out a player's group? Sojun was silent. In his heart, he knew very well that if Yunfu had not told them the conditions of death, even if they thought about it, they would not be able to think of attacking ghosts in order to survive. And I'm afraid that at this moment, they would have already died without even the dregs left. Now, I have a plan and I need your cooperation. Yunfu said. The plan worked. And the copy will be cleared tonight. It's night. Can you stop drinking? Looking at the bowl in front of her, Yunfu wrinkled her nose, her voice unconsciously warm and soft and pouting. Good boy. Yuashi's kissed the corner of her lips. Although the injury is healed, it still needs to be consolidated. Or else I won't be able to rest assured. The soup medicine actually didn't have a significant effect on Yunfu's injuries. And it was because it was extraordinarily effective due to the addition of Yuhui's blood in it. Cloudfern saw the wound on his finger. Yuashi's covered it with his sleeve and smiled. I bought sweet fried chestnuts. I'll peel chestnuts for the baby to eat after taking the medicine. Yunfu didn't want to waste his intentions and pinched her nose to finish the soup, which was so bitter that she wrinkled her nose. Yuhui peeled the chestnuts and brought them to Yunfu's mouth. Ah! Yunfu opened her mouth and rolled it into her mouth, the sticky and sweet flavor making her squint in comfort. She came forward and wrapped her arms around Yuhui's neck. Boyfriend, is it okay to do me a favor in a while? Glad to be of service to my wife. Yuashin sidled up. So, does my wife have a reward for me? Cloudfur cupped his chin and gave him a kiss on each cheek, then dropped a heavy kiss on his mouth. Well, is that reward enough? Yuhui's throat knots rolled, his eyes gazing at Yunfu's moist lips. Well, what kind of favor? Go save someone. Sojun. Yuashi's raised his eyebrows. His tone tasted, a male? I'm not going. Yunfu pinched his nose. Can't back out. I've kissed it all. Yuashi's raises the price, then double the kiss. Yunfu. Cloudover held him down on the bed. Knock knock. June knocked on the door outside. Mom, can I come in? The two silhouettes reflected on the window quickly separated, and it was a while before Yunfu could be heard saying enter with a slightly disorganized breath. June pushed the door open. At a glance, he saw Yuashi's lying on the ground. Yuashi's covered his waist, frowning in pain, and when he saw him come in, he coughed and acted as if nothing had happened. It's a nice day and the ground isn't cold. June, really think he doesn't know anything? Mom. June took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, sitting obediently next to Yunfu. Why don't you kiss me so I can go help too? Yunfu glared at Yuashi's as she stroked Jun's head. Children should not go out at night. It's time for June to go to bed. June obediently nestled into her arms. I'm not a child anymore. He held his arms up, trying to show Cloudfur his muscles. Yunfu shook off the quilt and wrapped him in it. Well, June is so good. It's mommy who's worried about June's safety. So let's rest obediently. June blinked her eyes. So mommy loves me more, right? Yuashi's. Hey, you let's get a cheap sell. Yunfu glared at him again. Yuashi's made a mouth zipper motion and stopped talking. Yunfu coaxed June for a while, tucked him in and pushed Yu-chen out the door. Get on with it. If the plan goes well tonight, Yunfu will pass and leave. She doesn't want to be separated from you embers at this moment, but saving people is important. Saying this, Yunfu grabbed Yuashi's collar again and tiptoed to kiss him several times. Yuhui's eyes were dark. Wife, I especially like you tonight. The other side. Where did brother Zongjun go? Why haven't I seen anyone else? Xiao Cheng asked. Ma Snapdragon was high on melon seeds, trying his best to appear calm. He ate bad stomach and ran to the outhouse. Too lazy to wait for him. I first go back to sleep. With that, he stretched and went back to his house, not forgetting to urge the two of them to go to bed early as well. Then let's go back to the house too. Zheng Xinru looked at Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng covered her stomach. Egu, my stomach is also a bit uncomfortable. You sleep first. I'll go and come back. Zheng Xinru was clear that Xiao Cheng was eyeing Zongjun and wanted to go kill him while he was alone. She didn't stop it because it was a good opportunity for her too. Zheng Xinru can't find the time to kill Yunfu. She changes her mind and plans to take action against Ma Snapdragon. Zheng Xinru. As she was about to close the door, a female voice rang out from the door. It's Yunfu. Zheng Xinru was stunned. Why did you come over here? Doesn't Yunfu live with her ghost son and husband? It was cold. Yunfu rubbed her arms. It's too dangerous to sleep with two ghosts. I've managed to run out tonight. I want to join you guys. Is that okay? Zheng Xinru's mind moved and she smiled. Yes, come on in. Killing a grown man was not something she was very sure of, and now Yunfu had sent herself to the door. Ma Primrose stood behind the door, and when he saw the lights go out in the girl's house, he quietly went out the door and toward the shrine. That's their plan. Yunfu stalls young Xin-Ru. Zhang Jun goes to attract the ghosts in the shrine, and Jingyu will stop Xiaoqing halfway while he takes advantage of the gap to go to the shrine to look for clues about the true groom. I don't know if it was the horse Primus's fault, but the further he walked towards the shrine the colder it got, and it didn't take long for frost to hang on his eyelashes. Zhang Jun, who was in the opposite direction of Ma Snapdragon, had a layer of cold sweat on his back. The narrow long tunnel was treacherously illuminated by the red lanterns, and he kept swallowing and cheering himself up. Suddenly, a red dress floated past his eyes, so Jun turned to run, and in an instant, the red dress surrounded him. Ah. Backyard. Aren't we waiting for Xiaochang? Cloudfur covered the covers and lay down on his side. I left the door open for her. Let's go to sleep. Zhang Xinru returned Yunfu's words and slowly pressed behind her with a pillow in her hand. Her serene face was as fierce as it could be at the moment, wanting to cover Yunfu's face with a pillow and smother her to death. Zhang Xinru. Yunfu didn't turn around as she called out to her. Do you think I should call you Zhang Xinru or Zhong Qiuyan? What? The body of the ghost bride possessing Zhang Xinru shook. Chapter 90, The Red Wedding Garment 22, and the ring given to her by Marvelous You, which Yunfu wore on her hand, sensed the ghost's presence and flickered slightly. The light is not obvious, which means the ghost is not very powerful. No wonder they need to cling to people and kill them with a borrowed knife. Jab. Cloudover struck a match. She rolled over and sat up, not missing Zhang Xinru's twisted and dismayed expression. Seeing that she had lost the plot, Zhang Xinru was ruthless. You go to hell. With that, she was about to make a move on Yunfu. Zhong Qiuyan, if you really do kill someone, you won't be able to go back. The pillow stopped hard at the tip of Cloudfur's nose. Zhang Xinru twitched and the look on her face turned into that of another person. What do you mean? Yunfu sighed and got up to light the candle. She looked at Zhang Xinru's clothes which had turned into a red dowry and said, there is revenge for revenge, and there is revenge for revenge. The ghost groom killed you. Do you think that if you listen to him and mutilate others, he will let you live again? Your parents, they miss you. Stop. Don't get blood on your hands. At least this way you can still go home and visit. Can I go home? The pillow fell to the floor. Zhong Qiuyan looked at her hands, her eyes shedding 2 bloody tears. Can I go home in this condition? Yunfu patted her shoulder. Tell me why Ghost Groom wants to kill you all and I can find a way to get you home. Zhang Jun subconsciously turned to run. Remembering the death conditions, he stopped hard. This death condition is sick. A normal person's first thought on seeing a ghost is to run. However, as soon as you run, you become a ghost hider, thus triggering the death condition. Zhang Jun's heart was beating like thunder, and he could feel the red dowry brushing against his face, cold with the scent of death. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Having had the experience of defeating a ghost once, Zhang Jun was more or less confident as he lit up his fists. In the next second, he was hung upside down with the red dowry wrapped around his feet. Ah! I attacked you guys. You can't hit me. Zhang Jun had tears and snot dripping down his face. How this was different from what he thought. You Ashes, who had sat on the roof and watched enough of the fun, stepped in. The mycelium spread noiselessly through the darkness of the night, decapitating the red graft with eerie speed. The ghost brides let out miserable screams. Yu Hui's eyebrows jumped. Shut up. The ghost brides, sensing the presence of the powerful ghostly aura, fled, trying to hide back in the shrine. Yu Chen's voice was colder than a winter night. Stand honestly, or I'll beat your souls to death. The ghost brides braked sharply and stood against the wall, afraid to move. Falling to the ground on all fours, he blinked at Sojun, not really understanding the situation. This strong man was a ghost and had been following Yunfu around. It was logical that he should have killed himself if he was a ghost, but instead he stepped in and helped himself. Did Yunfu let him? Zhong Jun climbed up and tried to ask a couple of questions, but he didn't know what Yu Hui's name was, so he said, Yunfu's husband, are you on our side? Yu Hui's expression was serious. What did you call me? Regarding the matter of coming to save Zhong Jun, Yu Ashes was originally unhappy, but when he heard Zhong Jun call out to himself as Yunfu's husband, his heart was refreshed. Cloudfur's husband? Zhong Jun shrinks his neck at his cold face. Isn't that how to shout? Or what to shout otherwise? Yu Ashes is cool again, and between the fact that Zhong Jun is very eagle-eyed, he can reluctantly piggyback off of him. Yu Ashes used the mycelium to lift Zhang Jun up and he threw him to the west courtyard. Stay here honestly, no ghost dares to come in here. So Jun translated the words with his not-so-flexible brain. Did he mean that he could just sit back and wait for the pass? Zhong Jun's eyes all of a sudden lit up like stars in the night sky. Meanwhile in the east wing, as Yu Ashes moved the mycelium, The ghost groom smelled the strong ghost power he craved. He couldn't hold back any longer and moved to find Yunfu, wanting to use her to threaten new embers. As Shock Yul stops Xiao Chang and Ma Snap tumbles into the ancestral hall, Zhang Xian Ru aka Zhong Qiuyan and Yunfu talk about the reason why the ghost groom killed them. Zhong Qiuyan's voice was hard. He killed us because he wanted our hearts. That ghost is planning a very terrible curse. As long as he collects the hearts of 9 brides he can completely take over young Master Chi's body. And then, he will kill the entire village and absorb the grievances of the people to consolidate his ghostly aura. After all, Yunfu frowned. I'm afraid Sister Jingyu is in trouble. Our hearts are all trapped in the shrine's tablet. And that's why we have to listen. We simply can't leave the Chi family. Zhong Qiuyan covered her face and whimpered. You take this. Yunfu gave her the candle. Zhong Qiuyan was scalded. She retracted her hand. I can't touch it. You go back and ask Jing Xinru to come out and get it. Yunfu didn't have the time to waste time with her here. She had to go reinforce the others. This candle will get you out the door of the Chi family without any problems. Really? Zhong Qiuyan didn't believe it. Yunfu, you'll know if you let Jing Xinru come out and try. Go to the shrine first and retrieve your heart. Shrine. Ma Primrose's face was grim. He'd searched very carefully and found nothing. Yunfu and Jingyu both said that they would focus on lining up the tablets on the offering table. But apart from the 9 blank ones, there were no other tablets. Is there another sandwich? Thinking about the kitchen cupboards, Primus knocked on the offering table. And soon, he froze. For after he had knocked, he distinctly felt the offering table vibrate again, coming from the opposite wall. Primus Ma gulped. Damn, there's a mezzanine. But the table was as good as welded to the ground, and he couldn't move it with his own strength. Stupid bastard. A thick snake's tail appeared at an unknown time on Ma Snapdragon's side, and the snake's tail dragged the table with a yank. Clunk, something fell out. The horse Primrose froze in place. He didn't even know where to look at this moment. He's terrified of ghosts, but he's also terrified of snakes. Shinli didn't pay much attention to him, turned around and left after helping. He had to go and guard his daughter-in-law. Zhong Xinru and Yunfu walked towards the ancestral hall. She held the candle and held back for a long time, but finally she couldn't hold back and asked Yunfu, when did you know that I was possessed? Yunfu, I knew it from the start. In the beginning? Zhong Xinru exclaimed, nearly blowing out the candle flame. She hurriedly protected it. Then how did you not kill me? Keep it useful for you. Yunfu was succinct. Zhang Xianru wanted to kill her. She wasn't kind enough to not mind. You have to send Zhong Qiuyan home in order to pass the copy. Zhang Xinru, am I alone? It's so dark outside. I don't dare. It's okay if you don't dare. You're just waiting to die. The servants outside the shrine were stunned by Shinli's snake venom, and Yunfu easily entered the shrine. Primrose was at a loss for what to do with the tablet when he saw her and was delighted. Chapter 91, The Red Wedding Garment 23. The pass condition for this copy is to find the real groom, who is trapped in the tablet. So it's reasonable to assume that Ma Snap got the tablet and it's time for them to pass the level. But the system didn't budge at all. Yunfu surveyed the tablets. It looks like it's time for us to release the real groom. So here's the conundrum. They had no idea how the ghost got the groom in there. And naturally there was no way to get him out. Seeing that success was at hand, but not being able to do anything at the door, Ma Snapdragon looked worried. Perhaps. I know. Zhang Xinru raised her hand. It's not me who knows either. It's Zhong Qiuyan who knows. Yunfu raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Zhang Xinru, she said to shatter the tablet. But only the ghost groom can do it. Ma Snap, you're not saying this for nothing? Zhang Xinru pursed her lips. Zhong Qiuyan also said that she is now possessing me and I can shatter her tablet. Zhang Xinru did not want to go out of Chi's house. Nor did she want to send Zhong Qiuyan home. It was dark outside. Who knows if there will be ghosts. But Yunfu says that if she doesn't go, she'll just have to wait for death. And Zhang Xinru weighs the pros and cons, so she might as well go. You find hers. Yunfu pointed to the plaques of the ghost brides. Zhang Xinru walked over and took one of them. She hesitated. Am I the only one going? Xiao Qing, isn't she also being? In the middle of her sentence, Zhang Xinru's words stuttered. Xiao Qing has killed people. Shocking. You looked coldly at Xiao Qing, who was twitching on the ground. Help I. Xiao Qing kept scratching her throat, and soon, blood was dripping from her neck. And despite that, she didn't stop moving, as if something was trying to come out of her mouth, and she was trying desperately to stop it. Help me. No one can save you. Shocking. You lifted her eyelids and calmly spat out words. You listened to the ghost bride's words to kill players for the tiger. Now there's no one for the ghost bride to kill, so of course she's going to kill you. It's not like that. Large gulps of blood poured out of Xiao Qing's mouth as she crawled on her hands and knees towards Amazing You. She said that if I helped her once, she would let me go. Yeah, you've already helped her kill one, so why are you trying to kill Jianjun now? Xiao Qing's appearance is very miserable, almost no human form, but Jingyu does not sympathize with her at all. Rather than the ghost bride possessed Xiao Qing's body to instruct her to kill, it is more like Xiao Qing's inner evil materialized. A hand pierced Xiao Qing's throat and reached out. Xiao Qing's pupils shrunk, fear overflowing from the bottom of her eyes. She's still begging for Amazing Yul to save her. As another hand came out of Xiao Qing's stomach, Shocking Yul closed her eyes as she raised her hand and gave Xiao Qing a hard time. Zhao Xiaoyan, let's talk. The ghost bride's red dowry was dyed even redder by Xiao Qing's blood as she slowly disemboweled Xiao Chang and then swallowed her alive. Talk? Ha ha, what's there to talk about? You're the last bride, and when you die, my husband will be the complete master of this place, and then I will be his only love. Amazing you. Yunfu says that Zhao Xiaoyan's father isn't selling his daughter for money, and Jingyu thinks that Zhao Xiaoyan will hate the ghost groom, but she didn't realize that she herself volunteered and called the ghost groom her husband. Know why I tortured her to death? Zhao Xiaoyan sucked the blood off his fingers and smiled arrogantly. Because then her resentment will be heavy, favoring me to become stronger. Guess how I'll let you die? Zhao Xiaoyan stepped on the bloody footprints and walked to Jingyu, picking up her chin. This human skin of yours is good. Why don't you peel it? A snake's tail flung over and sent Zhao Xiaoyan flying. Knowing that you are ugly, you should come out less to scare people, and actually dare to think about my daughter-in-law's skin. Shenli changed back to his human form. Daughter-in-law, are you hurt? Jingyu looked at Zhao Xiaoyan who knocked the wall down. I'm fine. You restrain your strength. Don't kill her. Okay. Shenli spat out the snake's letter and resumed his original form, dragging Zhao Xiaoyan out of the pile of bricks and flinging it around. You let one of my brides go. What are you going to pay me with? Shrine. Yunfu and Ma Snapdragon looked sternly at the ghostly groom in front of them. The ghost groom is holding a red wedding suit. Why don't you take her place and marry me? Yunfu, the darkness is indeed suitable for dreaming, but it's not for you Toad to delude yourself into eating swan meat. Ma Snapdragon looked at Yunfu with a you don't want to die look. This is a copy boss, not an ordinary ghost, and it is now the final stage of the passage. One screw up, the boss will go on a killing spree, and the death condition is useless. The ghost groom gave a low chuckle. Don't tell me, you look more like her this way. Yunfu knew that by her, he meant Yu Hui's white moonlight. I'll go around the back and sneak up on the ghost new. Ma Snapdragon lowered his voice and said to Yunfu, and before he finished his words, he fainted with a softness in his body. Yunfu held him up and didn't let him fall on his head. I'm sorry. The horse Primus couldn't hear the next words, so she had to chop him up first. You know so much about him. You seem to know him well. Yunfu hid the tablet behind her. She raised her eyes. You said I'm her double. Since you want to kill me, well at least let me die a quick death. Tell me who she is? Yunfu's heart skipped a few beats for no reason, and there was an almost intuitive feeling that told her that she was someone she recognized. That I really don't know. Knowing that Yunfu was no match for him, the ghost groom didn't begrudge her telling her this. He hides her so tightly, spoils her to the bone. No one else can even look at her. No one has ever seen what she really looks like. What's her name? Again, no one knows. Ghost groom stopped the conversation. Okay, enough nonsense. Can you die? Yunfu was disappointed. She rolled up her sleeves and clenched her hands into fists. I'm really sorry. I'm not prepared to die. Let's fight and see who can win. The ghost groom teases. What an insouciance. With a wave of his hand, the offering table was lifted off the ground and smashed straight at Yunfu. Yuashius went to the backyard to look for Yunfu. He didn't see Yunfu's figure, but met Jingyu and Shinli when he came out. Yunfu was over at the shrine. Amazing Yul told him. Yu Hui's eyelids jumped a few times. By herself? No, there are other people too. Seeing his face look bad, Shocking Yul frowned. Something happened? A group of people rushed towards the shrine with heavy faces. Walking to the door, the scene he saw was the ghost groom attacking the back of Yunfu's heart. Wife. AV. Yunfu couldn't hide, and she had no intention of doing so. Her eyes went black and her chi flowed backwards, being forced out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 92, The Red Wedding Dress 24. The ghost groom saw Yuashius and he closed his momentum, trying to grab Yunfu. Just then, something changed and something cracked in response. Yunfu wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and smiled. The tablet is broken. She had deliberately lured the ghost groom into making a move with her. How else could she have sought the opportunity to shatter the tablet? The ghost groom also reacted at this moment, his expression changing drastically. You did that on purpose? Damn humans, how they are more cunning than ghosts. He was so indignant that his hands were in the shape of claws, and he attacked Yunfu with all the strength he had in his life. A copy of the red wedding dress was successfully cleared, and the surviving players are about to be peeled off. Countdown in 10 seconds. X. A long-lost system sound rang out as Chi Mingshu's soul floated out of the tablet. Thanks. After being tossed around so much, Shi Ming's sequence was very weak. His translucent face contained gratitude. You were the one who saved me in front. Now it's my turn to protect you. He made a move to get in front of Yunfu and take the damage from the ghost groom. Yunfu didn't have time to make small talk with him and pushed him away. Get up! The countdown was ending soon, and she had to get the ghost groom while she had that time. Because of Qi Mingshu's rescue, the ghost groom's strength was greatly reduced, and he noticed Zhao Xianyan, reaching out to suck her into his palm. Husband! Zhao Xianyan thought he was saving himself and was touched. In the next second, the ghost groom snapped her neck. He was going to absorb Zhao Xianyan's ghost qi to strengthen himself. Zhao Xianyan died in peace, unable to figure out why this happened. Go help! Amazing Yul shouted at Xunli. Xunli and Yu Hui made a move at the same time. As the ghost groom clutched Yunfu's neck, half of the sharp tablet in Yunfu's hand also stabbed into his body. Go to hell! There was no fear in Yunfu's eyes as she smiled contemptuously. It's you who deserve to die. The mycelium wrapped around the ghost groom's head. The snake's tail ripped at the ghost groom's legs, and in a short moment, a mist of blood exploded in front of Yunfu's eyes. 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Yunfu only had time to glance at Yuashes, and returned to reality without saying a single word on it. Cloud Fur. Blue Creek was relieved to see her eyes open. How was it? Did the clearance go well? Yunfu sat up as she said. One good news, one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Blue Creek was stunned. What good news and bad news? Could it be that this copy that Yunfu passed has something to do with her? Lanshi suddenly had to think of a possibility and swallowed hard. She held Yunfu's hand tightly and opened her mouth with an unsteady voice. It can't be my brother, right? Right. Yunfu nodded. A ghost has taken over your brother's body by force. That's why he's in a coma. Blue Creek reddened her eyes, and only after a long time did she dare to ask. My brother is dead? We got the copy boss killed and snatched back your brother's body. Yunfu held her hand back. It was just that she didn't know if Qi Ming's sequence had disappeared with the copy after it closed, or if it had already returned. Blue Creek tilted her head and blinked. It's okay, even if my brother dies, I want him to die normally. Not. She couldn't talk anymore and hugged Yunfu and cried bitterly. Suddenly, that's when a scream came from outside. Awake! The Grand Duke is awake! Lanshi was so engrossed in mourning that she didn't listen. Yunfu heard her. She hurriedly patted Lanshi's back. Don't cry. Your brother is back. Yunfu, don't you comfort me. I can accept the result. It just takes time. I'm not lying. It's true. Listen for yourself if you don't believe me. Cloudfern got up and went and opened the bedroom door as noisy footsteps and conversation came in. Lanshi listened for a while, her whole body drifting. My brother really woke up? Yunfu helped her. Go over and see if you don't know. The two of them were walking outside when Zhou Lian happened to come over. Zhou Lian covered her mouth and was very excited. See, your brother has woken up. He wants to see you. Oh, Lanshi responded nonchalantly, directly crossing over Zhou Lian and pulling Yunfu to Qi Mingshu's bedroom. Zhou Lian also knew that her position in the Qi family was awkward, and with a gloomy expression, she didn't follow, but silently went back to her room. It was a good idea for her, a spoilsport, to stay out of other people's family reunion moments. Chime in on the sequential bedroom. Old Lady Qiao sat on the edge of the bed and stroked her grandson's face with a trembling hand. My good grandson, you've finally woken up. If you don't wake up, Grandma will have to follow you. Qi Mingshu was in pain all over his body. His soul had been away from his body for too long, and now it wasn't fused very well. Every bone was like pins and needles. He said weakly, Grandma, don't say that, or else I'll be the sinner of the whole family. Being able to return to the real world, Qi Ming's sequence was grateful, but he couldn't help but think about the figure that had rescued him in his mind. He didn't know her name, and he didn't know if he'd have the chance to meet again in the future. Grandma, is Creek here? Qi Ming Order was anxious to see Lanshi. Lanshi knew a lot. Maybe she could have a way to help him find the girl. Brother. Lanshi pounced over and hugged Qi Mingshu. You scared me to death. Yunfu didn't enter the house. She glanced at Qi Mingshu from the doorway to make sure he was really awake and went to the balcony. She didn't talk to Yuashes when she left the copy, and she wanted to send him a message. Only when the message was sent, Yunfu didn't receive a reply. Yunfu frowned. Yu Hui is never like this. Something happened, didn't it? It shouldn't be. The ghost groom was killed. No one will leak about Yuashes. He's safe. Just as she was about to send another one, Yuashes messaged back. Wife baby, I said I would kiss you tonight, but now I can't see you. What should I do? I miss you so much. Yunfu saw that his tone was the same as usual, and his lifted heart settled back. Next time we meet, double the compensation to you, okay? Good. Wife and baby, I've got some emergencies to deal with here. We'll talk later. Aha. Yunfu put away her cell phone. She waited for a while, guessing that Lan Shi and the others had finished talking, and walked over. Old madam, since your son has woken up, I guess there's no need for me to stay here. Yunfu was not subdued. If the Chi family still didn't let her go, she didn't mind calling the police and making a big deal out of it. It's you! A layer of redness appeared on Qi Mingshu's face after he got a good look at Yunfu's appearance. Why are you here? Duke Qi, for the sake of me having saved you, persuade your grandmother, Yunfu said. Old lady Qi looked at Yunfu and then at Qi Mingshu. You two know each other? Lan Shi told a little about the engagement. Qi Mingshu struggled to sit up. I didn't know about this. Don't be angry. My grandmother is sick. I apologize to you. He didn't say a word about letting Yunfu go. Little treasures, happy New Year's Eve. I'm finally on vacation. I'll update more tomorrow. Chapter 93, My Daughter-in-Law. I am hungry. Old lady Qi was unaware of the existence of the horror copies. When her son brought her grandchildren back, he only said that the child's mother could not come to the Qi family for the time being because of some unspeakable reasons. And Mrs. Qi was very dissatisfied with this. And she didn't dislike that woman for having a child out of wedlock even if she refused to come into the door of the Qi family. Was it because she thought that the Qi family's family name was not worthy of her? As her grandchildren grew up to adulthood, Mrs. Qi's heart grumbled more and more about her daughter-in-law, and she was afraid that someone would gossip behind her back, saying that the child was born of a mother but not raised by a mother. So she spotted Zhou Lian among the graduating students sponsored by the Qi family, and asked her to be the child's stepmother. Qi Wenkai, the father of Qi Mingshu and Lan Shi, naturally disagreed, and ended up making a scene for more than 10 years without ever returning home. Old lady Qi attributed Qi Mingshu's coma to a weakness brought out of her mother's womb, and now that her eldest grandson woke up as soon as Yunfu arrived, Yunfu was simply a blessing for their family, and old lady Qi was even more reluctant to let Yunfu go. Cloudfern raised an eyebrow. She saved Qi Mingshu for the sake of Lan Shi. Is he planning to return the favor? Ms. Cloud. Qi Mingshu revealed a gentle smile. If you don't mind, I think we can try to make contact. Contact? What contact? Blue Creek covered his mouth with one hand. Her brother was too fatal to die. Yunfu has a boyfriend. Didn't you see a man following her all the way in the copy? Lan Shi whispered through clenched teeth. Qiming Sequence thought of the brooding man who had strangled the dead ghost groom with his mycelium. That man was definitely not a normal human. So Yunfu was in love with a ghost? Like his mom and dad? How about this? Lan Shi, lest her brother and her milk move to have crooked thoughts, hurriedly said, Yunfu and I are especially close. Grandma, why don't you recognize Yunfu as your god-granddaughter, which is also considered to be a companion with me? Yunfu didn't want to get involved with the Qi family in any way, and she was about to refuse right away. Fu, don't be in a hurry to push back first. Lan Shi called Yunfu aside. Your father and your sister can be out there watching. If they can count on you once, they'll do it again. But if you have the Qi family backing you up after you become the Qi family's god-granddaughter, I'm sure that your father wouldn't dare to go too far. This is indeed a very real problem, and the solution Blue Creek proposed was the best solution yet. In the end, the engagement banquet for the Qi family's son was changed to a hospitality banquet to celebrate the awakening of the Qi family's son and old lady Qi's recognition of Yunfu as her god-granddaughter. Feng Ruotang watched as her little sisters, who were usually on good terms with her, all ran off to compliment Yunfu. Her eyes reddened with anger. Yunfu, count yourself lucky this time. Next time, I'll make sure to make you fall on your face. Yunfu was very uncomfortable with the crowded environment, and after drinking a few cups of juice, she tried to find a reason to leave, just when her cell phone rang. Fu, I'll meet you at the door. Come on out. It's amazing, Yul. Yunfu sounded grateful. Right away. A black Big G was parked horizontally in front of the Qi family's gate like a Dark Knight shadow guard. Seeing Yunfu come out, Shocking You lowered the window. Get in the car. There was a figure vaguely in the passenger seat, and Yunfu chose to sit in the back. Wait for me. Blue Creek gave chase. She had come to stop the innocent young girl from being forced to marry her brother, and now that the matter could be resolved, Blue Creek didn't want to linger in the Qi family's home for one more second. She squeezed into the car and kept apologizing to Yunfu. My brother was spoiled by his family. He's not a coward, but he has a brain problem. Is this the friend you mentioned? Amazing Yul looked at Blue Creek in the inside view mirror. Blue Brook bared her teeth and smiled. Hello, Sister Beauty. Yunfu's attention was on the person in the passenger seat. Sister Jingyu, this is? Shinli put down the pastries in his hands and slowly turned back. Hello, sister. I'm the pet that your sister Jingyu keeps. Amazing You. The corner of Yunfu's mouth twitched. Isn't that the Taoist priest from the copy? How did he get out of his copy into the real world? Let's go back first. Starting the car with a Shocking You, she gathers out the box of snacks in Shinli's arms and hands it to Yunfu and Lan Shi. Pad your stomach if you're hungry. Donmai is cooking hot pot at home. Shinli looked at the pitiful half of the snack left in his hand. Daughter-in-law, I'm hungry. Hungry your ass. Amazing, you copied the half of the snack and stuffed it in his own mouth, then touched the snack crumbs on Shunli's pants. Shunli got comfortable. The car stopped in front of the villa. Coming out to meet them were Lin Chong and a man with a rounded body. Zhao Debao. Amazing, you introduced Yunfu. You didn't meet last time. This time it's just right to get to know each other. As soon as Yunfu got off the bus, Zhao Debao came over and held her hand. Aya, you're the meat and potatoes, aren't you? Cloud over jammed. I heard that all the copies you cleared were closed. Not the meat and potatoes. Zhao Debao was very festive looking. He smiled and narrowed his eyes. Everyone privately wishes to enter a copy with you. Little sister Yun, please take care of me more in the future. And you're good at it. Jingyu held Yunfu's hand. Don't bother with these stinky men of theirs. Let's go. Let's go eat. Shinli smelled himself. Not smelly, he is fragrant. So the people his wife said do not include him. During the course of the meal, Tommy asked if Blue Creek would like to join them. Blue Creek, is Yunfu with you guys? Aha. Yunfu nodded. My room is upstairs. If you're not leaving tonight, we can sleep together. Blue Creek, then I'm in. Tumai smiled. Welcome. There are plenty of empty rooms on the 3rd floor. You can pick anyone you want. Bluebrook, I'm not picky. It's best to be next to Yunfu. The wine was full, and while everyone was paralyzed on the couch and resting with idle chatter, Yunfu called out to Amazing You to go out. Sister Jingyu, Shunli he. A fine layer of sweat broke out slightly on Yunfu's palms. A question she had pressed all night. Is he a ghost? Amazing You read what was going on in her mind and said, unfortunately, he's not. How is that possible? Expectations doused. Yunfu's brow furrowed. Shinli, he is not a player. The only thing left in the replica besides players are ghosts. He's not a human. He's not a ghost. And he's not even remotely related to the horror game. He's the family preservation immortal. Amazing You said flatly. A family preservation fairy? Same as that ratfink? Right. It was a bit windy outside. Wrapped Yunfu into his shawl. There are many species in this world. Humans are just one of them. Elves and monsters may only exist in storybooks in your philosophy. But horror replicas are acceptable to you. What else is not? Amazing Yell said in a different way. Maybe the ghosts in the horror copies are humans from another dimension is not known. Shunli really isn't a ghost. Yunfu was sorry. This also means that ghosts have no way to come to the real world. She and Ashes could only meet each other in the replica. Chapter 94, The Fall of the End times 01. Before going to bed at night, Yunfu glanced at her cell phone. Ashes hadn't messaged her since he said he had something to take care of back in chat. Afraid of disturbing him, Yunfu thought of contacting him in the morning. She took stock of her points. This time, she succeeded in clearing the level, and she got 600 points, which added to her previous one, 250 points, totaling 850 points, and her player rank went up 1 level, to Class C Level 2. Yunfu wasn't sure what rules the level went up by, but she could exchange props. As he was thinking, a system voice appeared in his head. Yunfu tensed, thinking that she was about to enter another copy, but as a result, a transparent and bluish panel appeared in front of her eyes. Please ask player Yunfu if she wants to choose the props. There are many categories of props. What with attack types, medical types, speed types, everything, but the more powerful they are, the more points you can redeem. And each prop is limited to the number of times it can be used. And once it exceeds the number of times, it will expire. Yunfu tapped on the attack type props. She flipped to the bottom and found a cheapest big head pin. Surprisingly, it also cost 450 points. Yunfu felt a pang of flesh, but her copies down the road will only get harder and harder, and props can't be bought without them. Yunfu had been picking and choosing for hours before finally settling on the desired props. Name of prop, Candle, A. K. A. Blackout. Prop type, Defense. Props use rules. Blowing can light the candle. The candle will be lit to form the phenomenon of darkness under the lamp. In order to avoid the sight of ghosts and monsters, limited to 1 minute. The number of times to use 3 times. The use of non-movable. Prop price, 850 points. Whether player Yunfu is sure about the redemption. Yunfu clicked OK, and soon, a short red candle appeared in her hand, while the other props on the panel appeared in a kind of gray color, meaning that they were not available for purchase. Only after a prop expires will you get the next chance to buy it. Warm reminder, please do not use up the number of props in one copy, otherwise the effectiveness of props will be greatly reduced. Cloud Fur. This is too much of a pit. Blackheart Systems. Choosing props to choose ignored the time. Yunfu unlocked his phone and realized that it was almost 4 in the morning. Ashes still hadn't messaged her. Cloudfur sent him a good night. After another half an hour, Yunfu couldn't stay any longer and she message bombed Embers. but like tiny stones sinking into the ocean. Not a single ripple or splash was stirred. Yuash's seems to have disappeared. Careful. A car sped past Yunfu when Lin Chong tugged on her. What's up with you lately? You looked distracted. The school's military training was over, and Yunfu started attending classes regularly. During that time, she'd gone into the copy that Tumai and the others had already cleared a few times to get the full death condition to close the copy. There's not much danger in such a copy. At best you can't find all the conditions and need to keep going in again and again. Oh, I'm fine. Yunfu thanked him. It was noon after school, and Lin Chong called her out to join him for lunch. Isn't it too tiring? Your next copy is in 2 months. You don't need to follow me and Dongmai so diligently into the copy. You need to rest more to keep your energy up. Yunfu shook her head. I'll be at ease in the copy instead. It's been a long time. Yu Hui hasn't contacted her for a long time. There was no sign of him in the copy she entered either. Eat store is in the snack street opposite the school. The boss knows Lin Chong. Warmly greeted them to order food. Yunfu slowed Lin Chong a few steps into the store. In the afterglow, she suddenly noticed a dessert store in the corner of the people. Yuash's? Yunfu turned around and exited the store. She rubbed her eyes and it turned out to be a mistake. It was a boy she didn't recognize. Brother Lin, why don't you pack your bags? I'd like to take a vacation back to the villa this afternoon. She was going to enter a copy in case Yuash's was waiting for her in any of the copies. Lin Chong sighed. Well, pack it back up and eat it. Welcome player Yunfu into the horror game. The current copy of The Fall of the End Times. Copy difficulty, B+. Game identity, due to the large number of people entering the replica this time, identity is not regulated. Passing condition, successfully survive for 1 month or kill the zombie king to get the crystal core. Additional information, the end of the world will begin in 1.5 hours. 1/3 of the players carry zombie viruses in their bodies. Such players need to be bitten within 1.5 hours of normal players to change their identity or to the first people's hospital to get the vaccine injection to produce antibodies in order to survive. In addition, after players are bitten by zombies, there is a certain chance that they will awaken their psychic abilities, which are very important to increase the efficiency of clearing the level. Public information, 1,000 players entered the replica. The number of surviving players will be updated every 10 minutes until the beginning of the end times. Yunfu digested the system information while surveying her location. It was a large shopping mall, and because of the weekend, there were many people who came to shop, and they all had joyful smiles on their faces, happy and joyful. However, no one will know what kind of human tragedy will happen here in an hour and a half. Nope. Yunfu should have gone into the previous copies with Dongmai. Why did she go into a brand new copy by herself? Not being able to think so much, Yunfu ran towards the elevator. She had to get out of here. The mall was just too crowded and it would be easy to get out in the event of a zombie outbreak. There were quite a few people going downstairs, and the elevator wasn't enough, so Yunfu couldn't squeeze in, so she had to run to the escalator again. After taking the escalator down 1 floor, Yunfu received another system prompt. Player Yunfu's body contains the zombie virus. Please hurry and bite a normal player to complete the identity change or go to the first people's hospital to get the vaccine to inject to produce antibodies. Otherwise you will fail to pass the level. Yunfu cursed fiercely in her heart. This was the first time she had participated in such a large replica, and the players were scattered all over the city. So where was she going to find normal players? And what's wrong with normal players? Yunfu's first thought was to go to the hospital to get the vaccine, but she calmly analyzed it. The system only said to inject the vaccine, but it didn't say that the vaccination would produce 100% antibodies. So what if she finished the injection but didn't have the antibodies? This time Yunfu cursed out. The dog system is forcing players to kill each other. However, the system doesn't say that the bitten player must die. Is a player with the zombie virus in his body considered a zombie? I guess it counts as a prep walker. Then, if she bites a normal player, the normal player won't necessarily die, and it's possible that she'll awaken her powers. Yunfu felt less guilty in her heart after she figured out the trick. There was no way out. She couldn't die. She could only listen to the system's arrangement. Yunfu stopped her steps. She did not go out of the arcade. At this time the time had only passed 5 minutes. She did not believe that she was the only player here. Yunfu began to patrol the building. Soon, she noticed a flustered and overwhelmed teenager. Will it be a player? Hey, you Ashes. Do you think this doll hat looks good? In the jewelry store next door, 2 college student-looking boys were buying something. Yunfu twisted her head when she heard the familiar name. Chapter 95, The Fall of the End Times 02. Wearing a white shirt and black pants, the teenager lifted up his eyes. The delicate sidelines of his face are so smooth that it is like a sketch, and his black broken hair hangs in front of his forehead. His appearance is energetic and obedient. Yunfu froze for a moment as she watched. Publicly available information, 10 players carrying the zombie virus have completed their identity conversion. The system voice pulled back Yunfu's thoughts. She looked back and locked eyes with Yu Ashes in the jewelry store. Hey, Yu Ashes. That girl seems to be looking at you all the time. It can't be that she likes you. The boy next to him joked, waving his hand at Yunfu in a very social bullish manner. Even before Yu Ashes opened his mouth, he grabbed the opportunity to say, my friend is single. Oh, you can add friends. What's wrong with you? Yu Ashes covered his mouth, being flirted with all of a sudden. He reddened his face and didn't dare to look at Yunfu again. I won't add strangers' friends indiscriminately. He didn't lower his volume when he said this, as if he was doing it just so Yunfu could hear him. Academics are just the right amount of stress. He doesn't have the heart for a relationship, but why is there so much anticipation inside? And, clearly, he hadn't even noticed anyone outside looking at him just now, and as if by telepathy, ghostly he turned his head and locked eyes with her. Bang, bang, bang. The heart is beating faster and faster. Yu Ashes pursed the corners of his lips as he wondered which hand would be better to use to take out his cell phone. Hey, what's going on? Yunfu merely glanced at Yu Hui and turned to run. It was hard for her to find a normal player. She had to hurry up and complete the identity switching task, otherwise when the normal player reacted and fled, she would have to wait for death if she didn't have the good fortune to find the next one. She did miss Yu Chen, but right now it was more important to stay alive so she could spend more time with Yu Chen. TSK, other girls look so beautiful you cannot see. Not to say that you embers. You in the end want to find what kind of wife Watching Yunfu run to another boy, his friend felt sorry for Yu Ashes. With a flash of disappointment in his heart, Yu Ashes didn't care and said, I've said I don't friend strangers. What kind of wife does he want? A sinister and bright face jumped to mind, matching Yunfu's looks perfectly. Or maybe he hadn't even thought about what his wife should look like until he met Yunfu. Is it a player? Yunfu inquired with a burning gaze. You are also a player? The boy obviously did not enter enough copies. All of a sudden handed over. Yunfu has the natural trust of his kind. Great. I thought I was the only one on this side. Can we form a team together? Before he finished his words, Yunfu grabbed his arm and bit it. Sorry about that. The boy's pupils quake. Why did you bite me? And bit me bloody. Yunfu took out a tissue and wiped off the blood, giving him a hard time. You didn't get the system's prompt? Roger that. The boy nodded. Cloudfur. I'm a player carrying the zombie virus. The boy was stunned for a long moment before suddenly bursting into a scream. That's why you bit me. Yunfu held her forehead. I only found you. An unlucky man. The boy reddened and sniffled. So am I dying? Not necessarily. It's possible for you to awaken your powers. Yes? Yes. The boy wiped away his tears and looked at his wounds in anticipation. I'll be a psychic like in the post-apocalyptic novels? Looking at his foolishness, Yunfu didn't know what to say for a moment. She took out her cell phone. I bit you because I had to. Add a friend. If you don't die and you're in danger after that, I'll help you once. The boy happily added Yunfu's friend. Okay. Thanks then. Cloudfern. Is this guy taking a silly, sweet script? Instead of beating her up, he actually told her thank you. Don't hang around out there. Get the hell out of here. Yunfu left a word of advice and went back to the jewelry store. Only, there was no Yu Ashes inside. Cloudfern tensed up. The zombies were about to break out. Would Yu Ashes die from the bite if he wasn't the boss of this copy and was just an ordinary NPC? Hello. Cloudfur found the front desk. I wanted to ask, do you know which way a tall, skinny boy in a white shirt who was just hanging out at the store went? The clerk pondered for a moment and regretfully said, sorry, there were too many people in the store. I didn't pay attention. Hello. At this moment, a cool male voice rang out from the side. My friend forgot to take the things she bought. Let me take them. Ah, yes, yes, yes. This is your stuff. The clerk gave a very kawaii bag to Yu Chen, then thought of something and looked at Yunfu. Miss, is this gentleman the person you're looking for? Yunfu sucked in her breath and took Yuo's hand. You're coming with me. Yu Ashes didn't say anything. He was pulled through the mall by her breath and watched Yunfu about to take a cab before he said with red ears, what are you doing? I don't friend strangers and I don't go with strangers. If you're not coming with me then what are you doing now? Yunfu looked at him askance. Stranger? You don't remember me? Without giving Yu Hui another chance to speak, Yunfu shoved him into the car. Along the way, the driver kept looking backward. The passengers in the back row don't look like a young couple. The man seems to be forced by the woman, but on closer inspection, the man is making small gestures towards the woman. Gee, what kind of little couple trick is this? Acting out playing strangers on the outside? The driver's master felt bad luck that he became a part of the young couple's play. Don't move. Yunfu pressed Yu Hui's hand under her leg. Move again and I'll kiss you. Yu Ashes was shocked for a moment. How can you be a girl and just kiss someone? Who did I kiss? Yunfu looked at him and smiled. What's wrong with kissing your own boyfriend? Who's your boyfriend? Yuash's eyes flickered, and the red at the tips of his ears spread into his collar. Little girl. Here it is. The driver pulled up to the entrance of an upscale neighborhood. Yunfu swept the code to pay and dragged Yuash's out of the car again, subtly reminding the driver. Master, I've heard that prices are going to rise in a while, so you'd better go and stock up on rice, flour, grain and oil now. The reason why Yunfu didn't buy it herself was because she knew there was quite a bit of food at home after receiving her identity in the copy. Copy status is not specified, but they will be given a proper reason to exist. Yunfu's identity in the replica is that of a nerdy comic book artist. Since I don't like to go out, I have food in the house for at least a month or so. The trip home took 25 minutes, and excluding the delay at the mall, there was now more than half an hour left before the end of the world fell. Cloudfur's mind was broadcasting public information every 10 minutes. Public information, 183 players carrying the zombie virus have completed identity conversion. Half of the 1/3 of the players carrying the zombie virus had already managed to survive. And if the other half didn't catch on, the number of players would plummet by 1/10 by the time the apocalypse began. Where is this? Yuhui refused to go with Yunfu. My house. Yunfu said, I invite you to be my guest. Seeing his wary look, Yunfu couldn't help but tease. No way. Little brother. I'm a weak girl. Can't I eat you? As to be afraid like this? Chapter 96, The Fall of the End times 03. Who says I'm afraid? Yuashas looked around the neighborhood, knowing that although this side is close to the suburbs, but the scenery and greenery are very good, so the price of the house must not be cheap. It is a poor student like him working for a lifetime cannot afford to buy. He felt a pang of inferiority for no reason. Many students in the school have found a girlfriend. Whether it is in class or after class, two people stick together. Yuembers say not envy is false. Yuashas does not have a girlfriend. On the one hand, he really did not meet the right person. On the other hand, he cannot afford to fall in love. Like the doll hats my friend bought for his girlfriend today are enough to pay for his meals for a week. But I'm leaving. Yuashas tensed his face and tried not to look cowed. He couldn't afford a cab. He'd have to get a ride to the bus stop. And if the bus wasn't cheaper either, he might have to walk back to school. The moment he turned around, Yunfu pulled his hand. What are you making a scene about? She could tell Yuashas was angry, but she couldn't guess what it was because the girl's hands were soft, nothing like the calloused hands of a brown man, and Yuashas wanted to shake them off, but couldn't. His throat rolled softly. Do you always bring strangers home like this? Yunfu raised her eyebrows lightly. Is he thinking he's too frivolous? No, you're the first. Yuashas smiled bitterly. Deception. She went and friended another guy at the mall just now, so I guess she'll be bringing it home soon. Time passed. Cloudfur didn't want to be out there for too long. She'd need time to fortify the door when she got home. Yunfu came around to Yuashas, and she gestured for him to bow his head. Then he kissed Yuhui's mouth with a bite. If you want me to kiss you, just say so. Can we go upstairs now? I didn't. Yuashas covered his mouth in shame and fireworks went off in his head. Really? Yunfu looked at him playfully. Since you don't want to, then you return it to me. How is this going to pay off? Yunfu tiptoed and kissed him again. I'm not a person who owes other people anything, and I don't like it when people owe me anything, so if you don't give it back, I'll just have to take it from you. Yuash's legs were weak from her chain of kisses, and he followed on the elevator in a cloud. Yunfu pressed the button for the penthouse. I have a class this afternoon. I can only stay for half an hour. Yuash's was going to say an hour. The words changed. He had to keep the bottom line. Aha. Yunfu was looking at her cell phone, casually answering him. The end times were going to start in 15 minutes. Could he run out? Watching the delivery man put her purchases at the door, Yunfu's heart was much more at ease. She bought 2 extremely secure locks and doorstops to use when she got back home to make sure there was no way for an ordinary person to break in. With a ding, the elevator reached the top floor. The houses over here are 2 family houses on 1 staircase, but the occupancy rate is not high, so Yunfu has no neighbors. Yunfu unwrapped the delivery and took out a lock to go and lock the door to the safe passage. Why did you lock the door? Yuashas thought she was strange. Yunfu made up an excuse. I'm afraid a kitten will fall off if it goes up to the rooftop. And why did you lock your house? Yuashas clenched the corner of his shirt. She wasn't going to kill herself after using her, was she? With a click, Yunfu locked the lock. She turned her head and saw Yuash's very scared look, suddenly revealing a bad smile. She walked over and pushed Yuash's against the wall, placing one hand against the wall and picking up his chin with the other. Of course I'm afraid you'll run away. Hasn't your mom ever told you that it's dangerous for boys to be out there alone, especially vulnerable to being abducted by others and then what? Yuashas didn't dare to breathe. This distance was too close, so close that he could smell the light fragrance of her body, like a poison, luring him to fall, and then get eaten. Yunfu made a face and old to scare him. Seeing Yu Hui's stunned expression, she laughed herself and fell on the sofa holding her stomach. It's so cute. Yu blinked, reacting to the fact that she was teasing him, his afterimage following her as his heartbeat was about to explode as fast as it could. Having laughed enough, Yunfu got up and counted the supplies in the house. Make yourself at home and take whatever you want to eat or drink. Yubei opened a bottle of ice coke and took several big gulps to suppress the palpitations. He looked at the paintings on the wall and the drawing board set up on the balcony. You like to paint? General. Yunfu didn't have much talent for painting, mainly because she followed her grandmother to live in the countryside and didn't have the conditions to cultivate her talent. But her ability to go down to the river to catch fish and shrimp was good. Yuashi's loved to draw. He just couldn't afford to learn. He couldn't help but sit down in front of the drawing board and pick up the brush. Yunfu counted the supplies, enough for the two of them to eat for 20 days if they were frugal. She didn't intend to stay at home all the time. The early chaos stage to hide through, the later stage is a must to go out. After all, the copy task is to get the Zombie King's crystal core. Yunfu to the home can fill the water of the guys and gals are turned out all full of water, and to charge the charging treasure charged. After which she went to the bedroom to change the pajamas, to see Yu embers in the painting. So he went to take a shower first. The end of the world is coming. The water and electricity system won't last for a few days, and bathing will become a luxury in the future. So let's enjoy it first if we can at this moment. Halfway through the wash, Yunfu received a reminder from the system. Public information, 265 players carrying the zombie virus have completed identity conversion. System, 10-second countdown to the end times. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Public information, the remaining 68 players carrying the zombie virus who have not completed the identity change. Die. System, the end times have officially begun. I wish all players a happy survival. In the First People's Hospital of S City. Doctor, please give me the vaccine. Quickly. There's no time left. A middle-aged man with reddened eyes knelt on the floor. He grabbed the doctor's white coat and wouldn't let go. The whole thing was a nervous wreck. There's no way I can see you if you don't register. And what kind of vaccine do you really want? We're here. Barely. The nice big living man suddenly turned into a mist of blood that sprayed onto the doctor's white coat, his eyes, and his face. Ah! The hospital soon resounded with piercing screams. Dead man. The doctor shuddered and wiped his face, an eerie red glow in his brown pupils. Yunfu didn't realize what was happening in the hospital. She blew her hair dry and came out just in time to see Yuash hiding the painting he had drawn. What's the painting? Yunfu was a little hot, so she simply didn't wear slippers and walked over barefoot. Show me. Scribbled. It's not pretty. Yu Hui stuffed the painting into his pocket. His eyes swept panically over Yunfu's white and tender feet, and his sense of emptiness intensified. Yunfu didn't force the issue and kicked his calf. You go take a bath too. Yuashi's jerked his head up to look at her. Wash. Shower? I'm pretty clean. I don't need a shower. Chapter 97, The Fall of the End Times 04. When he finished, the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Yuashi slowly recalled over what he had said, and his eyes widened for a moment. It was said as if he couldn't wait for something to happen with her. No. Yuashi stood up in a flash. His chair accidentally brought down as he stammered. I didn't mean it like that. Which means, Yunfu pondered in her mind. She wasn't sure if Yu Qin in this copy really didn't remember her, or if it was the same as the second copy, where Yu Qin said she was a stranger because the timeline was more forward. But Yunfu had a vague intuition that Yu Embers really didn't remember. For no reason. Yunfu thought of the ghost groom thing in the last copy. Did Yuashi's have an accident? So he could only use his doppelganger to find her. Yuashi's stifled his red face. Nah. He couldn't say anything. I'm leaving. He fled to the door to change his shoes. You won't get away. Yunfu stretched, her eyes looking downstairs through the window. When they went upstairs, there was a young couple on the bench downstairs talking to each other. And now the young couple were hugging each other. And if you didn't look closely you thought they were showing affection, but they were actually nibbling on each other. Come here. Yunfu beckoned. Yuashi stiffened for a moment and changed back into his slippers. Look, Cloudfern pointed out to him. They're dead. Dead? The floor was too high for Yuashi to squint and see until a puddle of red liquid snaked across the floor. Is that blood? Yuashi shivered. He tried to take out his cell phone, and after touching it for half a day, he didn't succeed in taking it out. Yes. Is it necessary to call the police? Yunfu held his hand and looked straight into Yu Hui's eyes. Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath. Yuashi followed her instructions and quickly calmed down. Calling the police won't work. Right now we just have to stay home honestly and protect ourselves. This is just the beginning. When there is a massive outbreak, the police won't have their hands full. Yuashin's eyes were fixed on the downstairs. There was a person who also didn't know what he was carrying. It looked like he should have gone to the supermarket, and when he passed by the young couple, he didn't know if he couldn't look at them, but he actually stopped and preached, and in the next second, his miserable screams resounded through the clouds. Then again, his head fell off. The neighborhood security guards who heard the commotion sought it out and were too shocked by the spectacle to escape and were not spared. Don't look. Yunfu covered Huey's eyes. It's zombies. The end times are here. Go take a shower or you'll stink like a salted fish when another few days pass. Yunfu used a relaxed tone, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Yuashi's grabbed her hand. Is my school, my fellow teachers, going to turn out like the people downstairs? Yunfu didn't answer positively. You won't turn out like that. While the hot water was drenching his body, Yukai's entire body was chilled. He wanted to call home and remembered that his family didn't have a cell phone in order to save money on the electricity bill. It wasn't a good relationship with his family, but it was his family, his thoughts. Yunfu stood outside the bathroom, listening to the low whimpering sounds coming from inside. She knocked on the door. Yuashi's. I'm here. I'll always be there. Yuashi stayed in the bathroom for a long time and came out only when it was dark. Both of his eyes were swollen like walnuts and he looked at Yunfu awkwardly. I didn't cry. I accidentally fell and hit my eyes. Aha. Yunfu turned off the news on the TV and took out the ice cubes that she had prepared earlier. Put a compress on it. Otherwise you won't be able to open your eyes tomorrow. Yuashi sat down next to her and said thank you. Yunfu unwrapped a piece of candy and stuffed it into his mouth. Is it sweet? Yuashi's crunched the candy into two halves with his teeth, his cheeks puffing up on one side. Sweet. The utilities were still on at this moment, and Yunfu's cell phone rang a little, and it was the boy named Yin Fong who she had bitten. Sister Yun, I have a high fever. Am I about to mutate? Yunfu typed, hang in there, get through it and you'll be the savior. Yeah, even through the screen, I could feel Yin Fong's excitement. Then I'll go look for you when I have psychic powers. I'm sleepy. Yuashi's glanced at Yunfu's cell phone screen as he opened his mouth in a raw manner. Sleepy? Yunfu turned off her cell phone without replying to Yin Fong. Let's rest then. Yuashi's, which room am I staying in? Yunfu pointed to the master bedroom. Join me. Yuashi's froze. I'm going to sleep by myself. Cloud for it's sked. I have other uses for the other rooms. You can't sleep in them. I'll sleep in the living room then. Yuashi's looked down and snapped his fingers. Yunfu looked at him for a moment. That's fine. I'll go get you a quilt. Yuashi's sighed in relief. Thank you. Cloudford got up and went into the bedroom. Yuashi's picked up the cup of water on the coffee table and took a sip. And suddenly, his eyes were drawn to the cell phone on the sofa. The phone was vibrating. A message came in. Yuashi's looked to the bedroom door. Yunfu didn't come out. After a few moments of celestial warfare, he finally picked up his cell phone. Yunfu's cell phone didn't have a password, and he could easily see Yin Fong's chat records. Yin Fong persevered in asking Yunfu where she lived, and he wanted to come over. Yuashi's thought about it and sent a diagonal position over. Do you want soft or hard pillows? Cloudfern asked as he poked his head out. Yuashi's was startled. His hands were busy hiding his cell phone. Soft, good. While Yunfu took the pillow, Yuashi's hurriedly deleted the location, and after thinking about it, he felt that it was not safe, so he simply deleted the chat box. Yunfu put the covers and pillows on the couch and naturally reached for her cell phone. Go to sleep. I'm resting too. Seeing that she didn't notice anything different, Yu nodded. Well, good night. Yunfu looked at her phone as she headed to the bedroom and saw that the chat box was gone and hummed suspiciously. Did you touch my phone? No. Maybe the phone is malfunctioning. Yu Hui, who had been lying down, sat up again and said a reason that even he didn't believe. Yunfu hooked her lips. Maybe. Bedroom door closed. A pale layer of moonlight poured into the living room. Yuashi's kept his eyes open. Not at all sleepy. The events of the day were so ridiculous that he only now thought to send a message to his classmates to ask what was going on. His cell phone, a model from many years ago, had lost power exceptionally quickly and had long since been turned off. And when it was charged, countless messages bombarded in. Yuashi's watched the video of the maddened students biting all over the campus, and the originally peaceful school turned into a sea of blood, with countless students running around in panic. Yuashi's, where are you? Something happened in our school. Don't come back. It was his roommate Sharpen who sent him the message. Yuashi's returned the message and also learned that the others in their dormitory had escaped because they slept in the dormitory and didn't go out. And only Xiao Tianza, who had bought things with Yuashi's, was unaccounted for. Yuashi's reminded them to never block the door and to hold on. Looking at the stainless steel basin filled with water sitting on the table, Yuashi's fell into silence. How did Cloudfur know the end times were coming? Who the hell is she? It can't be that she has something to do with the end times, can it? As Yuashi's rambled on, he only heard a soft click and the bedroom door opened. Chapter 98, The Fall of the End Times 05. Huey's heart tightened and he grabbed the covers to look over. Only under the hazy moonlight, Yunfu walked out with her hair cloaked. What's wrong with you? Yuashi's asked in a low voice. Yunfu was a bit scary in this way. The pretty face was bleak and white, and the lips were as red as blood, like a blood-sucking banshee in a movie. Yunfu didn't bother with him, she didn't even open her eyes. Her two hands were stretched out straight, groping for something in mid-air. Yuashi's was so scared that he wrapped the covers around him and stood up, standing to the back of the couch against the wall, his toes clasped in a death grip to keep from falling. Yunfu took a step and slowly walked over to his side. Yuashi's held his breath, not daring to make a sound, and watched with wide eyes. Yunfu, this is turning into a zombie? But they obviously went back home before the zombie outbreak and had no contact with outsiders at all. Could it be that Yunfu was attacked while at the mall? Yunfu bent down and kept feeling around the couch. Not finding anything, she felt up the back of the couch again. Huey's heart instantly rose to his throat as Yunfu's hand went further up and was about to touch his foot. Ah! Yuashi's gave a short yelp, and in one fell swoop, Yunfu was yanked down by his clenched ankles. Don't bite me. He covered his head with the quilt, not daring to look at his blood flowing cloud fur. She was just trying to act like a sleepwalker so she could have a reason to sleep under the same covers as him, and ended up almost driving the male university crazy by acting too much like one. Feeling the shivering under the covers, Yunfu lifted them with a flick of her wrist, then smothered herself in them. You don't go to the bedroom. She comes to the living room. You can't be ruled out. The furry head arched into his arms and Yuashi's froze. Slowly, he also reacted to his own overreaction. The girl slept peacefully, warm nostrils sprayed on his neck, crispy and itchy, even the tip of his heart trembled. Where is this blood-sucking banshee? Completely seductive little demon. Yunfu quietly lifted an eye slit and watched Yu Chen's expression change. She leaned into his arms again. Cold. Huey's hand holding her had nowhere to rest, and he scrambled to press the quilt seams, and that was all it took for the two to lean closer together. The thumping heartbeats intertwined and played lovingly in the thick darkness of the night. Yuashi's tentatively patted Yunfu's back and coaxed her back to sleep. His lips curled into a shallow smile as he hugged the person in his arms and closed his eyes as well. A good night's sleep. Yuashi's had never felt so at ease with his sleep. He woke up earlier than Yunfu, and when he got up, he realized that the power had been cut off, and while there was still gas, Yuashi's tied on his apron and made breakfast. Yunfu was awakened by the smell of rice. She rubbed her eyes and slumped up, seeing the back of Yuashi's busy and virtuous in the kitchen. Gee, is this a way for her to bring home an idyllic girl? Yunfu didn't make a sound, resting on her arm and watching. Perhaps her gaze was too present. Yuashi's turned back. He brought out a plate of crispy beef patties, too embarrassed to look directly at Yunfu, so he stared at the tips of his shoes. Wake up, get up and wash up for dinner. Yunfu wiggled her little legs and asked knowingly, didn't I sleep in the bedroom? How come I'm on the couch? Is that you? I'll take care of it. Last night, although Yunfu's sleepwalking initiative to come to the couch, but he did not refuse, and hugged people to sleep for a night. How to see is a girl more disadvantaged? Yuashi's to take responsibility. How do you plan to take charge? Yunfu was interested. For the first time she saw Yuashi's being so well behaved. She always couldn't help but want to tease him. There's nowhere I can go. Yuashi's pursed his lips, his eyes carrying a hint of currying favor. I can cook and do laundry, so I can be a nanny to take care of your daily life, and use it to offset the rent for living here. Okay? Cloud Fern. He actually just wanted to babysit. Since he was going to count so clearly, it was necessary for Yunfu to break bread with him. I'm in a high-class neighborhood here. Rent isn't cheap. Definitely not something you can offset by cooking and washing. And I indirectly saved your life by bringing you home and not letting you die in the mouths of zombies. So of course I don't need you to return the favor. But you've got to show it. More or less. Don't you? Yuashi's weakly asked. How much does that cost? He only had about $100 on him. Too much he couldn't afford to give. Yunfu held out 2 fingers. 200? There wasn't a lot more. He could get it together by borrowing from his classmates. Yunfu started. $200,000. 200,000? Yuashi's swallowed his saliva. Dismantling him and selling him won't sell him for so much money nah. Right. Yunfu didn't feel that what she asked for was expensive. You're not staying with me for a day or two. It will definitely take a long time until the zombies are cleared out. And I've already given you a discount. You might as well break my bones. Yuashi's heart was dripping blood. He scrunched up his face and hesitantly took off his apron. I'd better go. He'd rather be bitten by a walker. Overplaying her hand, Yunfu coughed. My legs are numb. I'll give you another discount if you carry me to the dining chair. How many discounts? 1% off. Yuasha's thought about it. It wasn't like he couldn't afford to pay back his part-time job when the end of the world was over, so he obediently picked up Yunfu and placed her on the chair. Yunfu smiled. I'll give you another discount if you feed me meatloaf. Yuasha's felt like he was being molested, but a man under the roof had to bow his head, and he grudgingly picked up the beef patties to feed Yunfu her breakfast. Yunfu enjoyed her breakfast and didn't have the time to look at her cell phone, unaware that the cell owners group had exploded early. What's going on downstairs? And last night's news didn't make it clear why there was a human bite? Rabies. Someone must have gotten rabies. I told you we shouldn't have dogs in the neighborhood. Now it's so bad. So many people have been bitten to death. Yesterday and today were not weekends and there were a lot of commuters coming home in the evening. So the conditions downstairs were extremely miserable. Ooh, my husband had a party last night and never came back. Did something happen to him too? Upstairs. As much as you hate dogs, you need to speak with your eyes open. Surely this situation can be explained by rabies. It must be a much more serious problem. What would that be? I guess it's 80% a zombie outbreak. You think you're in a sci-fi movie with zombies. If you don't believe me, go downstairs and see for yourself. Just to give us all a ride. No one spoke for a while before someone spoke again. I have to go to work today. How am I supposed to get there? Your boss is on the verge of possibly turning into a zombie. And you're actually thinking about going to work, being a cowboy and a horse so much that you can't even stand up straight? I called the police last night, and they said to make sure to wait at home, but I don't have any food in the house. Does anyone want to go buy food and bring me one? My family doesn't eat much, and I want it. Please bring it. The group was chattering and arguing about everything, but just no one dared to go downstairs easily. Soon, Yunfu's cell phone rang. 2702. Are you at home? Everyone is planning to collect money to buy rice, flour and generators. Chapter 99, The Fall of the End Times 06. Yunfu didn't have an internet addiction, not to mention that Yuasha's was much more fun than a cell phone. So, by the time she saw the message, it was almost time for lunch. I'll get lunch ready. Yuasha's ran back to the kitchen as if he had fled, didn't feel a single thing fall out of his pocket. Yunfu bent down and picked it up, a squarely folded piece of drawing paper. Her mind moved. This should be the painting drawn by Yuasha's yesterday. He didn't show it to her, and now it's still in her hands. Yunfu took the painting back to her bedroom. She closed the door and unfolded it, then froze. Yuasha's drew her. It's the scene at the mall when they're staring at each other. To top it all off, he had drawn hearts, big and small, all painted pink, all around her. Yunfu guffawed. This person claimed that he would not add strangers' friends, but turned his head and secretly drew her. TSK. His mouth is not his heart. Yuasha's took out all the meat from the refrigerator freezer. It's summer now. There's no way to store these things after losing electricity. They have to be eaten in a hurry. He planned the recipes in his mind. He planned to make lion's head and sweet and sour fish for Yunfu to eat. Yunfu found a picture frame, framed the painting in and hung it on the wall, wanting to wait for a while when dinner started to trick Yuasha's into the house and see how he would react. Only after doing so did Yunfu pick up her cell phone. And what came into her eyes was the 99+ message from the owners group. She brushed it off from the top and her eyebrows jumped hard when she saw they were going out to buy something. Are these people crazy? Yunfu went back to the message 2101 had sent her. Since Yunfu didn't reply in time, 2101 sent her a few more. 2702. Are you up? Are you home alone? You can come to my house if you're scared. Little sister, you return my message. Brother is worried about you. If you do not return me before 12 o'clock, I will go upstairs to find you. Beautiful woman, have you packed your things? My house has a lot of rooms. Why don't you just come and stay at my house? We can also take care of each other. Yunfu remembers that 2101 is inhabited by an unemployed old man. According to the identity set for her by the system, she had once run into 2101 a few times when she went downstairs to throw out the garbage. 2101 pretended that he couldn't pick up the courier and shouted at her to help. And after that, he had been trying to ask her to have dinner at his house in the name of thanking her. A man and a woman sharing a room and eating at home? What 2101 was hiding? Yunfu could figure it out with a hairline. Yunfu sneered, not intending to reply to the message, trying to pretend she wasn't home. But this time, 2101 sent another message. Beautiful sister, don't pretend you're not home. I saw you come back yesterday with my binoculars. This person actually has been spying on her. Yunfu was nauseous and wanted to vomit. She tapped the word hard. No, my boyfriend is here. He's in the kitchen sharpening knives and chopping bones. We'll go down and get our own supplies when we need them. 2101 looked like he was guarding his cell phone, and as soon as Yunfu sent a message, he immediately returned it. Is that your boyfriend? Impossible. I have been observing you for a long time. Beautiful girl, Don't be embarrassed. Feel that it is in trouble, brother. Me. Brother is not afraid of trouble. Now the zombie outbreak. That man's thin arms and legs can't protect you, but also brother's shoulders are broad. 2101 is actually very smart. He keenly perceived that the world is in disarray. Everyone all messed up into a pot of porridge. Who can know what bad things he did? The big deal is that when the time comes to throw Yunfu down the stairs, pretending to be bitten by the zombies to die, well. Yunfu rolled her eyes breathlessly. She got up and put on her fuzzy slippers, took her cell phone and went to the kitchen, grabbing the kitchen knife from Yu Hui's hand. Since this man couldn't understand human language, she would have to teach him how to behave. The kitchen knife was stained with the blood juice from cutting the meat, and Yunfu grimaced with a horrifying expression. What? What happened to you? Yu Ashes gripped the edge of his cute bear apron. Jittery. It couldn't be that Yunfu thought he wasn't being a good enough babysitter and wanted to kill him to conserve food. Is there enough meat for dumplings? Yunfu glanced at the white and chubby dumplings wrapped on the tablet, her skin smiling. I'll go get you some meat back. Yu Ash's teeth chattered. Getting meat? Where to get it? Soon. He knew the answer, because there was a knock on the door from outside. Pretty sister. I'm coming. Lily rubbed his hands together, a face full of meaty bumps pressed against the cat's eye to look in. His dead fish-like cloudy eyes magnified several times. He was carrying a baseball bat in his hand, thinking that he would first trick Yunfu into opening the door, and after that, if Yunfu dared to disobey, he would knock him out. Beautiful sister. I took some food for you. The next time cannot go out. If you cannot eat food, hungry belly, brother will heart. Without giving him a chance to finish his sentence, Yunfu pulled open the door with one hand, and Lily was caught off guard and fell to the floor. He didn't mind the pain, and when he saw Yunfu open the door, he smiled lewdly and was about to climb up. Hey, beauty. Yunfu stepped on his backbone with one leg and gave him a stomp back. The knife in his hand didn't make a stop and cut at his head. Beauty, your father's head. Ah ha ha ha. Blood spiked all over the place, and an ear rolled out a few meters away. Bitch, you're crazy. Lily scurried up in a fart, covering his ears and looking at Yunfu with a face of bloody horror. Yunfu moved her wrist and instructed Yu Ashes behind her. Baby, go pick up the ears. Extra meal for lunch today. Cold pig ears. Lily shivered. Good men don't fight with women. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Just wait for me. He dropped this scathing remark very abashedly and fled down the stairs with his tail between his legs. Yunfu grunted and took out her cell phone to take a close-up of the dirty ear before kicking it out and closing the door. She sent the photo to the homeowners group. 2702, just now there is a dead fat pig delusion to hurt people. My knife skill is not very good. Only cut down an ear. All neighbors pay attention to. Close the door of their own homes to hide the nasty thoughts of the tight point. Dare to commit to my hands. Next time will not be so good luck. Yunfu turned off her cell phone after sending it and didn't care what the reaction of the people in the group was. People like Li are definitely not in the minority. And when everyone realizes that the end times are spoken by strength and not by law, there will only be more of the weak and the strong. Yunfu made the first move, leaving others with the impression that they were not to be messed with, and those who dared to go upstairs again would have to think twice about it. Half a day did not see Yu Ashes squeak. Yunfu was afraid of scaring him, turned around to comfort him for a few words. Unexpectedly, only when she turned back, Yu Ashes kneeled down for her. Yunfu ducked. Want a red packet? Yu Hui's eyes were red, and he didn't dare to cry when he wanted to. I want to go to the restroom. Ooh, he's about to pee himself. Yunfu helped him up. Can I help you? Yu Ashes sniffled. Can you put the knife down first? Oh. Yunfu threw the knife away. Don't be afraid. I won't do this to you, as long as you behave yourself by my side, Yu Ashes said. Did he have any other choice? Chapter 100, The Fall of the End Times 07. Yu Ashes unlocked the bathroom door and stayed in there for a long time. He sat on the toilet, his chest rising and falling, his hand against his heart, slowly calming his mind. But the image of Yunfu wielding a knife and slashing people always lingered in his mind. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid, but Yunfu's resolute side face and decisive action inexplicably had a fatal attraction to him. At that moment, Yu Hui couldn't tell whether he was more scared or more heartbroken. Yu Ashes even thought that if that cut had been on him, he might have thought it was nice to die at her hands. Is hopeless. In the middle of the day, Yu Ashes covered his face and said, it was that he was too weak. That's why he needed her to make a move to protect him. He had to branch out and be the one who could make Yunfu rely on him. Yunfu sat on the sofa for a while. She glanced at her cell phone every now and then to see if Yen Feng had sent her a message. Now that the power is out, there may be no signal at some point, and then the cell phone will be a lump of ice, and it will be hard to get back in touch. Looking at the chat page that still has no reply, Yunfu thought, Yen Feng won't die without surviving, right? A small alleyway more than 10 kilometers away from Yunfu. A crooked garbage can with a man who doesn't know what he's doing. A few walkers huddled around and kept sniffing, trying to make sure the man wasn't breathing, and if he was, they could get their fill. The newborn unevolved zombies are afraid of light, and they act and move slowly during the day. A walker yanks up one of the man's arms and tries to bite it, only to be lifted off the ground the next second. The zombie crashed into the wall, knocking a large hole in it. Yunfu opened his eyes. His light brown pupils had turned dark red. Originally he was somewhat myopic, but now, he could clearly see things a kilometer away. Could this be psychic powers? Yunfu looked at his hands and was excited. The zombies surrounding him looked like they sensed the terror and dispersed in the shape of birds and beasts. Yunfu caught up with them in 2 steps and screwed off their heads all in one hand. How many powers have I awakened here? He thought his ability to see far was already considered an extraordinary ability. So what was this surge of strength? Suddenly, the system voice that sounded again in his head made Yunfu pause. His face changed and changed, a layer of disbelief and despair enveloping his entire body. When the clear sky clouded up with his change, and a few streaks of lightning struck down out of nowhere, the cell phone in Yunfu's pocket rang, and he took it out with a stiff hand, seeing that it was Yunfu sending him a message, asking if he was alright, and at the same time, he also saw his own eyes reflected on the screen. Allomancy doesn't make eyes look like that, only zombification does. The cell phone was clutched into a puddle of iron by Yunfu, and he didn't reply to Yunfu's letter and wouldn't go to her. He went deeper and deeper toward the gathering of the crowd. Hearing no movement in the bathroom, Yunfu got up and cleaned her hands and went into the kitchen. She can only do some of the simplest meals, such as cooking noodles and the like, so she can't cook fish and stew meat, but Yuashes has already mixed the dumpling filling, so it shouldn't be too difficult to wrap it into the dough. Yunfu tried to roll out a sheet of dough, crooked and not round at all. She is not concerned, can eat into the stomach as long as, after wrapping a dumpling, Yunfu confidently placed it next to Yuashes' wrapped one. With the comparison, her face immediately collapsed. This is too ugly, like a centipede. Yunfu was in a good frame of mind, and when she couldn't make dumplings, she began to lay her hands on the fish that Yu had processed. That was intended to be sweet and sour. As early as when Yunfu was wrapping the dumplings, Yu Embers stood at the kitchen door. He didn't make a sound to see Yunfu's masterpiece, and as a result, the miserable dumplings opened his eyes, and fearing that Yunfu would ruin the fish, he opened his mouth to speak. Oh, caught in the act. Yunfu awkwardly retracted her hand that was poking the fish's eyes and made room for him. I thought you were going to live in the bathroom and not come out. No one is going to cook for me, so I can only fool around on my own. Yuashes retied the bare apron. Bony hands carry the fish back to the bowl with wine, onion and ginger marinade to remove the fishy, kitchen fumes. Not good for the skin. You go out and wait. Yunfu retreated to the doorway, his eyes following his every move. Are you okay? Yuashes pursed his lips. I'm fine. Yunfu didn't believe what he said. Do you think I'm cruel? Yuashes didn't say anything and silently wrapped the dumplings. Okay. Cloudfern apologized. It's my problem. I shouldn't have not considered. No. Yuashes cut off her words. His eyes half-lidded, the light at the bottom of his pupils mournful. It's me who's too not a man. Yunfu didn't react to the meaning of his words for a moment. Yuashes straightened up and held Yunfu's shoulders with both hands, saying reverently and firmly, I will work hard and stand in your way in the future. Cloudfern said, don't quietly touch the flower to my clothes. Yuashes reddened his face, glared at her with grudging eyes, and twisted his head to continue wrapping the dumplings without hitting on anyone. The corner of Yunfu's lips pulled into the shape of a crescent moon as she poked him in the back. What about your confession to me? Yuashes slapped her hand away and grunted. Yunfu, so touching. Yuashes, you take it back as if I didn't say it. Cloudfern, that won't work. I've got it all on tape. Yuashes, you record. Yeah. Yunfu raised her cell phone and pressed play. No, it's that I'm so not a man. I'll work hard and get in your way later. Yuashes didn't feel anything when he said it, and when he heard it again, he blushed and wanted to find a crack in the ground. You delete it. He went to grab the phone, and Yunfu yanked his hand back, not letting him reach it, and took the opportunity to give him a kiss on the mouth. It's not like you're not allowed to be my boyfriend. I'll take it. Huey's heart was about to jump out of his chest. After lunch, Yunfu opened a bottle of juice and waited at the window. The group that went out shopping never came back, and I don't know if they ever will. Just as Yunfu's eyes soured from watching, a car appeared in her field of vision. There were 2 men in the car. She looked familiar but couldn't name them. She didn't know which floor's neighbors. They wore camouflage uniforms. They were fit and moved well. Bang, 2 shots killed the zombies that tried to approach. Guns? Where did they get the guns? One of the men went into the building with the supplies and the other stayed downstairs to keep watch, looking at the messages in the group. They went out with more than 20 people, but only 2 came back, and the rest died in the mouths of the walkers. Or, Yunfu didn't dare to think about it. She swished the curtains closed. This place couldn't stay any longer. She had to leave with Yuashes in a hurry. Chapter 101, The Fall of the End times 08. And the camouflage man watching downstairs noticed the curtains drawn on the 27th floor the moment he looked up. His eyes narrowed lightly and he raised an eyebrow. If memory serves, a girl lived on the 27th floor and had just chopped off a guy's ear. Pretty feisty. It's a pain in the ass to walk away from this thing. Yunfu had planned to stay a few more days and take her time to make plans, but now she had to pack up and run early. Yuashes sat cross-legged on the carpet, one hand resting on his cheek, holding a pen and paper as he wrote down the recipes for the past few days. And when he saw Yunfu dragging out a suitcase and laying it on the floor, he queried, "Going out?" "Right." Yunfu carried out a pile of clothes from the closet and stuffed them into the suitcase with a brain. Yui stretched his neck and watched. His heart panicked. Isn't it not possible to go out and come back? She's not going to leave herself behind, is she? Not coming back. Cloudfur turned and went back into the bedroom. Yui's blood cooled and congealed. His hand shook, and the tip of the pen left a crooked trail on the paper. He threw down his pen, stood up, and followed him into the bedroom, standing behind Yunfu like a heel. "What about me?" Yuashes bit her lip, fog filling the bottom of her eyes, and gathered her courage to ask. He wasn't a deadbeat, and if Yunfu no longer needed him, he could have left. Yunfu was surprised that he asked this question. "Of course you are going with me. Wherever I go you go." "What? Do you want to go by yourself? Don't you think?" Yunfu flipped out a bag and put it over Yuash's head, knocking him hard on the head. "If you dare, I'll knock you out in a ball and put you in a box." Through the bag, Yunfu's figure was hazy, and Yui's vision was also hazy, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was about to hang to the sky. She didn't abandon him. Yui suddenly held Yunfu's hand, and through the bag, he came to the corner of Yunfu's lips and gave her a quick kiss. A touch of warmth and softness made Yuashes blush, and he coughed to keep his composure. "I'll put it away for you." "Yeah." Yunfu handed him a bag of intimate apparel. Yuashes blushed to the point of dripping blood. He pinched his fingertips and took it dutifully, helping Yunfu put it in the suitcase. When he came back again, Yui noticed the painting hanging on the wall. He subconsciously felt his pockets empty, and opened his mouth slightly. "How come this is here with you?" When it fell off, he didn't even notice. "Yunfu, what? Only someone is allowed to draw and I'm not allowed to see now." Yuashes, no. He was afraid to surprise her. It was only the first time they met, and he was drawing people like a denizen. And if Yunfu called the police to say he was being a hooligan, this would be proof. Yunfu dismantled the painting, folded it into small pieces, found a small red cloth bag embroidered with the word peace and wrapped it in, then handed it to Yuchen. "Here, wear it close to your body and it will keep you well." Yui didn't believe in ghosts and gods, but at this moment, he felt that Yunfu was his god. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Isn't it good to stay here?" Yuashes didn't know where they were going and where they could go. There was a lot of crisis out there, and if they weren't careful, they would die in the mouth of the zombies. Yunfu narrowed her eyes. "I just saw someone with a gun in their hand. If we don't leave, we will easily suffer." She could still stand up to someone with a knife. The gun thing, she couldn't resist. "It's snowing?" Yuashes glanced at the flakes of white falling outside the window and exclaimed in shock. "How can there be snow in the middle of summer? The sky seems to open a big hole." First it rained, became cold and then became goosefeather-like snowflakes, floating on the ground. Not a moment to accumulate a thick layer. Feeling the cool air scraping in through the cracks in the window, Yukai's brows furrowed, which was not a good sign. The low temperature and cold environment is conducive to the survival and spread of the virus. Although I don't know if it is suitable for the zombie virus, but in such a cold day, without electricity and water heating, people can easily freeze to death. Yunfu didn't expect this situation either. She took out the thin clothes and restuffed several thick clothes. Yuashes does not have winter clothes, and can only make do with hers, but it is good that there are a few thick down jackets that are unisex. It was cold and not afraid that the meat would spoil. Yuashes quickly went to the kitchen to pack up the food, and the floor was piled up with the things they were going to take away. How do we get around? With so much stuff, there's no way they can carry it on their backs. Yunfu has a car, but she can't drive it, and her car in this copy is a new energy source. The power definitely can't hold up in such a cold day, and there's no place where she can go to charge it nowadays. I have a driver's license. Yuashes never goes home during New Year's Eve, and he earns his tuition by working as a chauffeur, so he drives most of the models. There, Cloudfur thought of something. We need to go downstairs. She remembers the old man from 2101 had an RV. 2101. Lily bared his teeth and bandaged his ears. opening a bottle of wine and drinking it in a depressed manner. Hiccup, damn stinking, really think I'm afraid of you, you wait for me to recover well. I'll designate that I'll make you kneel on the ground and cry in pain and beg for forgiveness. Knock knock. A light knock came at the door. Lily cursed at the top of his voice. Which ungrateful person came to mess with your father? You? Hello? I'm a neighbor downstairs. My parents are not at home. I'm so hungry. Uncle, can you open the door and give me some food? Outside the door, a timid, uneasy female voice was delicate and sweet. Lily's eyes went straight for a moment as he listened. How come he doesn't remember his downstairs neighbor having a daughter? Lily fell east to open the door. The door opened. A tall girl is at the door. See his drunkenness go down half. You want food? The little girl, her curly hair covering her face, nodded shyly. Can I come in? Seeing her take such initiative, Lily rubbed his hands together. Come in. Uncle's house is full of delicious food. He looked the little girl up and down lewdly and was about to kick the door and when a hand stopped it from the outside. The blade glowing with cold light was pressed against Lily's throat. As soon as he looked up, he met Yunfu's eyes. Hi. Cloudfern greeted him. Hello again. Lily completely sobered up. You? How did you? Before he could finish his words, you Ashes, who was on the side, removed his wig. Where are the car keys? Ha? Lily watched as she turned into he. His eyes glazed over and he was furious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys set up a trap to swindle me. Go ahead and flip. Yunfu gave you Embers a wink. What are you guys doing? Lily wanted to stop it, but was afraid of Yunfu's knife. You guys are trespassing. Aren't you afraid I'll sue you? Save your breath. No one would dare go out even if you screamed for someone to come to your rescue right now. Yunfu tied Lily to the chair with the twine she brought. The key was also found on Yu Hui's side. You guys took my car. Oh. Ashes thought Lily was too noisy and took off his socks and stuffed them into his mouth. Shut up you. Chapter 102, The Fall of the End times 09. Be honest. Not relieved. Ashes rewarded Lily with another brain crash. Yunfu was amused by him. What are you laughing at? Because he had to pretend to be a girl. Yunfu was afraid that Ashes wouldn't act like one, and purposely put on a light makeup for him before he came down. At this moment Ashes topped a playful and charming face. A happy and angry are extraordinarily agile and confusing. Lily swallowed. Yunfu pestled him with the hilt of his knife and pulled Ashes behind himself. Did I let you look? Don't you want your eyes? Yu Hui was wearing one of Yunfu's long-sleeved cake dresses. Without letting Lily look at it, Yunfu herself couldn't help but sizing up Ashes. Ash's sister. Ashes was given goosebumps by Yunfu's call. What are you doing? He tugged uncomfortably at his skirt. Yunfu rubbed his head and scratched his chin again like he was teasing a kitten. Your sisters. Do you know that? Lily on the sidelines. Dog man and woman. Showing love in front of me. Get lost. Ashes nodded his head. Yunfu wasn't satisfied. You have to say it. Say you're mine. Ashes twisted his head in shame. I'm yours. Yunfu curled her eyes pleasantly. And in the process, she stopped by to take quite a few goodies from Lily's house, such as lighters and the like. Then, without giving Lily a chance to close the door behind him. Well. Lily struggled violently in the chair. Take away his car keys even if. Do not close the door as to want the zombies to come in and directly bite him to death? The elevator is still available at this moment. I think the district has a separate power supply motor. But Yunfu didn't take it. To be on the safe side they took the stairs. Just in case they took the elevator to the halfway point of no electricity. The two of them are trapped inside will be finished. When I walked to the 22nd floor, the door to the home in 2202 opened. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yunfu's footsteps lurched. Then a pair of timid fawn-like eyes peeked out. Sister. It was a little girl of 11 or 12. Sister. I heard what you were saying downstairs. Are you leaving? Can you take me with you? Yunfu and Yu Hui glanced at each other. With a sobbing voice, the little girl pleaded. I won't cause you any trouble. I have powers. Alamancy? What's going on? Did she survive being bitten by a walker? Yunfu didn't say anything and turned sideways so that the little girl could see the knife in her hand. She was worried that this little girl's family was fishing for law enforcement, taking advantage of the fact that people would be soft on children and swindling them both. The little girl seemed to understand their concern and honestly said, my dad was bitten. He didn't know it was a zombie virus. He came home and bit me and my mom. They both died but I survived. Listen carefully for scratching movements coming from the 2202 master bedroom. The little girl waved her hand sharply. I've locked them all up. They won't come out and hurt you. Looking at the little girl's blushing face as she cried, Yunfu finally softened her heart. She sighed. First, tell me what kind of supernormal ability you have. I can hide things. The little girl wiped away her tears and showed Yunfu. She spread out her palm and conjured an apple out of thin air. And a second later, it was gone again. Is this space? Yunfu was shocked in her heart. How many things can you collect? It's true that someone handed them a pillow when they dozed off. Yunfu was worried about not being able to take the whole house with them when such a little girl appeared in front of them. I hid all the food and drink in the house. And there's a hot spring where I hid the stuff. Lin Xinghuan didn't understand that her psychic ability was spatial, calling it to say that she was hiding things. My mom and dad are dead, and if the bad people knew I could hide things, they would hurt me. Lin Xinghuan's expression darkened as she took off the ancestral jade pendant around her neck. Sister, I trust you. I can hide things because of this. I'm willing to hand it over to you. I hope you can protect me. Yunfu's eyes were complicated. She didn't take the jade pendant. She patted Lin Xinghuan's thin shoulder. Take it with you yourself. See if there's anything else you need to take it home. I'll wait for you for 2 minutes. Lin Xinghuan's eyes lit up with a hopeful light. Sister agreed to take me away? Aha. Cloudfern nodded. Lin Xinghuan, thank you sister. She turned her head to Yu Hui, looking at him in a dress with exquisite makeup, but with short hair and a long throat, suddenly not knowing how to shout. Are you calling your sister brother? Or brother and sister? Yunfu called him brother. Lin Xinghuan saw Yunfu and Yu Hui holding hands together and said very on. Thank you brother-in-law. The corners of Yu Hui's mouth couldn't be controlled. Then sister and brother-in-law wait for me for a while. I will go to say my final goodbye to mom and dad. After returning home, Yuashi's went to wash his face, and his clothes were changed, and he returned to a clean and fresh little puppy look. He took a backpack, picked out a few of Yunfu's favorite clothes and favorite snacks from his suitcase, packed it, and carried it on his back. He felt that he couldn't rely entirely on Lin Xinghuan's space. What if they got separated and Yunfu had no clothes to change or food to eat? Only after he had packed up did Yunfu ask Lin Xinghuan to put away the rest. Is the space full? No, there's still room for a little more stuff, Lin Xinghuan said. Lin Xinghuan looked at the kitchen knife in Yunfu's hand and took out a nunchuck from space. Sister, this is more convenient, she said. My dad is a martial arts instructor and this is what he used before. Yunfu hugged her. Cry if you want to. After you cry Huan will be a big kid. You can't be homesick anymore. Lin Xinghuan's nose opened and closed, and the emotion she had held back for a long time wowed out in tears. Yuashi's was infected by her crying and wiped his tears as well. 4:30 in the afternoon. The snow stopped. A blood-red sun hung in the sky, signaling the abnormality of the world. Yunfu and the three of them geared up and relaxed their footsteps towards the underground garage. Yunfu walked at the head of the pack, holding the nunchucks given by Lin Xinghuan, while Yu Embers inherited her kitchen knife and walked at the end. Sister, the underground garage wasn't looking good, and only as they approached they heard a hissing from the walkers. Lin Xinghuan pulled Yunfu by the corner of her coat in fear. Fortunately, Lily's parking space is not far from the safe passage. They just can rush to the parking space to sit on the car even if it is safe. Ready? Yunfu said in a deep voice. Yuashi's clutched the kitchen knife. Okay, punch. Cloudfur pulled the door open with one hand. Roar. Ho ho ho. The zombies smelled the scent of people and gradually approached towards them, but since it wasn't night, they didn't move fast. They looked disgusting and frightening, their eyes scarlet, their mouths wide open with strands of flesh hanging from them, blood mixed with drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. Yunfu shook off the nearing zombies with a stick and dragged Lin Xinghuan out several meters away. I cut. Yuashi swung the knife so hard that not a single zombie was hurt, but he almost flashed his own back. Chapter 103, The Fall of the End times 10. Yuashi's closed his eyes and smothered his head in a chop. When he opened his eyes again, Yunfu and Lin Xinghuan's figures had almost disappeared around the corner. Seeing that he didn't follow, Lin Xinghuan shouted, Brother-in-law, don't fall behind. Several zombies stiffened their limbs in an attempt to surround Yuashi's. Yuashi's let out a wow sound. His heart clenched and the kitchen knife in his hand almost fell to the ground. On weekdays in the dorm, he and a few of his roommates would watch some heavy horror movies, but now that he was experiencing it in the flesh, he wanted to throw up. Yuashi's put all his strength into it and swung another knife, which cut right into the clavicle of the zombie, and the knife was rolled up with the blade embedded in it, and couldn't be pulled out. Deadwalker, give me back my knife. Yuashi's reached out and grabbed the hilt of the knife as the zombie sidestepped and shined a bite into his arm. Fortunately, Yuashi's dodged quickly, otherwise this bite would have to be alive for him to take down a piece of meat. For just a few moments, other walkers surrounded them. Yuashi's, is he going to die here today? He looked back around the corner. There was no more Cloudfur there. It was better this way, at least she wouldn't be able to see the misery of her death. What are you waiting for? Go! A hand grabbed the back of Yu Hui's collar. Yunfu's face was rigid. The nunchucks were like pulling out flowers in her hands, and she sent the zombies flying in 3 or 2 strokes. Yuashin blinked in a trance and ran with Yunfu as he followed her force. Aren't you gone? The air in the underground garage was not circulating. The fishy odor smoked people's minds, and the light gardenia fragrance of Yunfu's body was like a salvation, tearing away the haze and letting the light shine into the depths of Yuash's desolate heart. Where can I go with you here? Yunfu casually pulled down her fallen broken hair. Her face was stained with a bit of gray, but her eyes were bright. She quickly rushed to the car, holding Yuash's in one hand and storming the walkers with the other. Lin Xinghuan saw the two of them come over and pulled open the car door in time. Sister brother-in-law come up quickly. Li Li was a man who would enjoy himself, and the RV had everything it needed, even a projector. Slowed down? Yunfu unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Yuash's, waiting for him to take a few sips before asking. Aha! Yuash's wiped off the water stains on the corner of his lips, picked up the car keys and sat in the driver's seat. I'll drive. Where are we going? They hadn't discussed where they were going before. Yuash's kind of wanted to go back to the school to have a look around, but he also knew that the university town side was densely populated, and there were definitely a lot of zombies, so it wasn't a good place to go. Drive first. There are 3 places to go in Cloudfur's mind. One is the back of the mountain of Yuash's and their school. The mountain is sparsely populated. There are only some old people, and there is a temple on the mountain. The door is closed. You can stay inside for a long time, but Yunfu's mission was not to survive. She had to find the zombie king and get the crystal core within a month. A month sounds like a long time, but zombies evolve, not to mention the zombie king, and the longer the delay, the worse the zombie king will only be to kill. The second place to go is the large malls, where players must be present. The third place to go was the hospital. Yunfu couldn't use the vaccine now that she had switched identities, but she guessed that the vaccine would play an extremely important role in the later stages. Otherwise the system wouldn't have mentioned it. The car is started and there is a buzzing sound as the walkers take notice and gather to come this way. Their speed seemed to be a bit faster than earlier. Yunfu looked at the time. Because of the snow, it was going to be dark outside soon. Lin Xinghuan sat on the sofa in the back row, listening to the hissing of the zombies. She pulled the sunshade down to block her vision in fear, and curled up into a small ball with her whole body holding her head. Yunfu sat in the passenger seat, reminded her to fasten her seatbelt, and added, "Depart." The car was full of gas, but the underground garage road conditions were complicated. Yuash's didn't dare to drive too fast, and he slammed the zombie in front of him with a kick of the gas. The zombie crushed into the bottom of the car with a toothsome bone-breaking sound. Yuash's has a momentary lapse of concentration as he runs over someone. Turn right. Yunfu held his slightly shaking hand and stabilized the off-kilter steering wheel. Her hand was warm and strong, and Yuasaka snapped back to her senses for a moment, her heart settling. He dashed out of the underground garage with skillful operation of the car. Meanwhile in the neighborhood, 2 camouflaged men with guns are sweeping the building as they try to gather all the food and people together. Who are you guys? Who are we to listen to you? You get out of my house. Some people resisted the rebellion. Only a bang of gunfire was heard, and hot blood was spilled on the ground. Everyone alive listen to me. A camouflaged man with a megaphone blared. You're only alive because our brothers killed all the zombies in the building. Now be good and listen to us and you'll still be alive. If you don't, there's only one word for what will happen to you: death. A number of people heard the shots and voluntarily opened the door as they broke it down. We obey. You don't hit us. By the time he got to the 21st floor, Lily managed to break free of the hemp rope and climb up, and a gun was pressed against his head. Don't kill me, good man. I know where there's food. One of the little ladies on the 27th floor has a lot of food stocked up in her house. I'll show you the way. On the 27th floor, all that was left for them was a painting of Cloudfur drawing more than a middle finger. You dare to fool us? The camouflage man was furious and wanted to shoot Lily to death. Lily got on his knees and begged for mercy. I'm not lying. They took my car keys and weren't at home, then they must have gone to the garage. The other camouflaged man, Wang Jia, said, Brother Fei, what he said is true. I saw that the 27th floor was occupied before. The man named Fei Cohen said, Go after them. How dare you bring food out under my nose? The sky fluttered with snow again, leaving 2 cartwheel marks on the white ground. Yunfu put away her binoculars and grunted softly. If she hadn't brought Yuash's and Xinghuan with her, she'd always have to try to grab a gun. All traffic on the road was paralyzed. Many cars were smashed to pieces, blocking the streets, and smoke filled the air. Yuash's car drove very well, without a little cuts from it through. Yunfu pointed out a road which led to the hospital, but they couldn't go directly to the hospital. It was about to get dark and the zombies would grow greatly in strength. They had to find a suitable place close by to hide and spend the night. That way, Yunfu hit on a supermarket that was emptied. The glass doors and windows of the supermarket were smashed, but there was no problem at all with the roller shutter. She commanded Yuchen to lean over and jumped out of the car and went in herself first, and after circling around inside to make sure there were no zombies, Yunfu yanked down the window's roll-up curtains and locked them. then left the roll-up door open with a gap and went out to pick up Yu Chen and Lin Qinghuan. Yuashes parked the car in the side alley disguised as an accident to prevent someone from stealing the car. Get off! Yunfu knocked on the car window. Yu Hui and Lin Qinghuan didn't dare to delay as they immediately got off the car and followed Yunfu into the mini-mart. They had only just burrowed into the supermarket when they collided with a burly-looking man. The atmosphere was instantly tense. Chapter 104, The Fall of the End times 11. How did you get in here? How did you guys get in here? Cloudfur and the man said almost in unison. Yunfu checked very carefully. There was indeed no one and no zombies in the supermarket before they arrived. It was unlikely that someone would pop up out of nowhere in the time it took her to turn a corner. Yunfu's nunchucks crossed in front of the man's face. Stalking us? The man held up his hands. His face anxious. I own this supermarket. Why am I following you? He craned his neck to try to look out. How's it going out there? My wife's in labor and I need to find a ride to the hospital. Yunfu frowned. How am I supposed to believe that what you said is true? How could I possibly joke with such a thing? If I lied, heaven help me. Chen Ziyuan raised 3 fingers and swore a poisonous oath. Where's your wife? Seeing that he didn't look like he was pretending, Yunfu put away his nunchucks and was halfway convinced. This is too tricky. The hospital they certainly cannot go, but the baby cannot not be born. A careless easily a corpse, and the smell of blood in labor will attract zombies. There's a small, hidden warehouse in the back that my wife and I are hiding in. Chen Ziyuan hurriedly showed Yunfu the way. Can you take us to the hospital? Can't. Cloudfur turned back and locked the roll-up door behind him. What are you locking the door for? Chen Ziyuan slapped his thigh and yelled lowly. How are we going to get out? Keep your voice down if you don't want to invite the walkers over. No one's getting out tonight. Yunfu walked towards the place he pointed out and approached to discover the trick. It turned out that one side of the shelves was movable. She pushed it open, and inside, on a cot, lay a pot-bellied woman moaning in pain and sweating. You guys aren't bad, are you? Chen Ziyuan was so flustered that his first thought was to call for help and forgot to ask Yunfu about their identities. We're the good guys. Yuashes pursed his lips. He could see that Yunfu was intent on helping, and he didn't want anyone to get the wrong idea about her. Yes, my sister and brother-in-law and I are all good people. Lin Qinghuan followed suit. The situation outside is out of control. The zombies are rampant. Going out is a word of death. Your wife can't go to the hospital. It's even more unsafe in the hospital. She can only give birth here. Yuashes added what Yunfu said. It's over. It's all over. Chen Ziyuan sat down on the ground in a disheveled state. I shouldn't have let my wife come to the store where she wouldn't have been trapped. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. I can be born here. The woman on the bed forced herself to endure the pain, inhaled deeply, and gritted her teeth. I'm a nurse myself, but I need hot water, clean cloths, scissors, and sterilizing supplies. The change happened too suddenly. Chen Ziyuan knew that the two of him and his wife could not keep the supplies of the supermarket, so he took the initiative to smash the window glass to let people come to rob, in order to avoid wastefulness, and he was later proven right to do so. After they were hidden, several waves of people came in front of them to grab the supplies, and they ransacked the supermarket without discovering the warehouse, much less the fact that it was hiding people. Anyone else who came back to grab something was disappointed to see that there was nothing in the supermarket and left, until Yunfu and the others came. Li Xiaoyun month is big, at any time may be born. Heard another person outside to come. A nervous, water broke. Chen Ziyuan listened to Yunfu go out, intending to come out to close the doors and windows and then find a car to go to the hospital. But the result is that only as soon as he came out from the warehouse, he collided with the 3 Yunfu. You guys keep watch outside. Yunfu gave Yuashes his nunchucks. Can you hold it? Yuashes nodded. Don't worry. I'll put up a good fight. The zombies want to come in unless I die. Yunfu laughed, raised his hand and hugged him close to his ear and said, what nonsense. In my heart you are the most important. What you have to do is to fight over run. Don't let yourself get hurt. Aha. Warm breath with tingling itchiness along the neck spread to all the limbs. You embers light whom should be. Sister, I want to help. Lin Qinghuan whispered. The hot spring water in the space is hot. Good. Then you go in with me. Yunfu rubbed Qinghuan's head. There were all the things Li Xiaoyun said were in the space. And Yunfu closed the door of the warehouse after taking some food to Yu Chen. Yuashes distributed a large chicken leg to Chen Ziyuan. Big brother, you have to cheer up. Your wife and children are waiting for you to protect them. Yes, you're right. Chen Ziyuan wiped away the tears under his eyes and took it with a smile. I'm really sorry. Thank you for being willing to help. When installing the warehouse, Chen Ziyuan took into account that he would sometimes be too busy to return home to live over here. So he did soundproofing, so they could not hear the movement inside from outside. You and that girl are a couple, right? The young man has a good vision. This girl looks like a person who can achieve great things. In order to ease the uneasy anxiety in his heart, Chen Ziyuan chatted with Yu Embers without words. Yu Ashes froze. The tips of his ears reddened. I do like her a lot. Love it. Love it. It was only at this moment that he was shocked to realize that he had actually known Yunfu for only 2 days, but he got along as if he had known her for a long time. Moreover, he hadn't confessed to Yunfu, and to be precise, they weren't a couple now. If I had known that the world would be in chaos, I would have killed myself not to let my wife get pregnant. It's too dangerous to have a baby. Chen Ziyuan's brows and eyes were all sad. He patted Yu Hui's shoulder. You guys should take good measures. Don't have a child. Yu Ashes nibbled on the bread, choking on his words, and kept waving his hands. No, we don't have. He bit the tip of his tongue all at once and couldn't speak. His relationship with Yunfu was now limited to kissing. How could he do that kind of thing? He has no experience at all. Will Yunfu dislike him? Roar! The hissing of a zombie suddenly rang out at the roll-up doors, and with a loud clang, the roll-up door shook. Yu Ashes shook off the images in his mind and gripped his nunchucks in preparation for the battle. Take a deep breath and push. The baby's head will come out soon. Yunfu's hands were covered in blood. I don't know if it was because Lin Qinghuan's ears were better after awakening her powers, but she heard the sound of the zombies outside. Sister! The walkers smelled the blood and came looking. She said in fear. Li Xiaoyan's face contorted in pain. I can't. I'm not giving birth. It hurts. How can you stop having babies? Give it another shot. Haven't you already thought of a name for the baby? Oh wow dash. A child's cry rang out, adding little joy to a bad world. Yunfu wiped the child clean and wrapped it up and placed it in Li Xiaoyun's arms. Check it out. It's a daughter. Looks like you. Especially beautiful. Lin Qinghuan looked at it with bated breath. The little baby was wrinkled like a monkey. How could she tell if it was beautiful or not? Li Xiaoyun smiled weakly. It's not easy for her to come to this world. If you don't mind, I want the child to recognize you as her godmother. Okay? Yunfu didn't refuse. Yeah. Lin Qinghuan enthusiastically raised her hand. Then I'll be the sister-in-law. The walkers are a lot more flexible at night, and they even cooperate. Trying to squeeze the roll-up door open, the window was the first to be breached, and a walker's hand reached in, clawing at the air. Yu Ashes broke his hand with a stick, and another walker's head came in, and he struck again. Smashing and smashing. Yu Ashes thought of a very important question. He had to confess to Cloudfur. He has to marry Yunfu. Otherwise, if he dies, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. He wanted to have himself branded with marks that belonged to Yunfu, as well as marks that belonged to Yunfu. They are going to be together forever and ever. Chapter 102, The Fall of the End times 12. Yunfu washed her hands, didn't linger in the warehouse. She got up and went out. The baby is born. It's a daughter. Go in and see. Yunfu took the scythe in Chen Ziyuan's hand and cut off a zombie's head with a clean hand. The zombie's head landed on the ground but did not immediately lose its vitality. Instead, it twisted its expression and opened its bloody mouth to try to bite Yunfu's leg. Yu Ashes kicked down and the zombie's brains splattered out. Black and green puddles of pus flowed all over the place. As the brain splattered, something small with a dark red glow rolled out. This is the crystal core of zombie evolution? Not quite sure. Yunfu wrapped her hand in her sleeve and picked it up. Strangely enough, the zombies that kept crowding to attack the supermarket all quieted down after Yunfu picked up the crystal cores, and one by one, they turned away unwillingly. Crystallized cores still do that? Cloudfur was pleasantly surprised. This was only the crystal core produced by the evolution of a primary zombie. So what power would the crystal core of a senior zombie have? What about the zombie kings? Yunfu had wondered before if Yu Ashes would be the zombie king, but based on her observations over the past 2 days, Yu Ashes shouldn't be the boss of this copy. Unless the zombies wanted a crybaby to be the boss. Why are you looking at me like that? Yu Hui saw Yunfu staring at him without blinking and got uncomfortable. Is there something dirty on my face? No dirt. Yunfu wiped the crystal core clean and put it away in his pocket. The windows had been broken by the walkers, whistling and leaking cold air in, and the door was cracked wide open, with Yunfu moving shelves to block it. Looks like we won't be able to sleep tonight. Let's keep watch. Yu Hui moved things with her, and after they were packed, Yunfu went to Lin Qinghuan and asked for a blanket and a thick quilt. She spread the blanket on the small couch behind the register, took off her shoes and got under the covers, poking his head out. He called out to Yu Chen, isn't it cold? Come on in. The weather was cold, but a layer of fine sweat appeared on Yu Hui's palms. He slowly walked over and sat down. Yunfu lifted a corner of the quilt to cover him. I have something I want to say to you. Yu Ashes felt that this was a good opportunity to confess his feelings, and he opened his mouth in a small voice. Anan, you say. The warmth of the covers made Cloudfur squint comfortably. I like. Sister. Lin Qinghuan came out holding a thermos box. She interrupted Yu Bei's brewing words. The green vegetables and thin meat porridge is cooked. You guys drink a little bit to get warm too. There was enough cutlery, but little Ching Huan, being a thrifty child, only took a spoon for both of them. Thanks baby. Yunfu took the porridge and scooped a spoonful to taste the saltiness before handing it to Yu Hui's mouth again. Ah, the courage that Yu Ashes had managed to build up was halved by this interruption, and he bit down on the spoon to swallow the kanji, slurring, "It's not as good as the one I cooked." What? Yunfu didn't hear. I'll say. Yu Ashes licked the porridge juice from the corner of his lips and sulked. You eat too. Yunfu ate a spoonful herself, then shared a spoonful with Yu Fei, and soon the bowl of porridge saw the bottom. She put the box down casually and yawned. You sleep the first half of the night. I'll keep watch. Yu Ashes looked at Yunfu's face full of tiredness, the bottom of her eyes vaguely dark green, not wanting to cause her any more trouble and bother her, so he held back the words he wanted to say. He lowered his eyes. You sleep. I'll keep watch all night. Yunfu rubbed her eyes. Right? You just said you have something to say to me. What to say? Yu Ashes. Nothing more. Say something. Yunfu bumped him with her shoulder. If you don't say it, I'll have to think about what you want to say in my dreams later. The sofa was small, only enough to lie down for one person, so the two people leaned very close together, shoulder to shoulder, and Yu Hui could clearly feel Yunfu's warm breath spraying on his neck, itching, like a kitten scratching. The snow outside reflected the moonlight, gilding the inside of the supermarket with a soft layer of brightness. Yu Qin sidestepped his head and met Yunfu's eyes. Yunfu blinked. Ashes. Yu Ashes grunted lightly, a little aggravated. You haven't even called me baby. He felt pretentious, but he couldn't help the feeling. Yunfu seemed to smell the faint odor of vinegar in the air. Her eyes curved more beautifully than a crescent moon. Ashes baby. Yu Hui rubbed his ears. It's not like I have to listen. Yes, yes, yes. I was the one who had to yell. Yu Ashes was so thin-skinned that he was about to smoke. His curly, dense eyelashes quivered, and with a heartbeat, he rolled over and gathered Yunfu underneath him. I just want you to belong to me alone. A thin layer of powdery fog burned under Yu Hui's eyes, and like a devout believer, he lovingly and deeply embraced Yunfu. Walkers passing by outside. You really think we don't exist, don't you? In broad daylight and in a clear sky. What a scandal. Not far away on a roof. Yen Feng held his chin to watch the charming scene in the supermarket. Halfway through the day, he lifted his eyelids, stood up, and disappeared into the moonlight with a few leaps. Well, Yunfu frowned in pain. You Ashes, you belong to a puppy? Bite me for what? Yu Ashes used his canine teeth to grind the thin tender flesh on Yunfu's collarbone. He wanted to bite down ferociously and see blood, preferably scabbing over and leaving a scar, so that everyone else could see that Yunfu had traces of him on her body. But he couldn't afford to let Yunfu suffer, so he just kept kissing and nibbling, like a wolf cub that found a water source but couldn't drink it in his mouth. Yunfu couldn't take it anymore and grabbed him by his hair, bringing his head flush with her own. Before she could say anything, the large teardrop stored in Yu Hui's eye smashed down and landed on the tip of Yunfu's nose, scalding her and making her tremble. What are you crying about? Yunfu wiped away his tears with her fingertips. You bit me. You're justified in crying? We can't get married. Yu Ashes couldn't hold back his sobs and choked out a sob. Yunfu was stunned. Started to analyze why Yu Hui is like this. Can't it be that he hooked up with another little girl behind his back, and then he's so weak that he's clinging to himself like this? Because the civil administration must have been overrun by walkers. Woo-hoo-hoo. He's so miserable. It's so hard to meet someone he likes, but he can't get a license. Aha, aha. Yunfu reacted to what he meant for a few moments and couldn't control her laughter. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Yu Hui's eyes were ghostly and grudging. Looking at Yunfu was like looking at the scummy girl who flirted with someone else but wasn't responsible for it. You don't want to have a relationship with me on a legal level. Thinking about it that way made him even sadder. He lifted the covers and put on his shoes, huffing and puffing to go. Yunfu doesn't want him. He can simply be bitten to death by zombies as an emotionless monster. Chapter 103, The Fall of the End times 13. What are you going to do? Yunfu looked at his back and said. Yu Ashes drooped his eyebrows. Go get a zombie bite. Oh. Yunfu wasn't the least bit worried that he would leave. Where could he go if he was here? You go ahead and get bitten. I really don't want you. Yu Ashes hadn't taken more than a few steps, and when he heard her say that, his figure shriveled up all of a sudden. I knew it. Is that him on your mind? Him? Yunfu was confused. Who is it? Don't you pretend. I saw it all. Yu Ashes' black and white pupils huffed slightly. You guys chatted, and he said he was coming to find you. The same man you accosted at the mall earlier. The corner of Yunfu's mouth hooked a bit. The tip of her eyebrow raised. He said he's coming for me? Yu Ashes realized afterward that he had spoken out of turn. Mouthing. I deleted your cell phone chat records. He reasoned. I'm sorry. You don't look like you're apologizing at all. The smile on Yunfu's face dispersed. her expression serious. Come here. Yu Hui had never seen this attitude from her before. They were mostly playing around more than anything else, and now when Yunfu dropped her face, he was immediately abashed. Don't you? Before the word angry could be uttered, Yunfu stretched her leg and tripped Yu Chen, who unsteadily planted himself on the sofa. I'm freezing to death. I'll forgive you if you're honest and warm me up tonight. You ashes? Early the next morning, Yunfu was woken up by the heat. She glanced at the time. It was just under 5 o'clock. It was slightly light outside. Last night she guarded the first half of the night, Yu Chen guarded the second half of the night. And this moment Yu Chen was sleeping soundly and had not yet woken up. Lin Qinghuan and Chen Ziyuan woke up, and the two of them crouched down by the sofa to look at Yunfu and Yu Embers. Yunfu was startled by the four eyes. Sis, is it okay to have a sandwich for breakfast? Lin Qinghuan wanted to do what he could for everyone and asked in a small voice. Cloudfern nodded. Chen Ziyuan, I have something I want to discuss with you. Let's go to the side and talk. Yunfu wrapped up her thick clothes and pressed the corner of the quilt for Yu Chen, and walked with Chen Ziyuan behind a shelf not far away. I was wondering if I could trouble you guys for a ride home for me and my wife. Chen Ziyuan also knew that this request of his was excessive, but he couldn't think of a better way. Whatever you guys want, as long as I have it I can give it to you. He can make do anywhere on his own, but his wife just had a baby and is weak and needs rest, and the baby needs diapers and better nutrition. My house is in Shangshui Huafu. I've stocked up a lot of things for the birth of my child before. I'll give you most of the supplies. Just leave enough for Xiao Yun and the child to eat. Chen Ziyuan pleaded. Shangshui Huafu was a famous luxury residential area in the city, and one of the highlights of the initial publicity was the security. Yunfu's heart fluttered. I don't want your supplies. Can you let us borrow it for a few days? It wasn't safe for them to go anywhere right now, so it would be better to follow Mr. and Mrs. Chen Ziyuan and have a place to stay. And then take the time to drive out every day afterward to look for clues. Chen Ziyuan, please. Yunfu woke up. You ashes. The baby is up. Yu Hui didn't sleep much, opening a pair of sleepy eyes, subconsciously wanting to stick to Yunfu after seeing him. Noticing that someone else was there, he restrained himself from sitting up. Dumbfounded, he asked, another walker fight? No. Yunfu smoothed his sleep-fried hair, ready to change the place. To work hard for you to drive. Wait until you have a good rest. Yu Ashes nodded slowly. Good. Yu Ashes and Yunfu went to drive the car, and when Chen Ziyuan and the others were packed up, Yunfu came over to pick them up in the car again. As the car turned the corner and drove towards the other side, Yunfu always felt that there were eyes behind her staring at her. Sister, what are you looking at? Lin Qinghuan asked her curiously. It's nothing. Yunfu withdrew her eyes, but her afterglow caught a glimpse of a shadow slanting out from behind a wall. Who could that be? The journey that originally took only half an hour had taken several times longer because of a small wave of zombies that met them halfway, causing them to arrive at Shangshui Huafu only at noon. As soon as the car approached, it was yelled at to stop by a man in a property uniform with a loudspeaker. Who are you people? Outsiders are forbidden to enter our neighborhood. Back off, or don't blame us for being rude. Chen Ziyuan stretched out his head. Old Zhang. It's me, Xiao Chen. My wife has given birth. Open the door and let us go home. G1. The voice of the property owner called Old Zhang was agitated. Are you alright? We all thought you had an accident. We are discussing sending people to your supermarket to look for you. No one was bitten by a zombie, right? Old Zhang didn't open the door first, but inquired. After Chen Ziyuan answered no, the cell door opened. Out came a couple of strong men with stun batons. Ziyuan, we're in a routine situation and we need to look you in the eye. The fastest way to recognize if it's a walker is to see if the eyes have turned red. Yunfu lowered the window of the car for them to see. After looking at it, a man waved his hand at the security room. No problem, let it go. Yunfu lamented in her heart. Rich people living in the house is indeed different. Their neighborhood's early infighting coaxing supplies, which like people like this will take care of each other. The car stopped in front of a 3-story villa. The neighbors on the left and right heard the sound of the car, poked their heads out. Heard that Li Xiaoyun had a baby. Many people came to help. They were initially wary of Yunfu's 3 outsiders. But after hearing that Yunfu had helped deliver the baby, they immediately changed their attitude and accepted them. Don't worry about staying here. If there's a bite of food for us, there's a bite for you. Poor child. This will be your home from now on. Your uncles and aunts will take care of you. Some people were heartbroken and red-eyed when they heard that Lin Qinghuan's parents were both dead. Yunfu asked Chen Ziyuan for a guest room and urged Yu Embers to go catch up on his sleep. Yu Ashes picks at the doorframe. Aren't you going to sleep with me? Yunfu, I'm not sleepy. You sleep. I'll go over to the property. There was a small team on the property side, and Yunfu was idle and wanted to take a trip out with them. Well, then come back soon. Yuashi's wanted to follow Yunfu, but he was really sleepy, so he could only watch Yunfu go out. Sister. Lin Qinghuan caught up with Yunfu. She also wanted to go along. No, it would be dangerous. You're too young to stay here. Cloudford didn't agree. Lin Qinghuan took off the jade pendant. Then sister, you take this with you. I cleared out some supplies. It can hold quite a few more things inside. There is a limit to what you can bring back from driving out. Yunfu didn't refuse anymore and took it. When you come back, sister will give it back to you. Lin Qinghuan smiled sweetly. What's mine is sister's. In front of the neighborhood, 2 converted pickup trucks were planning to go out. What are you doing following a woman? A tattooed man in the group disdainfully said to Yunfu. Chapter 104, The Fall of the End times 14. The team totaled 10 people. There are 6 of them going out this time. A captain-like man also advised Yunfu. We're not going out to play around. We're going to look for a missing child. He just happened to be out of school when the end times started and the driver didn't manage to send him back. If you follow us and run into a zombie, we don't necessarily have the energy to protect you. I don't need anyone's protection. Yunfu casually pointed to a boy. Come here for a second. The boy she was pointing at was confused, and in the next second, he was dropped to the ground by an over-the-shoulder slam from Yunfu. Yunfu got into the car without incident. Over the next few days, Cloudfur followed the squad out when she could. They looked for the children, and Cloudfur looked for signs of the players. During the period of time did meet a few players. Are in a mess to avoid the zombies. Yunfu did not reveal their identity. She is not too want to and the strength of the players' team. Easy to be dragged back. Later that evening, they finally found the child who hadn't come home. Only the body. Bitten by a walker and disfigured. The atmosphere in the car was subdued. The boy who had been thrown over Yunfu's shoulder couldn't help but sigh. His family only has one child like that. His parents would have to go crazy. Yunfu craned her head to look out the window without saying anything. Suddenly, she saw something and shouted, "Stop the car. What's wrong?" The big brother driving the car braked sharply. Cloudfern stared at a figure on the street, blinking but then out of sight. Let's go. I thought I saw a friend. Yunfu didn't see much and wasn't quite sure if that person was Yin Feng, but she was sure that the person definitely saw her. But if Yin Feng didn't die and awakened his powers, why didn't he recognize her? The other side. Yuashis has been following his aunts and planting vegetables for the past few days. The people of Shangshu Weihua House are not short of supplies, but there comes a time when they run out. So they raise chickens and grow vegetables intending to be self-sufficient. It hasn't snowed in the last few days and it's back to hot summer days. Yuashis lifted his sleeve and wiped his sweat, scattering a handful of vegetable seeds. Oh you, please pull up the dead flower and reclaim the ground as well. Good. Yuashis was so energetic that he took a hoe and plowed the ground, loosened the soil, and then put on gloves to pull flowers. The flowers were frozen to death when it snowed, and Yuashis was so tired after cleaning them up that he casually sat down on the ground to rest when he overheard a mushroom sprouting from the top of the corner. The little mushrooms are cute and harmless looking. Yuashis looked at it for a while, thinking that Yunfu would like it, and he reached out to pick it, but unexpectedly, a layer of thorns invisible to the naked eye grew on the surface of the mushroom, and pierced straight through his glove into his palm. Hiss! Yuashis ate the pain and took off his gloves to get the stinger out when he suddenly blacked out and fainted. It's my fault for making the boy do so much work, and it's hot, so he must have passed out from exhaustion. Yunfu sat on the edge of the bed and touched Yu Hui's forehead as Aunt Song guiltily stood by and apologized. It's okay Aunt Song. She should wake up in a while. If you have something to do, go and get busy. I'll keep watch here. Yu Hui's head was groggy. He could hear Yunfu talking to someone else, but he just couldn't open his eyes. His eyelids were heavy, like he was weighing down a scale, and his body was choked and uncomfortable with a cold and hot sensation that something was fighting for dominance of his torso. Footsteps sounded as Aunt Song left, leaving only Yunfu in the room. Yuashis moved his fingers. He wanted to tell Yunfu that he was fine and didn't want to worry about him, but he couldn't exert any strength at all. Like a dead man. Dead people. He's not going to turn into a zombie, is he? It was only after Aunt Song left that Yunfu dared to let go of Yu Hui's hand, if one could even call it a hand. She lifted a corner of the quilt and black fungus erupted, spreading throughout the room, and for a moment, thought it was dark. The mycelium trembled with excitement, wrapping layer after layer around Yunfu's wrists, climbing up her arms, and wrapping around her entire body. Cloudfur breathed a little. The mycelium clustered around her and gently lifted her up into Yuasuka's arms before forcibly holding her head down so that she and Yuasuka could kiss. Yunfu's face was full of black lines. Straight face. Not, well. Mycelium didn't give her a chance to speak, hardening her head against Yunfu's to keep her from getting up. Yu Hui's face was as red as a flaming cloud. He was so thirsty. He wanted to drink water. At that moment, a piece of warmth and softness touched his lips and teeth. and he couldn't wait to articulate. Yunfu knocked a bit of skin from the corner of her mouth, and she held a bellyful of fire, wanting to punch the person lying unconscious on the bed. If it wasn't for Yu Hui's low-grade fever, Yunfu would have suspected that he was pretending not to be awake. It seems Yu Ashes is infected. It's just that he's infected in a rather unusual way. Is it infected by plants? So that's how he got his mycelium? Yunfu pinched Yu Hui's face vigorously. When you wake up, let's see how I'll clean you up. After making sure Yu Hui was fine, Yunfu closed the door and went out. How's brother-in-law? Lin Xinghuan stood guard at the stairway and saw Yunfu come out and came over in a trot. He's fine. Yu Ashes can't let anyone know about being infected. People hate zombies. They don't care how Yu Ashes got infected. As long as he's infected, he'll be cleaned up. It's sunstroke from the sun. Some cold. His room should not be entered for the time being. The medicine is not complete now. If someone gets sick again, it's not easy to cure. Okay. Lin Xinghuan obediently nodded her head. I'll guard brother-in-law's room and keep everyone out. So good. Cloudfern absent-mindedly rubbed her head. Yunfu wasn't sure if Yu Ashes was the zombie king now. After all, everyone's infection stems from being bitten by a zombie. Only Yu Ashes is special. What's on your mind? Look at you preoccupied. Li Xiaoyun went downstairs to eat dinner and was ready to go back to her room to rest when she saw Yunfu staying alone on the balcony. Walked over and asked in a warm voice. Yunfu sat on the rocking chair and tilted her head to look at her. Sister Xiaoyun, what do you think you would choose if saving the world was predicated on sacrificing a loved one? Li Xiaoyun smiled. Ah, that's a tough question. I'm just a weak woman with a husband and children. I can't save the world. So you pick the lover. Not far away. Chen Ziyuan took a blanket, worrying that Li Xiaoyun would freeze. Nagging over. Why don't you listen to advice? It's easy to leave roots of disease if you don't sit well on your monthly period. Wearing so little standing in the wind. Do you want to die of heartache for Zhao Hua and me? Zhao Zhao is the name of their daughter. Li Xiaoyun took the blanket and pressed Yunfu's shoulder. It's worth it, isn't it? Cloudfur stretched. Yeah, there are plenty of people who could save the world. But there's only one favorite. The crybaby was afraid that if he knew she wasn't going to pick him, he'd have his eyes swollen again. Yunfu thought about Yu Ashes as she stepped on her slippers and went upstairs, pushing open the door to her room. Inside the house, it was empty. The hooked corners of Yunfu's lips slowly flattened. Yu Ashes. Gone. Happy Lantern Festival 2 shifts today to make up for the previous ones. Chapter 105, The Fall of the End times 15. The bulge that should have been in the quilt on the bed was gone. The hand holding the doorknob tightened for a moment. Yunfu felt her heart stop for a moment, and the only sound left in the empty house was the sound of her breathing, and it was terribly quiet. Yu Ashes. Yunfu closed the door and shouted, Don't play hide and seek with me. Come out. She pulled open the closet door and bent down to check under the bed again, and there was no sign of Yu Ashes anywhere she could hide. Yu Ashes is really missing. Lin Xinghuan heard the commotion and stood in the doorway rubbing her dazed eyes. Sister, what are you looking for? Cheerful. Has anyone been in this house? No, I've been on guard. No one's been in or out of the house. If Yu Ashes didn't go out the door, then the window? Yunfu lifted the curtains. Sure enough, the tightly closed window opened a crack. Lin Xinghuan realized what had happened and timidly inquired, Is it that brother-in-law has disappeared? Why is he leaving? They lived on the second floor, and people with good hands would not be injured by tumbling out of the window from this height. But Yu Ashes couldn't carry with his hands and shoulders. So how did he do it? There's only one possibility. Yu Ashes wakes up and fails to awaken into a zombie. He realized that his eyes transformed into red, and, afraid of being known by everyone, or afraid of involving Yunfu, he walked away. Dummies! Yunfu sighed as she looked at the overcast sky. The other side. Yu Ashes ducked and dodged all the way out of the neighborhood. He wrapped the clothes around his body and hid in a dark, tight corner to catch his breath. The zombie genes in his body screamed, forcing him to want to bite, to crave the taste of blood. Yu Ashes rubbed his reddened eyes and watched his hand dissolve into a wisp of fungus as he sniffled. How did this happen? Are plants contaminated enough to infect people? Whoops! He turned into a mushroom. He could never see Yunfu again. Roar! A wandering zombie spotted Yu Ashes and hissed at him. Yu Ashes heard the movement and subconsciously held his breath, not daring to move. The zombie with half of his face rotted off had greenish to blackish skin that was ugly and disgusting, and he lay on top of Yu Ashes, sniffing and sniffing. However, the zombie had an incredulous look in his eyes. This person obviously looked like a white person. How come he smelled like a zombie? He'd been so happy for nothing, thinking he'd have his meal tonight. Ho ho ho! The zombie whimpered at Yu Ashes. Stupid zombie, come with me. I'll take you to the food and drink. Yu Ashes had a slight cleanliness fetish, and he hated the fact that he couldn't strip himself naked as he watched the foul-smelling liquid dripping out of the zombie's mouth onto him. He covered his nose and shook his head. No, I want to be by myself. When he finished speaking, Yuashi's paused. He can understand walkers. Asterisk. Woohoo. He's really becoming a zombie. The zombie roared twice more. Yuashi's looked at the neighborhood fondly. Okay, I'll go. The zombie says there are great hunting squads in this neighborhood, and that staying here is easy to get caught. Yuashi's didn't want Yunfu to see him like this, and didn't want to make things difficult for her, so he followed the zombie with the same steps. They went to the mall. Yuashi's saw an eyeglass store. He went in and got a few boxes of contacts. He didn't want to be a zombie. It was good to wear contacts and pretend to be human. The skin was itchy and Yuashi scratched at it, and the next moment, a gray-green color surfaced on his arm, even cracking a wound as he scratched. Yuashi's was taken aback, and he hurriedly found a long trench coat from the clothing store to cover himself up. The zombie finds a severed leg, and he gnaws away a good portion of it, giving the rest generously to Yuashi's. Roar! Eat! Yuashi's, wretch! Eat by yourself. I've got other things to do, so I'll go now. Bye. He didn't want to hang out with walkers. It would dehumanize him. Yuashi's was going to go back over to the school and see what was going on with his roommates. Are you really leaving? The next day, everyone knew about Yu Hui's disappearance. Chen Ziyuan watched Yunfu pack her things. I know you're anxious, but you don't know how to drive. Where can you go to find someone? Strange to say, since the zombie outbreak the neighborhood has set up a patrol. Every moment there are people on patrol. Yuashi's was sick how to hide from everyone's sight out? Chen Ziyuan had a hidden guess in his heart. He felt that Yuashi's left on his own accord, but he didn't dare to say it. Yunfu and Yu Hui were a couple. Now that Yu Hui was gone, didn't it prove that the two of them had broken up? He was afraid that Yunfu would do something stupid. Sun taught me how to drive. Wei Cheng was the boy who had been thrown over Yunfu's shoulder, and he had mixed well with Yunfu during this time. Yunfu said, "Don't worry, I have a measure in my heart." Chen Ziyuan wanted to persuade him further, but Yunfu's determined look made him shut his mouth. He stuffed Yunfu with food one by one. "Yunfu, I can't use that much by myself." "Sister." Lin Qinghuan hugged Yunfu's waist with tears in her eyes. "When you find your brother-in-law, will you guys come back?" Looking at little Qinghuan's worried appearance, Yunfu couldn't say cruel words. It's impossible to say. They definitely won't be coming back, and Yuashi's most likely doesn't look like he's fit to be in a crowded place. "Then you take this." Lin Qinghuan took off the jade pendant again. "Sister, don't want it? I live here, it's safe. Everyone takes care of me. What if you go out alone and can't eat or have clean water to drink?" Yunfu touched her face. "Really willing to give it to me?" "Aha." Lin Qinghuan nodded vigorously. If Yunfu hadn't brought her out, she would have died long ago. Where would she have had the chance to meet so many kind people and live such a good life? "Thanks, baby." Even though Lin Qinghuan was just an NPC in the horror copy, after so many days together, Yunfu had taken her as a younger sister long ago, knowing that further refusal would break the child's heart. Yunfu took it. She took all the supplies from her space, keeping only a small portion for herself, and drove the RV out of the neighborhood. After this period of evolution, the zombies moved a lot faster, and when they heard the sound of a car, they all gathered around. Yunfu increased the gas and crashed into it, running over the zombie's body. A layer of dark blood smeared on the front window, and she broke the windshield wiper with a grimace. Unsure of where Yu Hui would go, Yunfu first went to the nearby mall to look around. The small Yunfu and Wei Cheng they had come to search before and knew that there was a warehouse on the third floor with a few players hiding inside. Since there was no confrontation, they didn't pay any attention to it at the time, and this time, Yunfu knocked on their door. "Who? What do you want?" The players inside are wary. "I'm a player too." Yunfu threw down some food. "I'm not here to rob your territory. I want to ask you about someone." Chapter 106, The Fall of the End times 16. Seeing a field of food, the players inside the warehouse gulped. They were hiding in the mall, but they didn't have plenty of time to grab more food. And the mall was a meat and potatoes place that a lot of people wanted to take over. And it was hard enough for them to hold on to this warehouse, which was almost out of ammunition at this point. "Are you really a player?" "Right." Yunfu raised her hands. "I'm alone and you guys are so scared? Where are we afraid?" Worried that Yunfu would attract walkers if she stood outside, the people in the warehouse opened the door for her to enter. As soon as Yunfu entered, 5 or 6 sticks were pointed straight at her. One of the players carried the food in and couldn't wait to tear open a loaf of bread. "Do you have any more food on you? Bring it all out." Yunfu carried a bag. She took some food in advance and packed it in the bag. There was no such thing as exposing the space, and there was no fear of people turning it over. "The things are given to you all." Yunfu took out a picture. "Isn't it time for my question to be answered? Have you guys seen this person? Is this guy a player too?" A smaller girl leaped. Yunfu calmed down. "Yes, He's my boyfriend. Accidentally got separated. Have you seen him? Smaller girl, see rather. She sympathetically looked at Yunfu. Only, he should be zombified. I saw him mixing with zombies. Did you Ashes meet a zombie? Which way did he go? Cloudfur sank his voice. The smaller girl pointed to the east. They went out door 7. I'm not sure exactly where. TCH? He's not even human anymore and you're still going after him with such deep feelings? Seeing Yunfu about to leave, a man stopped her and said, players are equal to dead after being bitten and turned into zombies. They are also dead when they get out of the copy. Why don't you simply stay and team up with us? The man looked at Yunfu with a lustful look, and at first glance, he didn't have any good intentions. Yunfu glanced at him. Get out of the way. Chick, don't be so grumpy. You can easily die out there by yourself. I'm saving my life. Click. It's the sound of a bullet being loaded. Yunfu held a gun in her hand, pointing it at the man's forehead center. Who says it's easy to die? The man swallowed, his face white with fear from the gun. I, myself. The others in the warehouse clutched their sticks too tightly to move for fear that the pitch-black barrels of the guns would turn on them. Yunfu slapped the man's face with the gun. Be honest. Okay. The group of people watched Yunfu go out and then breathed a sigh of relief in unison. How did she get a gun? Yeah, where did she get a gun? Asterisk. Shouldn't we recognize her as the boss and go with her? We don't have the ability to kill the zombie king. Aren't we waiting to die if we stay here all the time? A few players looked at each other and reacted to the fact that they were missing the opportunity to hug their thighs. Exiting through gate 7, Cloudfur drove all the way east. The gun was casually thrown on the passenger side of the car by her. It was an imitation toy gun that was particularly bluffing because it was well made and felt solid in her hand. Yunfu strolled around the east city, and it was dark, but she didn't find any trace of Ashes. The hissing of zombies was all around them. A pair of scarlet eyes stared sinisterly at Yunfu's car. As soon as she dared to stop, they came up and tore her apart. The other side. Ashes meets a human. Don't kill me. The human's eyes were filled with fear and horror, and he huddled under the car, shivering. Ashes ground his teeth. He wanted to bite and drink blood so badly, but couldn't. The blood is dirty, and Yunfu will dislike him. Ashes sighed, forcibly diverting his attention to continue walking forward, and after walking for an unknown amount of time, noisy movements came from the front. A few walkers passed by him and Ashes heard them talking. The zombie king is summoning us. Brothers, go wow. Sacrifice your lives for the zombie king. The zombie king is mighty. Lead us to take over the earth and kill all humans. A zombie king? Ashes paused and looked over towards where the zombies were gathering. Brother, the zombie king has come to save us. What are you grumbling about? Go and follow the army. A walker takes Ashes by the shoulders and pulls him along. Ashes blinked. He didn't struggle and decided to follow to see what the zombie king looked like. Bang bang. Several fireworks exploded in the night sky. Splendidly treacherous. Cloudfur looked in the direction and jerked the steering wheel. Is that a hospital over there? There must be players in the hospital. What are they setting off fireworks for? Is there a discovery about vaccines? Is it signaling to the players? One side of the copy passes. The other side is Ashes. Yunfu hesitated for 2 seconds and turned the car around. Ashes covers his face and blends in with the walkers. Make way, please. He squeezed over and over to get a good look at the zombie king. Surprisingly, it's him, the boy who friend Yunfu at the mall. No, he had to go back to Yunfu and tell her the news. Never let him trick Yunfu. A pinprick to the back of Ashes' neck. Ashes was caught off guard. His brow wrinkled in pain, and he fainted as his legs went weak. The moment he closed his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the figure behind him. It was Yanfeng. The sound of brakes was especially noticeable in the dark night. Yunfu's eyes were uncertain as she looked at the person who stopped the car in front of her. Cloudfur, it's me. Yanfeng waved his hand as he bent down to carry a man. This man said he knew you. I met him halfway. He was seriously injured. It's Ashes. Cloudfur's grip on the steering wheel tightened, stowing her toy gun in space and opening the door of the RV for them to get in. Yanfeng paralyzed on the sofa. Egu, carry him over. Tired me? You really know it? If not, I'll throw him back. Yunfu narrowed her eyes. Recognize. Where did you run into him? Yunfu held Yu Hui and put him on the bed behind him, covered him with the quilt and touched his head again. Yu Hui doesn't have a fever anymore, but he's covered in wounds. His arms and neck are wrapped in a layer of gauze, crimson blood oozing out. Looking oozy. This was not a good time to dig deeper, so Yunfu restarted the car and set off. Yanfeng looked at Yu Hui, sat on the co-pilot. I met him in the Chili Street block. I did not send a message to find you. Looking for half a day, did not find. The phone does not have a signal. Halfway also lost. so can only go to the previous shopping mall to take a chance, to see if I can see you. I didn't wait for you, but I met him first, and it's lucky that I did, otherwise he would have been eaten by the zombies. Yunfu unobtrusively scanned Yanfang from the inside view mirror. She didn't believe Yanfang's words. After all, they didn't know each other well, but he brought Yu Chen back. According to what he said, he counted Yu Chen's life-saving benefactor. Yunfu should thank him. You're considered to have powers? Cloudfur asked. Right. Yanfang scratched his head in embarrassment and grinned. I had a high fever for several days, and then I woke up feeling not quite the same as the next person. Look. He spread out his palms to show Cloudfur. A small flame leapt to life. Chapter 107, The Fall of the End Times 17. Isn't this awakened psychic ability of mine quite useful? Behind the fire is Yanfang's innocent smiling face. Let's make an alliance. Then we'll go to the Zombie King together and pass to leave the copy. An invitation from a psychic ability person to an ordinary player was like a pie in the sky. In other people's shoes, they would have immediately agreed. But Cloudfur didn't say anything. After a long time, she smiled softly. You're not just awakening your powers, are you? Yanfang looked like he didn't understand her words. Then what else have I awakened? Like, turning into a zombie king? Yunfu spoke in a cloudy tone, but his tone was not like a joke. Yanfang's expression twisted for a moment, the smile at the corner of his mouth unabated. How can that be? I'm such a weakling that I won't be chosen to be the zombie king. If I'm really the zombie king, shouldn't I be hiding far away? Wouldn't I be throwing myself into a trap by coming to you? His words fell, and for a moment the air was quiet as a pin dropped. Yanfang clenched his palms. From the time he stopped the car to the time he got in, he thought he had behaved well without any mistakes. How did Yunfu see the cracks? Perhaps she was just scamming him? Yanfang slowed down his breathing waiting for Yunfu's answer. He was internally torn. If Yunfu really knew all, should he kill her to silence her? In fact, he was unwilling to kill Yunfu. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to find her. But if it really came to this, he could only be ruthless. But what are you so bitter for? I'm just kidding. Are you serious? Yunfu pointed to her eyes. Besides, your eyes are black. Zombies' eyes are all red. It's good to differentiate. How did he forget this? Who? Yanfang exaggeratedly patted his chest. Scared me to death. You can't make this kind of horrible joke in the future. It's not funny at all. Confirming that Yunfu was just swindling him, Yanfang let out a long sigh of relief. He volunteered. Why don't I drive? And you take care of him in the back. Yeah. Yunfu agreed cheerfully. Turn left at the second intersection ahead to go to the hospital. She stopped the car and switched places with Yanfang with a natural expression, not suspecting at all that Yanfang would drive the car somewhere else. Yanfang watched Yunfu walk to the back and restart the car. At this moment, not only did he get the initiative of the car, Yunfu's life was also clutched in his hands. Yanfang looked at the bridge across the river not far away. As long as he changed direction and drove into the river with the car and people, Yunfu would not be able to live. Yanfang, the car is running out of gas. Don't take the wrong intersection. Yunfu's voice came from behind. Got it. Yanfang retracted his eyes and obediently drove according to Yunfu's request. He couldn't do that. He had more important things to accomplish. The back of the car. Yuasha still hasn't woken up. Yunfu peeled back his eyelids and looked at them. Strange. Yuasha had obviously become a zombie. His eyes should have turned red. How could they be black? Yunfu carefully removed the gauze on his forehead again, and the skin at the edge of the injury wasn't gray-green, but rather normal human redness. Thinking that Yanfang's eyes were also black, Yunfu frowned. With her back turned, she took out some spring water from the space and dampened gauze to put it on Yu embers. Although the spring water in the space couldn't reach the miraculous effect of cleansing the marrow and replacing the bones, it was much stronger than ordinary medicines in curing injuries and healing. After the spring water was applied, Yu Hui's expression was obviously much better. He 80% sensed Yunfu's presence and rubbed his face into Yunfu's hand one by one. Don't move. Yunfu raised her hand, worried that he would rub the wound open again. A few strands of mycelium emerged from Yuasha's and wilted on Yunfu's arm. Tell me, what all happened? Cloudfern asked Mycelium softly. Mycelium shook her head airily, indicating that she wasn't sure. Yunfu touched them, and once she looked up she met eyes with Yuasha's. Yu Hui's dark pupils gazed at Yunfu and opened his mouth. Who are you? Cloudfern? Is this amnesia again? Yunfu, I'm your mom. Mycelium. Yuasha's blushed a little and mouthed. How can you be my mom when you're so young? Yunfu hooked the corner of her lips. Why is it impossible? Good boy smash. Shout mommy to give you candy. Yu Hui's eyes flickered as he pursed his lips. I'm not shouting. You lied to me. Yunfu flopped down on the edge of the bed and moved closer to him. Didn't lose my memory or forget about me? What are you pretending? Yuasha scrunched his head. I'm afraid you'll scold me. Why should I scold you? Because I wandered off by myself without saying hello. Yunfu hummed. Knowing a mistake is even more deserving of a scolding. Yuashi's all of a sudden aggrieved. His voice colored with choked sobs. I'm not a human being anymore. I don't want to give you trouble. I turned into a mushroom and my eyes and wounds. Yuashi's pulled off the gauze on his arm and tried to show Yunfu his gray-green skin, but underneath the gauze, his skin was back to its original state. Yuashi's was confused. Then my eyes. It's black, Cloudfern said. Yuashi's, that's not right. He's not wearing contacts either, so how can they be black? If it weren't for the mycelium still resting on Yunfu's hand, he'd really have to wonder if he was dreaming about being stabbed by a mushroom. Indeed not. Yunfu's tone was cryptic, and she didn't ask any more questions because Yanfang in front of her twisted his head to say that the hospital had arrived. You're awake. How do you feel? Yunfu didn't let Yanfang drive the car directly into the hospital, but found a narrow alley. They are now not clear about the market in the hospital. It is not safe to rush in. There must have been quite a few players who noticed the fireworks, and Yunfu wanted to wait for them to go inside before making a decision. Yanfang walked to the back and asked Yui. The moment Yuashi's saw him, his face turned pale, and he covered his head, his body uncomfortable. A few images quickly crossed his mind, but he couldn't capture them. An instinctive fear arose in his body, wanting him to stay away from Yanfang. What's wrong? Yunfu noticed Yui's difference and asked with concern. Yanfang, it may be that I killed the zombie when I saved him, and then I was scared and left after effects. It's normal. It'll be fine after a while. Is that so? Cloudfern wanted to hear Yuashi's say it. Yuashi's took a deep breath. He didn't dare to look at Yanfang. Well, I'll take a breather. Yanfang revealed a vicious smile full of threats from an angle Yunfu couldn't see. He had injected Yuashi's with his own blood. The zombie king's blood was not something that anyone could withstand. Yuashi's would lose some of his memories about him, and in some cases would be used for him. Yuashi's grabbed the corner of Yunfu's coat, his lips turning white. I still want to sleep for a while longer. Can you stay with me? Knowing that Yui would not expose himself, Yanfang was not at all worried about them being alone, and he took the initiative to get off the bus. I'm going to look for food. It's going to be dark soon. After Yanfang got out of the car and walked away, Yunfu asked Embers, did he hurt you? Yuashi's shook his head. I don't remember, but he was scary. Afraid that Yunfu was feeling his own provocation, Embers seriously said, he is really scary. You have to believe me. Let's not be with him. Okay. Chapter 108, The Fall of the End times 18. Good. Yunfu opened her mouth to soothe him. Looking at Yui's terrified appearance, Yunfu had a conclusion in her heart. The truth of the matter definitely wouldn't be what Yanfang said, that he saved Yuchen. Rather, he did something bad to Yuchen and then used the excuse of sending Yuchen back to get close to her. Just what was Yanfang's purpose in doing so? You take off your clothes. Yuashi's blinked her eyes. A suspicious redness appeared on her cheeks, and her lowered voice blushed with a bit of excitement. Here, isn't it too bad? After all, there were a lot of zombies outside, and Yanfang might come back at any time. What if they see you? Seeing that he misunderstood his meaning, Yunfu lost her smile. What are you thinking? I asked you to take off your clothes because I wanted to check to see if you were injured anywhere else. Yuashi's let out a lost "Oh." I'm not hurt anywhere else. He vaguely remembers that he scratched himself out of the wound on his arm, and as for the wound on his head, he can't recall how it was inflicted. Hiss. Yunfu didn't bull him and directly yanked open the zipper of his blouse. The large expanse of cold white skin exposed to the dim light was like a piece of buttercream, smooth and soft. Yuashi's was forced to tilt his head back, his voice changing tone. You don't touch Yunfu's hands groped east and poked west, causing him to tremble as he was completely unable to resist. After Yunfu finished checking the front, she turned him around to check the back of his spine, and soon, she found a small pinprick on the back of Yui's neck. Is this tied by Yanfang? Yuashi's covered his face with his hands, his sharp canine teeth grinding against his lower lip, desperately trying to hold back the fire that was running amok within his body. Stifled. I don't know. He really doesn't remember. Cloudfur went back to tugging at the waistband of his pants. Yuashi's clutched it with a mortified expression. You can't look at it. Yunfu, how do I know you? If I don't look? Yui held Yunfu's shoulders and lowered his head to seal her lips. A mist of water filled the bottom of his eyes. Yunfu. Aha. Yunfu's mouth tingled at the corners of his nibbles. Cloudfur. Yuashi's couldn't help but grunt. I want to bite you so bad. Will you get me a bite stopper? I'm about to lose control of myself. He wanted to bite Yunfu up, chew it up and eat it in his stomach and be together forever and ever. As Yui said this, Yunfu clearly saw a flash of red light under his eyes. That's the mark of a walker. So Yuashi's wasn't lying. He really wanted to bite her. Cloudfur. Yunfu slapped him unconscious. Underscore. Yen Fong went back to the car holding a bag of cookies. Is this him? Yunfu tucked Yu Hui in. Asleep. Oh. Yen Fong put the cookies on the table. The outside has been searched pretty much. There's nothing else to eat. Just make do. Cloudford didn't reveal that there was space. Picking up a cookie and eating it. Did you meet any players? No. Yen Fong shook his head. Probably came earlier than us and has already gone in. Encounters were met by a few. Stupid enough to ask him for directions. And have been bitten by the bug and can no longer be considered players. Wait a little longer. Yunfu ate another cookie with the water as she turned out the lights in the car, her gaze unblinking as she stared at the hospital entrance. After these few days of evolution, the zombies were obviously much more powerful. Whether it was speed or strength, it was not comparable to ordinary people. But there were never any walkers near the car they were in. Yunfu thought at first that it was the zombie crystal she had gotten earlier that had worked. But when she thought about it, the zombies nowadays had to be more ferocious than the previous ones, and had evolved for many rounds long ago, and her crystals were already outdated. Yunfu did not move and glanced at Yen Fong, and it happened that Yen Fong was also looking at her. Shoo! Yen Fong raised a finger. Did you hear any movement? There was a very soft clicking sound from the car, and if you listened carefully, it was on the side of the gas tank. Someone's trying to steal the oil? Yen Fong slapped the crumbs of cookies off his hands and lifted a corner of the curtain. A dark shadow was drumming something outside the car. The man was holding a bucket and a section of hose, and it did look like he was going to pump oil. At the same time, Yunfu also noticed a breakfast place on the side of the hospital, with a few figures cats over there. That's smart of them. Yunfu copied an iron rod. Is this not having enough to eat planning to have a barbecue and fire zombies? It's just that they should never, ever have gotten the idea for their car. These people are so unethical that they only think about how they're going to get into the hospital and don't care at all about the people who come after them. Once the fire started, countless zombies would undoubtedly gather over here to surround the hospital. Unsuspecting players rushing any further this way are just sending them to their deaths. Yunfu composed herself and pulled open the car door as soon as she could. The oil thief was startled to hear someone in the car and subconsciously asked, "Are you guys players too?" No one else could have come to the hospital at this hour. Yunfu, put the bucket down. The man saw the stick in Yunfu's hand, but didn't think so. Beauty, you're less nosy. We all just want to stay alive. You don't get in the way of the brother's life. How about a moment later when the buddy takes you in with him? Yunfu vigorously struck the wall of the car a few times with his iron rod. A player not far away from the man's group violently covered his ears. Painfully, he said, "No, she broke my defense. Joe is in danger." The reason the man dared to come alone to find the oil was because there was a psychic defender with psychic defenses in their team who could open a pathway for him that would not be detected by the zombies. The way to break it is also simple. Make a sharp noise. The zombies that heard the commotion quickly surrounded with scarlet bloodshot eyes. Are you crazy? The man was filled with shock. Doing that? You're not afraid you'll die. Yunfu stabbed a stick into the zombie's wide open mouth and lifted her foot to kick it away. The splattered black blood landing on the ground with a corrosive, stinging sound. Well, let's see who's got what it takes to make it to the hospital alive. On the top floor of the hospital, someone was watching all this through binoculars. "Professor, there are players coming. Signal it." "Okay." A flashlight's glare fell to the ground, flickered a few times and then disappeared. What does that mean? Yen Fong has good vision and can see someone upstairs in the hospital. Yunfu was so focused on attacking the walkers she didn't see much, so it was a good thing the glare flashed twice more on repeat. She made a snap decision. Get in the car. The people upstairs are telling us it's safer to go in from the west. Damn it! The man who couldn't steal the oil but got into a crisis instead growled and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't let me meet you again, or I'll kill you for sure. All Yunfu left him with was a truckload of exhaust.